used as yoga equipment by Yangmi. In a parallel world, Magic City, Yangmi's villa, Li Shijing's mind was somewhat blanked. If one were to inquire about the most exquisite placement of letters, it would undoubtedly be on the delicate and sheer fabric of Balenciaga. At this moment, Yangmi's long, smooth legs, enveloped tightly by letters, rested upon his sturdy shoulders. Above those legs lay a pair of snug hot pants, occasionally swaying with the movements, inviting a breeze that stirred a sense of trepidation about the unknown darkness. Hold on. Yangmi gently bit her lip, straining to bend forward. Yet, this very motion unveiled the alluring curves of her body, reminiscent of a ripe peach, right before Li Shijing's eyes. A name may be misnamed, but a nickname is always a apartment. For instance, Big Mimi. The addition of Big before Mimi is self-evident. As she practiced challenging yoga poses, Yangmi was naturally glistening with fragrant sweat. A damp patch marked her pale green fitted shirt at the front, testament to her exertion. Beads of perspiration trickled down her neck. The hair at her temples appeared damp and clinging. Her porcelain-like face bore a delicate blush. Those enchanting, seductive eyes were filled with spring's allure, shimmering with autumn's glimmered. The Tob so intimately used as yoga equipment by Yangmi would render any man, even one of strong character, utterly enchanted. Fortunately, Li Shijing was a man of considerable composure. Had he been an ordinary man, he would have succumbed long ago. Shijing, thank you for your hard work. At last, the final set of movements concluded. Yangmi smiled at Li Shijing in gratitude, her breathless yet distinct voice tinged with a hint of seduction. It's not a bother at all. Li Shijing shook his head. Indeed, he felt no burden, rather. It was his good friend who bore the weight. What kind of decent man practices yoga clad in such revealing attire? It was a blatant invitation to temptation. Yet, Yangmi explained that it was merely a personal preference. She adored sheer fabrics, possessing an array of styles. At this moment, Li Shijing's thoughts were primarily focused on the system. As a recent awakener of Blue Star memories and a system traveler just half an hour ago, he felt a thrill of excitement. This system was known as the entertainment industry Yellow Rumor Realization System. As long as he sparked trending yellow rumors with beautiful female celebrities, they would immediately manifest. Moreover, engaging deeply with the female stars could yield a variety of random entries. These entries were categorized by levels: cyan, blue, purple, red, gold, and rainbow. Of course, the system had its limitations. The host could not intentionally or solicit someone to spread yellow rumors. Fortunately, they were beautiful female celebrities. Otherwise, it would be disastrous to spread rumors with those of coarse appearance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a trending yellow rumor. I am sorry, but I can't assist with that. Chapter 2. The Fallen Words. Invincible fire wheel upon reflection. The hidden rules are indeed as brutally sinister as one might imagine. You little rascal, I can hardly contain myself. You better behave, for if I elevate your status, you ought to reciprocate. Do you not comprehend the principles at play here? At this moment, Yangmi found herself perplexed by the sudden surge of desire that engulfed her, rendering her nearly uncontrollable. Initially, she had harbored a slight affection for Li Shijing. Otherwise, she would not have been so eager to support him. Yet, she had intended to cultivate their relationship gradually. However, in that fleeting moment, an inexplicable heat overtook her, leaving her restless and impatient. Sister me. Please, don't. Naturally, Li Shijing feigned resistance, adhering to the unspoken rules of the game. He was on the verge of exclaiming something ludicrous. Silence, or I shall stifle your mouth with my foot. Yangmi threatened in return. It is worth noting that many a homebody has longed to savor the delicate beauty of her feet. Despite the rumors circulating online regarding her foot odor, one must consider that a woman and Oppos, S-foot and Oppos, S aroma is often judged by her visage. Of course, at that moment, due to the vigorous yoga poses she had just performed, her feet were somewhat damp and slightly clammy. Yangmi, brimming with urgency, promptly began to remove Li Shijing's athletic tank top. Upon witnessing his chiseled 8-pack abs, she could not help but swallow hard. The allure of well-defined abs is undeniably potent. She had longed to feel his muscular form, having only seen it before without the pleasure of touch. So firm, with that touch. Yangmi felt as though her desires were finally fulfilled. Li Shijing continued to feign resistance, knowing full well that a handsome young man standing at 6 feet tall with 8-pack abs would hardly be overpowered by a slender woman. Behave. And should you yield to me, I shall provide you with numerous resources. Yangmi, intent on achieving her goal, unleashed a barrage of sweet promises. Yet, one must remember that a woman's words can often be deceptive. At this moment, She was prepared to resort to any means necessary to realize her ambitions. Sister me, I'm still young. You can't do this to me, Li Shijing lamented, pretending to be pitiable. The theatrics of hidden rules must be upheld. Young? You are 22, hardly a child. It is said that boys your age already gaze at the heavens, aiming for their goals. Do not presume I am unaware. Yongmi grinned slyly, revealing Li Shijing and Appo's naivety to the cunning woman that she is. However, he was taken aback by her eloquence. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the words dropped by Yongmi. National Treasure Director, Golden Entry, a top-tier director within the country, capable of expertly orchestrating and coordinating the entire scene. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the words dropped by Yongmi. Invincible Fire Wheel, Golden Entry, an exalted martial arts move, a signature technique of Master Su, capable of swiftly elevating a female star to new heights. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the words dropped by Yongmi. Superb screenwriter, Red Entry, a remarkably skilled screenwriter, proficient in adapting various works and creating original pieces. Li Shijing was astounded. He had not anticipated such a stark contrast in capabilities. He had thought himself to be in control, only to find himself completely dominated, with no room for resistance, forced into submission both physically and mentally. Meanwhile, Li Shijing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After a series of unexpected triumphs, he had acquired 3 exceptional entries, particularly the National Treasure Director and the superb screenwriter. With his knowledge from Blue Star, he could easily carve out his own niche as a literary forger. Oh dear, I'm done for. You, my boy, appear so innocent and refined. Yet you possess such prowess. Yongmi exclaimed, her body trembling with excitement. She had always been curious about Li Shijing's height, and upon measuring him while lying down, she was utterly astonished. Yet, one must admit, his physique was indeed impressive, suggesting an intimate compatibility for future collaborations. Chapter 3. Utilizing resources at hand. Rest assured, I will fulfill the promise I made to you. Recently, the company is set to film the ancient sword legend. Would you be interested in taking on the role of the second male lead? After regaining normalcy, Yongmi did not forget her previous commitment. Subsequently, she considered giving Li Shijing an opportunity to star in the upcoming television drama, which is quite similar to 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms. He would also be the one carrying the main weight, with the rising star Li Fengzi as the lead. Naturally, the viewership ratings would be assured, allowing Li Shijing to capitalize on his current momentum and maintain his popularity. No, sister me, I no longer wish to act, Li Shijing replied, shaking his head. No longer wish to act? Yongmi was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening as she looked at Li Shijing. Could it be that he had overexerted himself, leading to insufficient energy and oxygen deprivation, causing him to speak nonsensically? After all, to her, Li Shijing's future was limitless. He was undoubtedly a promising candidate poised to become a top idol. He was just beginning his journey, and yet he no longer wished to act. What else would he do? Sister me, I want to direct my own films. Li Shijing straightforwardly expressed his aspirations. Direct your own films? I must have misheard. Yongmi responded, clearly astonished. Yes, sister me, I've made my decision to direct my own films, Li Shijing affirmed with a nod. Do you even know how to direct? Filmmaking is not as simple as you might think, Yongmi promptly advised. In her view, Li Shijing was merely indulging in fanciful dreams. After all, having navigated the entertainment industry for many years and risen to prominence, one would typically collaborate with others to make films, establish a company, and become part of the capital. Who begins their career by directing solo? That would be akin to seeking instant success. Rest assured, sister me, I am quite confident in my abilities, Li Shijing asserted, already formulating a preliminary plan in his mind. Yongmi, however, was jolted by his confidence. Indeed, when he claimed to be assured, he demonstrated a certain level of control that was hard to dismiss. Nevertheless, she found his enthusiasm endearing, unable to resist straightening her posture. Sister me, could you lend me some money? Li Shijing inquired next. At present, funds were his greatest constraint, and he believed that securing financial support from Yongmi was the most effective approach. After all, she was a wealthy individual, a top star who surely had the means. Well, you little rascal, are you seriously thinking of asking me for money? Yongmi was taken aback, realizing that he intended to use her funds for his project. Are you refusing? Li Shijing countered. How much do you need? Yongmi asked, still appreciating Li Shijing and Appo's ambition. Naturally, within her capacity, she was willing to assist. 50 million. Li Shijing replied. 50 million. Yongmi exclaimed, astonished. Did he think her wealth was as easy to come by as the wind? Although it was relatively easy for a star of her stature to earn money, Much of her funds were tied up in past investments and shares in Jiaxing. To liquidate 50 million was indeed a daunting task. Is 50 million too much? Li Shijing inquired nonchalantly, as if preparing to say, then forget it. I'll just ask other sisters. After all, he had guided not only Yangmi but also several other young starlets in their fitness journeys. When do you need it? Yangmi asked after a brief silence. In 3 days, Li Shijing answered. Wow, you really are generous with your timeline, Yangmi remarked, slightly exasperated. Is that not sufficient? Li Shijing retorted. How can you be so brazen about borrowing money? Yangmi scoffed. This guy was truly taking advantage of her goodwill. Yet, his reasoning was undeniably sound. With that, Yangmi stood up and, swaying slightly, retrieved a limited edition black card from her bag, tossing it onto Li Shijing and Appo's lap. There's no password. There are 20 million on it. But let me make this clear. If you can't repay me, you'll have to work for me in the future, she stipulated. Agreed. It's a deal. Don't worry. I'll repay you within 6 months. If I fail to do so, I'll be at your service, Li Shijing chuckled. Just remember, you still owe me 30 million, he added with a grin. Get lost. Yangmi playfully scolded. Chapter 4 The Invincible Whirlwind was in full swing. Yangmi, a creature of insatiable appetite, remarked, I have already provided you with my working capital. You dare to ask me for 50 million? And now you still owe me 30 million? Truly, you are a born gold guzzler. All right, the remaining 30 million shall be provided within 3 days, Yangmi stated earnestly. Naturally, she had her means. After all, her close friends were all affluent women, such as Tang Yin and Lu Shishir. Yangmi was uncertain if Li Shijing could succeed. Yet if he desired it, she would grant it to him. Perhaps he might squander it all one day and then truly sell himself for her. Money can always be earned again, but such a handsome man is a rarity. Where else could one find such a treasure? Gold guzzler? Who is the gold guzzler? Li Shijing teased with a laugh. Yangmi immediately grasped the meaning behind the term. Indeed, it seemed as though she herself was the true gold guzzler. The thought made her cheeks flush crimson. 50 million, and she would simply hand it over? Li Shijing inquired with curiosity. Why should that matter to you? My only concern is, how about another round? Yangmi's eyes sparkled with mischief. Before Li Shijing could respond, she leaped onto the bed, incensed by his audacity in calling her a gold guzzler. Now, she was determined to embody that very title. It was evident that Sister Mi was not concerned about why Li Shijing needed the money. Her sole focus was on their intimate encounters. Coincidentally, Li Shijing wished to test the power of the term Invincible Whirlwind and discover just how formidable it truly was. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the term dropped by Yangmi. Invaluable, golden term possessing an unparalleled noble demeanor, akin to that of a born aristocrat, capable of achieving great endeavors. Li Shijing was surprised to discover that through his deeper interaction with Yangmi, he had unlocked yet another golden term. However, borrowing 50 million from Yangmi had actually been repaid several times over, amounting to billions. Thus, they should be even. This time, Yangmi was genuinely satisfied, succumbing to a drowsy haze induced by the whirlwind. Meanwhile, Li Shijing lit a cigarette and began to contemplate what to produce. After all, the funds in his account were limited to 50 million. Television dramas and films were out of the question. Since that was the case, he decided to create an online series. In this parallel world, online dramas were still in their infancy. His previous client, known for her box office failures, Miss Jing Tian, had recently starred in a highly successful online series titled Shooting. Thus, he resolved to produce Shooting. Immediately, Li Shijing sent a message to Jing Tian, arranging to meet her in a few days. The following day, Li Shijing began writing the script for Shooting, and he also posted casting calls for male and female actors online. A particular application caught his attention. It was from Zhang Tian and Appo's AI. In this parallel world, she had yet to achieve fame through the hit series The Prince and Appo's promotion. Thus, she was still an unknown actress. Quickly, Li Shijing called Zhang Tian and Appo's AI to invite her for an interview. She was in Shanghai and received the call in the morning, arriving by noon. Zhang Tian and Appo's AI cherished this opportunity, as she was currently in a dire situation, unable to secure even half of a leading role and often relegated to minor or stunt parts. Hello. She timidly entered Li Shijing and Appo's office, adorned in a floral dress and sneakers, exuding a fresh and innocent aura. Upon seeing Li Shijing, Zhang Tian and Appo's AI was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the individual conducting her interview would be such a strikingly handsome and charismatic young man. He possessed an extraordinary presence, resembling a real-life protagonist from a romantic novel. I am the director of this production. Please have a seat. Li Shijing nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 5. Zhang Tian AI felt her senses insulted. The news circulating online had reached her ears. They were casting for the role of the second female lead in a web series. Had she ever played such a role before? Li Shijing cut straight to the chase. No. Zhang Tian AI could only manage an awkward smile, responding honestly. She had never even played a third female lead. Despite her commendable appearance, fair skin, a slender waist, and long legs, entertainment industry standards extend beyond mere aesthetics. If one does not wish to compromise, apart from robust connections, one must compete based on who is willing to make sacrifices. Zhang Tian AI, unwilling to sacrifice her integrity, found herself relegated to minor roles. What qualifies you to audition for the second female lead? Our investment in this project exceeds 100 million. Li Shijing stated matter-of-factly, intentionally exaggerating the investment, which was closer to 50 million. Zhang Tian AI found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, she had only seen the casting call online and had approached it with a sense of trial. However, she did not expect the web series to boast such a hefty budget. Is it possible that you think 100 million is an exaggeration? Let me inform you that the lead role is played by Zhang Tian. Li Shijing continued, seizing the moment to deliver yet another astonishing revelation, ensuring her complete belief. Although the script was unfinished and Zhang Tian had yet to confirm her participation, boasting about it served to entice talent. Zhang Tian and Appos AI was left utterly stunned. She could hardly fathom that the renowned Zhang Tian would star in a web series. Although Zhang Tian had gained a reputation for box office failures, it was still a remarkable opportunity for her to take part in a web project. After all, she was a first-tier celebrity. Even if the series flopped, Zhang Tian's name would undoubtedly generate considerable buzz, placing Zhang Tian AI in the limelight of that whirlwind. They say when the wind rises, even pigs can fly. She too yearned for that flight. Let us exchange contact information and find a place to dine and discuss further, Li Shijing suggested. Sensing that Zhang Tian and Appos AI was now under his influence and eager to offer her an opportunity to save face. Some matters are indeed better discussed over a meal, are they not? Zhang Tian and Appos AI felt an overwhelming sense of invasive scrutiny, akin to being preyed upon by a predator, leaving her with a sense of dread as if she were a lamb destined for slaughter. To dine and converse, was that truly the intent? What if the conversation led to her being devoured instead? She was well aware of the implications of such insinuations made by directors in the past. Knock, knock, knock. That night, a low knock reverberated through Li Shijing and Appos' room. He had known Zhang Tian and Appos AI arrived just minutes prior, likely having wrestled with her own internal conflict at the door, ultimately choosing to acquiesce. Coming. Li Shijing promptly opened the door. Zhang Tian and Appos AI, with her ponytail, light makeup, and clad in a black gown complemented by high heels, appeared slender yet visibly anxious and somewhat reserved. The implication was undeniable, a male director summoning a female actress to his room for a discussion after hours. It was apparent what was about to unfold. Yet, having chosen to arrive, there was no turning back. Don't be nervous. Have a seat, Li Shijing urged, inviting her to sit on the sofa. Have you thought it through? He inquired with a smile, the meaning of which was clear. Zhang Tian AI kept her gaze lowered, biting her lips shyly, nodding in acquiescence. This was her first acceptance of such a proposition from a director. Previously, most directors had been unappealing, prompting no desire for submission. However, Li Shijing was different. His looks were undeniable. Who could say who would truly benefit from this arrangement? She consoled herself with thoughts of a wild night of laughter. Let us go out for a bite, Li Shijing suggested. Out to eat? Zhang Tian and Appos AI was taken aback. Was tea the norm for such encounters to unfold within the confines of a room? Perhaps over drinks, leading to suggestive gestures, where the starlet would feign resistance and negotiate terms. After preparing herself mentally for such a scenario, she found herself questioning whether she had misinterpreted the situation. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of disappointment surged within her. Women often feel this way. When fully prepared, if no action is taken, they may doubt their allure. The current situation felt akin to being completely undressed, only for the man to dress her again. What sort of indignity was this? This was nothing short of an insult. Chapter 6. The battle between Huang Yao and Zhang Tianai. At this moment, Zhang Tianai's emotions were fraught with anxiety and confusion. No way. We're really going out to eat. And Appos at a roadside stall, in broad daylight. There's no way any unspoken rules could come into play here. Clearly, the director's suggestion of dining while discussing was genuinely a wholesome affair. Li Shijing, on the other hand, had not anticipated that Zhang Tianai would be displeased. Of course, He was not a paragon of virtue. He had no intentions of exploiting the young beauty. Rather, his fame was on the rise. Thanks to his role as the Eastern Emperor, the mere act of appearing in public, especially dining with a beautiful woman, would undoubtedly land him on trending topics. Speculations would arise, and Zhang Tianai would not need to resort to any manipulation. She would willingly draw closer. With this opportunity, he could also promote the news of his upcoming web series amidst the ensuing gossip. It was a perfect win-win situation. Yet, at this moment, Li Shijing's image in Zhang Tianai's eyes had been elevated considerably. Unlike other greasy directors who shamelessly manipulated actresses using their resources, he had approached the situation with a refreshing integrity. What they consumed was of little consequence. The key was to ensure they were photographed. Thus, Li Shijing opted for a more open roadside barbecue setting. Almost immediately, paparazzi and passers-by recognized the Eastern Emperor, Li Shijing. Li Shijing, could I get your autograph, Eastern Emperor? It's so exciting to see you in person. Before long, a throng of fans had gathered, clamoring for autographs. Zhang Tianai felt somewhat bewildered. Having been engrossed in auditioning for minor roles in various productions, she had not kept up with television dramas and was oblivious to the significance of the Eastern Emperor. Li Shijing, however, was gracious and promptly signed autographs and posed for photographs with the eager fans, although he had not yet reached the zenith of fame. His collaboration with the renowned actress had propelled him to a level of recognition that drew a steadily increasing crowd. Director, perhaps we should just take the food back to the room? Zhang Tianai suggested quietly, observing that the gathering crowd was making it nearly impossible to enjoy a meal. Li Shijing nodded. Their objective had been achieved. Soon enough, he would be trending alongside Zhang Tianai. It was indeed time to leave. They swiftly packed their food and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, made a hasty exit from the roadside stall. Who is that girl? Someone wondered aloud. Isn't it said that Li Shijing is supported by Yangmi? Could this be his legitimate girlfriend? She is quite beautiful. Indeed, she is tall, though perhaps not as curvaceous as Yangmi, another added. But they just mentioned that they were heading back to the hotel. Naturally, the crowd erupted in speculation. And the paparazzi who had captured Li Shijing and Zhang Tianai together shared similar curiosities. However, such matters did not require deep investigation. A few candid shots would suffice to fuel the rumor mill. Soon enough, the gossip began to swirl. Li Shijing, Yangmi's rumored boy toy. Suspected of cheating, Yangmi's boyfriend Li Shijing spotted with a mysterious girl at a late-night roadside snack. Has Yangmi been betrayed? Quickly, Li Shijing and Appo's scandalous rumors ascended the trending list, most of which related to Yangmi. Yet, Li Shijing was eagerly awaiting the juicy gossip involving himself and Zhang Tianai. The other trending topics were of little consequence to him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a trending rumor. Eastern Emperor Li Shijing and mysterious woman returned to hotel for a showdown. Ding. The rumor has materialized. Before long, amidst the plethora of rumors, this particular one rose to the top of the trending list. Speculations about Zhang Tianai's true identity ran rampant, with no definitive conclusions. Moreover, paparazzi had already snapped photos of the two returning to the hotel, solidifying the claims. Everyone was curious to see how Yangmi would react. Though she was currently preoccupied with a meeting and had no time for entertainment gossip. Director, do you have any wine? Zhang Tianai inquired, taking the initiative. Yes. Li Shijing replied with a nod. It seemed the system was demonstrating its power. Requiring no further coaxing on his part, Zhang Tianai would take charge of the arrangements. After all, the theme of the evening was a showdown. Li Shijing then handed her a bottle of red wine, and without hesitation, Zhang Tianai began to drink straight from the bottle. Chapter 7. The Madness of Zhang Tianzhou. In truth, even without the scandalous rumors, Zhang Tianzhou had already developed a slight affection for Li Shijing. After all, the strikingly handsome director was quite the catch. And it was only natural for a few young women to feel their hearts flutter. However, with the support of the system, Zhang Tianzhou found herself even more enraptured. Wait, is this really happening? Li Shijing was taken aback by Zhang Tianzhou's eagerness. Was she attempting to intoxicate herself deliberately, granting him the opportunity to act as he pleased? In no time, Zhang Tianzhou had consumed an entire bottle of red wine. At this moment, she felt a fiery sensation swirling within her stomach, surging upward until it reached her chest. The delicate blush that had graced her cheeks intensified, rendering her entire face a vivid crimson, as if it were about to drip with allure. Dear director, come closer, she exclaimed, playfully kicking off her high heels and sprawling across the large bed. Her slender, graceful form exuded an inexplicable temptation. The wine emboldened her, and Zhang Tianzhou was engulfed in exhilaration. Her gaze grew increasingly hazy, and she panted softly. Noticing Zhang Tianzhou's flushed cheeks, Li Shijing understood that she was undoubtedly aflame with warmth. An experienced man knew that at such a temperature, no amount of wealth could entice him to trade places. Director, this is my first time. You won't misinterpret me as a bad girl, will you? An hour later, Zhang Tianju lay nestled in Li Shijing's embrace, drawing circles on his chest while softly inquiring. She feared that he might misconstrue her intentions due to her willingness to sacrifice so much for a role. I trust you, Li Shijing reassured her with a nod. Thank you for believing in me. Now, tell me more about the scene. Upon hearing Li Shijing and Appo's unwavering trust, Zhang Tianjiu impulsively pressed a fervent kiss on his cheek, requesting to enhance their performance. Li Shijing recognized that the system had indeed proven itself trustworthy. She was a treasure of a girl. Of course, he employed the skills of Master Su once more, ensuring that he maintained a balanced approach. It was not until Zhang Tianjiu succumbed to drowsiness that Li Shijing began to assess his newfound treasures. Perfect physique, golden attribute possesses alluring 8-pack abs and a body sculpted with impeccable proportions. The most passionate gaze in Huagua rainbow attribute exhibits extraordinary gaze techniques, capable of evoking deep emotions even in animals. Li Shijing's already handsome features became even more captivating, his 8-pack abs and defined physique now more pronounced. Maintaining such a physique required strict dietary discipline, avoiding junk food. However, with the system's support, he was now free to indulge without consequence. Fried chicken and barbecued delights could be enjoyed without fear of repercussions. Moreover, the most passionate gaze in Huagua would not only prove advantageous in romantic pursuits, but also serve as a guide for various emotional scenes. Zhang Tianjiu, too, had secured the role of the second female lead in sitting on the throne. Naturally, Li Shijing's decision to cast her was also a strategic move to lay the groundwork for the upcoming series The Princess's Promotion, especially since they had only recently discovered Zhang Tianjiu for the filming of Sitting on the Throne. What brings you here in such haste? 3 days later, early in the morning, Jing Tian arrived in the bustling metropolis to meet Li Shijing. Typically, she resided in Kyoto, but upon receiving his message, she promptly flew over. Jing Tian, you remain as graceful and enchanting as ever, Li Shijing complimented her as soon as they met. It must be said that Jing Tian's beauty and poise rivaled that of any top star. She merely awaited her opportunity. Enough flattery, speak of the matter at hand. Jing Tian replied, seating herself with a hint of irritation. Their familiarity allowed her to forego the demure demeanor typically reserved for strangers. Are we filming? Li Shijing cut to the chase, sparing no time for pleasantries. Jing Tian nearly spat out her drink in surprise, though it was only from her mouth. Chapter 8. Do you want to be an overnight sensation? What did you say? Jing Tian could hardly believe her ears, her large, captivating eyes widening in disbelief. With a hint of indignation, she inquired, filming? What do you take me for? As an industry insider, the term filming felt akin to crossing a line. Could one not feel anger upon hearing such a thing? It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. What I meant was, there's a role I would like you to play. Li Shijing quickly clarified, realizing that Jing Tian had misinterpreted his words. A role? What is going on? Did Mimi get you another project? Jing Tian asked curiously, as Li Shijing had only arranged to meet her without providing any clear context. Some matters were indeed best discussed face to face. Jing Tian was well aware of Li Shijing's situation, as he was currently associated with Jiahong Media, under Yang Mi's management. She assumed it was about some new drama being produced by Yang Mi. No, it has nothing to do with Sister Mimi. It's my own project. I want to create a web series and have you as the leading lady, Li Shijing explained. A web series? Upon hearing this, Jing Tian immediately furrowed her brows, a subtle look of disdain crossing her face. After all, she was a well-known actress in her own right. Although she was labeled a box office poison and found herself in a somewhat awkward position, she still held a degree of popularity, albeit at the lower tier of the first tier. Nonetheless, she believed she deserved higher pay befitting her status, which made her predicament rather uncomfortable. After all, the essence of filming was to earn money, to reflect commercial value. Who would willingly engage in a losing proposition? Despite this, Jing Tian could hardly believe she had fallen to the level of needing to partake in a web series. The entertainment industry certainly had its hierarchy. Films looked down upon television, and television held disdain for web series. To professionals, web series were regarded as crude and substandard products. What reputable star would stoop to star in a web series? Currently, Jing Tian simply could not secure better leading roles, if she were willing to compromise. She could easily land a significant supporting role. However, her pride prevented her from doing so, especially given her high starting point. Li Shijing quickly grasped Jing Tian and Appo's inner thoughts from her reaction. Your perspective is rather limited. don't you desire to achieve sudden fame? He asked pointedly. Upon hearing sudden fame, Jing Tian felt a flicker of interest. While her reputation was decent, she lacked a standout work to her name. Projects like the Great Wall and the Warring States had flopped miserably, leaving all investors in tears. Consequently, Jing Tian felt a deep sense of guilt. There was an infamous saying circulating online: in the south, there's Yi Huan, in the north, there's Jing Tian, and in the middle, Zhuang Xinyan. Who can't get a song to go viral? Hearing this made Jing Tian catch her breath. How could she be portrayed so poorly? Yet, the statement held a kernel of truth. The muse of seasoned directors was well known. Even lesser talents could achieve fame through works like Under the Hawthorn Tree. Yet, Jing Tian remained overlooked, becoming the most unfortunate and unproductive muse. Collaborations with renowned actors like Sun Honglei and Chow Yun-fat had proven futile. She was undeniably box office poison, failing with every project. Can a web series truly lead to sudden fame? Jing Tian asked, skepticism evident in her voice. Trust me. I wouldn't joke about my life as savings, Li Shijing replied earnestly. Life savings? How much are you planning to invest in this web series? Jing Tian inquired. 50 million. Li Shijing held up 5 fingers, responding with conviction. 50 million? Have you lost your mind? 50 million for a web series? Jing Tian was taken aback. While this amount was relatively modest compared to the multi-billion-dollar film productions she had been involved with, it was staggering for a web series in this parallel universe, where the market was just beginning to emerge. Most productions hovered around a few million, characterized by outlandish plots and shoddy execution. Who would invest 50 million in a web series? I adhere to the principle of striving for the best, Li Shijing stated calmly. May I see the script? Jing Tian asked, her curiosity piqued now that she sensed Li Shijing was serious. Of course, Li Shijing replied, pulling out the script he had been working on for the past few days and handing it to Jing Tian. Chapter 9. The Jealousy of Reba and Mimi. As Jing Tian gazed at the title on the cover of the script, an inexplicable feeling washed over her. Without delay, she opened the script. Xi emerged from her home, gracefully strolling through the alley. An hour later, Jing Tian finally finished reading the script and found herself utterly enamored with the protagonist, Xi. She had even immersed herself in the story while reading. The writing was exquisite. Jing Tian's eyes sparkled with admiration. May I meet the screenwriter? It would facilitate our communication, she inquired. Clearly having decided to accept the role in the web series after reading the script, as the character had deeply captivated her. Of course, right here before you. Li Shijing replied with a smile. You? Jing Tian had initially assumed that a writer capable of crafting such a fantastical romance must be a delicate and thoughtful woman. How could it possibly be Li Shijing? Although he had ventured into the entertainment industry, he had previously been a fitness coach. How could he write such an outstanding script? Perhaps the old adage holds true. A fitness coach who cannot write scripts is not a good chef? It's me. Who else could it be? Feel free to ask me any questions, Li Shijing responded. I'm a bit taken aback. Let me process this. You actually wrote it. Jing Tian shook her head, feeling as if she were in a dream. This fellow could write scripts? Meanwhile, Li Shijing began to scrutinize Jing Tian and Appo's figure. She wore a loose light blue sweater on top, paired with a knee-length leather skirt and black ankle boots, exuding a chic vibe. Indeed, she was a striking beauty. A perfect fit for a cheapao. Her tall and curvaceous form was quite alluring. Unlike Mimi, who possessed a slender frame, Zhang Tian AI was entirely bony. In contrast, Jing Tian had a voluptuous figure, and her appearance radiated an elegant, vintage charm. All right, I accept your offer. A web series it shall be. Jing Tian nodded. Given her current awkward situation, it was indeed better to seize the opportunity. However, the payment will be deferred. I currently have no funds, Li Shijing remarked, revealing the predicament of lacking money now that Jing Tian had agreed. Thus, her remuneration would naturally be settled after the series garnered substantial profits. That's a minor detail. Payment isn't an issue. By the way, are you short on cash? If so, I can lend you some, Jing Tian inquired with concern. Since Li Shijing was willing to take a risk by offering his entire worth to have her play the lead, she felt she should not fall short. In truth, money was not a concern for Jing Tian, as she came from a well-off family. She merely wished to prove herself as a talented actress. That suffices. If you can allow my payment to be deferred, that will be more than enough, Li Shijing replied. Next, they would prepare for a promotional event in a few days. Li Shijing contemplated. Is Mimi on edge today? Or perhaps her period has arrived? At Jiaxing Media, after leaving the conference room, both Xing Jia and Zhao Ruoyao were equally puzzled. During the morning meeting, Yang Mi was not only distracted but also quite abrasive in her speech. They speculated that perhaps she was experiencing discomfort, as it was that time of the month. Damn it, "You heartless scoundrel," Youngmi cursed in her heart, as the recent rumors surrounding Li Shijing had stirred up quite the commotion. Besides herself and Li Shijing, there was that mysterious girl, Zhang Tian AI. And the evidence was undeniable, with photographs of the two returning to the hotel together. Yet, Youngmi could not confront them, as their relationship remained ambiguous. Thus, the torment of unrequited jealousy gnawed at her heart. Is this his girlfriend? At the same time, a striking girl with an exotic allure, Li Riba, found herself in a state of inexplicable melancholy. They not only worked for the same company, but had also portrayed a couple in 3 Lives, 3 Worlds. Riba had long since developed feelings for her co-star, secretly cherishing her affection. Now that half of the drama had aired, the popularity of their on-screen couple, Dongfeng, was soaring, bringing her a sense of hidden joy. While they were only a fictional couple, the online comments suggested that their chemistry was palpable and immensely enjoyable to witness. Chapter 10. Jing Tian tries on the Qipao. Li Shijing stepped onto the set, transitioning from actor to director. To his surprise, the leading lady was none other than the box office poison, Tian Tian. As the promotional event commenced, it detonated like a heavy bomb, captivating attention with every piece of news. The identity of Zhang Tian AI was finally revealed as the second lead in Shijing. However, there was one correction. Li Shijing was not only the director but also the screenwriter and financial backer, a true jack of all trades. Early the next morning, Jing Tian arrived at Li Shijing's residence. "Wow, miss, you're quite early," Li Shijing exclaimed, startled by the knocking at his door. It was only 7 in the morning. "Help? My most active hours are typically at night, so I usually wake up quite late." "Yes, I just wanted to try on some kipeos." Jing Tian giggled. It is often said that a woman's wardrobe is never complete without one more dress. And the various kipeos described by Li Shijing in his writings had long captured Jing Tian and Appo's heart. Consequently, upon hearing that all those kipeos had been crafted according to his descriptions in the book, she had been excited all night. Well, if that's the case, why don't you continue sleeping? I'll review the script a bit more," Jing Tian suggested. "Don't tell me you've been staying up all night reading the script?" Li Shijing inquired, puzzled. "Pretty much. I sleep about 3 hours each day," Jing Tian replied, her face radiating enthusiasm. It was clear her love for C2 was profound. In truth, Jing Tian was a remarkably ambitious young woman. She approached her work with seriousness, was straightforward, and never acted like a diva. She simply had not been fortunate in her career. "You're amazing. Even the king of hell would commend your vitality," Li Shijing remarked, giving her a thumbs up. "Haha, isn't that a good thing?" Jing Tian responded cheerfully. "All right then, since you've already woken me up, how about I treat you to a breakfast in the magical city, and then we can proceed?" Li Shijing waved his hand and went to freshen up. Jing Tian, of course, dressed modestly for their outing, donning a baseball cap and a mask. When they reached the ground floor, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz S-Class awaited them. "Here, you drive. It's best we keep a low profile," she said, handing him the keys. "Not bad. A Benz," Li Shijing remarked as he took the keys and settled into the driver's seat. Jing Tian had discreetly sent away her bodyguards the night before and kept only the most understated vehicle for their excursion. The daughter of a wealthy family indeed garnered envy. The least ostentatious car was still a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Yet in the bustling metropolis, it was hardly ostentatious. Jing Tian was as joyful as a child. "This is my first time eating street food," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Is that so?" "That's quite unfortunate," Li Shijing replied awkwardly. "It's akin to a canary kept in a cage, utterly devoid of freedom. Even fellow stars like Louis Fei and Youngmi aren't so detached from reality." "Yes, that's why we must hurry and start filming so I can experience freedom," Jing Tian said indignantly, referring to her family constraints. Rumor had it that those from the Show Me Shui Wei Tian all hailed from illustrious backgrounds. Li Shijing's intention in bringing Jing Tian to a street vendor for breakfast stemmed from a desire to avoid prying eyes or gossip. After all, the current rumors trending online primarily centered around him, Youngmi, and Zhang Tian AI. They had already been subjected to scrutiny, so it mattered little. As for the rumors surrounding the characters' chemistry, those had yet to materialize in real life. Could we perhaps generate some genuine rumors? He mused. With the spotlight primarily on the drama, his current aim was to incite more misunderstandings. Li Shijing's approach diverged from that of typical celebrities. He sought to generate misconceptions and rumors, even scandalous ones. After their breakfast, the two proceeded to the prearranged Qipao boutique. Remarkably, Jing Tian's sweet demeanor transformed into an aura of elegance as she donned the Qipao. Her appearance exuded grace and sophistication, paired with her serene, aloof gaze. It was as though she had become an entirely different person. Of course, the greatest benefit was that Li Shijing could enjoy a private fashion show as Jing Tian tried on various kipayos. Each outfit seemed tailor-made for her, accentuating her natural poise. Even the Qipao master complimented Jing Tian on her dignified appearance, noting how beautifully she embodied the essence of the garment. Each ensemble was a testament to her exquisite beauty. Chapter 11. The enigmatic Yangmi, caught in a peculiar situation, was compelled to bow. Oh, isn't this our esteemed busybody, the celebrated figure, the illustrious director? Since the filming of The Silent Sea commenced, several months have passed without a glimpse of Li Shijing. He finds himself in an unrelenting whirlwind of activity, tirelessly occupied. As the director must incessantly coordinate and command on set, leaving no opportunity to disengage. Consequently, his interactions with Yangmi have significantly diminished, and the depth of their conversations has dwindled as well. This lack of communication has led Yangmi to adopt a somewhat sarcastic demeanor. Moreover, the explosive rumors surrounding Zhang Tianai and Li Shijing have stirred a sense of jealousy within her. It was only later that Yangmi discovered Zhang Tianai was, in fact, the second lead in the production, constantly by Li Shijing's side. One can only imagine the interactions that unfold between them on set. Contemplating this, coupled with her vivid imagination, Yangmi frequently finds herself engulfed in tumultuous waves of jealousy. However, she lacks the standing to voice her inner turmoil. Thus, whenever she encounters Li Shijing, she resorts to her sarcastic remarks as a means of venting her frustration. Naturally, Li Shijing is aware of the pent-up emotions within Yangmi and recognizes the need to help her navigate through them. He approaches her directly, wrapping his arms around her from behind as she sits in her chair. Did you miss me? Li Shijing leaned close to Yangmi and Appo's ear, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. In that instant, Yangmi felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away. It was as if this adversary possessed an uncanny charm. At that moment, not only was there no trace of resentment, but she felt utterly devoid of the energy to rise. Moreover, her mind couldn't help but conjure vivid memories, particularly of this fellow who was so adept at spinning around. Madness! Are you not afraid of being seen? This is the company, Yangmi immediately scolded softly, her demeanor slightly tense. After all, they were in the workplace. Although the door was closed, what if someone were to enter? If discovered, it would be disastrous. What is there to fear? Once you step into your boss Yang's office, who would dare to enter without knocking? As Lu spoke, Li Shijing reached down from his elevated position. Yangmi could not help but let out a playful protest. In truth, she had long been deeply enamored. For several months without sharing scenes with Li Shijing, she often found herself rehearsing alone, her imagination conjuring him as the male lead. I'm just here to see you before I head out on a journey, Li Shijing explained. After over 2 months of filming, a substantial portion of the storyline for Shijing had been completed. Much of it could be shot in the film city, but the next phase required on-location filming. Li Shijing, with his high standards for quality, certainly would not settle for the shoddy backgrounds typical of lesser web dramas. He planned to take the entire crew on an expedition to places like Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan for authentic filming. Where are you going? Hearing that Li Shijing was about to embark on a long journey, Yangmi naturally expressed her concern. Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, to capture some real scenes, Li Shijing replied. However, with his other hand, he was gently caressing the silky fabric of Demimi and Appo's stockings. Demimi was adorned in black stockings today, though not of a provocative design. They were simply elegant black tights. Yet, even in their simplicity, Yangmi's black stockings rendered any semblance of propriety utterly futile. Well, how long will you be gone? Yangmi inquired, her eyes tightly shut, occasionally emitting soft sounds of pleasure. The allure was undeniable. Perhaps half a month, Li Shijing replied. Yet his hands remained undeterred in their task, skillfully executing the familiar one-handed maneuver. A mature man must master the art of unfastening with one hand. Soon, Demimi and Appo's presence became increasingly irresistible. Although they were in a production environment, he found moments to consult with director Zhang Tianhai on acting techniques. However, Zhang Tianhai and Appo's physique was rather slender, lacking the grandeur that Demimi possessed. Stop. If someone walks in now, it would be disastrous. Can we keep this until evening? Yangmi shook her head, displaying a demeanor of refusal. However, there was no trace of resistance in her. It won't happen, don't worry, she said. As she spoke, Li Shijing approached, effortlessly lifting the weakened Yangmi. He settled himself into the boss and Appo's chair, while Yangmi stumbled and fell to her knees on the ground. Is that not so? Yangmi was naturally taken aback. Goodness, what are your intentions? Yangmi naturally felt averse to the idea. Moreover, should someone truly enter, It would be utterly mortifying. Yet, despite her mind racing with such thoughts, she found herself inexplicably compelled. 1 knock, 2 knocks, 3 knocks. Chapter 12. An in-depth exploration of works featuring elementary school themes given the circumstances. I have a script that revolves around the theme of elementary school, media. Shall we discuss it? I assure you it will be a lucrative venture, Li Shijing enticed. After a proficient bow, Li Shijing and Appo's creative credits had naturally accumulated to a substantial level, necessitating an in-depth exchange with Yangmi. Let's South meet at my place tonight. This setting is truly unsuitable. Yangmi felt a surge of excitement, her heart muddied with conflicting emotions about the script, yet her rational mind cautioned against it. I'll set out shortly. I should arrive there by evening, Li Shijing said with a mischievous grin, waiting for Yangmi to make her decision. After all, I am here. If you don and amp, Appo's, sees the opportunity, who knows when it will come again. Especially since the outdoor shoot schedule is rather unpredictable. You little rascal, Yangmi sighed. Casting an exasperated glance at Li Shijing before rising and reclaiming her seat in the boss and Appo's chair. She was eager to hear how Li Shijing planned to arrange the outdoor shooting process and the script concerning elementary school themes. Li Shijing shared numerous insights on outdoor filming techniques and various background shooting experiences, which captivated Yangmi, although she occasionally rolled her eyes and scoffed in disagreement. She ultimately found the discussion enlightening. After an hour of engaging dialogue, they reached a satisfying conclusion. Media. Just as both were exhausted and resting on the sofa, Reba arrived. 1 moment, please. Upon hearing the knock, Yangmi sprang up to tidy up any lingering issues and erase evidence. Li Shijing hurried to open the door for Reba. After Yangmi swiftly finished her tasks, she settled back into her office chair, assuming her previous aloof demeanor as the formidable boss. Shijing, you're here too. Reba greeted shyly upon noticing it was Li Shijing who answered the door. Being a year or two older, she referred to him as Shijing. Naturally, encountering her crush elicited a youthful flutter in her heart. Typically, Reba was quite straightforward, and their relationship was familiar. They would often discuss scripts privately during the filming of 3 Lives, 3 Worlds. However, with Li Shijing directing recently, it had been a while since they last saw each other, making this unexpected encounter cause her heart to race. I came to discuss the script with Mijia. She stammered after a brief pause, explaining her purpose. Oh, I happen to be discussing work with Mijia as well, Li Shijing replied with a straight face, deliberately omitting any details about the script's theme, which Reba did not ponder further. After all, it was quite normal for a director like Li Shijing to converse about film projects. Is it hot in here? I can see beads of sweat on your forehead, Reba remarked with concern, noticing the perspiration glistening on Li Shijing's brow as she stepped into the office. She assumed he was warm due to the discussion with Yangmi Mijia. What brings you here? Yangmi's cheeks still bore a rosy hue, and her legs felt weak, leaving her with little energy to engage with Reba. She thought to send Reba away quickly so she could recline on the sofa to recuperate. Mijia, why is your face so flushed? Is it truly hot in here? Reba inquired. Noticing Yangmi's rosy complexion, her curiosity piqued. Li Shijing and Yangmi exchanged glances, both responding in unison. It is indeed a bit warm. However, it was evident that Li Shijing maintained his composure better. He acted as if nothing had transpired, while Yangmi appeared far more anxious, her gaze betraying her nervousness, fearing Reba might draw conclusions. Although she had tidied up, a lingering scent, a mysterious floral aroma, remained in the office, one that an experienced person would easily recognize. Unfortunately, Reba lacked such experience and remained oblivious. Oh, perhaps I am just not sensitive to heat, Reba nodded. By the way, Mijia, Yanjia mentioned there are a few resources that could be made available to me. But I worry that the company may have other arrangements, making it difficult for me to allocate much time. So, I was thinking of choosing one. Could you offer your advice? Reba asked. Chapter 13. Sister Mia's Assistance. Reba waits to roll her eyes. Resources? Sure, I can assist you with some advice. With a sense of purpose, Yangmi quickly perked up. Yanjia, known as Tang Yin, was a close friend of Yangmi. After filming Shijing 3, Yangmi, along with Lu Shishir and Tang Yin, rose to fame, earning the title of the 3 beauties of Shijing 3 from netizens. Today, she has become one of the 4 rising stars in the entertainment industry. Reba, whom Yangmi sought to promote, naturally received Tang Yin's support as well. Whenever there were roles available, Tang Yin would recommend Reba to directors or investors. Several productions featured Tang Yin as the lead, and ultimately, Yangmi helped Reba secure the role of the second female lead, Gao Wan, in The Lover's Knot. Li Shijing admired Yangmi's keen insight. Indeed, selecting scripts required a certain finesse and astute analysis. It was no wonder Yang Mi was basking in the limelight. Although this parallel world was not Blue Star, it was likely quite similar. Reba had initially been an unnoticed newcomer, and her rise to fame was entirely attributed to the foundational success garnered from 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, and The Lover's Knot. Both roles showcased her vibrant and cheerful personality, aligning perfectly with Reba's current aura and off-screen demeanor, ultimately leading to her status as a top-tier star. By the way, the popularity of 3 Lives, 3 Worlds has surged recently, but we are lacking some material. Since both of you are here today, let us go shoot some behind-the-scenes footage. Yang Mi suddenly recalled the discussion she had with the promotional team and director a few days prior. Although her portrayal of Bai Qian was a tremendous hit with immense popularity, Zhao Yaoding and Appo's Yi Hua seemed less appealing, overshadowed by Li Shijing and Appo's Donghua Emperor. While it wasn't criticized, the chemistry between Yang Mi and her co-star appeared less compelling. Many netizens expressed indifference. Whereas the chemistry between Reba and Li Shijing as Dongfeng was fervently discussed online. Thus, they decided to reshoot some fabricated behind-the-scenes clips to capitalize on the current show and Appo's success and further amplify its popularity, focusing on sweet interactions during filming. However, there hadn't been much sweetness during the actual shoot, prompting the idea to create some faux footage. Sounds good. Reba was naturally thrilled. Wasn't this the opportunity she had longed for? Li Shijing would not object either. He was concerned that their on-screen chemistry was limited to their roles. Now, with this endeavor, enthusiastic netizens might elevate their connection to real life. What if he and Reba? Sister me, this is your doing by pushing Reba onto me. Don't blame me for being impolite later, Li Shijing thought to himself. Hey, sister me, have you been drinking a beverage? Reba suddenly noticed a drop of a transparent liquid at the edge of the table. It was sticky and had turned from white to this state due to oxidation. Remnants from their earlier script discussions. Yang Mi maintained her figure by eating sparingly and controlling her sugar intake, which Reba had been educated about. To look good on camera, one must endure behind-the-scenes sacrifices. After all, the camera tends to exaggerate proportions. To appear slender, one must be at least 20% slimmer than their normal weight. Currently, Reba was full of collagen, looking plump, and occasionally indulging in late-night snacks, earning her the nickname Fat D. Yang Mi had actually touched a drink? This revelation excited Reba as if she had discovered a new continent. It was akin to finding out that a mentor who often admonished you against certain actions was caught in the act of doing them themselves. The contrast was striking. Just like now, as Reba realized Sister Mi had secretly enjoyed a beverage. In the next moment, Reba playfully dipped her finger into the sticky liquid, an action that made Yang Mi's face flush with embarrassment, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her mind went blank, having committed a guilty act and failing to clean up properly. Yang Mi was acutely aware of the nature of the substance, regretting her hasty cleanup. Seeing Yang Mi's flustered demeanor, Reba naturally assumed she had guessed right. Sister Mi had indeed indulged in a drink. This seemed a logical conclusion, as Reba believed Yang Mi aimed to set an example for the artists under her wing to maintain their figures. Now that she had been caught drinking, it was understandable for her to react this way. Of course, Reba decided to keep it a secret. Otherwise, Sister Mi and Appo's authority in front of these artists would be significantly diminished. However, Yang Mi thought otherwise. She was in a state of panic, uncertain whether Reba genuinely did not know what it was. Seeking help, she glanced at Li Shijing, who was equally taken aback. Before Li Shijing could devise a plan, Reba playfully leaned closer, catching both Yang Mi and Li Shijing off guard, leaving them speechless. What on earth was Reba planning? Ugh! Reba and Appo's lovely face contorted in disgust. For she, too, was a cleanliness-loving girl. The liquid on the table was. Yet, driven by curiosity, she leaned in to smell it. The aroma was intoxicating. An inexplicable scent surged to her senses. At the scene, Reba was so disgusted that tears brimmed in her eyes, reminiscent of encountering a particularly unpleasant sight. Sister Mi, what on earth is this? She exclaimed, hastily wiping the drink off with a tissue. Gagging, she inquired further. Yang Mi, caught off guard, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, glancing helplessly at Li Shijing for assistance. It's a drink flavored with Hautoinia cordata, Li Shijing recalled, instantly reminded of a beverage with a rather peculiar taste. A drink flavored with Hautoinia cordata? That and Appo's absolutely revolting. Sister Mi, you and Appo's resuggesting this for weight loss? Reba asked disdainfully. Isn't that just asking for trouble? It's more odorous than microwave durian. Even if it could help with weight loss, the price to pay is far too great. Indeed, Hautoinia cordata is meant to maintain 1 and amp, Appo's figure. The filming 4 and amp, Appo's ancient sword and amp, Amp, Oppos, is about to kick off, and I must stay in shape, Yangmi chimed in, aligning with Li Shijing's sentiment. Is that so? Although it tastes terrible, sister me, I and Oppos, VE been struggling to lose weight. How about I try some too? To see if dieting could work for me? Reba suddenly seemed resolute, as if a decision had been made. She naturally wished to control her figure, but had always been tempted by food. Now that such a beverage existed, it could potentially curb her appetite despite its unpleasant taste. You want me to get you this how to any accordated drink? Yangmi stammered, flustered. Where on earth should I find it for you? You should handle it yourself. Reba, you don't need to lose weight. A bit of baby fat suits you, and you're quite adorable. Don't feel pressured to pursue a slender figure. Li Shijing interjected, fully comprehending Yangmi's intentions and eager to dissuade Reba from her desire for the how to any accordated drink. After all, such a beverage isn't easily produced. If everyone were to drink it, wouldn't Li Shijing, as the supplier, be overwhelmed? Oh, that does make sense, Reba replied, promptly nodding in agreement. She truly took these words to heart. It appeared that Shijing favored girls with a bit of softness. Was she exactly that at the moment? Thus, maintaining her current state seemed sufficient. There was no need to lose weight. At that moment, Li Shijing's phone rang, revealing that his production team had gathered and was ready to head to the predetermined location for outdoor filming. What about the behind-the-scenes footage? Yangmi furrowed her brow upon hearing Li Shijing and Amp, Oppos, urgent need to leave. After all, the sustained popularity of a drama after its airing is limited, typically peaking within 3 months. If they didn't seize the moment to release some behind-the-scenes content, the impact would diminish significantly. Sister me, how about I accompany Shijing to shoot over there? It could be a mini vacation since they have a photography team. I'll just enjoy the trip, clever Reba suggested, offering a solution to Yangmi's dilemma. With no other option, Yangmi pondered for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. She granted Reba a week to maintain the heat surrounding the Dongfeng CP. Naturally, Li Shijing was more than willing and promptly set off with Reba. Chapter 15. The Divine Dragon lifts the cauldron of the dominant gun. The behind-the-scenes footage captured by Reba has been received on our end. Please stay a few more days to observe the results. It is necessary to endure for now. 10 days later. Upon receiving the faux behind-the-scenes footage shot by Li Shijing and Reba, Yangmi granted Reba a few more days. After all, the faux footage had only been released for 2 days, and it was still uncertain if additional filming would be required. Overall, the effect was quite satisfactory. The online fervor surrounding the Dongfeng CP surged once more, and Zhao Yaoding was once again drawn into comparison, completely overshadowed by Li Shijing. This was undoubtedly due to Li Shijing's employment of the nation's most heartfelt gaze, an enchanting quality that rendered even the sight of a dog filled with emotion. Gazing at Reba in such a manner naturally intensified their chemistry. As a result, speculation began to arise about the authenticity of their relationship, given that they were, after all, portraying a romantic storyline. With Reba's captivating eyes and Li Shijing's profound gaze, it seemed implausible that such depth could merely be acted. Consequently, after discussions among Yangmi and Zhang Xia, they decided to allow Reba to remain for a few more days, in case inspiration struck for additional scenes that could be shot and revealed promptly. Reba was, of course, delighted by this decision. Hardships? Non-existent. She was eager for the opportunity to spend more time with Li Shijing, relishing the chance to see him daily. However, as the days of following him extended, her feelings for him deepened. Initially perceiving Li Shijing as a mere novice, she was taken aback by his remarkable directorial prowess and charisma once he immersed himself in work, orchestrating the entire CGO-10 crew with impeccable organization and unity. Moreover, the so-called box office poison, Jing Tian, was transformed into a vision of elegance and beauty in this production. To speak of aesthetics alone, Li Shijing's taste was utterly captivating, leaving Reba thoroughly impressed. Boldly, she captured some candid moments, though she refrained from sharing them broadly, sending only a few to Yangmi and her close friend Zhu Shudan. In summary, she held a firm belief that Li Shijing's production would undoubtedly be a tremendous success. If given the chance in the future, she would insist on him directing a project for her. As the days progressed, the fervor surrounding them intensified, aided by Yangmi's team's support and the strategic release of ambiguous information. Finally, the audience began to conflate their on-screen personas with their real lives, with many netizens expressing hopes that the two were genuinely a couple off-screen, leading to rumors of their romantic involvement. Reba, Li Shijing, I have something to tell you. Upon receiving this system notification, Li Shijing was already prepared for the transition from acting to reality. Li Shijing, what is it? He feigned ignorance and replied to Reba's message. Reba, I like you. Before Li Shijing could respond, a knock echoed through the door. Upon opening it, he was met with the sight of Reba. Clad in high heels and a seductive mini-dress, her gaze smoldering with intensity. Their eyes locked, and Reba stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Li Shijing and Appo's neck, initiating a passionate kiss. As they kissed, she deftly kicked the door shut behind her. Congratulations, host, you've acquired a new entry from Reba. Dominant gun. The divine dragon lifts the cauldron. Golden entry. A gun technique as dazzling as a dragon, capable of lifting a cauldron with a single shot, standing unwavering. Congratulations, host, you've acquired another entry from Reba. Iron kidney. Red entry full of energy, with a vitality that exceeds the norm. The body and Appo's recovery rate surpasses that of others by several times. As their intimate discussions deepened, Li Shijing naturally gained new entries as well. Remarkably beneficial. The iron kidney offered assistance in both work and life. As for the dominant gun, it seemed that Demimi and Zhang Tianai were in for some exciting new developments. An hour later, Reba lay contently in Li Shijing's embrace. Suddenly, she noticed something peculiar. Are you, perhaps, sneaking around with Sister Me in the office that day? She teased. A hint of jealousy in her gaze. The author continued to diligently weave their tale. Chapter 16, The Enigmatic Butterfly and the Skilled Equestrian. Reba, though simple-minded, was by no means a fool. While she had not perceived the evasions of Li Shijing and Yangmi that day, her lack of experience had left her oblivious. However, after Denied's revelations, she finally caught a whiff of the underlying truths. Indeed, she detected that familiar scent, an unmistakable aroma reminiscent of the fish mint tea, often misleadingly referred to as a weight loss remedy. What an absurdity! Was it truly a weight loss tea? It suddenly dawned on her that Li Shijing and Sister Me had not behaved appropriately that day. They had completely underestimated her intelligence. Caught in the act, Li Shijing had no choice but to concede. Although he was uncertain how Reba had uncovered the truth, the deed was done, and there was no denying it. Was Sister Me coercing you? Was your pursuit of resources from Donghua Emperor the true motive behind your actions? Reba gazed at Li Shijing with a blend of seriousness and concern. Initially, she had dismissed the online rumors as mere fabrications aimed at tarnishing Yangmi's reputation, considering that fame often attracts scandal. Now, however, Yangmi had undeniably risen to prominence as a leading figure among the new generation of stars. And being targeted by gossip was not unexpected. Li Shijing found himself at a loss for words. He had only pretended to be pressured by Yangmi, when in reality, he had long been enamored by her beauty and grace. It was indeed a challenge for any man to resist temptation in her presence. Thus, the notion of coercion was unfounded. Their relationship was one of mutual affection, albeit not in the conventional sense of being a couple. Reba, upon reflecting on the situation, realized the depth of her jealousy, tinged with a sense of inferiority. In comparison to Sister Me, she felt lacking in every aspect, save for age. If Sister Me had indeed taken the lead, what would her role be? A mere third party? An intruder? The thought that she had wronged Sister Me gnawed at her. Yet, Li Shijing reassured her that in his eyes, they were equals. Reba's heart swelled with sweetness upon hearing his words. Perhaps she was not merely a third party after all. It was reassuring to know that Li Shijing did not regard her as inferior to Sister Me. Despite having discovered the profound connection between Li Shijing and Sister Me, she had no desire to monopolize him. She simply wished for him to harbor feelings for her as well. Indeed, Reba was being overly modest. She possessed a stunning figure, long legs, a slim waist, and alluring curves. Li Shijing, while acknowledging her youthful exuberance, offered to guide her in her development. His notion of maturity transcended mere age. It encompassed growth in various dimensions. However, he recognized that Sister Me was exceptionally gifted, a singular talent in their industry, with only a handful of others, like Lu Yin, capable of rivaling her. Yet, Reba, too, had her unique attributes, notably her alluring butterfly-like figure, with a perfect curve accentuating her youthful physique. She was an affable young woman, and her only boundary was to keep her burgeoning relationship with Li Shijing from Sister Me. In the ensuing days, Li Shijing balanced filming the outdoor scenes of Xitong with an indulgent lifestyle alongside Reba. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianai was not neglected either, as the dynamic interplay between slenderness and voluptuousness was nothing short of exquisite. However, the timing was not yet ripe for a trio to engage in a friendly competition. Though Li Shijing found himself increasingly understanding the fervent desire of his ancestors to conquer the western regions, the allure of the western maidens, natural equestrians galloping across the plains with remarkable grace, was simply irresistible. 20 days of outdoor filming swiftly drew to a close, and the Xitong crew finally wrapped up their successful project, returning to the vibrant metropolis of Shanghai. Chapter 17. After returning to the bustling metropolis. Both Jing Tian and Zhang Tian and Appos AI felt an intense urge to be driven relentlessly. Li Shijing, too, plunged headfirst into his work, focusing on the final editing of Xitong, the theatrical version. Fortunately, with the support of his exceptional stamina, he required only a few hours of sleep each night, which was ample. His vigor was unmatched, and his efficiency soared. Tasks that would take other directors 10 days, he accomplished in merely 3. What and Appos? S the matter, Miss Jing? Upon seeing Jing Tian and Appos S call, Li Shijing promptly answered. It had indeed been a few days since they last communicated. Director Li, please refrain from calling me Miss Jing. I will be relying on you for my livelihood moving forward. You aren't this courteous on set, Jing Tian teased with a light huff. Indeed, Li Shijing was relentless when it came to maintaining quality, refusing to tolerate even the slightest imperfection. Whether it pertained to costumes, props, backgrounds, or performances, his standards were unforgiving. This was in stark contrast to the shoddily produced, cringeworthy web dramas that plagued the industry. For Jing Tian, who initially struggled with her performance and had experienced a cushy environment in her previous projects, this was a significant challenge. Despite her earnest efforts to delve into and embody the character of Xitong, she fell short of Li Shijing's expectations at first, earning her harsh reprimands in front of the crew. Zhang Tian AI and several other male actors received similar treatment, all earning the moniker of the tyrant on set. Initially, Jing Tian felt a surge of indignation, having previously enjoyed a pampered existence where even renowned directors like Lao Mozi offered constructive criticism with gentility and ambiguity. In her past experiences, she had been the center of attention, constantly lauded by her peers. However, the low standards she had previously encountered only led to predictable failures and ridicule from audiences. As Li Shijing aptly stated, there are no bad actors, only bad directors. The success or failure of a production hinged upon the director's vision, with actors often bearing the brunt of criticism. If the director deemed a performance inadequate, it would be redone time and again until the desired standard was achieved. In retrospect, Jing Tian felt a profound gratitude toward Li Shijing, recognizing that this period had served as a rigorous training regimen, reshaping her understanding of her craft. It was an unprecedented breakthrough. Strangely, without Li Shijing and Appos as constant prodding, she found herself nostalgic for the lessons imparted by the tyrant, a sentiment that led her to question if she was developing Stockholm Syndrome. As she began to exhibit a peculiar inclination toward masochism, equally ensnared by this rigorous regimen was Zhang Tian AI, who also required stern guidance. Upon receiving a call from Jing Tian, she was understandably anxious, not daring to utter a sound. Miss Jing, what is it? Li Shijing asked, gently pressing Zhang Tian AI's head down, signaling her to continue. One cannot abandon their endeavors halfway, Zhang Tian AI murmured softly, drawing in her breath in trepidation. Li Shijing, however, was not one to let leisure distract him from his responsibilities. Our web series, have we secured a deal with those platforms? Jing Tian, abandoning her teasing demeanor, returned to the matter at hand. Not yet, Li Shijing replied. There are only a handful of major platforms. We just need to select one for collaboration. Perhaps I could assist in arranging a meeting with them? Jing Tian was eager to expedite this process, aware of the increasing online discussions surrounding their project. Many netizens believed that no director would dare to take on Jing Tian, thereby relegating the project to the realm of poorly produced web dramas. All right, go ahead and arrange it, she consented. Upon hearing Jing Tian and Appos' willingness to take initiative, Li Shijing readily agreed. The influence she wielded was even greater than that of the popular Demimi. With Jing Tian facilitating introductions, negotiations with several major platforms would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly, as she was now the captain of her own ship. As their conversation progressed, Li Shijing and Appos' excitement bubbled forth, nearly overwhelming Zhang Tian and Appos' AI. She cast a playful glare in his direction before hastening to the restroom, whispering that if she could make a sound, the author might be encouraged to provide more updates. Chapter 18. I implore you to kneel for a moment of your time. A few days later, all editing work was completed. Given the relatively lenient review process for web series, coupled with the presence of the illustrious actress, Tian Tian, the project sailed through without any hindrances. It swiftly passed the scrutiny of the relevant authorities, leading naturally to the promotion and scheduling of its release. At the Grand Hotel of Magic City, within a private dining room, glasses clinked and laughter filled the air. Managers and representatives from the 4 major online platforms, iQIYI, Youku, LiTV, and Tencent, were all present. Despite their status as the primary stakeholders, their demeanor was marked by a palpable respect and humility. The reason was simple. The esteemed figure seated at the head of the table, Uncle Lu, was the orchestrator of this gathering and a person of significant influence. Although Li Shijing was unaware of Uncle Lu's exact background, it mattered little. What was crucial was his utility in the current situation. The atmosphere conveyed a distinct sense of, "You may kneel, for I have a request to make of you," devoid of any tragic attempts at salesmanship. As the evening progressed with delight, Uncle Lu raised a toast, signaling the conclusion of the gathering. The subsequent focus would naturally shift to the attitudes of the major platforms regarding collaboration. Uncle Lu, however, refrained from over-involvement in the specifics of the partnership, as the sole purpose of the dinner was to convey to all present that this young director, Li, was someone he wished to support. The initial 10 episodes had been compiled onto a disc for the attendees to review, allowing them to deliberate on the potential pricing for the project and to assess which platform might be the most suitable for collaboration. Days later, the manager from Youku was the first to call. "Directorly, this series is truly remarkable. The makeup and the storyline are exceptionally captivating," he began, showering Li Shijing with a barrage of inconsequential compliments. Li Shijing, having heard the flattery, offered merely polite acknowledgments, eager to hear the outcome. "We are willing to offer 60 million for the exclusive streaming rights to your series, post-tax. What do you think?" After a lengthy preamble of praise, the Youku manager finally presented their ultimate offer. The rights for web series could be categorized into exclusive buyouts or profit-sharing arrangements. An exclusive buyout meant purchasing the entirety of the series and Appos rights, effectively making it theirs to control. Consequently, any revenue from advertisements, viewership, and distribution to other platforms would no longer pertain to the original owner. However, the advantage was the absence of risk. After deducting costs, all proceeds would be profit, allowing for a swift transaction. Of course, without Uncle Lu and Appos' arrangement, it is unlikely that any platform would have considered such a partnership with Li Shijing. After all, this model placed all risk squarely on the platforms. The series was publicly declared to have an investment of 80 million, though the actual expenditure was around 50 million, with a filming period of roughly 3 months. For a novice web series director, earning $1 million within 3 months would indeed be commendable. Li Shijing understood that Youku's willingness to proceed was primarily due to Uncle Lu's influence, rather than a genuine appreciation for Shijing. However, he bore no ill will towards them. Despite Shijing being a high-quality production with substantial investment, the market remained unpredictable. In this parallel world, web series often ranged in quality from rough and poorly produced to modestly crafted. Moreover, the executives at Youku had likely conducted their own assessments, concluding that minimizing losses was their best course of action, treating this as a favor. They could absorb a loss ranging from 500,000 to $1 million without issue. "Thank you. I shall consider your offer," Li Shijing replied, not outright rejecting it, as he wished to see what the other 3 platforms would propose. At the very least, Youku and Appos' offer provided a safety net, albeit not one that fully satisfied him. Soon thereafter, LeTV and iQIYI also reached out. iQIYI extended an offer of 60 million, while LeTV offered 70 million, both for exclusive rights. The politeness in their approach was evident. At this juncture, Li Shijing began to grasp their lack of confidence in Shijing, though LeTV and Appos' offer was relatively generous. Gratitude was duly expressed. Chapter 19. Yangmi's brief separation exceeds newlywed bliss. How is your project, Shijing, performing? Inside Yangmi's villa, she lay languidly in Li Shijing's embrace, her complexion flushed and her energy sapped. "It's going well, I suppose." LeTV offered 70 million, while iQIYI and Youku both quoted 60 million. Li Shijing replied, "That's quite impressive. It seems I cannot bear to see you fail and end up in debt," Yangmi mused, tracing circles on Li Shijing and Appos' chest with a mix of amusement and disappointment. She harbored a conflicting desire to see him succeed, yet not to the extent of exceptional triumph, leaving her feelings in a state of turmoil. Nevertheless, the offers were indeed commendable, particularly for an obscure, fledgling director. The prospect of a platform willing to underwrite the project entailed no risks, potentially netting a profit of 10 to 20 million. As for the saying that absence makes the heart grow fonder, Yangmi was beginning to grasp its essence. This man was an indefatigable force, surpassing even the most tireless of beasts. Thus, she found herself skeptical of the adage regarding the fate of overworked oxen, convinced there were indeed fields that could be exhausted. "Well, it's acceptable, but I'm not entirely satisfied. I want to see what the folks at Penguin think." Li Shijing replied coolly. He was confident in the potential of this series to achieve remarkable success, especially given its status as a top-tier web drama in Blue Star. Earning nearly 10 to 20 million? What a jest. Was it even worthy of the system's expectations? Yangmi chuckled softly. Li Shijing felt a tingling sensation on his chest from her playful gestures. It was curious how women often drew circles on men's chests after intimacy. Was it a symbolic gesture? Perhaps a way to ensnare a man and Oppos. As heart? Yangmi had originally anticipated a different outcome. Yet she was taken aback by the unexpected display of skill he had acquired during their separation. He was capable of lifting her with ease, truly a manifestation of raw power. At that moment, Li Shijing and Oppos' phone rang. Hello, Director Li, this is Zhang Zhe, the operations director from Penguin Video. The voice on the other end introduced itself. Hello. Director Zhang, Li Shijing responded politely. He had previously dined with the manager responsible for web dramas, so he was surprised to be contacted by the operations director instead, which piqued his interest. Apologies for the delay in reaching out. We took a week to thoroughly review and discuss the project, Zhang Zhe said, expressing his regret. This was no mere platitude. Penguin had approached the series with diligence, unlike other platforms that hastily assessed and made offers. They had genuinely watched it multiple times and recognized its exceptional quality, unlike anything they had encountered before. Moreover, Penguin was relatively new in the video platform arena. With limited content, their youthful team held immense confidence in the future of web dramas, contrasting starkly with the indifference shown by other platforms. That and Oppos' perfectly fine. So, how do you propose we collaborate? Li Shijing inquired. We're inclined towards a revenue-sharing model, 20 million for the initial broadcasting rights, with a 70-30 split of the viewership and advertising revenue. As for the subsequent exclusive rights, we would like a 50-50 split. How does that sound? Zhang Zhe proposed. This offer was undeniably generous, solely purchasing the initial broadcasting rights while also sharing in advertising and viewership revenue, far superior to what platforms like Youku had presented. Naturally, Li Shijing understood the risks involved. Yangmi listened intently, well-versed in these matters, and recognizing that Penguin and Oppos' willingness to extend such terms indicated their faith in Shijing. What if I offer you 10 million for the initial broadcasting rights, but I require a 50-50 split on advertising and viewership? You can have the exclusive rights afterward, but I want a 60-40 split, Li Shijing countered decisively. Zhang Zhe was momentarily taken aback. Li Shijing's assertiveness exceeded his expectations. Although the proposed revenue split was less favorable for Penguin, it indicated that this young director was willing to embrace risk. After all, selling the initial rights for just 10 million meant the remaining factors were unpredictable. Agreed. Shall we finalize the contract tomorrow? Zhang Zhe readily accepted. Chapter 20. Negotiating cooperation and celebrating unconventional paths. Then let us meet tomorrow. Li Shijing readily agreed, promptly ending the call. Collaborating with a youthful team was refreshingly straightforward, devoid of the treachery often found in more seasoned partnerships. The agreement was settled with delightful ease. Rejecting such an opportunity for financial gain in pursuit of a higher profit share seemed akin to placing oneself on a searing furnace, an utterly unorthodox decision. Demimi felt Li Shijing was quite mad. He had undoubtedly made the riskiest choice among several options. Currently, only a mere 10 million could be recouped. The advertising revenue from the web series was unlikely to yield significant returns, and the next step hinged entirely on viewership numbers. How much could be salvaged from the streaming platform, Penguin? While it boasted a considerable user base, it was yet to establish itself as a stronghold in the realm of film and television resources. Its only advantage lay in promotional avenues. If it were her, she would have simply sold it for 70 million to Le TV, far more prudent. Let us celebrate, for the best is yet to come. Li Shijing expressed without a hint of concern. The current circumstances were bound to surpass those of Blue Star, as the high-quality web series was a pioneering endeavor, entirely devoid of competition. Oh dear, I still feel a bit sore, Yangmi mused, jolted by the mischievous glint in Li Shijing's eyes as he uttered the word celebrate. Did she not understand the implications? Had they not already celebrated thrice? They had turned and raised their glasses enough. It was more than sufficient. She felt that further revelry was unwarranted tonight, especially with filming scheduled for the morrow. Yet, she was reluctant to extinguish Li Shijing and Oppos' enthusiasm. Was she destined to succumb to this fate? Fear not, for there are myriad ways to celebrate, Li Shijing chuckled. Yangmi instantly grasped his meaning, casting him a playful glare. Humph, you've certainly taken advantage of the situation. With her lips pursed, she remarked, indeed. Sometimes matters that can be resolved with words need not resort to actions. This is an undeniable truth. Civility must prevail. Wait. Yangmi was about to scroll down when Li Shijing pulled her back with surprising skill, transforming him into an adept guide in this endeavor. This revelation would undoubtedly leave to Mimi and Apos as fans lamenting, "What have you done to my sister?" In just a few short months, Li Shijing had come to appreciate the wisdom of Meng Mu's 3 migrations. The foresight of ancient sages remained remarkably relevant. The choice of friends could indeed alter one's trajectory. No need. Yang Mi's eyes glimmered with confusion. Had her previous efforts been insufficient? This thought left her feeling a twinge of disappointment. After all, she wished to bring joy to Li Shijing, to capture the heart of a man. Surely, one must possess leverage. Was that Zhang Tianhai truly superior to her? Yang Mi was a resolute woman, unwilling to concede in any aspect. Indeed, we have alternative routes. We need not be confined to traditional paths, she countered. Didn't you just mention we should tread an unconventional route? Li Shijing whispered in her ear. Other routes? Yang Mi paused, her cheeks flushing crimson. You mean the Meridian Valley? This truly pushes my boundaries. How repulsive. No, I can't. She shook her head, trembling with a mix of fear and anticipation. She understood well the tales circulating online pain was inevitable. Moreover, it seemed rather unseemly. Why not give it a try? Li Shijing continued to entice her. His playful demeanor only fueled her curiosity. Do you often indulge in such activities? Yang Mi inquired, now intrigued. I have yet to experience it myself. Hence, the desire to explore, Li Shijing replied, his honesty evident. This was indeed his first foray. After all, neither Zhang Tianhai nor Reba had ventured this far. This revelation ignited Yang Mi and Apos, as competitive spirit. With a newfound resolve, she dashed to the restroom. Such a prospect had once been unimaginable to her. She would have deemed anyone suggesting it a pervert. Yet, in the presence of the man she adored, it suddenly felt exhilarating, a venture worth exploring. This might just be an effective means to secure his affection. With that thought, she opened Baidu, blushing and exhilarated, to research how to prepare for such an endeavor. Chapter 21. Collaboration with the Penguin and extensive promotion. While Yang Mi busied herself with preparations, Li Shijing naturally began contemplating his next steps, namely the commencement of filming The Prince's Consort Rises. With Zhang Tian on board, the opportunity was too good to pass up. This series is renowned as a pioneer of internet drama success, characterized by its modest budget and substantial returns. Given his capabilities, Li Shijing estimated that the project could be completed in about a month, seamlessly capitalizing on the momentum generated by Shijing. Such a triumph would undoubtedly elevate his status within the film industry. After all, producing a hit drama may be attributed to luck, but consistently achieving success would be a testament to his prowess. Li Shijing promptly sent a WeChat message to Zhang Tian, "Come over to my place tomorrow. I have a leading role for you." Meanwhile, he had already prepared the script during the filming of Shijing, having completed it well in advance. In the restroom, Yang Mi, looking disheveled, laid aside her last vestige of modesty and sighed deeply. She was determined to give it her all. Gradually, she twisted the faucet, only to be met with an unusual sensation of delightful discomfort. Zhang Tian quickly responded with glee. "Thank you, darling. See you tomorrow," heart emoji. Li Shijing couldn't help but smile knowingly. Everything was under his control. If his assumptions were correct, Zhang Tian was likely rolling in bed with excitement, for she had never dared to dream of being cast as the lead. Indeed, Li Shijing and Apos' prediction was spot on. Zhang Tian was bouncing with joy, clutching her blanket and shouting in glee, vowing to repay Li Shijing for this opportunity, no matter what he might ask of her. 10 minutes later, Yang Mi dashed out of the restroom clad in a robe, bashfully diving into bed. It was her first time handling such matters, and she felt inexperienced. "I'm not sure if I did it right," she murmured, her cheeks aflame. The only discomfort she felt was a sensation of coolness and bloating in her abdomen. "No worries, I and Apos, here," Li Shijing replied with a charming smile. Yang Mi remained silent, though she couldn't deny the truth of the online chatter regarding the pain in her spine. In the following days, the Penguin began a comprehensive promotion of Shijing through various channels. The company, with its extensive portfolio, frequently showcased pop-ups featuring the stunning qipao-clad Jing Tian across its myriad platforms. From gaming to social networking, the buzz surrounding the drama surged, overshadowing even the notorious Zha Hui. Online discussions about Shijing became rampant, with varied speculations emerging. Most users expressed curiosity about the series, which boasted an investment of 80 million and featured the box office poison, Jing Tian. Regardless of the opinions, anticipation for the premiere, set for 3 days later at 7 in the evening, was palpable. This time slot was prime, and even the headline section of Penguin Video was dedicated to Shijing. A rare occurrence given the underdeveloped state of the internet drama market, where such series typically languished in obscurity. In a group chat titled 3 Major Flow Top Friends, Liu Baisher shared a screenshot inquiring about the buzz surrounding Jing Tian's involvement in an internet drama. Although the news had caused quite a stir online, it had not garnered significant attention among industry peers, who merely viewed it as a sign of Jing Tian's decline. Tang Yin, is it true? Mimi? Did you cast a young heartthrob in this drama? Does this book still hold promise? It feels like the data is heading towards a downturn, she lamented. Chapter 22. A hole-in-one. A grand explosion. Naturally, Liu Shishir and Tang Yin were merely driven by curiosity, for this matter pertained to Yang Mi previously. The news that Li Shijing was being financially supported by Yang Mi had stirred quite a commotion online. Yang Mi, at ISN and Appos, my investment. It is merely a loan to him. That is why I borrowed money from you a few months ago. Liu Shishir. Oh, you borrowed it in your name. You truly are devoted to your brother, aren't you? Tang Yin. Mimi, this doesn't seem like your style. Didn't you say that men are utterly unreliable? Liu Shishir and Tang Yin proceeded to tease one another in their group chat, recalling Yang Mi's previous sentiment that men were untrustworthy and women must remain vigilant. You truly are not in a hurry. Everyone is online tonight. 3 days later. In the bustling city of Magic Metropolis, at the golf course under Jing Tian's management, the two were leisurely engaging in a game of golf. However, compared to Li Shijing and Appos' composure, Jing Tian was palpably tense. In just a few hours, Shijing would premiere on Penguin Video. Although promotional efforts had garnered significant attention, the ultimate measure of success would hinge on viewership numbers. Just then, a tremendous cheer erupted across the course. Li Shijing had achieved a hole-in-one. Following the unwritten rules of golf, he promptly began distributing bonuses to the caddies and staff. It was customary that anyone who made a hole-in-one would treat the crowd with a minimum of 2,000 per person, lest they be looked down upon. Jing Tian could only sigh in resignation, pondering how Li Shijing maintained such remarkable mental fortitude. Was he not risking everything? Yet, he remained so relaxed and unfazed, achieving a hole-in-one nonetheless. It seemed to bode well for the occasion. At the Penguin Video office, Xiao Chun, how many views have we reached now? Zhang Zhe paced anxiously in his office, unable to sit still, his palms clammy with sweat. After all, he had defied the odds and committed substantial resources to promote a web drama. Should it fail, his position as the operations director would be in jeopardy. 300,000. Xiao Chun stammered. It has only been 20 minutes since the premiere. With such astonishing growth, the viewership for the first 3 episodes should soar. The figures had already shattered records for web dramas on Penguin Video. Good. Zhang Zhe exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet we must not become complacent. If viewership drastically drops in the second episode, the series could suffer a significant setback. Despite the extensive promotion, whether curiosity will translate to sustained interest remains uncertain. How many clicks do you think we will reach today? The other department managers exchanged hushed speculation. It and Appos. As hard to say. The numbers keep rising, said the balding manager, shaking her head, unable to make an accurate estimate. Yet, she sensed that today's figures would astonish everyone. As soon as Tian appeared on screen, her charisma was palpable. It seems they are only airing 3 episodes. Who will watch it? Tian's style is simply stunning. The interactions in the comments section grew increasingly vibrant. Platforms like Douyin, Weibo, and Moments became avenues for viewers to share their thoughts on the series, sparking discussions about characters and plots. In a few days, anyone who had not watched the show might feel utterly out of touch with the times. Well, it has surpassed 5 million. After the first episode concluded, Zhang Zhe struggled to contain his expression, muttering to himself. 5 million. This revelation prompted exuberant exclamations from the crowd. Calm down. There's nothing to be astonished about, Zhang Zhe retorted with an eye roll, feigning nonchalance, though internally, he was brimming with excitement. It seemed a celebration was in order that evening. The balding manager chuckled, then proposed, all right, quiet down and enjoy the show. 8 million, 10 million, 13 million. By the end of the second episode, the data had soared past 20 million, placing it among the top 20 for average viewership of drama series on Penguin Video. And the numbers continued to climb. As for web dramas, they were no longer in the same league. Zhang Zhe swallowed hard, scarcely believing his eyes. Chapter 23. Directly going mad. Goodness. How remarkable it is that one can remain unperturbed even when faced with calamity. Jing Tian, however, had no interest in playing golf with Li Shijing. She was consumed by anxiety, restless and agitated. At that moment, the second episode of Shijing had just concluded. Though she was unaware of its performance metrics, the blurred screen filled with praise-laden comments and various enthusiastic reviews indicated that the drama had undoubtedly become a sensation. Thus, her spirits lifted somewhat, After all, in the past, she had been criticized for her lack of acting skills, enduring mockery to the point of being compared to a clumsy amateur. Today, at last, she had received accolades. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding the actual ratings. Meanwhile, Li Shijing appeared entirely indifferent, seemingly prioritizing a hole-in-one over the success of the web series. He continued to fervently engage in golf, eagerly awaiting a phone call from Zhang Zhi to deliver the good news. In the group chat, Lu Shishir immediately inquired, "Mimi, your artist and Oppo's drama has become a hit. Did you invest in it?" Naturally, curiosity piqued her interest, prompting her to watch Xitong. To her surprise, she found the plot incredibly captivating, and it seemed that Jing Tian and Oppo's makeup had been guided by a masterful hand. Tang Yin chimed in, "You and Oppo's rewatching too?" "I and Oppo's am watching it as well. It and Oppo's truly delightful. I and Oppo's am in love." Yongmi remarked, "I didn't and Oppo's invest either, but I'm watching it. It's indeed impressive." Lu Shishir's comment left Yongmi feeling a twinge of regret for not considering an investment earlier. However, the conversation swiftly shifted towards the storyline of Xitong, as the three women became wholly engrossed. In a certain apartment in the bustling metropolis, two aspiring actresses were utterly entranced, their eyes glued to the screen. They adored this drama and had not anticipated the existence of such an enthralling web series. "Lucy, I believe web dramas are a splendid avenue for development," Bailu remarked in awe. At that moment, both Bailu and Zhao Lucy were merely inconspicuous supporting characters. "Indeed. It would be wonderful if we could catch Director Li's attention." Zhao Lucy nodded in agreement, feeling as though her aspiration was akin to a daydream of winning the lottery. "I wonder if we possess such luck," Bailu grinned widely. "Moreover, you must admit, he is truly remarkable and so handsome. How can such a perfect man exist in this world?" Zhao Lucy exclaimed, resting her chin on her hands, her admiration palpable. Finally, with the release of 3 episodes, Xitong catapulted to the 9th position in the first-day viewership rankings on the entire Penguin platform. This was indeed a remarkable achievement, surpassing the viewership of most television dramas. It is important to note that the investment in web series and television dramas is not on the same level, and never before had a web drama contended so successfully with traditional television. This news left Zhang Zhi overjoyed, and based on the retention rates, it appeared that the audience had not dwindled significantly. Thus, the first 3 episodes of this drama had already attained substantial success. Chapter 25. Bailu arrives for the interview. A chorus of screams the following day. Li Shijing had only received a handful of calls from various companies. The intentions of these individuals were undeniably aligned. Each sought to partake in the lucrative opportunity before them. They were even willing to pay double the penalty for breach of contract, 20 million, just to acquire the first broadcasting rights. After all, the data from the previous night had been nothing short of astonishing, almost explosive in nature. It was anticipated that as the show continued, the performance of Xitong would only improve. The commercial value was far beyond a mere few million. Now, everyone was filled with regret, lamenting how they had let slip such a golden opportunity for profit. However, Li Shijing remained resolute in his decision, recalling how they had previously dismissed the potential of web dramas. They had brought this predicament upon themselves. Moreover, one must uphold a sense of contractual integrity. Besides, his collaboration with Penguin had been exceedingly pleasant. The next day, Zhang Tian AI naturally arrived at Li Shijing's side, having obtained the script for the prince's consort's promotion. After much coaxing from Li Shijing, she finally acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. After all, she had benefited from a backdoor entry. It was only fitting to reciprocate the favor. Meanwhile, the casting call for the prince's consort's promotion too was posted online by Li Shijing just a few days later. It attracted a considerable number of aspiring actors eager to audition upon hearing that the renowned director was embarking on a new web drama. Naturally, most of the hopefuls were relatively unknown, consisting primarily of minor players or internet celebrities. "Hello, director, my name is Bailu." At last, amidst the throng of applicants, Bailu's entrance piqued Li Shijing's interest. Wasn't this the ethereal beauty Bai Mingyan, known for her milk-white complexion? Indeed, Bai Mingyan was Bailu's stage name in the online sphere. This parallel version of Bailu was quite similar to her Blue Star counterpart, having long harbored dreams of acting and even studied in South Korea, although she had not succeeded in joining a girl group. Upon returning, she had been tirelessly seeking opportunities across various productions. Li Shijing was determined not to overlook this emerging star. "Bailu, have you acted before?" Li Shijing inquired. "I have acted," Bailu replied, her excitement palpable upon meeting Li Shijing, her idol. Her voice trembled, and she had initially thought she was seeing things when she read the news that morning, never expecting that Li Shijing was once again recruiting female actors. Well, that and Appos. That's good. In this film, there is a scene where the female lead travels back to ancient times, but in the modern era, she presents as a male. Therefore, she ought to display a look of utter astonishment and fear. Could you perform that for us? Li Shijing instructed, as the director presented various scenarios to evaluate the actors. This was naturally part of the audition process. Bai Lu had indeed played some roles before, albeit minor ones, and Li Shijing's peculiar setup intrigued her. Chapter 26. Bai Lu's exclamation stirred a wave of excitement among the interviewees, particularly the young women who, at that moment, discreetly pulled out mirrors to touch up their makeup. Some were fervently attempting to enhance their curves, while others were adjusting the height of their skirts with great effort. One could not help but wonder if Director Li was an open-minded individual. At this juncture, a flamboyant male actor approached for the audition, giggling and covering his mouth. His expression lively and animated. If Li Shijing were willing, he believed he could offer himself entirely. The moral fabric of society seems to be deteriorating, truly deteriorating. The domestic entertainment industry appears to be in a state of disarray. Only a few individuals with a semblance of integrity exhibited disdain. Inside the room, Bai Lu, realizing her predicament, instinctively covered her chest with both hands. Oh my, why is it so vast here? She exclaimed for the third time, her eyes wide and mouth agape, presenting a picture of panic and disbelief. This, of course, elicited hearty laughter from Li Shijing. It must be said, Bai Lu indeed possesses some talent and skill in acting. The humorous skits she had posted online were quite commendable, exuding an eccentric charm that perfectly aligned with the character's expected reactions. All right, cease your cries. That will suffice, Li Shijing finally gestured, indicating that she could stop. How is that, director? Did I perform adequately? Bai Lu immediately looked at Li Shijing with eager anticipation. Very well, very well. Just wait for the notification, he replied with a nod. He contemplated signing Bai Lu under his agency, though the female lead role would be played by Zhang Tianai. Nonetheless, he could consider Bai Lu for the role of the second female lead, albeit a villainous one. It remained uncertain whether Bai Lu could handle such a character. Okay, director, could you perhaps sign my notebook? Bai Lu promptly retrieved a small notebook from her bag. All right then, Li Shijing naturally did not refuse. Bai Lu, displaying a sense of loyalty, also requested an autograph for Zhao Lucy. They concluded with a cheerful photograph together before she exited, feeling that her day had not been in vain. At the very least, she had obtained a signature and a photo. However, the peculiar glances from others suggested a sense of compromise, as if she had been subtly favored by the director. Otherwise, how could she be so gleeful and animated? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a trending topic. Internet celebrity Bai Lu involved in scandal with popular director Li Shijing. Ding. Rumors confirmed. Li Shijing could hardly have anticipated that by nightfall, both he and Bai Lu would be trending. Given the popularity stemming from Si Tong, any minor stir involving Li Shijing was bound to create a sensation. Of course, this particular wave of attention could be attributed to Bai Lu. She habitually updated her social media accounts with quirky videos and had amassed around 10,000 followers. After acquiring Li Shijing and Appos' signed photo and their joint picture, she promptly shared them, intending to boast and perhaps garner some blessings. Little did she know, envious onlookers would seize upon this opportunity. Not only did they leak recordings from outside the office, but they also fervently claimed that the two had engaged in a scandalous encounter within the office. In truth, it remained ambiguous whether the director had exploited the actress or if the actress had seduced the director. The recordings, rich with implications, left much to the imagination. Oh my, why is it so vast here? The initial two segments were filled with screams, paired with the phrase so vast from the third segment, making it all the more tantalizingly questionable. Ultimately, Bai Lu emerged with a beaming smile, her teeth on display, radiating delight. Could one not see why such speculation would arise? Especially considering the previous rumors surrounding Li Shijing, Zhang Tianai, and Jing Tian. Bai Lu was utterly bewildered. What on earth? I've been taken advantage of? In the office? Oh no. My actions seem to have embroiled the director in trouble. He has done nothing to me. Yet those paparazzi are relentless, asserting with certainty that I was exploited. Bai Lu, director, I apologize. May I meet you? I wish to explain in person. Bai Lu was on the verge of tears, fearing that her role might be in jeopardy. Chapter 27. The adorable little tiger tooth director. I apologize for the misunderstanding I caused, Bai Lu said, bowing anxiously, nearly on the verge of tears. She fervently expressed her regrets to Li Shijing. fully aware of the amusing turn of events that had transpired. It was rather humorous that a mere misunderstanding had spiraled into a scandalous rumor. Why not let it come to fruition? He mused, not wanting to disappoint the imaginative minds of the online community. Bai Lu, your little tiger tooth is quite charming. I find it delightful, Li Shijing remarked, choosing to lighten the mood with a playful jest. Bai Lu was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. She had not anticipated that Li Shijing would joke with her, especially after the chaos she had inadvertently caused. Yet, reflecting on it, her little tiger tooth was indeed endearing. As many had pointed out before, sometimes one must seize the fleeting opportunities that arise, lest they slip away. The opinions of netizens, on occasion, are not entirely misguided. Observing Bai Lu, Li Shijing spoke with layered meanings. Bai Lu, astute as ever, recognized the subtle hints, having received similar suggestions from various directors. Nevertheless, she had yet to form any concrete notions. Li Shijing's words, however, resonated with her. Gazing at the sharply defined, strikingly handsome figure before her, Bai Lu felt a surge of boldness and resolved to embrace her unique charm, the captivating little tiger tooth, as her defining trait as an actress. Showcasing one's unique qualities is essential for any aspiring star. Director, do you find my little tiger tooth appealing? Bai Lu playfully inquired, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, it is, Li Shijing affirmed with a nod. Then allow me to show you more. I possess another little tiger tooth that has never been revealed, Bai Lu shyly disclosed. As an actress, she naturally wished to present her most admirable attributes to the director. The compliments directed at Bai Lu were not without merit. Her personality was remarkably multifaceted, radiant skin, as if a fairy had descended from the heavens. Sound alert. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the entry dropped by Bai Lu. Iron Kidney, red entry full of vitality, exceptionally robust, with a recovery rate of bodily functions far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Sound alert. Entry synthesis upgrade. Sound alert. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a newly upgraded entry. Golden eightfold kidney. Golden entry exceedingly vigorous. With a recovery rate of bodily skills that is several times that of the average person. Li Shijing felt a rush of energy as the two iron kidney entries fused together, filling him with an overwhelming sense of power. As if he were invigorated by an unyielding force. His work efficiency seemed poised for significant improvement. He mused that perhaps only a few hours of sleep would suffice in the future. I and Appos, LL grant you a supporting role this time. Report to the set tomorrow. Li Shijing instructed, gently squeezing Bai Lu's soft, delicate hand. Thank you, Bai Lu exclaimed, both excited and elated. Although she would not be the lead. Participating in Li Shijing's web drama, even as a supporting character, represented a considerable breakthrough for her, having previously played only minor roles. Rest assured, I will elevate your status to that of a top-tier star, Li Shijing promised. Who is the leading lady, then? Bai Lu inquired with curiosity. Eager to learn whom she would be collaborating with. Zhang Tenai, Li Shijing replied. Oh, so it and amp, Appos, as Zhang Tenai. Bai Lu nodded. A twinge of jealousy flickering through her. She had questions she wished to ask but hesitated, her demeanor betraying her internal conflict. She was well aware of Zhang Tianai, who had initially sparked dating rumors with Li Shijing before landing the role of the second female lead in Shijing, which had garnered some popularity recently. It seemed unlikely that their relationship was merely platonic. Do you have something you wish to ask me? Li Shijing discerned Bai Lu and Amp, Appos, as curiosity. Does Sister Zhang Tianai also possess a similar background and earn her role in the same way as I did? Bai Lu inquired, genuinely curious, as she had also made sacrifices in her pursuit of a role, viewing it as nothing to be ashamed of. Yes, Li Shijing confirmed with a nod. After all, there was no need for concealment regarding such matters. Bai Lu's address of Zhang Tianai as sister was fitting. After all, she had 4 older sisters ahead of her in the industry. He would introduce them in due course. Chapter 28. The next day, all members of the crew gathered. It was merely a small web series, devoid of any grand ceremonies. After a simple incense offering, the filming commenced quietly. Jing Tian, feeling somewhat idle, insisted on wandering about. She was indifferent to the external opinions. Even if they labeled her as Li Shijing's shadow, she was unperturbed as long as she could catch a glimpse of him. Bai Lu, not yet due for her scene, continued to delve into the script and her character, feeling no rush. However, she had to sit still, for her body was sore from the previous night's exertions. She admired Li Shijing's stamina, who, after a night of intense activity, remained so vigorous. In this production, Li Shijing was managing a budget akin to that of a shoestring operation. Most of the cast were inexperienced interns. And even the assistant director and heads of various departments were novices with little experience. The success of the prince's concubine had much to do with their financial constraints. If they were not so impoverished, they might not have garnered such attention. Thus, Li Shijing's budget was set at 100,000, a sum that could not be exceeded. Naturally, this encompassed all expenses of the crew, including actor remuneration, which led to a rather frugal approach. The male lead and other principal roles were filled by little-known actors. Nevertheless, apart from its financial limitations, the series was noted for its outrageous plot, which Li Shijing was determined to showcase. Director, is this truly a lavish party? Are we really providing only 1 yuan mineral water? The props master queried, bewildered. Yes, precisely 1 yuan. Make sure to distribute it to everyone. Let us not waste anything. Li Shijing affirmed. Is this even considered professional? They will surely mock us, another crew member remarked. Why even bother with a lavish party then? The others murmured, but ultimately, they had to heed Li Shijing's directives, for he held the reins. Jing Tian was taken aback. What was happening? Had Li Shijing truly run out of funds? After all, during the filming of Si Tong, extravagance had reigned supreme, with flowers and incense burners that were all custom-made. Now, he was resorting to cheap mineral water for props? The first episode was set at a fashion gala, where characters arrived in a rented Ferrari. Undoubtedly one of the priciest expenses. Yet, the water on the table was only 1 yuan per bottle, provoking ridicule from viewers. Little did they anticipate that this series would ultimately generate over 100 million in revenue. Li Shijing, disregarding dissent, adhered to the original formula, opting for the 1 yuan water, which left others perplexed. Had the budget truly become so tight? Surely a few dozen yuan on water would add an air of sophistication. Director, are you serious about this wardrobe? The props and costume designers gasped upon seeing the attire chosen for the leads and extras. The female protagonist, Zhang Tianai, was clad in a short-sleeved ancient costume, while the supporting cast and extras donned similar garb, resembling curtains repurposed for the occasion. When everyone emerged in their final looks, it drew laughter from the crew, leaving the actresses feeling somewhat embarrassed. They had never donned such bizarre ancient attire before. Jing Tian was taken aback, her eyes stinging at the sight of Zhang Tianai. Was this truly the leading lady? It was a far cry from the treatment she received while filming Shijing, where she often wore 3 or 4 exquisite kipeos within a single episode. If this continues, I might as well sponsor a better wardrobe, otherwise I might shed tears. She thought, suspecting that Li Shijing had exhausted his resources during Shijing. Director, are you certain I am to wear this for an ancient drama? The male lead was equally despondent, his expression one of despair. Plastic capes and sandals? This was absurd. The props master was utterly flabbergasted, questioning the origin of such items. Director, is this pillow for real? The props master raised another question, lifting what appeared to be an extravagant pillow. Indeed, it's filled with foam, nothing to worry about. Li Shijing responded nonchalantly, though he felt a twinge of concern at the desolation surrounding them. Chapter 29. Gao Yuanyuan seeks resources. Subsequently, the prop master discovered a cucumber. However, within the context of the performance, it was not merely a cucumber, but rather a jade flute. To one's astonishment, even the jade flute was crafted from cucumber. One must recognize that a counterfeit jade flute is not particularly costly. The prop master was utterly flabbergasted. Yet, even more peculiar props emerged one after another. The most outrageous request involved a durian being required to permeate the entire play, which rendered it inedible. Was there not a fear that it might eventually crack and rot? Eating it was an option, but what if it did indeed split open midway through filming? Li Shijing alleviated the collective concern. However, after consumption, it had to be reattached for continued use. The next statement left everyone present astounded. They were to reattach it after eating? Furthermore, the pastries and fruits for everyone's enjoyment were also off limits, with all opting for sunflower seeds instead, as they were more economical. The venue posed no concern either, given that only 2 or 3 minor scenes were required, easily found throughout the capital. There was no need for Chi to venture to film studios like those large productions. Ultimately, upon reviewing the inventory, the prop master discovered that the most expensive item was surprisingly a blower, necessary for creating an aura for the leading actors. Truly, the budget was dismal. The prop master sighed dramatically. You all continue tinkering. I shall check the dressing room for anything that can be repurposed, he declared. Li Shijing, satisfied with the results, made his way to the dressing room. There were some miscellaneous items within, prompting him to consider innovative ideas. Observing the expressions of those around him, he realized they were already taken aback by his extreme frugality. The audience watching would undoubtedly exaggerate their criticisms. Clearing his throat, He pondered if he had been entirely drained of resources. Just then, Jing Tian stealthily entered, inquiring with concern. She naturally assumed that Li Shijing had encountered a financial crisis due to the filming of Xitong, hence the dire state of the prince consort's production. Under such circumstances, even a monk would find it challenging to maintain a semblance of dignity. Drained? Li Shijing bristled at the term. As a man, how could he allow a woman to question whether he was devoid of resources? Nowadays, Jing Tian seemed to have developed a fondness for wearing kipeos. Even for today's visit, she donned a lovely silk qipao in a lake blue floral pattern, making it seem as though the production was of poor quality and pitiable. Jing Tian stuck out her tongue, lamenting, "This is entirely at odds with Xitong." She nearly blurted out that her unpaid wages should be considered an investment in this production. Zhang Tian Ai, the female lead, paled in comparison to the attire of the second female lead during their collaboration. "I have my own rhythm, you wouldn't understand." Li Shijing scoffed, unwilling to clarify his artistic vision, aware that his unique approach could not be easily deciphered. If they could all see through him, he would indeed be too ordinary. With a dramatic eye roll, Jing Tian felt that Li Shijing was merely boasting. Even when feeling depleted, he stubbornly denied it. Seeing Jing Tian in her qipao, Li Shijing could not resist. "What are you doing? I kindly inquired if you were short on resources, and you respond like this." Jing Tian, feeling exceedingly shy, was aware that this was a shared dressing room, accessible to all actors, without distinction between genders. Hence, the likelihood of being caught was quite high. Despite her noble upbringing, she had previously felt safe in the dressing room, yet this time was different. As Li Shijing explored the nuances of her qipao's craftsmanship, he realized it was surprisingly unfilled. He had stumbled upon a novel concept, the vacuum qipao. Since there was no filming today, Jing Tian simply wanted to enjoy some fresh air. However, she was now thoroughly flustered, feeling the situation had escalated. She attempted to free herself, but it felt as though she lacked the strength to resist, the struggle resembling playful banter. Li Shijing, undeterred, continued to inspect the qipao's shortcomings. "I have serious matters to discuss with you," Jing Tian pleaded. Pausing, Li Shijing decided to hear what she deemed significant. "I have a good friend named Gao Yuan, whom you should know, and she wishes to collaborate with you. She has expressed admiration for your work. Please lend your support," Jing Tian implored, her tone conveying a sense of urgency amidst the dire circumstances. Chapter 30. The Rise of the Crown Princess. Li Shijing was taken aback to discover that Gao Yuan harbored admiration for him. In this parallel universe, Gao Yuan, much like in Blue Star, was the dream girl of many men. The infamous saying about the hatred of a stolen wife referred to Zhao Yaoting. However, Gao Yuan indeed possessed an alluring charm, particularly her tantalizing, lustrous lips that tempted one to indulge in their exquisite beauty. Jing Tian and Gao Yuan had previously met while filming, thus fostering a cordial relationship. If it were anyone else, Li Shijing might have found it reasonable. Yet, the mention of Gao Yuan inevitably reminded him of Zhao Yaoting, who had recently been overshadowed by him, resulting in a significant decline in popularity. Although Zhao Yaoting had not publicly addressed the comments regarding his performance being eclipsed by Li Shijing in the drama 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, it was evident he felt displeased, a perfectly human reaction. The nature of the relationship between Gao Yuan and Zhao Yaoting in this parallel universe remained undisclosed. Nevertheless, Li Shijing found the situation perplexing. How could a mere director of a hit web drama inspire the admiration of a once prominent star like Gao Yuan? What could she possibly see in him? Curious, he inquired, "What is it that she admires?" "Your talent," Jing Tian replied. "Vague. Too vague," Li Shijing remarked, sensing the insincerity in her words. "If there's time, we can discuss it further. Just set a date." Li Shijing, disinterested in speculating, preferred to meet and converse directly with Gao Yuan to uncover her true intentions. At that moment, he was far more intrigued by his own pursuits, especially after Jing Tian had audaciously claimed to feel utterly drained. He had just experienced a significant upgrade in his vitality, feeling as if he could conquer the world. The allure of a qipao was undeniable, especially when it billowed gracefully in the breeze. The greatest advantage of hastily produced content? Efficiency. Li Shijing and Oppo's direction remained orderly, yet he had shed the tyrannical demeanor he had exhibited on the set of Xitong. This production was, after all, intended to be a whimsical affair, allowing the cast to unleash their creativity. He disregarded awkward performances and bloopers, instead encouraging a playful atmosphere, resulting in a plethora of imaginative ideas being captured on screen. Remarkably, within just a month, the team completed the production of The Rise of the Crown Princess. The lack of pressure and the sheer enjoyment of the process contributed to a lively atmosphere on set. Everyone held modest expectations for the drama, eager to wrap it up and move on to the next project. Following post-production editing, the next step was to await promotional efforts and seek partnerships. This time, Li Shijing prioritized collaboration with Penguin, especially since Zhang Zhe was quite influential. Shijing had concluded its run, receiving an astounding 800 million views, leaving competitors like Youku envious. Naturally, Penguin's team convened to discuss Li Shijing's new project, primarily assessing the opinions of the promotional and distribution departments. No one anticipated that a modestly budgeted web drama would attract such attention, particularly with high-ranking officials from Penguin in attendance, a rare occurrence typically reserved for multi-million-dollar productions. What are everyone's thoughts on the rise of the Crown Princess? Zhang Zhe asked the assembly. I believe it is utterly dreadful, declared a deputy manager from the promotional department. Visibly indignant, having watched the entire series in 3 days, he deemed it a travesty, criticizing the costumes, props, and lackluster special effects, questioning how any audience could possibly accept it. While the production costs were minimal, acquiring the rights to such a project felt exploitative. Indeed, the shoddy props were one thing, but the nonsensical plot was another. Another department manager echoed this sentiment, highlighting the abundance of absurdities in the storyline. However, I think it has its merits. The plot may be nonsensical, but it is refreshingly original, spoke a timid young woman from the outreach department. After taking it home, she found herself laughing to the point of tears, convinced of its entertainment value, particularly appreciating the protagonist and Appo's psychological nuances from a male perspective. Yes, I even roped my mother into watching it, she added. Wherein and Appo's the romantic scenes a bit embarrassing? With the floodgates opened, a spirited debate ensued, coalescing into two opposing views. One faction dismissed it as a hastily produced abomination unworthy of any audience, while the other celebrated its novelty and potential for widespread appeal. Let us provide some data or feedback, they urged, expressing gratitude for the discussion. Chapter 31. Advertising can be shot this way. Overpowering the ancient sword, Zhang Zhe and several vice presidents remained silent, merely listening to the heated debates of those below. This drama can be regarded as an exploration of new ideas. If it proves successful, it will undoubtedly enhance the prestige and reputation of the platform. Zhang Zhe felt quite perplexed and was unsure of Li Shijing and Appo's intentions. Wasn't Appo's the grand production of Shijing rather commendable? It had taken a bold approach toward high-end production. This current project had already cost Li Shijing over 200 million, with more to follow. As companies like Youku had long since approached him to discuss their plans for airing, he found it utterly incomprehensible how they had suddenly embarked on another shoddily produced web drama. However, he harbored an inexplicable trust in Li Shijing. Director Zhang, won't you share your thoughts? At this moment, the previously silent vice president Wu finally spoke. He did not express his own stance, but seemed to be prompting Zhang Zhe to voice his opinion first. In Wu and Appo's view, this drama was nothing but trash, utterly unworthy of the company's involvement. I believe we can give it a try. Zhang Zhe affirmed his faith in Li Shijing and decided to take the risk. Despite the opposing voices, he boldly invested 5 million to acquire the first-round broadcasting rights for the Prince and Appo's as promotion. Subsequently, news reached Youku and LeTV, who immediately inundated Li Shijing with calls, eager to collaborate. LeTV even raised their offer to 12 million, but Li Shijing declined, fully aware that LeTV was destined for failure. Moreover, the promotional aspect was where the platform excelled. What followed was a large-scale promotional campaign across all channels. Even before the drama had aired, it had already captured the public's attention. Under the banner of the Shijing director, the drama was bound to garner substantial interest, as he was known for transforming box office disasters into successes. As for advertising, I believe we can introduce something innovative. At the headquarters of Penguin Video, Li Shijing leisurely sipped tea after signing the contract with Zhang Zhe. With the funds now in his account, his mood was naturally quite buoyant. What could be so innovative? Zhang Zhe queried, curious about what new approach could be taken in advertising. Rather than employing celebrity endorsements for commercial placements, we could directly integrate advertisements into the drama through short skits. This would save costs for advertisers while leaving a lasting impression on viewers, Li Shijing elaborated. Currently, traditional advertising methods are exceedingly stale, cutting away midway to recite an advertisement, which piques little interest. What is a theatrical version? Zhang Zhe inquired, intrigued by Li Shijing and Appo's description. Let me show you, Li Shijing replied, retrieving a disc. This novel advertising format proposed inserting advertisements during the drama using creative storytelling through the characters. As he set up the projector, he demonstrated this fresh approach to advertising integration. "This is quite fascinating," Zhangzhe remarked, impressed by the potential effectiveness of such a method. "It certainly minimizes disruptions to the narrative." This creative concept left Zhangzhe in awe, sensing another opportunity for profit. As long as the initial broadcast proceeded smoothly, they could secure numerous advertising placements within the drama. In Lu Tianxian's villa, she was forcibly awakened by her mother, Lu Xiaoli, while wearing a robe and a face mask. Having just disembarked from a flight, Lu Tianxian was fatigued and in dire need of relaxation. "Why the fuss? It's just a web drama," Lu Tianxian expressed her disinterest, unwilling to engage with her mother's phone content. There's a deluge of entertainment gossip every day. What drama isn't featured? Qianqian. This one titled The Prince's Promotion is trending even more than Xiaomi's. "It's astonishing, purportedly a poorly made web drama," Lu Xiaoli exclaimed, astonished by the news. At the same time, Yang Mi and Oppo's ancient sword was nearing completion, coinciding with the promotional timeline of the Prince and Oppo's promotion. Yet, no one anticipated that the Prince and Oppo's promotion would dominate the trending charts, overshadowing Yang Mi and Oppo's project. Really? Lu Tianxian and Oppo's interest peaked as she immediately sat up, snatching her mother and Oppo's phone. Although she generally dismissed such gossip, she was intrigued to see how it could outshine her friend Yang Mi's web drama. Chapter 32. Gao Yuan's likes and cooperation requests. Lu Tianxian was taken aback upon entering the page. What an abstract design. The online streaming rights for Demimi were in collaboration with iQIYI. Although iQIYI had aggressively promoted with large advertisements, it was utterly incapable of competing with the Prince's promotion. One must realize that Demimi was currently at the zenith of her career, with her rise from Xiansan, followed by the explosive popularity of Palace Lockhart Jade. She had ascended to the forefront of the entertainment industry. Coupled with her association with Boss Yang, she had recently starred in 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, further elevating her popularity, which now overshadowed Lu Tianxian, establishing her as the leading actress among the 4 young flower goddesses of domestic entertainment. It could be said that Demimi herself was the most potent source of traffic. Who would have anticipated that she would be outperformed by a web drama? Rumored to have a budget of merely 1 million and dubbed as a production from an extremely impoverished crew? After watching for a few minutes, Lu Tianxian was left utterly astounded. "Mom, look!" she exclaimed, covering her mouth with glee, revealing her amusement. She pointed at the male lead and Oppo's squatting expression, which resembled constipation, and laughed uncontrollably. The scene depicted the male lead riding a horse, which had been digitally inserted, as the crew could not afford to rent a real one. However, the hilarity of such a still image was undeniable. The harshest critiques were directed at the female lead, Zhang Tuanai and Oppo's attire. With over 1 billion clicks and more than 5 million comments, most were scathing remarks about her short-sleeved ancient costume. "Help! The female lead's outfit looks exactly like my curtains. Is she really dressed for a period drama?" Lu Tianxian had indeed participated in numerous period dramas, yet they were all of a serious nature. This was the first time she encountered such an irreverent take on ancient attire. Was it possible for period costumes to be so playful? The short-sleeved ancient garments were utterly shocking. This revelation piqued Lu Tianxian and Oppo's interest in Shijing. How could someone possess such an abstract talent? It left her yearning to explore this style herself. Yet, the other abstract side of her kept her from confiding in her mother, fearing another lecture from Lu Xiaoli about the futility of choosing such a script. Lu Xiaoli's focus was not on the Prince's promotion itself, but rather on its traffic. Ever since Lu Tianxian had stepped back from television dramas, she had been navigating the film industry and overseas markets, striving for a breakthrough, transitioning from a small-screen starlet to a leading lady, much like the Shuang Bing duo. However, she had not achieved her desires. Her ventures either flopped quietly or received lukewarm responses. Now, if she were to return to the television drama realm, she would need to collaborate with a reliable director. Yet, she certainly would not be interested in the chaotic style of the Prince and Oppo's promotion. The production model of C10 was acceptable, yet it could not be a web drama. And the investment was far too minimal. Perhaps she could explore that avenue when time permitted. Meanwhile, another significant piece of news topped the trending searches. It was none other than the national goddess, Gao Yuan, who had liked and commented on a promotional video by Li Shijing. "Gao Yuan, Director Li, I admire your talent. May we have the opportunity to collaborate?" Gao Yuan, once a leading star and a goddess of the people, humbly reached out to a web drama director, seeking collaboration. Could it be that Gao Yuan wished to venture into web dramas? Although her recent works in domestic entertainment had dwindled, she had been doing quite well in the Hong Kong circle. Yuan, are you out of your mind? Zhao Yaoding called Gao Yuan in a fit of rage. Don't and Oppos. Worry about it. I and Oppos am just upset. I feel like you and Oppos been played by Yangmi. I will get to the bottom of this. You have become a stepping stone for that Li Shijing, likely orchestrated by them. Gao Yuan protested over the phone, refusing to back down. In this parallel universe, they were indeed still in a relationship, albeit a secret one, with few privy to their connection. After all, the two had little interaction in the industry. So who would suspect they were dating? What do you plan to do? Zhao Yaoding asked, his concern evident. I will immerse myself in the situation, trust me. Gao Yuan replied. Immerse yourself? Zhao Yaoding felt an inexplicable unease at her words. Don't worry, I won't do anything extreme. I will find an opportunity to bait him and extract the truth. I want to see if Yangmi and the others are deliberately trying to elevate his status. Gao Yuan explained, feeling that Zhao Yaoding's character was rather constricted, as if the narrative had been intentionally crafted to paint him unfavorably. Just be careful, Zhao Yaoding cautioned. Feeling somewhat reassured, although he was in a relationship with Gao Yuan, they had yet to share a physical intimacy. Dear viewers, please provide some data or comments. Thank you. Chapter 33. Directly engaging in advertisements and eating street food with Gao Yuan Zhang. You finally arrived, exclaimed the assistant as Zhang just stepped out of the elevator. Mr. Wu and the others are waiting for you in the conference room. The assistant appeared anxious, suggesting they had been waiting for quite some time. I was just on the phone with Director Li Shijing, Zhang replied with a hint of exasperation. He had originally hoped for Li Shijing to attend the meeting, but the director had excused himself due to pressing matters. In truth, the matter was indeed significant. Gao Yuan had come to see him. Please hurry to the conference room, the assistant urged, leading Zhang in that direction. Zhang had become quite a prominent figure at Penguin, especially given his close relationship with Li Shijing, whose latest project, The Prince and Oppos, as consort, had garnered immense popularity. Hence, no one dared to criticize Zhang for his tardiness. Once he took his seat, the meeting commenced. All right, let us begin. Vice President Wu declared. This morning, the head of Aichi called me, expressing interest in acquiring our second-round broadcasting rights at a price of 200,000 per episode. The previously disgruntled deputy manager of the production department stood up, brimming with enthusiasm. 200,000? That amounts to over 6 million. Upon hearing such a lucrative offer, murmurs of excitement rippled through the room. The second-round broadcasting rights alone could recoup a significant portion of their initial investment. However, it was clear that this could not compare to the first-round earnings, which had already generated hundreds of millions through viewership and advertising. Handle this as you see fit, Zhang stated, relinquishing control. The primary goal was to elevate their status, especially considering that in the early days of Penguin, they had to rely on other platforms to purchase second and third-round broadcasting rights. According to the advertising strategy you proposed, our external relations department has shortlisted 5 potential sponsors, one of whom is offering to be the title sponsor for 5 million, while the other 4 are each offering 3 million. We will present the finalized company name and advertising slogan to you shortly, the manager of external relations excitedly reported. This innovative advertising approach not only saved sponsors the cost of production, but also ensured their advertisements appeared seamlessly within the main narrative, significantly enhancing conversion rates. Otherwise, many advertisements often went unnoticed, merely serving as background noise during bathroom breaks. Hearing the advertising offers elicited envious expressions from those present. The sponsorship deals are negotiable, Zhang confidently replied. While they had already recouped their investment through advertisements, this was Li Shijing's new project. 5 million and 3 million were hardly sufficient to settle the matter. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan, sitting at a street food stall with Li Shijing, felt somewhat awkward. The rumors were indeed true. Li Shijing had a penchant for street food. However, Gao Yuan, dressed in a more upscale manner, felt out of place in such a casual setting. Passers-by occasionally approached them for autographs, despite her attempts to conceal her identity with a scarf and sunglasses. Isn't she the national goddess? One onlooker remarked, recognizing her. I simply enjoy street food, Li Shijing replied. His affection for street food was not genuine but rather stemmed from its high visibility. This tactic had proven effective time and again, perhaps leading to speculation about his relationship with Gao Yuan. You truly possess talent. I raise my glass to you, Gao Yuan said, having come with an ulterior motive to extract information. Concealed within her bag was a recording device. "Thank you," he replied, and they clinked glasses cheerfully. "By the way, what inspired you to transition from acting to directing? It's quite a feat, considering the lack of funds and connections," she inquired, subtly probing into the past rumors involving Li Shijing and Yangmi. "Ah, so you're here as an undercover agent," he mused, realizing that Gao Yuanyuan and Appo's interest stemmed from her connection to Zhao Yaoting. His suspicions about her intentional approach were heightened. After all, it seemed implausible for a top-tier actress to curry favor with a web series director. Fortunately, he had gathered enough information about their connection through Blue Star to gauge the situation accurately. "Thank you for your insights." Chapter 34. The unadulterated performance of the supercar. Though Li Shijing did not anticipate much, Gao Yuanyuan's intentional proximity and probing conversation heightened his vigilance significantly. The nature of the relationship between an ordinary employer and an artist often remains understated. Li Shijing replied nonchalantly, "Brother Ting, this guy is quite stingy, bringing his wife to eat street food." Not far from the street corner, a business van was parked. Zhao Yaoting, armed with binoculars, continuously observed the situation between Li Shijing and Gao Yuanyuan, clearly unsettled. After all, Li Shijing was known for his romantic entanglements, and his striking appearance in both looks and physique surpassed Zhao Yaoting's. Thus, concern was inevitable. It was Zhao Yaoting's assistant who spoke. "Well, I heard he enjoys street food, though it's hard to understand this peculiar preference. It's dirty and lacks class." Zhao Yaoting lamented, "It truly is a pity for our Yuanyuan." Suddenly, Zhao Yaoting sensed urgency. "We need to get moving." Just as his irritation peaked, he witnessed Gao Yuanyuan entering Li Shijing and Appo's LaFerrari. Following the explosive success of Sitting in the Clouds, a substantial sum had been transferred from Penguin, prompting Li Shijing to indulge in a LaFerrari for leisure. "Where are we headed?" Gao Yuanyuan inquired with curiosity inside the car. "First, we need to shake off those paparazzi. You wouldn't want to trend tomorrow, would you?" Li Shijing chuckled, deliberately revving the engine. The splendid roar of the supercar instantly captivating the attention of everyone on the street. At this point, it was not just the paparazzi, but even passers-by who paused to snap a few photos, making it nearly impossible to avoid trending. With a sudden press on the accelerator, Li Shijing vanished down the street, while Gao Yuanyuan felt the exhilarating push against her back, the ride becoming a tumultuous wave of sensations. "Where are you taking me?" she asked, noticing they were venturing further into the suburbs, a hint of panic creeping in. Fortunately, she was aware that Zhao Yaoting was tailing them. Li Shijing glanced at the rearview mirror and commented, "Shaking off the paparazzi is secondary. I'm really waiting for Huang Yao. After all, we've just been captured in so many shots. With the creativity of those paparazzi, it should be easy to spin a story." Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a trending topic. Huang Yao. Gao Yuanyuan secretly meets Li Shijing. LaFerrari ride causes a stir. Beep. Huang Yao comes true. Indeed. Those paparazzi did not disappoint Li Shijing. After capturing candid moments of the two at the street stall and subsequently in the sports car, they hastily embellished the narrative to attract more views, exercising their vivid imagination to concoct a sensational tale. "Hey, chase them!" Zhao Yaoting exclaimed, frantically urging his team. Li Shijing and Appo's sudden acceleration left them unable to even glimpse the brake lights, especially considering he was driving a LaFerrari. How exhilarating. The vehicle finally came to a halt at an open mountaintop. Gao Yuanyuan had just experienced a thrilling ride that was indescribable. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere transformed into something enchanting. Gazing upon Li Shijing's chiseled features, Gao Yuanyuan felt an unprecedented flutter in her heart. The beauty of the sports car lay in the absence of barriers between the driver and the passenger, allowing for effortless connection. Indeed, the LaFerrari's headlights illuminated the surroundings with brilliance. The sleek finish of the car gleamed, and the performance was unparalleled. With a few presses on the accelerator, not only did the engine roar majestically, but the sensation of being pushed back into her seat was also profoundly exhilarating. Li Shijing reveled in the thrill of flooring the accelerator, relishing the sight of exhaust fumes billowing. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the entry dropped by Gao Yuanyuan. Autumn Mountain Car God, golden entry, exceptional skill in controlling a sports car, drifting through waterlogged bins, unlocking the full potential of the supercar. Yuanyuan, why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Where are you? After 2 hours, Zhao Yaoting finally reached Gao Yuanyuan. Zhao Yaoting, please don't call again. I fear Li Shijing might misunderstand. Came Gao Yuanyuan's indifferent voice from the other end of the line. Yuanyuan, why? Why? Zhao Yaoting was left stunned, grappling with the perplexing turn of events. Chapter 35. Direct returns from advertising yuan and Appos. S. Aunt raised her voice, knowing that it was naturally Zhao Yaoding on the other end of the line. Mischievously, Li Shijing whispered into Gao Yuanyuan and Amp, Appos, S ear, ensuring Zhao Yaoding could hear. Little beast, what on earth are you up to? Answer me. Upon hearing Li Shijing and Amp, Appos, S words, Zhao Yaoding was infuriated. What do you mean by that? Moreover, Gao Yuanyuan had not answered her phone for 2 hours. The images conjured in his mind were enough to make Zhao Yaoding and Appos, S blood boil. Gao Yuanyuan shot a playful glare at Li Shijing, fully aware that he was intentionally provoking Zhao Yaoding to incite his wrath. Yet, she found it rather enjoyable. Was this not a manifestation of possessiveness? Before Zhao Yaoding could unleash another round of furious expletives, the busy signal of a disconnected call resonated in his ears. When he tried to call back, the phone had already been turned off. At that moment, Zhao Yaoding felt as though he might explode. After reveling in the breathtaking views from the mountaintop, the two naturally prepared to descend. I'm so tired. You drive for a bit while I take a rest, Li Shijing suggested on their way down. He let Gao Yuanyuan take the wheel, allowing himself to appreciate the scenery outside, mountains and rivers. A splendid locale that could easily serve as a backdrop for a future television drama. As Gao Yuanyuan began driving, Zhao Yaoding unleashed a barrage of phone calls. Yet Gao Yuanyuan was too occupied to answer. Moreover, driving while on the phone was a responsibility every conscientious citizen ought to uphold. Zhao Yaoding is truly relentless. Li Shijing remarked mockingly. Doesn't he seem to possess such tenacity while filming? How bothersome. Just ignore him, Gao Yuanyuan replied impatiently. As they neared the base of the mountain, Gao Yuanyuan allowed Li Shijing to take over the driving once more. He was eager to test out his newly acquired title, King of Autumn Mountain. After taking the driver's seat, Li Shijing resumed their descent. Directorly. It took you so long to answer, Zhangzhu exclaimed, having just finished a meeting and eager to share the good news. However, Li Shijing had not picked up the call until after their exhilarating drive, finally silencing his phone. I was busy, he responded. I have some good news for you. The advertisers have brought in at least 10 million. Zhangzhu exclaimed excitedly, though his calm demeanor in the meeting was but fade, concealing his inner exhilaration. With the television series yet to premiere, the influx of advertising revenue had nearly recouped their initial investments, with profits still to be made. As for Li Shijing, his earnings were nothing short of abundant, given that he had invested only 1 million, and with the initial broadcast payment from Penguin, he had already seen returns exceeding tenfold. That is excellent. Let us eagerly await the premiere. I'm certain more surprises await, Li Shijing replied nonchalantly, his anticipation for the series far surpassing mere monetary gains. 10 million was hardly the limit. Although the online reception of his directorial efforts was reasonably positive, many speculated that his success relied heavily on funding. If he could achieve acclaim with a modest production, he would firmly establish his foothold in the industry. Gao Yuanyuan, initially inclined to offer her praises, found herself unable to interject and could only give a thumbs up in admiration of Li Shijing's prowess. A mere 10 million in advertising revenue had ceased to evoke any significant reaction from him. She anticipated that he would soon provide her with even more reasons to commend him. Directorly, you must come witness the remarkable premiere with me. Zhangzhu extended a heartfelt invitation, eager to share in the honor. Sure, Li Shijing readily agreed. Why is it that, despite your indifference to wealth, I find you suddenly so dashing? Gao Yuanyuan remarked, unable to suppress her admiration. Who could ever have too much money? Li Shijing's nonchalant attitude towards finances instilled in her a peculiar sense of reverence. However, he had no time to indulge her flattery and promptly redirected her attention. I'm in the midst of a business discussion. Don't interrupt. It's essential to focus on the task at hand. After hanging up the phone, Li Shijing pressed the accelerator, propelling them forward. Chapter 36. The Crown Princess Emerges. Cutting through the Crown Princess promotion record continues to air during the prime time slot of 7:00 and Appos clock, accompanied by an overwhelming barrage of advertisements. Tens of millions of viewers have expressed their desire to watch through numerous comments. This phenomenon illustrates the inherent tendency of people to conform when a topic generates widespread discussion. Curiosity naturally ensues. The more a piece of content is ridiculed, the greater the intrigue it evokes. In the conference room of Penguin Video, a significant number of company employees have gradually gathered. Zhangzhu has decided to allow everyone to witness the miracle together, projecting the data onto a large screen. Employees wishing to observe the data are welcome to stay. Almost all the senior executives from Penguin Video have also arrived, and at the center of attention, Li Shijing and Zhang Tenai sit alongside Zhangzhu. I have watched a bit of the preview. I truly cannot comprehend the current aesthetic preferences of the youth. How can they possibly enjoy such a show? Remarked several older executives in bewilderment. Indeed, it is nothing more than a hastily produced drama, devoid of depth. Added a bald manager nearby, equally perplexed. They felt certain that this drama would be dismissed by viewers as utter rubbish, destined to fail. However, many younger employees were convinced that the show would become a hit. It's starting. It's starting. With the crowd's cheers, the countdown concluded, and after a brief advertisement, the program officially commenced. The appearance of the Ferrari was indeed impressive. Just a few minutes in, during the mineral water scene, a flurry of critical comments began to flood the screen. Is that really a $1 bottle of water? The poorest production team in history. I heard the most expensive prop was a 1,000 yuan blower. I support a yin. I am willing to sponsor a yun. Li Shijing had anticipated the barrage of critiques from the audience. Zhang Zhu occasionally glanced at the real-time updates reflecting the viewership numbers, which were astonishingly on the rise, seemingly even more fervent than Shijing. The show quickly accumulated tens of millions of views, truly a smashing success. Although the earlier plot was undeniably poor, it must be said that the scene where Zhang Tianai fell into the water, paired with the exquisitely beautiful background music, surprisingly conveyed a sense of quality. For a few seconds, it even evoked the illusion of a grand cinematic experience, showcasing Zhang Tianai and Appo's beauty to its fullest. The female lead is quite stunning. Indeed, she possesses a lively charm, not the typical plastic surgery face. I heard she is a newcomer named Zhang Tianai. That water scene is so beautiful. A water lily in bloom. I must say, director Li's aesthetic is unparalleled in the entertainment industry. The barrage of comments was almost incessant, creating a lively interaction. Meanwhile, discussions about the film within the conference room continued without pause. Finally, the scene involving time travel arrived. Zhang Tianai's acting was truly remarkable. Her seamless transformation into a man was fluid and convincing, as if a man's soul truly resided within her. This, of course, was due to the guidance of Li Shijing. The costumes are indeed somewhat subpar, but the female lead in Appo's performance is commendable. This show is quite intriguing. The female lead harbors a man and Appo's soul. The female lead is beautiful, and her acting is superb. It is captivating. Though the costumes are lacking, I am drawn to continue watching for the female lead. The female protagonist is so alluring. Zhang Tianai and Appo's performance garnered a wave of acclaim from netizens. Ha 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 ha. Who are you? I am the imperial physician, with each ridiculous line and outlandish costume. Particularly the Chanel logo on the physician's hat, the audience erupted in laughter. Oh, this is simply too entertaining. At Yangmi's villa. Even the usually composed Heba could no longer maintain her dignified facade, bursting into laughter and resting her head on Yangmi and Appo's shoulder. Although Yangmi chuckled as well, she remained mindful of her image, covering her mouth with her hand and allowing only a few restrained giggles, her shoulders trembling slightly. Mom, I think I'm going to die of laughter. At Lu Tianxin's home, the mother and daughter duo were in fits of laughter. Lu Tianxin was grinning ear to ear, her joy radiating brightly. This is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Chapter 37. Breaking the record of Shijing and entering the top 5. Although the film was filled with abundant criticisms, even the special effects appeared to be reminiscent of low-budget scenes. The laughter within the conference room was incessant. Numerous employees were seen dabbing their tears with tissues, overwhelmed by the hilarity. Goodness, this is simply too funny, exclaimed one. The dialogue completely blindsided me. How on earth did they conceive this plot? Just look at that expression. Even Zhang Tianai couldn't contain her amusement as she watched her own film, bursting into laughter. During the shooting, she had felt quite anxious, despite the numerous comical and exaggerated dialogues. At that time, Zhang Tianai was wholly immersed in her role, unable to relax. After Li Shijing had completed the editing, she lacked the courage to view her performance. This was indeed her first time watching the finished product, and she was astonished by how amusing her portrayal turned out to be. The lines and expressions that she had delivered felt incredibly awkward to her now. Director Li, where on earth did you order that outfit? Zhang Zhi chuckled, unable to hide his joy. Isn't that just a curtain? They transformed it into a costume. Following the conclusion of the first episode, the premiere viewership shattered the previous record set by Penguin's web series. The former record had been held by Shijing just a month prior. It seemed that the more nonsensical the content, the more it captivated viewers, especially considering the immense pressure everyone faces at work. Watching something mindlessly funny is indeed a delightful respite. Zhang Zhi found himself eagerly anticipating just how remarkable the final results might be. Is it really that amusing? What a bunch of fools, he mused, observing the younger employees who were in fits of laughter, while several older managers and vice presidents appeared perplexed. What is this taste and appreciation? What are they even performing? From their perspective, the storyline lacked even the most fundamental essence. Already in the top 10, Zhang Zhe whispered to Li Shijing. He was referring to the rankings in Penguin and Appos, as television segment. Historically, web series had been minor players, scarcely comparable to television dramas. However, since collaborating with Li Shijing, web series had finally earned the right to compete with television shows. Top 10? Zhang Tianai perked up, her ears keenly attentive. Hearing such astonishing figures sent a jolt of excitement through her. Could it be that I am truly on the verge of soaring to great heights? Am I destined to become a major star? Surely, the best performances are yet to come, Li Shijing confidently declared, sensing that they could undoubtedly surpass Si Ting's record. Tonight, it appears you will astonish us all. You might just clinch the top spot. Zhang Zhe laughed heartily. The current record for first place in Penguin's television segment was still held by Lu Shishir's Bubu Jing Xin, a masterpiece in her career. I must inquire. Were those entertainment gossip pieces intentionally placed by someone? Zhang Zhe probed, harboring a suspicion. Those so-called candid captures were evidently orchestrated, magnifying every aspect worthy of mockery. For instance, the promotional facade of having the purest production team was likely a deliberate ploy by Li Shijing. Yet, he pondered how Li Shijing could manage such a grand scale of amplification. You've hit the nail on the head, Li Shijing conceded. How much did you spend? Zhang Zhe asked, intrigued. Not a dime, Li Shijing replied with an air of nonchalance. Not a single cent? Zhang Zhe asked, perplexed. Not a penny, Li Shijing reiterated, though his tone was imbued with a hint of understated extravagance. This is something that would require millions for others to achieve, yet I spent nothing. By the time the second episode had aired, it had surged into the 5th position for first-day viewership on Penguin Video, and it was still on the rise. Thank you. Thank you. Finally, 2 esteemed patrons have provided us with votes, sparing us from the depths of despair. Chapter 38, Zhang Tianai and Appos, meteoric rise, the title sponsorship breaks records. Following the broadcast of 3 consecutive episodes of The Prince's Concubines promotion, the show has achieved unprecedented acclaim, soaring to the 2nd spot on Penguin Video. Zhang Tianai and Appos' name has swiftly emerged across the entire internet, catapulting her to instant fame. What does it mean to achieve sudden stardom overnight? Zhang Tianai has now fully grasped this sensation. In just a single night, her follower count surged by over 2 million, leaving her, who had previously played minor roles, utterly astonished. Although she felt a surge of excitement, there was also a sense of bewilderment at the unexpected nature of her newfound fame, particularly given the rapidity of her ascent, which left her little time for mental preparation. Initially, she had dismissed the series as mediocre. Even by Lu, who portrayed a scheming second female lead with only a few appearances, garnered hundreds of thousands of followers thanks to her decent looks. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe received a deluge of advertising offers, all from renowned enterprises. Previously, major sponsors had shunned web dramas, but upon witnessing the popularity of The Prince and Appos as concubine and Appos as promotion, they began to beseech Zhang Zhe for collaboration. After all, Li Shijing and Appos' innovative advertisements, seamlessly integrated into the narrative, were particularly striking, with many featuring heartfelt performances by Zhang Tianai. The results were remarkably effective, as viewers not only enjoyed the humor but also retained the advertisements in their memory. This approach proved far superior to the previously rigid methods of promotion. Recognizing the commercial potential, advertisers were quick to seize the opportunity. How many viewers can we reach in a single night? Moreover, the audience is receptive. The first to venture into this territory was the dairy giant, Muxi, which profited immensely with a mere 10 million investment. Mr. Zhang, you must consider this opportunity. Huang Laojiao expressed serious interest from the outset. They are now willing to offer 30 million for the title sponsorship. Director Zhang, we at Jiaduobo are sincerely eager to secure the title sponsorship of this production. We are prepared to offer 40 million. Following the buzz from the previous day, both Huang Laojiao and Jiaduobo, fierce competitors in the herbal tea market, reached out to Zhang Zhe. The rivalry intensified over the authenticity of their herbal tea, with both companies fiercely contesting for dominance. Apologies, Manager Chen, but Huang Laojiao has already proposed 80 million, and I have yet to agree, Zhang Zhe replied with a playful glint in his eye. Given the current situation, raising the stakes was inevitable, especially since none of them had initially expressed willingness to invest. Mr. Zhang, please hold on. I will consult with my superiors immediately. We will not offer less than Huang Laojiao. Please grant us this opportunity, Manager Chen urgently pleaded. All right, I understand. The title sponsorship hasn't been secured yet, so I can wait for your response. However, Please don't take too long. Otherwise, I might have to accept someone else's offer, Zhang Zhe replied with feigned seriousness. Understood. I'll be quick, Manager Chen assured him. Both Huang Laojiao and Jie Duobo placed immense importance on market promotion, leading to fierce competition for the title sponsorship. The stakes were particularly high. If one company secured the sponsorship, the other would lose even the opportunity to be a sponsor due to their contentious relationship. Mr. Zhang, we at Lao Ganma are willing to offer 60 million. Before Zhang Zhe could receive responses from Jie Duobo and Huang Laojiao, the representative from Lao Ganma Chili Sauce reached out. They too had sensed the lucrative opportunity. Huang Laojiao and Jie Duobo are already nearing 100 million. You might not have a chance left. Perhaps consider being a regular sponsor instead, Zhang Zhe replied leisurely, thoroughly enjoying the moment. This situation indeed brought him immense satisfaction, allowing him to relish a sense of vindication. Previously, they had disregarded him, and now he was in a position of superiority. Under normal circumstances, it would have been unlikely for Zhang Zhe to manipulate them so easily, given that commercial insiders typically share their company's bids. By Lu and Amp, Oppo's current approach was rather reckless and arbitrary. However, the demand for the title sponsorship was exceptionally high. Wait, 100 million? Let me consult with my superiors. Please hold on, the representative from Lao Ganma implored. At the Magic City Hotel, in a private room, Kai Nan from the Tangren Group greeted Director Li Shijing with a warm smile. Director Li, do you have any scripts available? Our Tangren Group is genuinely interested in collaborating. Kai Nan raised his glass in a toast. Chapter 39. The need for special inspiration and creation. It is undeniable that Tangren once basked in glory, yet, in recent years, the decline of talent has led to a significant downturn. In its prime, both installments of Xianjian were birthed from the hands of Tangren, featuring the four beauties of Xianjian alongside prominent figures such as Hu Gu and Hua Jianhua, creating a formidable assembly of talent. However, due to contract disputes, the fallout between Xianjian 4 and Lu Tianxian ensued, and subsequent productions failed to yield any blockbuster hits. With resources dwindling, the stars that had been painstakingly cultivated began to depart one by one. Recently, with the exit of the leading lady Lu Shishir, Tangren has officially entered a phase of decline, leaving it without a leading female star to carry the banner. I do have a script, Li Shijing nodded. Initially, he had not contemplated the next steps in his creative journey, but upon glancing at the list of newcomers presented by Kai and Nan, he was instantly reminded of the exceptional quality and popularity of the series Wuxin Master from Blue Star. Director Li, would you be interested in collaborating? Kai and Nan inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. However, crafting the script requires a certain kind of special inspiration, Li Shijing replied. What kind of special inspiration? Kai and Nan asked, intrigued. Indeed. Many ingenious directors and screenwriters seem to require peculiar preparatory work during the creative process. Did not President Tang express the desire to elevate some new talents? Li Shijing suggested, gesturing towards Naza, Jinshun, and Shenyao. Accompany you on a sea trip? Special inspiration? Kai Nan was momentarily taken aback. She hoped that Li Shijing could assist in developing a script to promote the potential stars Tangren wished to support, among which Naza, Jinshun, and Shenyao were included. Yet, she was astonished by Li Shijing and Amp, Oppo's seemingly absurd request. A sea trip? Was it not merely an invitation for a beach party with bikini-clad beauties? Director Li, I actually know many lovely girls who could assist you with arrangements, Kai and Nan remarked, fully aware of Li Shijing's intentions. It was evident that he was suggesting a game of poker with the three women, and the audacity of such a proposition was striking. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Li Shijing's discerning eye was commendable, as the three women were indeed carefully selected by Kai and Nan, all possessing striking beauty and elegance. However, Jinshun and Shenyao had yet to officially debut in acting. Naza's training had been substantial, as she had even been cast as the second female lead in Xinyuan's Sword, but her performance had left much to be desired, resulting in a tepid reception and overshadowing by Tang Yan. Not interested. My focus lies solely on the three lovely ladies from your esteemed company, Li Shijing replied coolly. If President Kai has made up her mind, we can discuss further. With such a statement, Kai and Nan understood that if she did not acquiesce, the prospect of collaboration would vanish entirely. Tangren was indeed in dire straits, urgently needing a blockbuster to restore its reputation. Very well, Director Li. When do you plan to set sail? I will personally escort them to you. Kai and Nan conceded reluctantly, motivated by the desire for a script and the revival of Tangren. Tomorrow, Li Shijing promptly decided. The ocean breeze, sandy shores, and cruise ships naturally called for beautiful women in bikinis. Kai and Nan, not daring to disappoint, ensured that the three women were on board the cruise that Li Shijing required for his creative inspiration the very next day. All three shared a common trait: slender waists, long legs, and stunning looks, making them a captivating sight in their alluring bikinis. As fellow beauties from the western regions, Naza was often compared to Reba. However, Naza and Appo's striking features made her appear cunning, resulting in less favorable public perception compared to the more carefree Reba. Yet, Naza was, in truth, an innocent beauty, often at a disadvantage due to her appearance. In terms of physique, Reba was more voluptuous, while Naza maintained a lean silhouette. Though she was well-proportioned in all the right places, Jinchen, another leggy beauty, had yet to undergo cosmetic surgery, lending her a softer appearance, albeit somewhat flat. In contrast, Chen Yao presented a stark contrast. While Naza and Jinchen possessed the classic features of tall beauties, Chen Yao had a youthful doll-like face, exuding an abundance of collagen with her delicate and adorable demeanor. Remarkably, her height was almost on par with Naza and Jinchen, making her a long-legged loli, complete with an innocent face and ample curves. Chapter 40. A $1 million web series with $150 million in advertising revenue within the opulent changing room of the yacht. The three women gazed at the dazzling array of outfits, a sense of unease creeping into their hearts. The various alluring bikinis were somewhat understandable, but the presence of stockings, black, white, nude, and lace, left them with an ominous feeling. Could these possibly be intended for us? The young Shinyo thought, on the verge of tears. Indeed. These were indeed prepared for them, arranged by the yacht's manager. Naza, we should run, Shinyo whispered to Naza and Jinchen. Naza, feeling the tension, turned to Jinchen, who was equally at a loss. They had been lured onto the yacht by Kai Yino through a mix of persuasion and subtle threats. Have we forgotten Kai's stern warnings? If we flee, the penalty alone could bury us in debt, Jinchen reminded them. As newcomers, they were acutely aware of the consequences of offending powerful figures in the industry. Being shelved was considered a fortunate outcome. The alternative could leave them drowning in substantial liabilities. What should we do? Both Chen Yao and Naza asked in a panic. Fear not, there are three of us. Hiwun and Appos, dare to act against us as long as we stay together. And remember, do not consume anything indiscriminately, Jinchen advised. Apprehensive that Li Shijing might resort to underhanded tactics. As long as they remained cautious, they could likely navigate these next few days unscathed. Meanwhile, Li Shijing would undoubtedly find the situation absurd. Did he truly need to resort to such despicable methods as drugging them? Directorly, I hear you've taken several beauties out to sea, Zhang Zhu inquired over the phone, his voice filled with envy. News travels fast, Li Shijing chuckled, reveling in his newfound fame and popularity. With paparazzi eager for a scoop, his outings with Kai Yino and the three women aboard the yacht had become the talk of the town. He found amusement in their relentless pursuit, hoping they would embellish the stories for added intrigue. Is it true you're planning to collaborate with Tangerine for your next project? Zhang Zhu probed, eager to align himself with Li Shijing's rising star. Seems about right, Li Shijing replied casually. Already a new script in the works? Zhang Zhu exclaimed with excitement, marveling at Li Shijing's industriousness. The Prince Consort has only just aired, and you're already preparing another project? Indeed, I plan to relax while I write, Li Shijing confirmed. I'd like to reserve our collaboration, directorly. Also, regarding the advertising fees, it amounts to approximately 150 million. I'll have the finance department transfer it to you shortly. Zhang Zhu was keen to ensure that Li Shijing remained with them rather than being poached by competing platforms. The advertising revenue from the Prince Consort had reached an astonishing 150 million, a remarkable feat for a mere web series. Zhang Zhu walked with an air of confidence, knowing that the success of the Prince Consort had solidified Li Shijing's reputation as a formidable director, particularly in terms of generating commercial value. Rest assured, this project will be the first to engage you for collaboration, Li Shijing promised. Thank you, directorly, Zhang Zhu expressed his gratitude. Despite offers from platforms like LeTV and iQIYI, he preferred the comfort of collaborating with Penguin Pictures. All right, I must attend to serious matters, Li Shijing concluded, promptly ending the call as Naza and Chen Yao emerged in their alluring bikinis. Naza had chosen a sleek black bodysuit, its exquisite design accentuating her curves with a daring deep V-cut that left little to the imagination. Chapter 41. The Scheming Jinchen. You three enjoy yourselves beneath her slender waist. The captivatingly beautiful legs were fully displayed. Even the purple nail polish adorning her delicate toes appeared luscious, resembling translucent grapes. Coupled with Naza's exquisitely defined and ethereal features, she was indeed a remarkable beauty of the mortal realm. Moreover, She exuded an aura of aloofness and disdain for the mundane, which was one of the reasons why Li Shijing found her appealing. He was drawn to the challenge of conquering such an enchanting yet cool persona. One might even call it pretentious. In contrast to Naza, Chen Yao adopted a much more conservative approach. The lowly had chosen a sailor-themed bikini that, while playful, lacked the allure of sensuality, though it brimmed with charm. It was considerably more reserved than Naza's ensemble, revealing little beyond her navel. The only striking feature was her fair, delicate legs, which were indeed translucent and glimmering, a perfect pair for white stockings. "He's so handsome," Naza whispered to Chen Yao, her heart fluttering as she was quite the aesthetic aficionado and love-struck. The faint noble aura emanating from Li Shijing only heightened her admiration. It seemed that being coerced by Kai Inua was not so dreadful after all. After all, he was a dashing and affluent director, not merely an accomplice to some lecherous old man. "Naza, wake up. He is not a good person. There are countless rumors about him, and from what I gather, Mr. Kai's intention was to coerce us onto the ship," Chen Yao warned, a mix of vigilance and trepidation in her expression. Naza, in her infatuation, seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Jinshin, clad in a yellow bikini, made her entrance. In terms of reasoning, she was at a disadvantage compared to Naza and Chen Yao, possessing an ordinary demeanor. However, she displayed boldness in her attire, with minimal fabric in the front that seemed to vanish with a mere breeze, while the back was entirely hollowed out. The bikini and Appo's lightweight, sheer material clung to her form, making her allure even more pronounced before she even stepped into the water. Seeing Jinshin emerge with confidence, Naza and Chen Yao were left perplexed. What was happening? Why was Jinshin dressed so provocatively? The scanty fabric hardly seemed to cover anything. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Jinshin was quite cunning. Both Naza and Chen Yao appeared too naive to recognize her strategic intentions. Jinshin understood that securing Li Shijing's favor could lead to becoming the third leading lady. As the outside world jokingly referred to Jing Tian and Zhang Tian Ai as the leading ladies of Li Shijing, this only underscored his prowess. Jinshin subtly advised the two women to be wary of Li Shijing, though her true motive was to seize the opportunity for herself. Li Shijing observed Jinshin, sensing her flirtatious gaze directed at him, realizing that among the three, only Jinshin had grasped the underlying dynamics. However, he remained unaware of her intentional mischief aimed at making the other two cautious of him. "Very well, you three may go outside and have fun, take photographs. And there's a small motorboat available for you to use. Just remember to be safe. I need to write the script, so please don't disturb me," Li Shijing unexpectedly declared as he regarded the trio. What? The three women were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. They had anticipated that Li Shijing would impose some unreasonable demands, yet he was allowing them to enjoy themselves while he focused on writing. Faced with their bewildered expressions, Li Shijing paid them no mind and resumed typing on his notebook, crafting the script for the heartless mage. Observing this, Naza and Chen Yao felt relieved, recognizing it as a fortunate turn of events, and promptly exited the yacht to the deck. Jinshin, initially wishing to engage in small talk to build rapport, found herself unable to distract Li Shijing, who seemed wholly absorbed in his creative endeavor. Thus, she resignedly followed the others onto the deck. What a peculiar person, Jinshin mused, her mind swirling with questions. What did it mean for them to have a day of leisure? Why had he summoned her and Naza aboard the ship in the first place? Chapter 42, Jinshin and Appo's initiative. As Li Shijing appeared to harbor no ulterior motives, the three young women soon relaxed and began to frolic outside, indulging in playful antics and taking numerous selfies. The delightful day spent basking in the sun and feeling the gentle sea breeze were undeniably pleasurable. Meanwhile, Li Shijing continued his writing of the unintentional mage, occasionally glancing at the three women outside. There was no rush. He chose to wait for the rumors to take shape, especially since Zhang Zhe was already aware of the situation. It was only a matter of time before it would be sensationalized. Ding, congratulations to the host. You and Appo's VE gained a trending rumor. Li Shijing transforms into the Westgate official, engaging in a yacht battle with three women, while Kai Yino plays the role of the matchmaker. Ding, the rumor has come true. As evening fell, the myriad of rumors spread like wildfire, culminating in the emergence of the scandal. Earlier that day, the three women had posted photos of themselves in bikinis on social media, initially intended as a light-hearted display, but inadvertently exacerbating the rumor's proliferation. Li Shijing felt a gentle hand caressing his abdominal muscles. Who could it be? Although the system had provided a hint, the effects of the alcohol he had consumed left him slightly dazed. The door had not been locked, for there was no need. After all, There were only 3 young women on the yacht. Would he truly fear someone sneaking in? Suddenly, a hand pressed softly against him. Don't speak. The voice was far from gentle. Li Shijing immediately recognized who had arrived. Jin Shen. What do you intend to do? He inquired, not turning on the lights, yet managing to discern her silhouette in the dimness. It was evident that her late-night intrusion aimed to explore his abdominal muscles. Even a fool could grasp the implications. Clearly, the rumors had taken effect. Directorly, on this long, sleepless night, are you not lonely? Jin Shen gradually leaned in, resting against his chest, and began to tease him gently. Soon, a fragrant aroma enveloped Li Shijing, and despite Jin Shen's proactive demeanor, he could sense her inexperience in such matters. He possessed the expertise in this domain and began to guide her. Are you not worried about being discovered by the other 2? He inquired, intrigued. They are fast asleep. Jin Shen replied, having ensured that Chun Yao and Naza were indeed slumbering before sneaking out to see him. You are quite forward, Li Shijing teased. Let me be your woman, directorly. I shall ask for nothing in return. I simply wish to be yours, Jin Shen said, her eyes glimmering with sincerity. Being my woman is not a trivial matter, Li Shijing chuckled. I understand. I will be obedient, Jin Shen replied earnestly. She was well aware that Li Shijing was a talented and charming man, not lacking in female admirers. Thus, to be with such a man. She understood the necessity of compliance. You seek this for the sake of acting and your role, do you not? Li Shijing remarked, having perceived her intentions. Especially since she had subtly hinted at attraction earlier that day. Not entirely. I wish for your assistance in severing ties with Tengrin. I would prefer to join your ranks rather than be so easily given away by President Kai. With you, I would receive protection and need only serve you. Jin Shen candidly confessed, voicing her thoughts. President Kai, in pursuit of company interests, showed little regard for the well-being of young artists like them. If today she could be so casually offered for Li Shijing's script, who could guarantee it wouldn't happen again for someone else? Perhaps an undesirable old man or an inept director. The thought was unbearable. It was far better to ally with someone she knew well. Li Shijing was indeed inclined to accept Jin Shen, for she was a prominent star in Blue Star, capable of enhancing his public profile. Very well. I can assist you in parting ways with Tengrin, he stated, while also issuing a cautionary note. However, do not let your status as my woman lead to arrogance on set. Such behavior is not to my liking. I would never, she promised, expressing her loyalty with a playful bite of her lip. I absolutely will not flaunt our relationship. I relish the notion of being in control. Yet you are indeed quite easy to manage, Li Shijing replied with a smile. With their conversation having clarified matters, there was no reason for further formality. Chapter 43. The unintentional mage. The 2 soon arrived at the cockpit. Jin Shen had never piloted a yacht before, but Li Shijing was eager to teach her the ropes. Guiding her hand in hand, the yacht began to glide across the boundless ocean. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the attribute dropped by Jin Shen. Innate succubus, golden attribute possesses a captivating aura and qualities that are nearly irresistible to various members of the opposite sex. As the yacht rocked violently, tranquility eventually returned, and Li Shijing received an attribute of his own. The term innate succubus was one he had only encountered in novels. It seemed akin to the character Yanghua, who could charm women effortlessly. Coupled with his own deeply affectionate gaze, it could drive anyone mad with desire. Husband, may I see the new script you've written? Jin Shen, the perceptive one, had already shifted from addressing him as directorly to amp, oppos, husband, and amp, oppos. This alteration had come about earlier, as such a term fostered a more harmonious exchange. It must be said, however, that Jin Shen truly embodied an enchanting essence that captivated men, exhibiting a rather high emotional intelligence. Are you so eager? Li Shijing teased. The script for the unintentional mage was already halfway completed, and Jin Shen was undoubtedly the prime candidate for the role of Li Yueya. It would be no trouble to let her have a look. Please. Just let me see it. Jin Shen continued to nudge Li Shijing, her tone laced with playful charm. Naturally, she was curious about the new script, especially after the explosive success of Shijing and the Prince and Oppos as promotion. She held high hopes and expectations for Li Shijing as new work. However, there lingered the fear that Kai Yinan had chosen another candidate for collaboration. Naza was a formidable and potential competitor. It was evident to all that Kai Yinan had a fondness for and was nurturing Naza, even sacrificing the opportunity for established actresses like Tang Yin to play supporting roles for newcomers. All right, let us go outside, Li Shijing said, leading Jin Shen to the main cabin of the yacht. She immediately began to eagerly peruse the new script. The unintentional mage unfolds during the Republican era, where the protagonist, Wu Xin, encounters a bride fleeing her wedding Yueya. Together, they embark on a perilous journey to exorcise spirits for the warlord Gu Derin, inadvertently releasing the sealed demoness. Yuchilua, who harbors deep affection for Wuxing. Husband, you are truly a genius at scriptwriting. The plot captivates me deeply. I can already foresee that it will be an extraordinary hit, Jinshin exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration after reading. Li Shijing's prowess was undeniable, leaving her utterly enchanted by him. I plan to give you the role of Li Yueya. Li Shijing surprised her with this revelation. Really? Husband? Jinshin and Appo's eyes widened in excitement and joy. Her greatest fear was that Kai and An might once again favor Naza for the role. Of course, you're so well behaved. Li Shijing complimented, gently lifting Jinshin and Appo's chin. Indeed, she was quite delightful, especially with her supple figure and graceful demeanor. While many women had dance training, few could bend and move with such ease. Jinshin seemed to possess a natural affinity for yoga. Husband, I can be even more well-behaved, she declared. Moving to the center of the main cabin, with the stainless steel pole as her support, she began to perform a captivating dance, commonly known as pole dancing. Li Shijing reclined on the sofa, quietly admiring her. Jinshin moved like a seductive serpent, effortlessly wrapping around the pole. In this moment, Li Shijing grasped why ancient emperors were so enamored with watching beautiful women dance, especially under the moonlight, which lent an ethereal allure to the scene. After her enchanting performance, Jinshin knelt before the sofa. Husband, I wish to serve you well and repay your kindness, she said, her clear, water-like eyes gazing deeply into Li Shijing's. He gently caressed her hair, immediately understanding her intentions as he looked at her rosy lips and white teeth, expressing his admiration. Jinshin seemed resolute in her decision. She leaned closer, and beneath the moonlight, her youthful, fair face appeared almost luminescent. Thank you to those who appreciate this book. Happy New Year. Chapter 44. The scheming femme fatale Jinshin, discovered by Naza, began her audition and performance. Aiming to demonstrate to Li Shijing whether she could fully embody the essence of Li Yueya, Li Shijing genuinely appreciated this girl who expressed her thoughts solely through action. Facing him, Jinshin felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, she lacked experience. With no other means of expression available to her, she resorted to this method. Albeit feeling utterly out of her depth and her words misaligned with her heart, the unfamiliarity was palpable and her shyness was evident. Li Shijing refrained from reacting too strongly, even regulating his breathing to avoid disturbing Jinshin's audition. Although it was a physical performance, it nonetheless posed a significant challenge to her interpretative skills. Am I doing all right? Jinshin stammered, her words hesitant. Yes, Li Shijing replied with a simple affirmation, which was implicitly a compliment. Jinshin exhibited remarkable potential in her acting, demonstrating a remarkable fluidity. Meanwhile, a drowsy Naza was roused from her slumber, wary of disturbing the peacefully sleeping Jinshin and Shenyao. Still somewhat dazed, she failed to notice that Jinshin had already vacated her position. Cautiously, Naza rose and tiptoed out in search of water. Just as she approached the threshold of the room, she became alert to the faint sounds of breathing from the main cabin, accompanied by another deep, subtle noise. Could it be that Li Shijing was outside, laboring away on his script at this late hour? Such a workaholic was rare indeed. Had she ever witnessed someone so dedicated? Even amidst the joys of sailing? The rumors circulating online could not be wholly trusted. Tales of the trio engaging in relentless rounds of mahjong aboard the ship seemed utterly fabricated. However, it seemed that work was not the only matter at hand. He appeared to be indulging in food with great fervor. Driven by curiosity, Naza cautiously ventured out of the room, only to be confronted with a scene far from her expectations. To her astonishment, it was Jinshin. After rubbing her eyes in disbelief and widening them in shock, she struggled to comprehend the unfolding drama before her. Striving to maintain composure, she dared not utter a sound. What on earth was happening? She slowly retreated a few steps, peeking cautiously to observe the events transpiring on the sofa. Was it truly appropriate to spy? A conflict brewed within her. Xiaochun, you are undoubtedly the leading lady, she thought, as she heard Li Shijing's amazed exclamations. In that moment, Naza grasped the situation. Though somewhat slow, she was not foolish. She possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the intricacies of the entertainment industry. So, Jinshin was a cunning schemer, putting on a show under the guise of caution during the day, only to sneak away at night to audition and showcase her exceptional talent. No wonder, when selecting bikinis, she had insisted that they leave first, ultimately choosing the least fabric-covered option, nearly non-existent. It was all a ploy to secure the leading role. A sudden realization dawned upon Naza. She had fallen into Jinshin's trap. Yet, her curiosity compelled her to continue her clandestine observation. What other remarkable performances could Jinshin conjure? Truth be told, This was her first genuine encounter with such practical artistry, and Jin Shun and Appo's performance gradually became increasingly blurred. Amidst Li Shijing and Appo's continuous praise, the audition eventually concluded. Perhaps due to excessive spinning in the ship and Appo's motion, Jin Shun suddenly covered her mouth and dashed toward the restroom, prompting Naza to quickly withdraw her head. Her heart raced, her mind flooded with images of the prior scene. Naza found herself entirely devoid of the desire for water. Should she share this with Chen Yao? She was engulfed in confusion. Darling, do you wish to ensnare both Naza and Yao Yao as well? Jin Shun inquired upon her return, breathlessly posing a question that no man could refuse. Chapter 45. Naza's strategy to overcome the enemy, voluntarily contributing Naza. Did you not sleep well? After finishing her morning routine, Chen Yao naturally came to inquire about the disheveled Naza, who seemed to be in a lethargic state. It was already 10 o'clock, yet Naza was still sound asleep. Upon being awakened by Chen Yao, Naza rubbed her eyes, clearly having had a restless night. She was uncertain of the reasons behind her unrest. After witnessing Jin Shun and Appo's performance the previous night, her mind had been perpetually occupied with that scene. Even imagining herself in Jin Shun's position, indulging in fantasies that it was she who was in the spotlight. The menacing visage of Li Shijing was vividly etched in her mind, his ferocity almost palpable, with even the throbbing veins appearing distinct as he spat at Jin Shun. Consequently, Naza spent the night in a haze, tossing and turning in a restless dream, leaving her spirit utterly drained. Did I disturb you last night? I tend to move around in my sleep. Jin Shun entered the room, tentatively inquiring, feeling slightly guilty, although she had returned quietly just before dawn. There was a lingering apprehension that the two might have noticed her absence from the bed. No, Naza replied, her voice lacking vitality. Yet internally, she had begun to harbor wariness and animosity towards Jin Shun. She had not grasped the full extent of Jin Shun's underhanded plan to curry favor with Li Shijing. But one thing was certain, Jin Shun intended to betray both herself and Chen Yao. Jin Shun, in high spirits after recently landing the lead role in Wuxin Master, radiated an aura of joy. I've prepared seafood porridge. Hurry and get up to have some, she said to the two of them. Sounds great. You and Appo's, amazing. Sister Jin Shun, even making porridge. Chen Yao exclaimed with delight at the mention of seafood porridge. I want to drink any, Naza huffed, turning her head under the covers to continue sleeping. The sight of Jin Shun filled her with an inexplicable revulsion. She couldn't and Appo's to shake the thought that Jin Shun might have ulterior motives, possibly even lacing the porridge with something sinister. However, it was not the right moment to warn Chen Yao. She needed to devise a strategy instead. The two girls assumed Naza was merely grumpy or had not rested well the previous night, deciding to let her sleep a little longer. Good morning, Director Li. Jin Shun and Chen Yao greeted Li Shijing as they stepped out. It's already late morning. Is it still early? Li Shijing chuckled in response. The weather is splendid today, bright and breezy. Then good afternoon it is. Director Li must be quite exhausted after a long night's work, Jin Shun teased. It's far more arduous for you to prepare porridge for everyone. How very virtuous of you, Li Shijing remarked, his words laden with double entendre, instantly igniting Jin Shun and Appo's imagination and causing her to blush and lower her gaze. It's not too difficult, Jin Shun replied shyly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. By the way, I also fried 4 eggs. You all should hurry and eat. As she presented the fried eggs, which were initially meant to be shared equally, Naza's refusal meant that Li Shijing received 2. On this lavish yacht, the amenities were impressively comprehensive. Little Chun, you certainly prioritize your protein intake, Li Shijing teased once more. Unbeknownst to Chen Yao, the playful banter between the two flew over her head. She assumed they were merely discussing the eggs. Jin Shun, however, understood the implications of Li Shijing's teasing. Recalling the rich protein from the previous night that had been deceptively served to her, tasting rather unpleasant. After the trio finished their porridge, Li Shijing resumed writing the script for Wuxin Master, while Jin Shun took Chen Yao on a small motorboat for a leisurely ride around the waves. Before long, Naza entered the cabin. What is going on? Li Shijing inquired, looking up. I saw and heard everything last night. Jin Shun is a wicked woman, Naza stated bluntly. In her bed, she had contemplated for quite some time. Now that she was on the yacht for several days, it seemed impossible to guard against Jin Shun's cunning ways. Perhaps it would be better to offer herself up willingly rather than let Jin Shun exploit her contributions. What did you see? Li Shijing asked with a playful glint in his eye. If Jin Shun can take action, so can I, Naza declared, biting her lip and stepping forward. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 46. Naza learns to operate a yacht. Jin Shin advises Chun Yao Jin Shun, please don't drive so fast. It's my first time aboard. On the vast, undulating ocean, Chin Yao clung tightly to Jin Shin's waist, her voice tinged with fear and trepidation. Jin Shin, exuding confidence, revved the engine to its maximum, sending sprays of seawater flying around them. The powerful wake behind them resembled a towering column of water. And Chin Yao sensed the peril of such reckless driving. Fear not, fear not. I'm here with you. Open your eyes, feel the thrill. It's exhilarating. This is what it means to soar through the skies. Once you immerse yourself in it, you'll feel as if you're flying. Jin Shin laughed heartily, completely disregarding Chun Yao's trembling form. The jarring motions were proving to be quite taxing for her, though perhaps it was merely the discomfort of a first-time experience. She mused that perhaps she would acclimate with time and practice. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a golden entry, heavenly voice, level 8 mastery over various exceptional singing skills, and an exquisitely melodious voice. After a profound exchange with Naza in the cabin, Li Shijing too obtained a heavenly voice entry. His musical abilities had been rather average, merely belonging to the realm of competent amateurs. However, with this newfound entry, it appeared he might occasionally showcase some talent. While this parallel world boasted stars akin to Zhou Jiluan and Lin Junjie, many songs remained undiscovered. Regrettably, despite Naza's stunning beauty, she lacked any innate talent for singing, often straying off-key, a flaw shared by many enchanting women. For now, one could only listen to her attempts at high notes, marveling at their charm. What is your impression of Director Li? Naza brought Chin Yao out for a leisurely outing, a plan she had discussed with Li Shijing the previous night. She had promised him that she would become a woman of great influence. I haven't and Appos, T thought much about it. He seems quite amiable, Chin Yao replied, feeling rather neutral. After all, Director Li had taken them out for a delightful seaside adventure, seemingly with genuine intentions. In the cockpit, Li Shijing was instructing Naza on how to operate the yacht, emphasizing the importance of smooth steering for maintaining the correct course, as this was their first experience. The feel of the controls was crucial. Jin Shin appeared to possess a significantly higher aptitude than Naza, whether it be in yacht navigation or acting. Naza, visibly anxious and somewhat flustered, could be felt trembling under Li Shijing's guidance, nearly damaging the steering wheel. He provided her with support to stabilize her emotions. There are certain matters I believe we should discuss. Do you know why President Kai sent us to accompany Director Li? Jin Shin inquired. Probably for the collaboration on a script or something. Chin Yao nodded, understanding the underlying implications. Li Shijing was currently enjoying a meteoric rise to fame, having propelled both the actress Jing Tian and newcomer Zhang Tianai into the limelight. Though Zhang Tianai starred in a web drama, her popularity was comparable to that of top-tier actresses, rivaling that of the latest productions from major studios. As for Tangren Media, they appeared to be on the verge of collapse. It was evident to any discerning observer that they were merely hanging on by a thread, without a blockbuster hit. The accumulated fame and reputation would amount to nothing. Ultimately, the audience only recognized market viability. Indeed, this is Tangren's sole chance for resurgence, yet it is also our opportunity. Should we falter, the outcome may be dire. To exploit value, we may face even worse scenarios, Jin Shin analyzed. If the company were to fold, they could either be sold off en masse or disbanded individually. In any case, they would certainly be sold. Conversely, if the company managed to survive, they might be assigned to undertake various tasks or social gatherings. So, Chin Yao was aware of these ramifications but was still eager to hear Jin Shin and Appos' subsequent thoughts. Compared to us, Naza enjoys a certain favor from President Kai. If she collaborates with Director Li, who do you think President Kai would favor? Jin Shin queried. Her curiosity piqued. She hoped for more clarity, yet felt somewhat drained. Chapter 47. Yang Mi introduces Lu Xiaoli, the mischievous young man, not even bothering to conceal his intentions. Received a call. Meanwhile, Li Shijing was diligently instructing Naza on how to maneuver the yacht. Yang Mi and Appos' call came through, tinged with a hint of jealousy, as she had inevitably come across the sensational news. She was well aware of Li Shijing and Appos' flirtatious nature and his recent outing with the 3 women at sea, supported by undeniable photographic evidence. Since your new drama is airing, I assumed you would be exceedingly busy, so I refrained from bothering you. What, do you miss me? Li Shijing teased. The release of both Ancient Sword and Prince and Appos' concubine had occurred around the same time, both becoming massive hits. Naza felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, particularly with the impending return of Jin Shin and the others. Hearing Li Shijing's light-hearted banter with Yang Mi only added to her unease. Though she remained silent, she struggled to maintain control of the yacht, fearing it might run aground. Li Shijing sensed Naza and Apos' distress, her pupils beginning to constrict. Honestly, it seems you and Apos, re-enjoying the company of those three lovely ladies, lost in the moment. Youngmi said with a hint of annoyance. All right, I might return tomorrow or the day after. We should catch up then, Youngmi, Li Shijing replied with a chuckle. As they spoke, the conversation veered towards personal matters. Youngmi, while intrigued by Li Shijing's words, felt a twinge of impatience. Their past employer, Tang Ren, had created a certain distance between them. Although she had and Apos, left under scandalous circumstances like Tang Yin or Lu Shi, her departure had still left an air of tension. After gaining a measure of fame from Xinjian, she distanced herself from Tang Ren, which displeased Kai Inua. It was she who sought me out for collaboration. Li Shijing clarified. I wasn't Apos, inquiring about that. I meant to ask if you and Apos, become entangled with Kai Inua, Youngmi explained. Her interest in Li Shijing's partnership with Tang Ren was minimal, as she presumed it revolved around scripts and such. What truly concerned her was the possibility of Li Shijing forming a connection with Kai Inua, whom she wished to avoid. Goodness, Youngmi, what are you thinking? Li Shijing finally understood her concern. There and Apos. No way I would get involved with Kai Inua. I might mingle with Jin Shun and Naza, but never with her. That and Apos. Reassuring. By the way, when you return, there's someone I'd like you to meet, Youngmi said, feeling relieved upon hearing that he had not engaged with Kai Inua. Who is it? Li Shijing inquired with curiosity. Lu Xiaoli, the mother of Louis Fei. She expressed admiration for your talent and wishes to get to know you. Youngmi delicately conveyed. Youngmi was well aware of Lu Xiaoli and Apos' intentions. She sought collaboration. Their connection had begun when they worked together on the Return of the Condor Heroes, where Youngmi was a mere supporting character. While Louis Fei had already risen to prominence thanks to the family of Jinfin and Xinjian, Louis Fei was down to earth, forging a friendship with Yang Mi on set. However, the media had been cruel, mocking Youngmi for sharing an umbrella with Louis Fei, insinuating she was merely a minor character unworthy of recognition. Yet times had changed. Youngmi's popularity now eclipsed that of the once celebrated Louis Fei, who had transitioned to the film industry and sought opportunities abroad, becoming a formidable presence akin to Jing Tian. As Lu Xiaoli searched for new talent, she stumbled upon the rising star that was Li Shijing, learning he was affiliated with Youngmi. Unwilling to decline Lu Xiaoli's request, recognized that even if she did not facilitate the introduction, Lu Xiaoli would find a way to contact Li Shijing independently. Thus, it seemed prudent to assist. All right, for your sake, Youngmi, when I return, I will arrange it, Li Shijing responded eagerly. His interest piqued at the prospect of working with Louis Fei and Apos' mother. The idea of collaborating with Louis Fei and Apos' family excited him, especially considering Lu Xiaoli and Apos' current struggles. This sentiment resonated deeply with Naza, who felt a kinship with Li Shijing in this moment. Chapter 48. Naza discovers. Jin Shun aims to compete in the stillness of the night. The room basked in the soft glow of moonlight, where a graceful figure danced with an enchanting and alluring elegance. Li Shijing, sipping red wine, reveled in the mesmerizing movements of Naza's supple form, lost in a reverie of delight. He mused to himself how splendid it would be if he and Naza could perform a duet for him someday. Indeed, the tales of the Western girl's prowess in archery and horsemanship rang true. Just as he reveled in the moment, the lights in Li Shijing's room flickered to life, startling Naza. To her astonishment, it was none other than Jin Shun and Chun Yao who had entered. The situation became rather awkward for Naza, clad only in a seductive camisole that offered little coverage, leaving much to the imagination. Her captivating presence was laid bare before Jin Shun and Chun Yao, who bore witness to the scene. Jin Shun and Apos' expression was a mixture of disdain and jealousy, while Chun Yao stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Is Naza trying to seduce Director Li? Lu, indeed, what's the matter? I am auditioning. However, Naza quickly grasped the situation and confidently remarked, auditioning? Is this how one dresses for an audition? Jin Shun chuckled coldly, what business is it of yours? Moreover, what brings you here at such an ungodly hour? Naja immediately retorted, I sought Director Li to discuss work. Jin Shun, confronted by Naja and Apos' inquiry, felt a surge of guilt. After successfully brainwashing Chun Yao during the day, the little girl seemed to tacitly accept Jin Shun's narrative. If they failed to seize this opportunity, it was inevitable that the leading role would still belong to Naja upon their return. Thus, it was better to take a chance. Jin Shun was indeed dragging Chun Yao along to audition for the dual roles in Dragon and Pearls. She aimed to perform splendidly in hopes of earning greater rewards and investments from Li Shijing. To her surprise, Naja had gotten ahead of her. Of course, Jin Shun was unaware that earlier that afternoon, Naja had already transformed into Li Shijing's favored shape. Yao Yao must have seen it. She was ahead of us by a mile. I told you, we shouldn't be naive. When we return, she might still be the leading lady, Jin Shun scoffed mockingly. Chun Yao had long since acknowledged Jin Shin's perspective, and with the events unfolding before them, her gaze toward Naja was tinged with a subtle animosity. Jin Shun. How can you still have the audacity to speak? I saw everything last night. It was you who secretly auditioned with Director Li behind our backs. And you mentioned wanting to let both Yao Yao and me be enjoyed by Director Li. You were merely exploiting us. Don't think I am oblivious. Naja, realizing the situation had escalated, decided to drop the facade and laid everything bare, recounting all that she had witnessed the previous night. After listening, Chen Yao finally understood. No wonder Jin Shun had been incessantly brainwashing her that afternoon. She had been used. So what if she was? Everyone relied on their own abilities, didn't they? Jin Shun was taken aback to discover that Naza had been secretly observing everything that transpired last night. Well, it seems there is no point in pretending anymore. Indeed. It's a matter of relying on one's own abilities, so let us refrain from discussing affiliations. Naza raised an eyebrow and straightened her posture. After all, they were both ancient vixens. It was futile to claim superiority in seduction. Everyone possessed their own allure. However, the undulating waves, in Jin Shen's eyes, represented a blatant provocation and mockery. After all, she was rather flat-chested. Very well, let each rely on their own abilities. Jin Shen let out a cold laugh and strode directly toward Li Shijing. Naza did not anticipate Jin Shen's audacity to brazenly recreate the scene from the previous night right before her eyes. No, Li Shijing never anticipated that Jin Shen would perform an exquisite scene of eating noodles in front of Naza and Chen Yao, showcasing his unparalleled acting prowess. You thought I couldn't do it. Upon seeing this, Naza's competitive spirit surged instantly. Can you perform the act of eating noodles? I certainly can. Such additions I can also partake in. I am, after all, a natural-born leading lady. The two locked eyes, their fury palpable, intertwining completely. Li Shijing felt an unexpected surge of happiness. Yet it seemed as though he had become merely a pawn, a component in their rivalry. Darling, who do you find more impressive? After a spirited exchange of witty repartee between the two, Li Shijing, naturally incensed by their rivalry, was filled with rage. However, the two insisted on Li Shijing and Apos' judgment to determine a victor. Li Shijing, naturally, could not show favoritism regarding the eloquence of either party. As an actress, aside from her command of lines, she needed to be assessed comprehensively, taking into account skills, appearance, and more. When Jinsheng heard Naza refer to him as the king, Naza, in turn, acknowledged Jinsheng as the husband. This mutual recognition indicated their impressive backgrounds. It seemed they were quite extravagant in their private lives. Noticing Li Shijing and Apos' silence, Jinsheng suddenly remembered the most important task at hand, to bring Chen Yao on stage for a performance. He immediately went over to summon Chen Yao. From the moment she entered and observed the fierce competition between the two, Chen Yao felt utterly bewildered. The alluring and vibrant performances truly opened her eyes. You are all too uninhibited, she thought, feeling that she could never match such audacity. Meanwhile, Naza, eager to showcase her abilities, rushed to assist Jinsheng in bringing Chen Yao into the spotlight. She wanted her share of the glory as well. No, the timid young Chen Yao protested. Her face flushed with shyness. She lacked the courage to read lines or engage with the script in front of them. Yao, don't be afraid. You can do it. Yes, Yao, since you're here, you might as well give it a try, urged Naza and Jinsheng as they encouraged her to begin her performance. I really can't, Chen Yao insisted, as she felt increasingly reluctant. Yao, have you forgotten your purpose here? Make sure to showcase your acting skills before Director Li. Li Shijing observed the chaotic scene of the three women entangled in a whirlwind of activity, quietly taking in the spectacle. Typically, one would need to guide the actresses in their performances. However, it seems that this time, the task of directing Chen Yao can be entrusted directly to Jin Shun and Naza. Nonetheless, it must be said that Chen Yao and Apos' acting is indeed commendable. Her portrayal of Yuchilua in Wuxin, the monster killer, has garnered more popularity than Jin Shin, the leading lady. In the realm of Blue Star, numerous netizens have praised Chen Yao's seamless ability to switch between the personas of a cute girl and a delicate, twisted demon. Unable to decline any longer, Qinyao naturally commenced her performance, hoping to gain the approval of Li Shijing. The following day, as the yacht approached the shore, Qinyao shyly greeted Jinshin and Naza, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Let and Appos. Hurry, President Kai is already waiting on the shore, Jinshin said with a tender smile. Qinyao nodded obediently. The reason for her shyness stemmed from her striking contrast in performance the previous night, which was far from that of a cute girl. She had been utterly fierce. Li Shijing had also witnessed Qinyao's darker side, and it was no wonder that the red-eyed Yuchilua, both mad and fragile, could captivate so many viewers. Qinyao greatly benefited from Li Shijing and Appos' guidance, realizing that she still had much to learn in her craft and would need to seek advice more frequently in the future. At last, the yacht docked, and Li Shijing returned with Jinshin, Naza, and Qinyao. Kai Yinan was uncertain whether Naza had secured the role of the female lead, but secretly hoped that Naza would receive special favor. After all, in her years of experience, she believed that Naza, with her striking beauty, would inevitably become a top-tier star, destined to succeed the likes of Yangmi and Lu Tianstian. Li Shijing was in a dilemma, as all three had vied for the leading role the night before. Unfortunately, a single production could accommodate only one female lead, so opportunities had to be offered to each. Nevertheless, the collaboration between Naza and Jinshin had been quite harmonious. President Kai, have you been waiting long? Li Shijing inquired with a smile, adhering to their agreement as he handed over the script. Kainan and Appos' eyes sparkled with excitement upon receiving the script for Wuxin, the monster killer. There is hope for Tangren, she exclaimed. At that moment, a sleek black luxury business vehicle came to a smooth halt. The door opened, and a familiar melodious voice emerged. From within, a stunning figure descended. Her legs long and slender, with an air of elegance, none other than the radiant Yangmi. Upon seeing Yangmi, Kainan's expression subtly shifted. In the past, Yangmi had greeted her with utmost respect, acknowledging Kainan and Appos' significant influence over her career. However, the tides had changed. Yangmi and Appos' star was undeniably on the rise, having recently starred in 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, and the currently popular The King's Avatar, firmly establishing her dominance in the industry. Naza and the other women felt a flutter of excitement upon seeing Yangmi, for not only was she exceptionally beautiful, but her inherent confidence was something every aspiring actress sought to emulate, making her an idol for many of the new generation. Following her, another graceful woman stepped out of the vehicle, Lu Xiaoli. Despite being in her 40s, her timeless beauty rendered her ageless, exuding both the charm of a mature woman and the youthful vitality of a girl. Her features and demeanor bore a striking resemblance to those of a celestial being. As a professional dancer who prioritized her physical fitness, Lu Xiaoli maintained a figure that rivaled that of the younger actresses on set. Clad in a sleek black dress, she epitomized elegance. Li Shijing regarded Lu Xiaoli, who, in turn, scrutinized him. With his striking features and captivating aura, he was indeed a young man who could easily enchant those around him. As Yangmi and Lu Xiaoli approached, they courteously greeted Kainan, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. Their past interactions were tinged with tension. However, the situation had evolved. Years prior, Lu Tianxian's disagreements regarding her contract with Tangren had led to an unfortunate fallout, with Lu Xiaoli as her manager having directly declined the partnership, resulting in no further collaborations. Directly, I shall not intrude any longer, Kainan remarked. Sensing that Yangmi and Lu Xiaoli had business with Li Shijing, it was prudent for her to depart, and she, along with Naza and the others, discreetly excused themselves. Hello, directorly. Lu Xiaoli promptly extended her hand first, politely greeting Li Shijing. Hello, Lu Jia, Li Shijing said, briefly shaking Lu Xiaoli and Appos' fair hand, reminiscent of green onions. He refrained from addressing her as auntie, opting instead for sister, which brought a subtle joy to Lu Xiaoli and Appos' heart. After all, being called sister can be perceived as a recognition and compliment for her years of meticulous self-care. Directorly, I sought you out to discuss collaboration. Yangmi has already made the necessary introductions, Lu Xiaoli stated directly, eliminating the need for excessive formalities. Of course, Li Shijing nodded in agreement. There are indeed several scripts involving Lu Tianstian, all of which have been quite successful on Blue Star. Thank you, directorly. I will personally bring Qianqian to visit you soon, Lu Xiaoli said, aware that Li Shijing was also set to collaborate with Tang Ren on another project. She felt a sense of urgency, as preparations for Lu Tianxian and Appos' return to the entertainment industry needed to commence. By the way, I happen to have a theme song that requires a voice that is both lively and sweet. If your daughter is willing, she could give it a try. Li Shijing remarked. Singing? Upon hearing that Lu Tianxin might record a song, Lu Xiaoli raised an eyebrow in surprise. Although Lu Tianxin had a commendable voice and had indeed pursued singing and dancing, her aspirations of becoming a triple threat star in film, television, and music had ultimately faltered. Despite her efforts to promote her dance album, it failed to gain traction, much like her film career, which had seemingly vanished without a trace. P.S. Esteemed readers, please share your thoughts or feedback. The author seeks a spark of motivation for further updates. Chapter 51. The filming of Wuxin. The monster killer commences. Instantly captivating attention, Lu Xiaoli was taken aback to discover that Li Shijing harbored innovative aspirations in the realm of music. Regardless, this would pose no detriment to Lu Tianxian, and she was naturally inclined to allow her daughter to explore this opportunity. Even if it did not yield favorable results, it would facilitate more interactions with Li Shijing, which could only be beneficial. This fellow, who would have thought he could compose music? Upon hearing that Li Shijing intended for Lu Tianxin to record music, Yangmi felt a flicker of curiosity ignite within her, albeit accompanied by an inexplicable twinge of jealousy. Was her own distinctive voice not worthy of consideration? Why was she not given the chance to try? In truth, Yangmi possessed a considerable interest in music, yet apart from her song Offering of Love, her other works had floundered. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Li Shijing responded, and the two exchanged contact information. 3 days later, the filming of Wuxin, the monster killer, officially commenced. As a condition of collaboration, Li Shijing facilitated the release of Jin Shun from his contract with Tangren, which was essentially a form of breach of contract penalty. However, Kai Yinong was cautious not to demand exorbitant sums, refraining from employing the typical contract extortion tactics. She symbolically accepted a sum in the hundreds of thousands. Even after releasing him, Jin Shun was dispensable for Tangren at this juncture, as incurring Li Shijing and Appo's ire was far more consequential. As long as Naza remained, everything would be satisfactory. After all, in Kai Yinong and Appo's eyes, Naza was a treasure destined to become a top-tier star. In exchange, Li Shijing assigned the male lead role to Han Dongjun, whom Tangren was eager to promote, while the female lead, Yu Qiluo, was cast with Chun Yao. Initially, the promotional strategy was intended to be understated. However, with the sensational success of Li Shijing's 2 online dramas, maintaining a low profile was simply unattainable. Furthermore, the collaboration with Tangren propelled the project into trending topics. Consequently, Zhang Zhe arrived early to oversee the copyright acquisition for the broadcast. Director Li, please state your price. We shall remit the advance payment immediately, he asserted. Upon learning of the commencement of filming, he was so eager that he didn't even require a glimpse of the sample episodes or the script. This was the power of reputation. Zhang, are you not concerned that I might abscond with the funds? Li Shijing chuckled. Director Li, please do not jest. Zhang Zhe flatteringly replied. With and Appo's, The Prince and Appo's, Bride and Appo's, still airing, the anticipated revenue from subsequent viewings is estimated to be in the tens of millions. Thus, there is no need for concern. The investment for this project is likely to exceed 100 million. Li Shijing conveyed the preliminary budget to Zhang Zhe, enabling him to discuss it with the higher-ups and formulate a plan. Upon hearing of the substantial investment, Zhang Zhe understood that it would be akin to the high-quality script of Si Tong. Very well, Director Li. I shall provide you with a definitive response by tomorrow. If convenient, may I take a look at the script? Zhang Zhe requested humbly. It was indeed a rarity for a financier to exhibit such deference. However, the current market dynamics compelled Zhang Zhe to bow to Li Shijing's stature. With Li Shijing's rising fame, companies like Tencent and Lu TV, having missed the initial collaboration opportunity, were now eager to curry favor. An inadvertent misstep could lead to significant losses for Tencent, thus solidifying Li Shijing's authoritative position. Hello, Mr. Li, this is Ganwei. Zhang Zhe had just ended his call when Li Shijing received a call from an unfamiliar number. It was soon revealed to be Ganwei, the wife of the head of Lu TV. Following their regrettable loss of the first collaboration with Li Shijing, Lu TV was in disarray, resulting in the dismissal of the department manager. The failure to secure a partnership for The Prince's Bride had further exacerbated their predicament. Consequently, Ganwei personally reached out to express their earnest desire to collaborate. Hello, Miss Gan, Li Shijing responded, quickly discerning the purpose of her call. Director Li, I have heard that you are embarking on a new drama. We at Lu TV are very sincere and would like to purchase the copyright outright. To be succinct, we can match all of Tencent's terms. offering 100 million for the exclusive first-round broadcast rights. What do you think? Ganwei inquired amicably. Chapter 52 Luiko invests 100 million, and Yangmi becomes a guest star. The 100 million from Ganwei is indeed quite enticing. It represents the entirety of the production costs before filming even begins. Essentially akin to a hand without a wolf. There is virtually no risk involved. Moreover, if the profit sharing is equivalent to that of Tencent, one merely has to await the dividends. Such treatment is likely reserved for renowned directors. This time, Luiko has made a significant financial commitment, demonstrating ample sincerity and temptation, aiming to successfully secure Li Shijing's third web series. Mr. Gan, you are being too courteous. Let me think it over, Li Shijing replied. Provided that the treatment from Tencent is not significantly inferior, he would naturally still opt for collaboration with them. All right, Director Li, we are genuinely sincere this time. I await your news, hoping for good tidings. Ganwei, too, could not elaborate further and could only choose to patiently await Li Shijing's response. Late at night. At Yangmi's villa. Losing money? This is the Balenciaga I just purchased, authentic, and you have the audacity to tear it apart. Yangmi exclaimed, surveying the disheveled state of her beloved item. Do I lack this little money, sister me? Lu joked. Besides, Warren and Amp. Oppos. To you the one who urged me to fuel my enthusiasm? I meant to encourage you, not suggest you tear it apart. Yangmi rolled her eyes, though she felt a slight pain from the motion. Clearly, excessive eye-rolling was not advisable, yet it had some emotional value. Li Shijing gently teased, gesturing at the damaged Balenciaga. To be fair, a ripped Balenciaga is quite fashionable. By the way, are you still granting the copyright for your new drama to Tencent? Subsequently, Yangmi inquired further. Yes, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Li Shijing nodded. Mr. Yuan from Aichi called me, wishing to discuss a collaborative endeavor. They are willing to offer a higher profit-sharing deal than Tencent for the first-round broadcast rights. I wanted to know if you're interested. Yangmi recognized that the collaboration between Aichi and her was rather close-knit. They had secured the rights to 3 lives, 3 worlds, and the ancient sword from her. Therefore, Aichi was directly attempting to win her over to acquire the broadcast rights for the unintentional mage. This was a roundabout approach, especially since they had previously faced setbacks. Are you here to be a guest star? Li Shijing teased. Let us stick to the matter at hand, Yangmi retorted, slightly annoyed. Do you not have any awareness of whether you're a guest star or not? Luiko has already committed 100 million, while Tencent is still deliberating. They are likely to provide me with a quote by tomorrow. 100 million? Yangmi exclaimed, astonished. She was well aware of Li Shijing's budget, which was approximately the same amount. Luiko's actions were tantamount to a blind and unreserved commitment, directly targeting Li Shijing himself. Regardless of the quality of the production, in the industry, even if a director is exceptional, the risks remain substantial. There have been instances of well-received directors encountering failures. Even as a top-tier star, it seems she had never enjoyed such treatment. Contemplating this sparked a hint of jealousy within her. Had I known earlier, I would have invested directly in Li Shijing. By now, the dividends would have been considerable. Yangmi mused and then stated, however, I will still inform Aichi of the news tomorrow. Whether Aichi decides to participate is their business. Currently, only Youku has yet to make a move. But I suspect they will not hold back either. However, this competition will undoubtedly intensify due to Luiko's forceful entry. By the way, what song did you arrange for Ife? Yangmi inquired, her curiosity piqued. The song is by Lake Baikal, the theme for the unintentional mage, Li Shijing replied. The title sounds quite elegant. I assume you wrote the song yourself? Yangmi asked, her eyes widening with curiosity. Indeed, I composed it myself. Would you like to see it? Li Shijing, noticing her interest, inquired. Of course. I would love to see it. Yangmi nodded eagerly. She hadn't anticipated that Li Shijing could write scripts, direct, and even compose songs. She wondered how melodious his compositions might be. Chapter 53. The sweet honey longs for a shortcut in my embrace, within your gaze. There lies a realm intoxicated by spring breezes and adorned with lush greenery. The moonlight casts its tender glow upon the lake, while the flames of 2 hearts illuminate the entirety of the night. Years hence, like clouds drifting aimlessly, the shifting footsteps render our hands difficult to intertwine. Yangmi gazed at the lyrics, feeling as if she were ensnared in a rapture akin to standing by the shores of Lake Baikal. Indeed, you possess a remarkable talent for songwriting, and you craft such beautiful pieces. Could you compose one for me as well? I yearn to sing, she exclaimed. Yangmi recognized that Li Shijing's musical prowess was no trifling matter. It was genuinely impressive. Immediately, she adopted a flirtatious demeanor, fully aware that a woman's charm holds immense power. Ah, this is quite unlike our dear honey, the style of our esteemed Yang, Li Shijing mused, taken aback by Yang Mi's sudden shift into a delicate persona. Typically, she was either coyly alluring or rolling her eyes in exasperation. Although Mimi's voice was distinctive, her singing technique and pitch left much to be desired. Otherwise, she would not have only one song, The Offering of Love. Yet, in times of necessity, a song could indeed be provided. The decision to have Lu Tianstin record the theme song was primarily rooted in mutual benefit. After all, it had been quite some time since Tianstin graced the television landscape, adding an air of mystery to her return. Her involvement in the theme song for this drama would undoubtedly ignite various discussions, elevating the show's popularity in a manner that mere publicity could not achieve. All right, honey. Now that you're aware of the backdoor dealings, if I allow you to take this route, you must reciprocate, Li Shijing remarked with a chuckle. There was no escaping the principle of reciprocity. The next morning, Zhang Zhe called Li Shijing, informing him of the latest developments. Although the matter regarding Li TV and Appos' efforts to obtain the copyright for Li Shijing and Appos' Heart Law Master was deemed a commercial secret, whispers flowed through the industry. Even iQIYI and Youku had begun to make their moves, with Penguin Entertainment gathering intelligence as well. Currently, Lu TV has offered 100 million, matching the conditions set by your Penguin, while iQIYI has attempted to seduce me, and Youku remains silent for now, Li Shijing replied, glancing at the peacefully slumbering Yangmi. It was clear that the term seduction was far more fitting than persuasion. After all, at this moment, Yangmi resembled a heap of clay, peacefully nestled in Li Shijing's embrace. He conveyed the specifics of Li TV's situation to Zhang Zhe, hoping to illustrate their sincerity and demonstrate what Penguin should do next. A 100 million offer. What a bold move. The news of Li TV's willingness to spend such a significant sum took even Zhang Zhe, who was known for his lavish expenditures, aback. It was a blatant attempt to inflate prices and disrupt the market. Such reckless spending for the first-round broadcast rights was unprecedented, taking on nearly all unknown risks. The investment in this drama hovered around 100 million, even with potential additional costs. It wouldn't stray far from that figure. Penguin had already proposed 70 million, a sum Zhang Zhe deemed outrageously high, especially considering the optimistic outlook surrounding the princess's assistant. Lu TV's approach was akin to a reckless gamble, inflicting self-harm while hoping to wound the competition. Director Li, allow me to deliberate further. We have yet to finalize a precise plan, Zhang Zhe replied tactfully, unwilling to disclose their 70 million offer in light of Li TV and Appos' bid. He subtly requested Li Shijing to push for better terms, fully aware that Li Shijing was a businessman, motivated primarily by profit. By the way, Mr. Zhang, let me share one more detail. The theme song will be performed by Lu Yifei, Li Shijing stated calmly. Chapter 54, Price Manipulation and Four-Way Competition. Lu Yifei, the illustrious name of the celestial fairy. Zhang Zhe was certainly aware of her reputation, although she has seemingly retreated from the entertainment industry in recent years. Tales of her grandeur continue to circulate. This news is indeed a significant bombshell, representing a cross-industry collaboration. Regardless, if the celestial fairy were to perform the theme song for Wuxin, the monster killer, the show's popularity would not merely trend on social media. It would ascend to an unprecedented level of acclaim. Li Shijing had long anticipated Zhang Zhe's reaction to this development. He wondered whether Zhang could seize this opportunity for added value. So, is it possible that Lu Yifei might star in your fourth television series? Zhang Zhe inquired eagerly. Perhaps. For now we are only collaborating on a theme song, and I have only communicated with her mother a few times, Li Shijing replied. This statement was somewhat ambiguous, leading to speculation. Would the celestial fairy return to the realm of television dramas? It was hardly surprising, given her recent struggles in the film industry. Returning to her area of expertise was certainly logical. Reports suggested that numerous entertainment companies were already vying to engage her. Director Li, I understand. I will provide you with a precise and satisfactory response by tonight, Zhang Zhe assured, excitement bubbling within him. This revelation would undoubtedly bolster his bargaining power. Surely, the executives at Penguin Media recognized the weight of Lu Yifei and Appos' influence. Just as the call concluded, another unfamiliar number appeared. Hello, Director Li, this is Chen Hua, Vice President of Youku. Chen Hua introduced himself directly, underscoring Youku and Appos' keen interest in Li Shijing and Appos' project. Hello, President Chen, Li Shijing acknowledged, understanding the intent behind the call. To be brief, we at Youku wish to acquire the first-round broadcasting rights for and Appos' Wuxin, the monster killer, and Appos' We can match all conditions proposed by Penguin Media and will also enhance our promotional support. Just name your price. I have the authority to finalize it, Xinhua stated plainly. Youku was evidently eager, akin to the urgency displayed by LeTV. Determined to secure the rights to Wuxin at any cost. Name a price? LeTV has already offered 100 million. I hesitate to propose a figure. Lest I be accused of being overly ambitious, the budget for this project is indeed capped at 100 million, Li Shijing replied, somewhat nonchalantly. 100 million. Upon hearing LeTV and Oppo's offer, Xinhua reacted similarly to Zhang Jia, incredulous. Had she lost her mind? After all, the film sector was managed by Ganwei. Xinhua had believed he was well prepared, intending to offer 80 million, with all major headlines and coverage dedicated to promoting Wuxin. He had anticipated a strong bid. Yet Ganwei and Oppo's aggressive strategy was unexpected. Directorly, if I were to offer 100 million outright, could we finalize the deal immediately? Xinhua probed tentatively. Time was of the essence, and although there was a possibility of Li Shijing exaggerating the situation, he preferred to believe it was true. After all, he could make the final decision, and they estimated that Wuxin could yield a profit of at least 500 million. Apologies, but Ichi and Penguin are also asking me to hold off for now. You understand, Li Shijing chuckled. It seemed there was no need to question the authenticity of the situation. It was undeniably genuine. Otherwise, Li Shijing would have already sealed the deal with them. Xinhua silently assessed the situation, recognizing that this relentless bidding war could spiral into a vicious cycle. Yet, there was no alternative. Even if he wished to negotiate with other companies, they might not agree. It was a matter of competitive merit now. Xinhua had not anticipated that such fierce competition would erupt over a single web series, with 4 major platforms vying for it, pleading for the opportunity. In previous scenarios, it was typically the production side that sought their collaboration, asking for promotional placements. Directorly, I understand. I will call you again to express our sincerity. Xinhua remained determined to negotiate, although surpassing the 100 million mark would require further discussion, given the significant risk involved. Nonetheless, he did not wish to miss this opportunity. All right, Li Shijing affirmed. He had not foreseen such intense competition, resembling an auction. Perhaps the immense popularity of The Prince's Bride compared to Xijing was the catalyst for this newfound recognition of the potential of web series. Moreover, the relaxed review standards for web dramas allowed for a broader audience reach. Chapter 55. The Heartless Sorcerer upon being roused from her slumber. Yangmi naturally attempted the high notes once more, reluctantly allowing Li Shijing to take his leave. She was well aware that upon returning from the cruise, this fellow would undoubtedly be inundated with tasks. Indeed, in the days to come, Li Shijing was bound for Jing Tian, by Liu, Riba, and Zhang Tian AI, to listen to their heartfelt confessions and share their innermost thoughts. Meanwhile, the fierce competition among the 4 major portal websites had escalated to a frenzied battle. Ultimately, Penguin secured the first-round broadcasting rights for The Heartless Sorcerer at a staggering price of 150 million. The news instantly propelled Li Shijing's name into the limelight once more. Truly remarkable, he had not yet commenced filming, yet all production costs had already been recouped, and there were considerable profits to be made. The subsequent revenues from broadcasting rights and advertising dividends promised to bring in yet another significant wave of income. Click. The rap party commenced. 2 months later. As the final shot was captured, The Heartless Sorcerer had finally reached completion. As per tradition, a rap party was held, making Li Shijing the focal point of the team's flattery. After several rounds of toasting, he found himself pleasantly tipsy. However, being the man of exceptional constitution that he was, he recovered from the effects of alcohol far more swiftly than most. Nevertheless, the excessive politeness of his colleagues left him somewhat intoxicated. As for the leading ladies, Jin Shin and Xin Yao, they were understandably eager for a respite. Throughout the filming, Li Shijing's tyrannical approach to quality control had been quite stringent, leaving the 2 women with little time for in-depth discussions, as they spent their days either memorizing lines or contemplating their characters. Thus, they had long been yearning for a chance to unwind. Director, you seem inebriated. Allow me to assist you back, Jin Shin kindly suggested as the celebration drew to a close. Observing her intentions, Xin Yao hurried over, unwilling to let Jin Shin monopolize the evening and Oppo's glory. It was clear that Jin Shin alone would find it challenging to manage. Very well, let us depart, Li Shijing acquiesced, his slight inebriation not impairing his judgment. He appreciated the thoughtfulness of the 2 women, feeling that they deserved some compensation after enduring the previous 2 months. Jinshin and Xin Yao, unfazed by the notion of sharing the evening, welcomed the opportunity. Eventually, They even summoned Naza to join them, transforming the gathering into a delightful quartet. The most engaging activity among the four was, of course, mahjong, which continued until all had enjoyed several winning hands, concluding their evening on a high note. Director Li, congratulations on wrapping up. The following afternoon, Li Shijing was awakened by a call from Zhang Jie. Congratulations for what? You're merely here to hurry me along, Li Shijing teased. Seeing through the pretense. Come on, Director Li, have a little compassion for your junior, Zhang Jie replied sheepishly. His potential promotion to vice president of Penguin Video hinged entirely on the success of the Heartless Sorcerer, so his urgency was understandable. I will expedite the editing process over the next few days. Louis Fei will come by this afternoon for the recording. I should have the single ready for you by tomorrow. Do remember to start the promotional build-up, Li Shijing instructed. During the filming, the fervor surrounding the Heartless Sorcerer had waned, primarily due to the popularity of Ancient Sword and the Prince's Concubine. Although it did not surpass Ancient Sword, its viewership on Penguin Video was nonetheless impressive, exceeding that of Xiting and securing the second position, trailing only behind Bubu Jing Xin. Such an achievement for a web series was indeed extraordinary. Understood, Director Li. Take care of yourself, Zhang Jie replied, displaying his awareness of Li Shijing's situation before ending the call. Take care of myself? It's merely an all-night mahjong session. I can easily rise for another round. Li Shijing retorted, promptly rousing the languid Naza and the others once more. After indulging in a couple more rounds of mahjong and relishing a few victories, he finally allowed the exhausted trio to rest before heading to the recording studio to guide Lu Tianxin in performing the theme song, expressing his gratitude for their contributions. Chapter 56, The Sense of Loss of Lu Tianxin, completion of song recording Lu Xiaoli, adorned with a subtle touch of makeup. Arrived at the designated recording studio accompanied by the ethereal Lu Yifei, renowned for her otherworldly beauty. Lu Yifei, often described as a stunning beauty who does not photograph well, was indeed a sight to behold in person. Li Shijing had the privilege of witnessing her enchanting presence firsthand today. With skin as flawless as snow and a tall, curvaceous figure, she possessed all the quintessential attributes of beauty. However, it was the harmonious blend of her sculpted features and voluptuous physique that rendered her a true gem of unparalleled allure. In the realm of domestic entertainment, there will always be a place for a celestial beauty like her. In reality, she surpassed her on-screen image, her beauty and charm transcending the confines of the camera. Particularly her vibrant spirit and unique aura, which could only be genuinely appreciated in face-to-face encounters. Those fortunate enough to have met Lu Yifei in person could not help but extol her surpassing beauty. Li Jie, Li Shijing naturally continued to address Lu Xiaoli as sister. Oh dear, Director Li, please refrain from teasing me. At my age, I see you are even a few years younger than our Qianqian. Spare me the sister title, otherwise. How will Qianqian address you? Should she call you uncle? Lu Xiaoli chuckled. Then let's agree to differ. I shall call you sister and Lu Yifei sister as well, Li Shijing jested. That sister title is settled then. In truth, I wouldn't mind Lu Tianxian calling me uncle or even daddy. After all, Director Li truly had a sense of humor. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei also shyly smiled. With her captivating charm enhanced by her enchanting aura, Li Shijing naturally possessed an innate allure that attracted any woman. Despite Lu Tianxin and Appo's seemingly aloof demeanor, a perception fostered by her roles as characters like Xia Longnu and Wang Yuyan, she was not as distant or haughty in private. Like many young women, she harbored a certain shyness and was somewhat introverted, exhibiting an unexpected, down-to-earth style, often seen in her casual puffer jacket, which she wore on ordinary outings. It was only her extraordinary beauty that rendered such attire unpretentious. Initially, Lu Tianxian held a modicum of curiosity towards Li Shijing. Upon meeting him, she found herself harboring a slight fondness, drawn to his good looks, his talent for scriptwriting and directing, and his prowess in songwriting and composition. What woman could remain indifferent? Moreover, Li Shijing approached her without the obsequiousness typical of many men who would fawn and grovel, which left Lu Yifei with an inexplicable sense of loss. Such is the nature of women. Even the most beautiful among them are not immune to feelings of inadequacy. The more adored and revered they are, the more curious they become when someone appears less enthralled by them. Everything is ready. Let us proceed. Li Shijing promptly ushered Lu Yifei into the recording studio. The lyrics and composition had long been provided to her, and Lu Yifei, diligent and dedicated, had mastered them with ease. She possessed a certain vocal talent, her voice ethereal and sweet, perfectly suited for the song, which she cherished immensely. Under Li Shijing's guidance and encouragement, they completed the recording in approximately 2 hours. Once assured of its quality, Li Shijing swiftly sent it to Zhang Jia. Penguin, aside from its video platform, was also a major player in the music industry. Promoting a song was no trivial matter. Rest assured, Director Li, we will ensure this song receives comprehensive promotion within 3 days, Zhang Jia assured upon receiving the track, promptly initiating a large-scale marketing campaign with the heads of Penguin Music. After bidding farewell to Lu Yifei and her mother, Li Shijing hurried back to his newly purchased villa to begin editing Wuxin, the monster killer. He had already conceived his next project, the widely anticipated Dream of Hua, intending to bring Lu Tianxin back to reign atop the ratings charts. After all, historical dramas were Lu Tianxin's comfort zone, and she would likely embrace the opportunity with enthusiasm. As Li Shijing immersed himself in editing, the doorbell rang. Uncertain of who it might be, he realized that only a few of his close acquaintances knew his address. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the adorable Bai Lu, who arrived bearing late-night snacks. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 57, an hour to the top of the charts. Is Lu Tianxin to be consumed? Below, you will hear a piece from the ethereal Lu Yifei, who has recently released a single titled By the Baikal Lake. The theme song for the television series Wuxin, the monster killer. The lyrics and arrangement are crafted by the director and screenwriter of the show, Mr. Li Shijing. When the host of the music station mentioned Li Shijing, he could barely contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Even the celestial sister has been summoned to sing. Truly remarkable." However, this gentleman has a less than stellar reputation. After all, the leading ladies of Wuxin, the monster killer, the first female lead, the second female lead, and Naza have purportedly spent several nights aboard a yacht with him in search of inspiration for his creations. How could Lu Yifei possibly be entangled with him? When composing her song, might she, too, need to seek inspiration? Upon the song and Oppo's release, it immediately caused quite a stir and garnered considerable attention. Beyond its explosive success on Penguin Music, Lu Yifei and Oppo's By the Baikal Lake quickly surged to the top of various music platforms, becoming a trending sensation. The lyrics resonate deeply. In my embrace, in your gaze, where spring breezes intoxicate, where verdant grasses flourish. Moonlight scatters love across the lake. A bonfire illuminates the entire night. How many years later, by the Baikal Lake, how many years later do past events drift away with the clouds? Such a poignant and moving melody, coupled with lyrics that touch the very soul, paired with Lu Yifei and Oppo's sweet and youthful voice, truly encapsulates the essence of the song. It may not bring one to tears, but it certainly stirs the heart. Who among us does not possess a cherished memory of a beautiful lake? Regretful thoughts can always evoke waves of nostalgia. How could a masterpiece be overlooked? This young talent indeed possesses a gift for emotional composition and heartfelt lyrics, yet his actions leave much to be desired. Lu Xiaoli feels a mixture of joy and frustration. On one hand, she is thrilled that her daughter has finally released a song that has taken the internet by storm, reaching the pinnacle of music charts within just an hour. The momentum is extraordinary, and the accolades are abundant. Many are delving into the profound meanings of the lyrics, with shares and retweets soaring. The song's popularity is nothing short of astonishing, echoing through every street and alley. It is worth noting that Lu Yifei had once aspired to pursue a musical career, given her commendable vocal talent. She possesses a charming and sweet disposition, perfect for the genre. However, after a few albums that failed to gain traction, she seemed to have resigned herself to obscurity, despite her lively performances and alluring appearances. The public seemed more captivated by her vivacious charm than her singing. Consequently, she abandoned her musical ambitions, perhaps due to the inadequacy of her lyrics and compositions. This reinforces the notion that a song and Oppo's success is not merely a matter of popularity. True recognition must stem from the intrinsic quality of the music itself. Yet, this time it appears Lu Yifei has triumphed, albeit under the guidance of Li Shijing. In truth, this song could have been a hit for Yang Mi or even Jing Tian, as the strength lies not in Lu Yifei's own abilities, but in Li Shijing's songwriting prowess. It is noteworthy that Yang Mi's earlier hit, The Offering of Love, once captivated the entire internet, becoming her most recognized piece. Thus, the caliber of Li Shijing's talent is widely acknowledged. While he may not possess the genius of a master, creating a few golden tracks is certainly within his grasp. Of course, the internet is rife with discussions and opinions, particularly among Lu Tianxin's fanbase. They express sentiments such as, "I joined as a member for the Celestial Sister, and she has finally released a song. I was moved to tears. It's truly touching. If the theme song is this moving, the drama must be exceptional. How could that scoundrel be entangled with our Chi-Chi? I hope sister can steer clear of such a cad. Let her career shine." While fans recognize Lu Tianxian's breakthrough with this song, they are simultaneously concerned for their pure and virtuous celestial sister, fearing that she may fall prey to the unscrupulously Shijing under such pretenses. Thank you, thank you. Otherwise, the barren votes would be quite disheartening. Chapter 58. By Lu's little tiger tooth requests extraction. By Lu gazed at the data, her excitement bubbling over as she danced joyfully. The term brother was her affectionate nickname for Li Shijing, much like how Naza referred to her king or Jin Shin called his husband. Bai Lu had once ventured to Korea for training, but alas, she was not selected for the girl group, leading her to return home. Thus, it was not surprising that she would refer to a man who knew her well and loved her deeply as brother. Sure, I've known for quite some time. Li Shijing nodded, currently engrossed in editing. The team needed to rush the work for Wu Xine, the monster killer, aiming to synergize with the popularity of Lu Tianxin's latest song. Bai Lu was, of course, referring to Lu Tianxin's new release. It would indeed be strange if the song did not become a hit. It had already taken the internet by storm just over an hour after its release, topping the charts across major platforms. With such momentum, as long as titans of the music industry like Jiluan and Junjie did not release new tracks, the song could maintain its peak popularity for months. However, Bai Lu's exuberance in declaring it exploded might leave one wondering what exactly had burst forth. Of course, her visit to deliver a late-night snack to Li Shijing was not merely a simple gesture. She also yearned to become part of that late-night feast, hoping that her brother would appreciate it once he was free. Brother, you truly are remarkable. Bai Lu gazed at Li Muxu with admiration, her eyes sparkling with infatuation. Is there any chatter online regarding the connection between Lu Tianxin and me? Li Shijing inquired with a smile. He was primarily concerned with the rumors circulating. To him, a song was hardly significant. After all, how could he justify his own dubious behavior of assisting the pure-hearted Lu Tianxin in writing a song without inviting wild speculation? Brother, those rumors online stem from a lack of understanding of you, Bai Lu stated earnestly. Although she had seen comments suggesting that Li Shijing intended to use his music to pursue Lu Tianxin, she did not concur with that view. Do you know me well? Li Shijing asked curiously. Despite their close friendship and shared experiences, he doubted that she truly understood him completely. To some extent. But I at least know you are not a bad person. I believe you would not act inappropriately towards Luifei as they suggest. You are the type who is unfaithful yet does not impose, Bai Lu replied, tilting her head adorably. I see your little tiger tooth is bothering you again. Do you wish for me to take a look? Li Shijing understood that he would need to assume the role of a professional dentist that evening. Bai Lu and Appo's kind act of bringing a late-night snack was merely a facade, for she was indeed feeling hungry, and this situation was not simply a matter of one meal. Oh, come on. My little tiger tooth is simply adorable. Don't you want to see it? Bai Lu, caught by Li Shijing's teasing, blushed fiercely, especially at the mention of her tiger tooth, which made her mouth involuntarily twitch with the desire for attention. The sensation of having her tiger tooth played with was delightfully soothing, but she feared she might not be able to handle it, as those who had undergone tooth extraction knew how easily one could faint. Brother, I have a favor to ask, Bai Lu said after a while. As Li Shijing continued his editing, she reclined lazily on the sofa, her thoughts swirling. What is it? He inquired. I have a dear friend named Zhao Lucy, who aspires to be a great actress. Would you be interested in her? Bai Lu asked timidly, feeling that their relationship should remain pure. If she facilitated an introduction, it might seem like she had ulterior motives regarding her feelings for Li Shijing, something she wished to avoid. Sure, Li Shijing replied with a nod. Zhao Lucy? That would be wonderful. She is quite a renowned star in Blue Star, comparable to Bai Lu, and ranks among the 4 rising flowers following Yang Mi and her peers. Her popularity would undoubtedly benefit me. Thank you, Bai Lu exclaimed, her spirits lifted significantly. Chapter 59. The celestial mother and daughter seeking to entrust their fate to the Godfather. Bai Lu tirelessly endeavors for the happiness of her beloved friend, ultimately acquiescing to Li Shijing's unconventional demands, compelling the little tiger tooth to be shaken from an entirely different perspective. Meanwhile, Bai Lu, engulfed in madness, senses the soaring popularity of a particular single. Naturally, the whispers surrounding Lu Tianxian and Li Shijing gain momentum, igniting fervor among the fanbase. However, due to Chen Jinfei and Appo's efforts to suppress the rumors, their notoriety does not ascend to the trending lists, adversely affecting Lu Tianxin and Appo's reputation. Luifei finds herself at a loss. How could such matters become entangled in her life? She laments over missed opportunities, feeling as though she has gained nothing yet incurred a multitude of troubles. If only she had seized the chance, She muses enviously about Yang Mi and her companions, who have undeniably reaped the rewards. Qian, those outrageous rumors outside are simply infuriating. Lu Xiaoli expresses her displeasure upon noticing the various scandals circulating. It greatly distresses her, as her daughter embodies purity and grace. How could she be embroiled in such gossip with Li Shijing? Lu Xiaoli blames herself for not considering the implications thoroughly. It is imperative to clarify the situation. Singing is one matter, acting is another, but maintaining one and Apos' reputation is paramount. Over the years, she has meticulously shielded her daughter from any similar rumors concerning Min, save for the fabricated tales involving her godfather, Chen Jinfei, which were undoubtedly the result of envy and malice from those who begrudge Lu Tianxin's success. Lu Yifei, lost in thought, absent-mindedly nods, her mind drifting back to Li Shijing. Why has he never sought a casual conversation with her? Does he find her unworthy? Admitting the pangs of jealousy that arise within her, she secretly wishes for Li Shijing to approach her for a chat, about anything at all. Qian, despite this, we must continue to collaborate harmoniously. I must devise a mutually beneficial plan, Lu Xiaoli says with concern, eager to strengthen her partnership with Li Shijing. She harbors high hopes for the future, wishing for him to create a suitable script for her daughter. What kind of plan? Lu Yifei inquires, intrigued. Perhaps I should consult your godfather. By the way, he is coming over tomorrow, Lu Xiaoli replies. Initially, she had not informed Chen Jinfei about the collaboration with Li Shijing, as he has been occupied with business endeavors in Kyoto, possessing a degree of influence in the industry. Without some support, Lu Yifei would not have navigated the entertainment realm so smoothly. The resources from figures like Zhang Debatzi were facilitated by Chen Jinfei and Apos' connections. However, in recent years, Lu Yifei and her mother have been striving to distance themselves from his control. Consequently, Chen Jinfei has been employing various strategies to regain his influence over Lu Yifei. Yet, the now established starlet has solidified her position in the industry, rendering Chen Jinfei's attempts to dominate her futile. Lu Yifei is acutely aware that Chen Jinfei's intentions are not benign, and she feels it may pose a challenge for her mother. Initially, Lu Xiaoli had contemplated keeping her meeting with Chen Jinfei secret from her daughter, but ultimately decided it was best to be transparent. Let us meet. It is unavoidable, Lu Yifei asserts, gripping her mother and Apos' hand. We must face this together. Lu Xiaoli, unwavering in her determination, acknowledges the necessity of confronting the situation. Their previous relationship with Chen Jinfei had been somewhat ambiguous, which is why he had taken Lu Yifei as his goddaughter and invested in her career. However, his initial motives had been to pursue Lu Xiaoli, which had not materialized. Now that Lu Yifei has blossomed into a stunning beauty, Chen Jinfei harbors even bolder aspirations. The allure of the mother-daughter dynamic is not as simple as 1+1. It is a more profound temptation, offering a different kind of spiritual satisfaction. Which man could resist such an allure? Very well, we shall confront it together, Lu Xiaoli nods. To shield her daughter from further slander, Lu Xiaoli resolves to sever ties with Chen Jinfei promptly. After all, Chen Jinfei's agency has only signed Lu Yifei, and it is time to reclaim their autonomy. Chapter 60, Naza and Apos' new costume and Lu Xiaoli and Apos' plea for help. Naza and Lu Xiaoli have both risen to fame unexpectedly, and Naza feels aggrieved, recalling that she was promised resources. At this moment in Li Shijing's villa, Naza expresses her discontent. It is the third day since the launch of Wuxin Master, and its viewership has been extraordinary. The quality of the plot and production has garnered high praise, leading to the acclaim of Jinshin and Xinyao. Their performances, makeup, and overall execution have propelled them from obscurity at Tangren to surpassing even Naza in popularity, which deeply unsettles her. In the beginning, Naza was the center of attention at Tangren, yet her performance in Xian Yuan's sword faced considerable criticism, overshadowed by Tang Yan, resulting in a lack of a substantial fanbase. Most of her followers were drawn in by her looks. The burden of their struggles on the yacht was shared among the three of them, but now as her peers enjoy their success, Naza feels left behind. Therefore, she turns to Li Shijing for solace. Rest assured, I will make arrangements, Li Shijing reassures her. Are you currently working on any scripts, Great King? Naza inquires, having noticed the script titled Ming Hualu in Li Shijing's notebook. Ah, is it for me? She asks excitedly. It's for Lu Yifei. Don't rush. I will certainly arrange something for you, Li Shijing responds, fully aware of Naza's desire for improvement. However, he notes that her acting skills are not substantial enough to bear the weight of leading roles, especially when compared to the talents of other Western beauties like Reba. Oh, you aren't considering Lu Yifei, are you? Naza, curious, probes further. Despite the recent rumors surrounding Lu Tiankai and Li Shijing being quelled, she has still caught wind of them. No, not at the moment, Li Shijing replies, but adds, who knows what the future holds. Wouldn't it be wise to evaluate her acting? Perhaps she is more suited for the role, Naza suggests, moving closer to Li Shijing, her playful demeanor shining through. What acting? Li Shijing feigns ignorance, understanding that Naza is eager to refine her skills and has come to him for support, not only for resources but likely for financial backing as well. Take a look at my new costume. Naza beams, slowly disrobing to reveal the outfit she wishes to showcase to Li Shijing. Even though he is accustomed to seeing beautiful women, Naza's allure ignites a fervent gaze from him. Women often revel in the attention of men who are captivated by their physicality, and witnessing Li Shijing's reaction brings joy to Naza's heart. Today's costume was meticulously prepared, a complete black lace ensemble reminiscent of Victoria and Appo's secret. After a prolonged moment, the sofa returns to tranquility as the audition concludes. With remnants of the costume scattered about, Naza's eagerness to perform was palpable, and Li Shijing, recognizing this, did not hold back. At this moment, a lace sleeve still clings to Naza and Appo's left leg. After finishing a cigarette, Li Shijing observes that she has regained her composure from the excitement of the audition. Following a deep sigh, Naza feels refreshed, her spirits lifted, even in light of Li Shijing not assigning her a role. It seems she has accumulated not resentment but vitality instead. Li Shijing then embraces her, emphasizing that the process is essential, and the conclusion of their work needs to be well executed to ensure a fulfilling experience for her. Indeed, Naza's physique is remarkable. Her slender waist would be an enviable trait for any ordinary woman, yet she possesses an awe-inspiring allure that captivates Li Shijing. At that moment, the phone rings. To his surprise, it is the lovely Lu Xiaoli calling. Li Shijing promptly answers. Director Li, is this a convenient time to talk? Lu Xiaoli and Appo's voice carries a hint of melancholy, tinged with hoarseness. Of course, go ahead, Li Shijing responds immediately. The situation is a bit complicated. I've encountered a bit of trouble. Could we meet privately to discuss it? Lu Xiaoli inquires. Thank you, he replies. Chapter 61. The widow Lu Xiaoli seeks assistance thus unfolded the events. The following day, in a discreet private room of a tea house, Lu Xiaoli recounted the situation to Li Shijing. The recent occurrences had understandably robbed her of restful slumber, leaving her complexion pale and her demeanor exceedingly haggard. Yet, there was an undeniable air of melancholy that accompanied her widowhood. Initially, she had envisioned a direct collaboration with Li Shijing. However, just days prior, upon learning of Lu Tianxin's new plans, Qin Jifeng had abruptly made his way to confront her. His intentions unmistakably clear. He wished to meet Li Shijing to determine the feasibility of their cooperation. Is that why Sister Lu wants me to meet him? Li Shijing inquired. Beyond merely wanting you to meet him, I seek your assistance, Lu Xiaoli confessed after much hesitation, her gaze fixed upon Li Shijing. How can I assist? Li Shijing asked. Reflecting on the past years, Lu Xiaoli lamented. It was indeed her godfather who provided us with the stability we needed. Lu Tianxian, raised in a single-parent household, had followed her mother and later ventured to the unfamiliar realm of the United States. Upon her return, she aspired to establish a career in the performing arts. Qin Jifeng, enamored with Lu Xiaoli, had exerted every effort to assist her, hoping to win her affection. Yet she had consistently rebuffed his advances. As time passed, Lu Tianxian blossomed into an exquisite young woman, and now, Qin Jifeng harbored unseemly thoughts of claiming her. Lu Xiaoli found herself feeling isolated, her most trusted ally being none other than the relatively unfamiliar, yet inexplicably dependable Li Shijing. I wish to leave my godfather's company and transfer Ife to you. Would you be willing? Lu Xiaoli inquired. Were it not for Li Shijing's notorious reputation as a charming rogue, she might have entertained the notion of marrying her daughter to this handsome young man. Li Shijing had already established his own studio, and prominent figures like Bai Lu and Jin Qin had joined his ranks. Certainly, let us arrange a meeting with him. He readily agreed. Securing Lu Weifei would be akin to acquiring wings. A top-tier talent would undoubtedly enhance his standing. With just a few productions, he could reintroduce her to the public eye and reap significant rewards. 2 days later, at the Moda Grand Hotel, Li Shijing was escorted by a waiter to the door of a private room, where 2 men clad in sunglasses and suits swiftly opened the door. Bodyguards? Enforcers? He found the situation amusing. Surely, such theatrics could not pose a genuine threat to him. Qin Jifeng's antics seemed reminiscent of an era long past. This was a society governed by law. Moreover, his own formidable martial skills would suffice against a multitude of adversaries. Upon entering, He noticed the anxious Lu Xiaoli and the domineering Qin Jifeng, along with the unexpected presence of Wang Zhonglei. As a significant figure in the entertainment industry, Wang Zhonglei and Amp. Oppo's involvement clarified Qin Jifeng and Amp. Oppo's strategy. Was he seeking to apply pressure through Wang? Qin Jifeng, though not entirely entrenched in the entertainment world, maintained close ties with influential figures across various circles. Li Shijing felt as if he had walked into a trap reminiscent of a banquet steeped in ulterior motives. "Oh, you must be Li Shijing, the esteemed director," Qin Jifeng remarked with a forced smile, while Wang Zhonglei offered a subtle nod in greeting. Li Shijing had heard of Wang Zhonglei, a rising star in the realm of online dramas, though he dismissed him as inconsequential. "Indeed, I am Li Shijing," he replied, scrutinizing Qin Jifeng, whose unremarkable features and middle-aged demeanor were accentuated by a hairstyle reminiscent of a bygone era, lacking any semblance of charisma. He resembled a rather unremarkable street artist, decidedly unrefined. Thank you, Qin Jifeng responded. Chapter 62. Tension in the air. "All right, Shijing, please take a seat. I am somewhat older, so you may call me that," Lu Xiaoli said, her heart stirred. Qin Jingfei promptly invited Li Shijing to sit down as well. Li Shijing chose not to elaborate further. Thinking to himself how the old man was hardly just slightly older, he shouldn't and Amp. Oppos to exaggerate his youthfulness. The waiter was then summoned to serve the wine and dishes, marking the official commencement of the banquet. "I suppose there and Oppos, there's no need to introduce Mr. Wang, as everyone in the film industry is likely familiar with him," Qin Jingfei declared proudly. His ability to invite Wang Zhonglei was a silent display of ostentation and dominance. A warning to Li Shijing: keep a low profile, or with my connections, it would be quite simple to bring you down. Li Shijing remained taciturn. The intention behind the gathering unmistakable. It was about the contest for Lu Tianxian. "Director Li, your recent success has been remarkable. We cannot compare to the younger generation. Their creative minds produce web dramas that only grow in popularity, sweeping through the industry. Their trending topics are purchased, after all, and major portals are eager to follow their lead. We simply cannot compete," Wang Zhonglei remarked, feigning self-deprecation, although he genuinely held little regard for web dramas. "Indeed, we at Ife owe much to Shijing and Oppos' care," Qin Jingfei stated, taking a sip of his drink. Li Shijing continued to listen calmly, patiently awaiting the continuation of their elaborate charade. "Wang Zhonglei, Shijing has been gracious in looking after Ife, who can be quite a handful. I appreciate your assistance, but it will no longer be necessary," Qin Jingfei said, his expression feigning paternal warmth and helplessness, resembling a concerned guardian. "I have come all this way primarily for this matter," Li Shijing replied coolly. "She is capable of handling her own affairs." This remark instantly transformed Qin Jingfei's demeanor, the facade of amiability fading away. Wang Zhonglei, although preoccupied with his meal, observed closely, his eyes glittering with interest. "Oh, so you choose not to show me any courtesy? Li Shijing, your words certainly lack respect," Qin Jingfei retorted with a cold smirk. "Regardless, do not mirror Ife and Amp. Oppos' ignorance." "Oh, and if I were to disregard decorum, would you prevent me from leaving?" Li Shijing countered, unflinching. This caught Qin Jingfei off guard, after all. Li Shijing was no ordinary individual, but a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, well known and respected. Qin Jingfei hesitated, realizing he could not openly confront Li Shijing in public. He had not anticipated such audacity from him. Originally, he had summoned Wang Zhonglei to exert pressure, but it appeared to have backfired completely. Little did he know that not only would Li Shijing not yield, but Wang Zhonglei would also stand firm if provoked. Lu Xiaoli, witnessing the sudden escalation of tension, was taken aback and glanced worriedly at Li Shijing, concerned for her younger brother's welfare. Following their secretive discussion, she had taken him as her godbrother, almost sealing their bond with blood. Naturally, Li Shijing was determined to support his godsister, adapting to the circumstances as they unfolded. Watching her handsome and imposing godbrother, Lu Xiaoli felt a surge of emotions within her. "Li Shijing, do not think for a moment that I, Qin Jingfei, am easily intimidated. Be cautious. If you overstep, you may find yourself in a situation where you must repay your debts in full," Qin Jingfei threatened, his tone darkening. "Let us dispense with the unnecessary rhetoric. I have reviewed the contract on your end. I am willing to pay a breach fee. Regardless, Lu Yifei is someone I must sign, as she is mine." Li Shijing replied with a chilling smile. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoli had been prudent, ensuring that her contract with Qin Jingfei was rather hastily arranged. Thus, even in the event of a breach, the compensation required would be minimal. Qin Jingfei had placed complete trust in both mother and daughter. never suspecting that matters would escalate to such an extent. Now, he found himself outmaneuvered, but as for the Tianxian mother and daughter duo, Li Shijing was poised to exploit even more opportunities. Chapter 63. The essence of a romantic film. Lu Xiaoli found herself in a muddled situation. There was no need for such tension among friends. Harmony should prevail. Sensing the discord, Wang Zhonglei swiftly stepped in to mediate. Meanwhile, Li Shijing continued to lock eyes with Chen Jinfeng, showing no intention of yielding. Shijing, this is where you are mistaken. Our circle has its own unwritten rules. If everyone behaved as you do, it would lead to chaos, Wang Zhonglei insisted, applying pressure as Li Shijing remained unyielding. Rules? I have no understanding or interest in your so-called rules, Li Shijing retorted nonchalantly. These so-called regulations merely serve the interests of their creators. When there is profit to be made, they zealously guard these rules, suppressing those who threaten them. Yet, once there is a chance for gain, they are the first to violate their own rules. Li Shijing, you must reconsider. Rules are rules. Offending me, Chen Jifeng, may be inconsequential, but crossing the entire industry would be detrimental, Chen Jifeng sneered. Enough. I've had my fill and understood your words. If there is nothing more, I will be taking Sister Lu with me, Li Shijing declared, symbolically taking a bite of his meal before wiping his mouth and preparing to leave with Lu Xiaoli. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Young people should temper their fervor, Chen Jifeng scolded, visibly enraged by Li Shijing's lack of deference. To his astonishment, Lu Xiaoli stood up and moved beside Li Shijing, ready to leave with him. At that moment, it felt as though they were the protagonists of a romantic film, with Lu Xiaoli resembling a bride attempting to flee her wedding. Is being young synonymous with recklessness? Li Shijing retorted with equal fervor. How infuriating. Chen Jinfeng slammed his hand on the table, his temper flaring as he resorted to colorful language from his hometown. Just then, the bodyguards outside, alerted by the commotion, burst through the door. What had begun as 2 had escalated to 7 or 8, indicating their intent to confront Li Shijing directly. Shijing. Lu Xiaoli's face paled in fear for his safety, realizing that Chen Jifeng was capable of desperate measures. Fear not, Li Shijing replied with a calm smile, gently holding Lu Xiaoli's delicate hand, sending a jolt through her heart. Lu Xiaoli experienced a rush of exhilaration, akin to a parched traveler encountering refreshing rain. What am I thinking? She chastised herself, suddenly engulfed by self-doubt. How can I harbor such feelings for my younger brother? Li Shijing, having honed his combat skills through rigorous training and various encounters with female celebrities, was prepared. Moments later, he unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, dispatching the bodyguards with ease, leaving them questioning their choices. Impressive. What manner of fiend is this? Chen Jifeng and Wang Zhonglei, now thoroughly frightened, fled in panic, unable to fathom the strength hidden beneath Li Shijing and Appo's seemingly gentle demeanor. Chen Jinfeng, I will ensure the breach of contract is addressed. In the future, refrain from troubling Sister Lu and Yifei. Otherwise, I will make you regret it, Li Shijing warned, slamming his hand on the table with a smirk. At that moment, Chen Jifeng cowered beneath the table, trembling and afraid to breathe, stripped of his earlier bravado. Let us go, Li Shijing said, taking Lu Xiaoli and Appo's hand as they confidently exited the private room. Lu Xiaoli felt as though she were in a dream, captivated by the notion of a man fighting valiantly for a woman, reminiscent of a cinematic scene. Li Shijing led Lu Xiaoli directly to the awaiting Lamborghini, and as he revved the engine, they sped away, leaving a scene that was promptly captured by onlookers with their phones. In the midst of the excitement, those present at the hotel began documenting the spectacle, with some already taking to social media to share the unfolding drama. Chapter 64. Do not call him uncle. From now on he is strong uncle. The following day, news of Li Shijing and Appo's heroic confrontation at the Magic City Hotel to rescue Lu Xiaoli was rampant. After all, many passers-by and hotel staff had captured the scene yesterday. Does director Li Shijing really possess such extraordinary skills? This is astonishing. Is this a film shoot? Is he the one who held the hand of the fairy mother? I heard that Chen Jifeng, the fairy's godfather, was causing trouble for the mother and daughter. Why does it feel like they are somewhat suited for each other? How romantic. In an instant, Li Shijing, Lu Xiaoli, Chen Jinfeng, and Lu Tianxian were trending on social media. Naturally, some netizens meticulously compiled the details of the incident, leading to a flurry of speculation. However, this did indeed render Chen Jifeng hesitant to act further, as he had escalated the matter himself by instructing his bodyguards to take action first. Li Shijing, of course, chose not to explain. The publicity served to elevate both himself and Lu Tianxian to the limelight, ultimately paving the way for the release of Dream of Hualu. At Lu Tianxian's villa, the mother and daughter, wishing to express their gratitude for Li Shijing's assistance, personally prepared a sumptuous dinner. Shijing, thank you, Lu Xiaoli said, raising her glass with heartfelt appreciation. At that moment, she had felt utterly helpless and terrified. Li Shijing was like a beacon of light piercing through the darkness. Is it really necessary to be so formal, my dear sister? Li Shijing replied with a smile, though the inflection on the term and amp, oppos, sister and amp, oppos, was slightly off. Sister? Lu Tianxin exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. As this was news to her, Lu Xiaoli had not mentioned it. Qianqian, I have accepted Shijing as my younger brother. So he is now your uncle, Lu Xiaoli explained. Uncle? But he is younger than me, Lu Yifei retorted with a scoff. It was true that Li Shijing was a few years younger than Lu Tianxian, and being called an uncle seemed rather absurd. Lu Tianxian clearly felt discontented. Age has no bearing on the title of uncle, Qianqian, Li Shijing teased. And amp, oppos, Qianqian and amp, oppos, was Lu Tianxin and amp, oppos' nickname, one that was typically reserved for elders to use. Well, I can only call you that when no one else is around. At most, I will call you and oppos, little uncle, and oppos, Lu Tianxin replied, her playful demeanor shining through. Reminiscent of a child brimming with youthful exuberance. Little uncle? Li Shijing chuckled, finding it amusing. When I transform into strong uncle in the future, you will understand. Ugh, my head is spinning. Lu Yifei groaned, feeling the effects of the wine. I can end amp, oppos, take it anymore. I need to lie down. Mom, little uncle, please enjoy your meal. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Lu Yifei, clutching her head and flushed, waved her hand. Typically, Lu Tianxin abstained from alcohol, but today, in celebration of their survival, she had consumed an entire bottle of red wine. However, as the effects kicked in, Lu Yifei, who had a low tolerance for alcohol, began to feel dizzy. Qianqian, let me help you upstairs, Lu Xiaoli said immediately, noticing her daughter and oppos, as condition. No, Mom. Please stay and keep little uncle company. Lu Yifei insisted, leaning heavily on Li Shijing's shoulder and slurring her words, clearly intoxicated. Normally, Lu Yifei was humorous and down-to-earth in private. But this uninhibited side was quite unlike her usual demeanor. Lu Xiaoli chuckled softly, her own spirits lifted by her daughter and oppos' newfound lightheartedness. All right, Mom, I will head upstairs now, Lu Yifei said after bidding farewell to the two before ascending the staircase. Concerned, Lu Xiaoli and Li Shijing watched her until she reached the top safely. Had it not been for Lu Yifei's insistence, Lu Xiaoli would have certainly assisted her. Thankfully, Lu Yifei managed to avoid any mishaps. Once the door closed, they both sighed in relief, exchanging glances that gradually shifted from light-hearted laughter to a hint of intimacy. Lu Xiaoli and amp, oppos' face began to blossom with a delicate flush, her body warming under the atmosphere. In the solitude of their company, memories of that day when Li Shijing held her hand and fought through the chaos flooded her mind. A passionate and exhilarating moment. The story is about to unfold. Please provide some support to encourage the author to update vigorously. Thank you. Chapter 65. Sister Lu, a touch tipsy, returns to her room to peruse Dream of Hua Lu. Cici is quite adorable, isn't she? Lu Xiaoli promptly initiated the conversation. Indeed, she is rather charming. Li Shijing nodded in agreement. Cici is a determined child. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoli began to recount the journey of Lu Yifei into the entertainment industry, along with her own perceived failures in love. Whether one is a star or an ordinary person, as a child from a single-parent family, there is always a sense of lacking something. Sister Lu, you have endured quite a bit, Li Shijing remarked, noticing the glimmer of tears in Lu Xiaoli and amp, oppos' eyes. He gently took her fair, delicate hand, offering silent comfort with his profound gaze. At that moment, Lu Xiaoli felt an overwhelming emptiness within her. While ostensibly narrating Lu Yifei's experiences, she was, in truth, voicing her own emotional void over the years. The absence of paternal love for Lu Yifei mirrored her own loss of marital affection. No matter how strong or resilient a woman may be, there comes a time when one yearns for a sturdy shoulder to lean on during moments of sorrow, disappointment, or hardship. Li Shijing had become that shoulder, that refuge. As Li Shijing tenderly held the back of her hand, Lu Xiaoli felt a delightful tingling sensation coursing through her entire being, an exhilarating impulse she hadn't experienced in many years. Yet, she sought to maintain her composure. Her body, however, responded honestly to Li Shijing and oppos' comfort. Li Shijing observed Lu Xiaoli and oppos' reactions, acutely aware that such bold actions could be deemed inappropriate given their current dynamic. Surprisingly, Lu Xiaoli did not exhibit any signs of discontent. Instead, The flush on her cheeks deepened, especially under Li Shijing's affectionate gaze. By the way, Sister Lu, I have arranged the subsequent scenes for Cici. It's a historical drama titled Dream of Hua Lu, and it is bound to be a tremendous success, Li Shijing announced. May I have a look at the script? Lu Xiaoli inquired eagerly, having learned that Li Shijing had prepared the script for Lu Yifei. Of course, he replied, retrieving the script from his bag. Sister Lu, I feel a bit tipsy. Would you assist me back to my room? I wish to review the script there, Lu Xiaoli suggested softly, biting her lip and playfully ruffling her hair with her other hand. A woman's slight intoxication often leads to emotional revelations. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoli's words, Li Shijing perceived that the likelihood of an intimate connection was now considerably high. Certainly, Sister Lu, he nodded, ensuring that his gaze remained sincere and pure. For it was imperative that Lu Xiaoli never viewed him as base or vulgar. After all, women like Lu Xiaoli were not easily swayed. Otherwise, Chen Jinfei wouldn't have gained little in his pursuits over the past 7 to 8 years. Moreover, there were subjective factors at play. Li Shijing's appearance far surpassed that of Chen Jinfei. While those lacking in material wealth often prioritize financial stability, Lu Xiaoli, being relatively affluent, naturally placed greater value on spiritual fulfillment. This inclination was undoubtedly tied to her character. Initially, she regarded Li Shijing as a dashing and intelligent young man, appreciating him from a distance, as Lu Xiaoli was a cultured and strong woman with her own moral compass. However, it was only yesterday, in her moment of utter despair, that she witnessed Li Shijing bravely navigating through danger to stand by her side, transforming him into a radiant beacon of hope amid her darkest hours. Oh, how she wished for that light to shine upon her. Shijing, I feel quite dizzy, she murmured, due to Li Shijing's height of 185 meters, as he supported her. Her head rested comfortably against his solid chest. Sister Lu, perhaps it would be wise to drink less next time. It is not good for your health, Li Shijing advised, sliding his hand from her shoulder to encircle her waist, providing a firm hold. Lu Xiaoli shivered slightly, unsure if it was merely psychological. Yet she felt warmth seep into her very core, cascading through her like a barren tree experiencing spring's revival or a parched, while finally receiving water. I am merely tipsy. Just tipsy, Lu Xiaoli reassured herself. And returning to my room is solely for the purpose of reviewing the script. Leaning against such a solid and resilient chest, she found herself feeling remarkably uplifted, grateful for the moment. Chapter 66. Watching the Dream of Hua Lu script with my stepsister Li Shijing is certainly not the archetype of a muscle-bound brute. However, enhanced by certain attributes. His physique is undeniably impeccable. Carrying Lu Xiaoli up to the 3rd floor poses no challenge whatsoever. Once inside the room, Lu Xiaoli promptly collapses onto the bed, leaving Li Shijing in a rather awkward predicament. Should he close the door and proceed, or simply make his exit? Given that the door remains wide open, and no explicit intentions have been voiced, departing now might feel somewhat regrettable. In the dim light, Lu Xiaoli's graceful silhouette, with its exquisite curves, is beautifully illuminated. Despite being in her 40s, her visage and figure suggest a woman in her 30s, particularly her physique, which is remarkably well maintained, akin to that of a youthful maiden. Even the typically composed Li Shijing finds himself swallowing hard. Shijing, could you fetch me a glass of water? I and Appos am so thirsty, Lu Xiaoli breaks the silence. Turning over and gasping for breath, her tone laced with a feigned helplessness that is undeniably alluring. Li Shijing nods, sensing that Lu Xiaoli does not wish for him to leave just yet. Close the door, so as not to disturb Yifei. You can sit on the edge of the bed while I review the script. Please dim the lights a bit. I prefer a softer glow when reading. Lu Xiaoli follows up with her request, and Li Shijing smiles knowingly. Engaging with an astute individual is indeed a pleasant experience. Lu Xiaoli's understanding nature has seamlessly alleviated his embarrassment. He contemplates how best to reciprocate her kindness, recognizing that a similar understanding approach is warranted. Lu Jia, Li Shijing says as he shuts the door and immediately pours a glass of warm water for Lu Xiaoli. It's hot, she exclaims after taking a tentative sip, her voice tinged with playful reproach. Li Shijing raises an eyebrow, skeptical, as the water cooler clearly indicates a temperature of around 50 degrees Celsius. How could it be too hot? Yet, observing the rosy hue of Lu Xiaoli's cheeks and her sultry gaze, he perceives an undeniable need to care for her. A charming expression begging for attention. Understanding dawns upon him. She is merely playing coy. Shall I cool it for you? He inquires. Yes, please blow on it for me. She replies sweetly, her dimples appearing as she nods. The feelings he evokes within her transport Lu Xiaoli back to her tender, cherished youth, a time when she craved nurturing. The truth is simple. Even those seasoned in life occasionally yearn for romance. However, such indulgence comes at a price. And Li Shijing silently resolves that he shall expect something in return. As Lu Xiaoli gazes at him, her eyes gradually become hazy, her breathing shallow. Lu Jie. Let us try again. He observes her smoldering look and hands her the cup. Calling me Lu Jie feels too distant. From now on, in private, please call me Xiaoli Jie or even just sister. She responds, her hands, warm and fervent, clasping his as their eyes lock. Still calling you sister seems appropriate, after all. You are my stepsister, not my biological sister. Humph. Lu Xiaoli agrees, her eyes sparkling with joy. After years of hardship, she finally finds a strong and supportive figure in her step-sibling. Now, they can immerse themselves in the script of Dream of Hualu. Meanwhile, Lu Yifei, feeling increasingly unwell, taps her head in frustration. Aside from dizziness, her stomach churns uncomfortably. She rushes to the attached bathroom, hoping to relieve herself. However, after bending over and dry heaving a few times, she finds herself unable to vomit due to the dryness within. This simply won't do. I must find a way to expel it, or I shall feel utterly miserable. She contemplates using her finger to induce vomiting, a method she knows to be effective. Yet, the throat is a sensitive area, and inserting too many fingers would certainly be uncomfortable. With utmost caution, Lu Yifei gently extends her delicate finger, carefully probing. Upon touching her tonsils, an unexpected tremor courses through her. The sensation is peculiar yet strangely invigorating, prompting her stomach to react as gastric juices begin to flow. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 67, The Grand and Elegant Dream of the Script. Lu Xiaoli weeps bitterly. Congratulations to the host for trending a hot topic. Lu Yifei hastened her fingers. And soon an overwhelming wave of gastric secretions surged within her. With a violent shudder, she expelled the accumulated fluid from her stomach, splattering it everywhere. Breathing heavily, Lu Yifei leaned against the wall, feeling a sense of relief. The discomfort in her stomach had eased, but a void soon followed, prompting her to lie down and drift into slumber once more. Half an hour later, another wave of nausea struck. Reluctantly, she rose to release the turmoil within her. Fortunately, this time, her throat had already been cleared, allowing the gastric fluid to flow forth naturally, providing a sense of comfort. After the second bout, Lu Yifei felt light as a feather, a sensation that was truly indescribable. An hour later, she felt the need again and rose with familiarity. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Li Shijing sat by the window, silently smoking a cigarette, while Lu Xiaoli was still weeping over the script of Dream of Splendor. The story revolves around Zhao Pan'er, who runs a tea shop in Qian'an. Upon learning that her fiancé, the newly appointed top scholar Ouyang Su, intends to marry the daughter of a high-ranking official, she vows to go to the capital to seek justice. Along her journey, she encounters the upright Gu Qianfan from a powerful family and becomes embroiled in a major case in Jianan. Their initial conflict leads to a bond. Zhao Pan and Apos, using her wit, rescues Song Yinzhou, a talented people player who has been wronged, and the spirited chef Sun Sanyang, who has fled from her oppressive family. The three women form a sisterhood and face the world together. It is indeed a profoundly deep script. Lu Xiaoli was thoroughly satisfied with it. With Li Shijing and Apos, as professional expertise, this script was bound to be Lu Yifei and Apos' turning point. Perhaps it had been too long since she encountered such an emotionally resonant script, leaving Lu Xiaoli entranced and unable to forget. The temporal distance felt overwhelming, akin to someone who has long been on a diet suddenly indulging in a feast. Smoking less is better for your health, Lu Xiaoli remarked weakly as she emerged from the lofty script, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. Li Shijing extinguished his cigarette and returned to sit by the bed. You've worked hard taking care of me, Lu Xiaoli said, grasping his hand gently. It's no trouble at all. It's only natural, Li Shijing replied with a teasing glimmer in his eyes. Lu Jie, you truly have two sides. Outwardly rational, yet inwardly so sentimental. The moment you encountered a script that touched your heart, tears flowed like the Yellow River. Lu Xiaoli felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She sensed Li Shijing's unspoken thoughts, but the moral reservations that once lingered had been shattered in the heat of the moment. She resolved to live for herself, embracing the essence of life and its pleasures. When is the filming scheduled to begin? She inquired with genuine concern. In a few days, I need to prepare a bit. Li Shijing replied. This time, they would not pursue the online drama route. After all, Lu Yifei was the lead, and it would be a proper television series broadcasted on major networks. The promotional campaign would be meticulously planned. Absolutely, Lu Xiaoli nodded. After hours of script reading, it had indeed been an intense session, more exhausting than her usual yoga practice. All right, I should head back to rest now. Lu Jia, take care of yourself. Li Shijing said. Lu Xiaoli and Oppos, as emotions were complex, she felt a pang of disappointment, wishing for Li Shijing to stay a while longer and converse. Yet, she feared being discovered by Lu Yifei. Shijing, will you always protect us? Lu Xiaoli asked with hopeful anticipation, referring to herself and her daughter, Lu Yifei. Of course. Don't worry, Li Shijing assured, understanding the impending conflict between Lu Xiaoli and Chen Jifeng. After all, Lu Yifei was now a top-tier celebrity with immeasurable commercial value, and he had played a pivotal role in her rise. Who would willingly step away from such a fruitful partnership? Chapter 68, Hui Brothers begins to blacklist. Dreams of Hua goes live, Wang Zhonglei. Some web dramas are simply immoral, promoting bizarre and supernatural themes that are utterly damaging to one's worldview. I shall refrain from naming names. I hope ethical industry professionals can unite in resistance. Since that day when Li Shijing did not grant Wang Zhonglei the courtesy he expected, he was naturally infuriated. With a sarcastic tone, he posted a Weibo, directly targeting Li Shijing's web dramas. After all, when it comes to web dramas, the works of Li Shijing immediately come to mind. Both Shijing and the Master indeed delve into the supernatural, featuring various ghostly elements. Moreover, The Prince's Concubine presents a narrative where the female lead's soul intertwines with a man's, culminating in a romantic affection for the male protagonist, which is undeniably filled with intrigue. Wang Zhonglei's pointed accusations sparked a considerable uproar online. The White brothers have produced numerous successful films, including Cell Phone, The World Is Not Enough, Baby Plan, Assembly, If You Are the One, among others, many of which have been both critically acclaimed and commercially successful. Therefore, Wang Zhonglei certainly possesses the standing to critique the web drama market, although he merely called for a boycott. His stance as a significant figure in the domestic entertainment industry was unmistakably established. Who would dare disregard his authority? A subtle blacklist was undoubtedly initiated. Mr. Wang, we are but ordinary people. Though your films are commendable, must we not appreciate them together? I find Li Shijing's web dramas quite captivating. Stop with the sarcasm and veiled insults. I absolutely adore the master. Web dramas are quite enjoyable. Is that not acceptable? Li Shijing's web dramas have undeniably elevated the quality of the genre. I revel in the scandalous nature of The Prince's Concubine. That series is nothing but trash. Indeed, the web drama market requires regulation. Public opinion was sharply divided. Many netizens began to voice their support for Li Shijing, while others rallied behind Wang Zhonglei, leading to heated disputes. Ultimately, the conflict escalated, drawing in numerous celebrities. On Li Shijing's side, apart from Lu Tianxian and her mother, there were many close friends from the industry, including the prominent figure, Demimi, and the charming Miss Jing, who was known for her directness. Although He Ba and Naza, along with Bai Lu, are currently lesser known, they actively voiced their support. Conversely, Wang Zhonglei had several artists under his wing, such as Huang Xiaoming, Yang Yin, and Zhao Yaoting. Particularly, Zhao Yaoting's animosity was palpable. Wishing to see Li Shijing utterly destroyed, largely due to Li Shijing's public actions that had overshadowed his own career and his influence over his girlfriend, Gao Yuan, leading her into reckless behavior. Li Shijing, however, refrained from a direct response. Instead, he announced the launch of Dreams of Hua, preparing to hold a promotional event 3 days later in the most opulent building in the city, intriguingly located directly beneath Wang Zhonglei's company. The lead role went to Lu Tianxian, while Naza was assigned a supporting character originally intended for Lin Yun. The news of Lu Tianxian's return to the domestic television industry created a sensational buzz, propelling it to the top of trending topics. 3 days later, the vicinity of the grand building was besieged, causing significant traffic congestion. Fortunately, prior arrangements had been made, and additional traffic police were deployed to manage the situation. The city was already congested, and with the news that both Li Shijing and Lu Yifei would be personally attending, a multitude of fans had gathered. The streets were lined with devoted supporters brandishing large placards. Thankfully, Li Shijing had anticipated this, escorting Lu Tianxian and Naza through a special side entrance directly to the parking area. Upon arriving at the elevator, they were met by a throng of journalists. Li Shijing had become a focal point of media attention in the city's entertainment scene. Following the success of 3 blockbuster web dramas and his collaboration with the returning Lu Tianxian, as well as his rivalry with Hui brothers, making him a figure of considerable intrigue, countless flashes from cameras illuminated the scene. Despite the efforts of security personnel and additional police to maintain order, they were unable to contain the overwhelming presence of hundreds of media representatives. Microphones from all directions sought to reach Li Shijing, clearly more interested in him than in Lu Tianxian, especially regarding the conflict with Huai brothers. Hello, Director Li. It has been said that there are deep-seated conflicts between you and Huai brothers. Is that true? There are rumors you assaulted someone at the Grand Hotel. Is that accurate? Director Li, do you consider your web dramas to be immoral? What is your stance on Wang Zhonglei's subtle blacklisting? Thank you. Chapter 69. Li Shijing takes center stage as the male lead. Wang Zhonglei's plans for suppression fail miserably, however. The gossiping entertainment reporters, unsurprisingly, did not inquire about Dream of Splendor. Instead, their focus remained solely on the intriguing dynamics between Li Shijing and the Huai brothers, as if a spark ignited. Clearly, this matter garnered far more attention than the filming of Dream of Splendor. To think that even Lu Tianxian's return paled in comparison. Li Shijing, composed and unruffled, chose to remain silent. Was Huai brothers truly formidable? Did they still harbor ambitions to suppress him? The entertainment industry thrives on merit, after all. He would simply let his work speak for itself when the time came. Soon enough, the promotional event commenced, with Li Shijing and Lu Tianxian taking center stage. The gossip reporters were relentless, capturing close-ups of the two. However, once the promotional posters were unveiled, it became evident that the female lead was Lu Tianxian, while Li Shijing held the role of the male lead. Both donned exquisite period costumes, presenting a visual feast that was nothing short of breathtaking. They were undeniably well-matched. In the Blue Star realm, the male lead was played by Chen Xiao, a handsome figure indeed. Yet, in this parallel universe, Li Shijing saw no need to seek out Chen Xiao. He was more than capable of embodying the role himself. After all, in terms of physique, looks, and acting prowess, he surpassed Chen Xiao by a considerable margin. This time, he would take the reins, directing and starring in the production himself. What could possibly be amiss? Of course, Li Shijing harbored a subtle ambition. By playing the male lead, he would undoubtedly share numerous intimate scenes with Lu Tianxian. Who knows what rumors and scandals might emerge from their on-screen chemistry. This was undoubtedly another bombshell announcement. Ever since portraying Donghua Dijuan, Li Shijing had not taken on any other roles. Now, returning to the limelight alongside Lu Tianxian, what kind of sparks would fly? The anticipation was palpable. How incredibly handsome, murmured Tang Yin to Yang Mi from the audience. As a former employer and current supporter of Li Shijing, Yang Mi was naturally invited to the event. Tang Yin, on the other hand, was merely there for the spectacle. Yet, upon seeing Li Shijing in person, her heart raced. Although the entertainment industry was filled with attractive men, none had ever made her heart flutter at first sight. Seeing the stunning pairing of Li Shijing and Lu Tianxian, reminiscent of celestial lovers, Yang Mi felt an unexpected pang of jealousy. However, she kept her feelings subdued, nodding in response to Tang Yin. Indeed, he is not merely handsome, he is exceptionally dashing. Tang Yin whispered, her eyes sparkling with admiration. There was an undeniable aura of a domineering CEO about him, a type of man that typically resided only in novels. When brought into reality, he radiated an enchanting glow, especially with his spirited gaze and remarkable demeanor. Tang Yin found herself utterly captivated. Meanwhile, during an interview, Lu Tianxian shed her previously aloof demeanor. The excitement of acting alongside Li Shijing was undeniable, and her joy was evident to the reporters. Shortly thereafter, the promotional event concluded, and news of Li Shijing's return immediately took social media by storm. Wow, what a perfect match. These two are practically celestial lovers. I must watch this drama. I and Oppos, am so looking forward to it. Lu Tianxian has finally made her return. Since Donghua Dijuan, we haven't seen Li Shijing act. He looks incredibly handsome in ancient attire. I adore both Tianxian and Li Shijing. Can't wait for the premiere. Why does Tianxian resemble a fangirl so much? Wang Zhonglei, who had initially contemplated suppressing Li Shijing, was left utterly bewildered. Even the army of online commenters he had prepared was drowned out by the overwhelming praise from netizens. It could only be said that Li Shijing had left him completely flabbergasted. Even before filming had commenced, the drama was already a sensation online, receiving unanimous acclaim. It was clear that this would be yet another high-quality period production, largely due to Li Shijing's star power and his dual role as director and lead actor. How could anyone dismiss it as anything but a masterpiece? Wang Zhonglei seethed with frustration, wishing to vent his anger. Why should this be? Chapter 70. Lu Yin attends the interview for the role of the second female lead director. Li, could you do me a small favor? After the promotional event concluded with great fanfare, Li Shijing received a call from Zhang Jia. What and Oppos? As the matter, my esteemed deputy general manager. Li Shijing teased. Thanks to the unprecedented success of Wu Xin, the monster killer, Zhang Jia had finally been promoted to the position of vice president at Penguin Video. now wielding even greater influence than before. Naturally, this made collaboration far more convenient. Please don't belittle me, Director Li. You know this promotion is entirely due to you. Zhang Zhe humbly replied. All right, let us get to the point. Li Shijing laughed. I heard you're in need of actors. I have a friend who is interested in auditioning for a role. What do you think? Zhang Zhe cautiously inquired. Fully aware that Li Shijing held high standards when it came to casting, it was certainly not a matter that could be resolved through connections alone. Which friend? An actress? Li Shijing asked. Yes, Lu Yin. You must be familiar with her, Zhang Zhe promptly responded. While Lu Yin may not have many memorable works, her undeniable talent stands out in the domestic entertainment industry. It is said that her capabilities surpass even those of the well-known actress Demimi. Lu Yin? Li Shijing found it hard to believe. In his original world, Lu Yin had played the role of the second female lead, Sun Sanyang. However, in this parallel universe, he had initially planned to cast any actress with a decent physique. He never expected that Zhang Zhe and Lu Yin were friends. Since the incident involving the bald-headed man, Lu Yin had faced a de facto ban due to the backlash from the bridesmaids, who nearly tossed her into the water. This collective boycott had effectively stifled her career, leaving her without significant roles for years. Zhang Zhe, being one of her old friends, was eager to assist her. Interestingly, the bald-headed man was also affiliated with Huai. And during this round of celebrity competitions, he was at the forefront of denigrating Li Shijing's web series, hoping to win favor with Wang Zhonglei. Ironically, Wang Zhonglei had quietly supported Lu Yin during her difficult times, understanding the value of the bald-headed man as temporary fame. All right, have her come for an audition. Li Shijing readily agreed. Soon, Lu Yin reached out to Li Shijing and arrived at the audition venue. Her appearance was quite appealing, especially her large, expressive eyes. Her overall aura was passable, and her figure was comparable to the voluptuous actress He Ba, possessing a curvaceous physique capable of withstanding the rigors of the industry. As for her well-known reputation, Lu Yin understood the necessity of showcasing her talents, for they were her greatest assets. Thus, she donned a light, form-fitting blouse paired with a seductive pencil skirt. Miss Lu, I have just one request. Please share your audition news online, Li Shijing stated directly. Huh? Lu Yin was understandably puzzled. They had barely settled in, and he was already asking her to publicize her audition? Yes, Li Shijing nodded. This was a straightforward move aimed at provoking Wang Zhonglei, a subtle retaliation. After all, it was well known that Lu Yin had been soft-banned by Huai. Li Shijing intended to make it clear. The person you sought to silence, I shall employ. Oh, okay. Understood. Lu Yin quickly nodded. Having been out of work for several years, she realized that remaining idle would lead her to either local roles or to seek opportunities abroad. Thus, she complied without hesitation, promptly posting a sweet selfie in which Li Shijing's handsome profile could be seen, albeit partially. His striking features unmistakably identified him as the most handsome man in the industry. Now, Li Shijing aimed to confront Huai head-on, maintaining the momentum of Meng Hualu. Although Huai had issued soft-ban messages, many remained unconvinced. For they were not the undisputed kings of the industry. Those in need of profits would still pursue their fortunes. Chapter 71. The Envelopment of Lu Yin and Kai Wenji. Li Shijing's ambitious plans for a film city soon. Lu Yin's audition for the role of the second female lead in Dream of Splendor garnered significant attention online. Although Lu Yin possessed no prominent works to her name and her popularity was rather average, her notoriety was undeniably tied to her striking physical appearance, making her a subject of widespread intrigue among netizens. In recent years, following the soft ban, Lu Yin had maintained a rather low profile. But her reemergence coincided with a confluence of several trending topics under Li Shijing's influence. Comments abounded such as, Uncle Lu's physique remains impressive. This is astonishing. I am utterly smitten. Excuse me. I must take a brief respite. Li Shijing is truly clashing with Huai, and Lu Yin certainly knows how to navigate her connections, though she might have to pay a price. Now, only the role of the second female lead remained available, albeit one characterized as a married woman of mature age. Can you accept this? After Lu Yinzhao's transformation, Li Shijing naturally began to discuss the role. Of course, a married woman is a married woman, he remarked. I believe I am quite suited for it, Lu Yinzhao replied immediately. Nowadays, she is open to any role, as long as there is work available. Moreover, this opportunity involves playing the second female lead alongside Lu Tiansten. Lu Yinzhao has shed her burdens. Unlike many young women who still aspire to portray youthful characters well into their 30s. Furthermore, Lu Yinzhao is still relatively young, and many female artists are hesitant to take on the roles of married women. Well, it is indeed a test of acting skills. Do you understand the essence of portraying a married woman? Li Shijing then inquired, what are the key points? Lu Yin furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before daring to respond. After all, it was a rare opportunity, and she had heard of Li Shijing's notorious reputation on set. She possessed a unique perspective and stringent standards regarding acting skills. The essence lay in embodying the essence of a married woman in every gesture and nuance, every smile and frown. Rest assured, Director Li, I have portrayed a married woman before, Lu Yin confidently declared. This was indeed true. She had played a sister-in-law in Xiaoshui, delivering a memorable performance. Come, demonstrate, Li Shijing suggested. Mere words wouldn't suffice. They needed to witness the effect. Although he had seen Xiaoshui, where Lu Yin in a Chongsam was undeniably alluring, nothing could compare to a live demonstration. Lu Yin nodded, rising immediately to exemplify the charm of a married woman. It was all about exuding a captivating allure, a seductive freshness, compared to a naive young girl. A mature woman possessed a wealth of knowledge and experience in nuance and detail. One must admit, the beauty of this world often remains elusive. Yet Lu Yin was the kind whose shadow was almost impossible to trace. Notification. Congratulations, host. You and Amp. Oppos. V garnered a trending rumor. Lu Yin seduces Li Shijing, attempting to break through Wang Zhonglei's blockade. Notification. The rumor materializes. Li Shijing had not anticipated that his initial aim, inviting all artists who had been bullied by Wang Zhonglei to seek refuge with him, would devolve into an outlandish rumor of Lu Yin seducing him, concocted by the imaginative netizens. Director Li, why don't we play Honor of Kings? Lu Yin suggested after the audition, biting her lip and eagerly pressing Li Shijing for the chance to play a game. She had realized this was her sole opportunity for a turnaround, one that must be seized. Naturally, Li Shijing was curious to see Lu Yin's gaming prowess. Thus, under Lu Yin's enthusiastic invitation, he logged into the game. Entering the battlefield, playing games in the office was indeed exhilarating. Lu Yin selected her favorite character, Kaiwenji, known as the healer, while Li Shijing chose Hou. Kaiwenji's forte was healing, allowing Hou to charge fearlessly into battle. Wrapped in Kaiwenji's healing aura, Hou unleashed his ultimate abilities. A unique experience that no other support character could offer, not even the adept Yangmei, who could only provide partial healing. Lu Yin was truly impressive. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a skill from Lu Yin, master chef, golden skill and exceptional level of culinary expertise, with remarkable skills in stir-frying, steaming, and preparing various Western and Chinese dishes, capable of crafting exquisite delicacies. Soon, Minggualu commenced filming. Things were progressing smoothly. In Li Shijing's villa, Jing Tian lay in his arms like a well-behaved kitten. As director and leading man, Li Shijing had been extremely busy over the past month, resulting in limited contact with the outside world. However, the work on set was also quite demanding. He had to oversee the creative direction involving Lu Xiaoli, Naza, and Lu Yin. Finally finding a moment to discuss future work with Jing Tian, he nodded in agreement. With his adept management, the filming process was well under control. Both Lu Tianstin and Lu Yin, along with Naza, were diligently adhering to their roles. No one on set dared to defy him. It was anticipated that within 2 months, Minggualu would wrap up. This marked his first venture into serious star-level television, and he could not afford to be complacent. Jing Tian cautioned him. Having noticed Wang Zhonglei and Oppos' anger and ulterior motives, Li Shijing's open provocation would likely incite malicious reviews and slanderous campaigns once Minggualu was released, or perhaps even manipulations during the approval process. Certain obstacles have rendered the television series unable to be aired as intended. Nonetheless, Jing Tian could lend a hand in this regard. What do you mean by serious? Is a web series not a legitimate production? Li Shijing remarked, lightly patting Jing Tian. Seemingly exasperated, it appears that Jing Tian still harbors the prevalent mindset within the entertainment industry, perceiving web series as inferior to those aired on mainstream channels, despite the fact that she herself rose to fame through a web series. Oh no, that is not what I meant. I merely suggested that you elevate your career. Jing Tian pouted playfully. I will continue to pursue web series as well, Li Shijing affirmed. Since the topic of web series had arisen, it was only natural for him to share his thoughts with Jing Tian, clarifying that his foray into television would not lead him to forsake the burgeoning web series market, which would only see increasing demand in the future. Furthermore, he had several potentially successful web series yet to be filmed. However, he needed to find a suitable candidate to oversee the production. After directing a few television dramas, he planned to venture into the silver screen and produce films, as cinema remained the true avenue for substantial profits. Will you be able to manage it all? If not, I can assist you, Jing Tian inquired with genuine interest, eager to share the workload with Li Shijing, especially since her own star had dimmed recently. Li Shijing was well aware of this and understood the principle of equitable opportunity. After all, he bore the responsibility of providing every leading lady with a nurturing environment. You wish to be a director? Li Shijing chuckled. What is wrong with that? Jing Tian retorted, feeling slightly affronted. It seemed he looked down upon her aspirations. What is wrong with being a female director? It's just a web series. Do you have the skills for it? He queried. You could support me and teach me, Jing Tian replied earnestly. It's not a difficult task. Besides, I could have my name on the project. Just provide me with the script, and I'll handle the execution. That's indeed a viable approach, he mused. You could take the credit while hiring someone else to direct. This practice is quite common. You have other responsibilities. I'll assign you a task, Li Shijing responded. Shaking his head, he believed that assigning Jing Tian to direct would be a waste of her talents, as directing was a role anyone could fulfill. What task? She inquired. To establish a film studio, he replied. Through his experience filming Dreams of the Hua clan, he recognized that creating a film studio could be a lucrative venture. Given that thousands of film crews sought locations each year, in this parallel universe, there was only one sizable film studio, Hengdian. Why not create his own studio? In the future, all his productions could be filmed there, and he could rent it out to other crews. Additionally, ticket sales from tourists would bolster profits. Entrusting this project to Jing Tian would provide her with a purpose, as handling approvals, land acquisition, and promotional processes would not pose an issue, especially with her connections. This way, Jing Tian would have a meaningful endeavor to pursue. Chapter 72. Zhang Li guides acting skills. The celestial being prepares to film a kiss scene with Li Shijing. Yes, Shijing, your hand can rise a little higher. Breathe deeper. Yes, deeper. Deeper. Embrace her waist more vigorously. Yes. More forceful. Intense. Intense. On the set of Dream Hualu, Zhang Li repeatedly closed her eyes, urging Li Shijing to hold her with a bit more strength. Surprisingly, Zhang Li and Appo's acting was quite commendable, vividly portraying Zhao Pan and Appo's shyness and youthful infatuation. Since Lu Tiankai portraying Zhao Pan required some classical opera movements, Zhang Li was invited as a consultant for traditional opera. Unexpectedly, Zhang Li was quite enthusiastic, even directly guiding the embrace scene between Zhao Pan and Li Shijing's character, Gu Qianfan, after a dance performance. Come on, Yifei, watch closely, it's like this. Zhang Li excitedly pulled Li Shijing into a tight embrace, showing no restraint whatsoever. Zhang Li's fervor enveloped Li Shijing instantly, particularly around his chest, making him feel slightly breathless. When it came to Zhang Li's physique, there was no doubt, long legs and ample curves. In Blue Star, Li Shijing also admired Zhang Li, appreciating her profound and expansive heart. Her personality was renowned for its inclusivity and tolerance, often hailed as the most beautiful woman in the history of the Central Academy of Drama. It was evident how stunning she truly was. However, witnessing such an intimate scene made Lu Tiankai eager to step in. Teacher Zhang, I can actually do it. You needn't, and Appo's, TB this way. Cut. Yifei. Your expression lacks a bit of feeling. Cut. Yifei, please hold it together. Cut. The assistant director, feeling quite helpless, knew that during Li Shijing's scenes, he had to oversee everything. For Lu Yifei, he could not chastise her like an ordinary actor. Instead, he had to suppress his frustration and reshoot multiple times. How about taking a break, Yifei? Try to find your feelings again. Ultimately, the assistant director had to pause the filming. Even if Lu Yifei had managed to rein it in slightly earlier, it would have been acceptable. However, Lu Yifei was utterly unable to contain herself, feeling as if she might drool. Cold? Celestial being? It was entirely incongruous. No wonder Lu Yifei was on the verge of losing control. How infuriating. Naza, standing nearby, furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes flickering with annoyance. She was acutely aware of why Lu Yifei struggled to find her rhythm. All her feelings were fixated on her leading man. Jealousy among women was, of course, quite normal. But there was little that could be done about it at the moment. Yifei, are you lovesick? As soon as Lu Yifei sat down to rest, Zhang Li immediately raised an eyebrow and teased. She had been observing everything closely, quickly discerning the reason for Yifei's repeated blunders. Not at all. Lu Yifei felt quite embarrassed, having been called out by Zhang Li. She quickly turned shy, realizing her thoughts were not entirely pure during filming. Ah, how dreadful. Teacher Zhang, I didn't mean anything of the sort. What about you? Do you have any impure thoughts? Lu Yifei suddenly felt the urge to counterattack, not wanting to be the only one on the receiving end of Zhang Li and Appo's playful jabs. Filming with handsome men is fine, whether pure or not. Let us be straightforward about it, Zhang Li declared, lifting her chin confidently. Lu Yifei was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Li's candor. She was not one to enjoy abstract notions. Previously, she had perceived Zhengli as somewhat serious and aloof. But she was shocked to see such a stark contrast on set. Not only was Zhengli generous and enthusiastic, but she also enjoyed playful banter, frequently sharing the project on social media and involving other cast members like Li Shijing and Naza in her lighthearted antics, adding charm and excitement to Dream Hwalu. Of course, beyond this burgeoning popularity, the professional publicity team was not to be underestimated. Since establishing his own studio, Li Shijing had invested heavily in hiring a specialized promotional team, well-versed in the intricacies of turning a drama into a sensational hit. With Dream Hwalu already halfway through filming, the publicity team released a sensational piece of news. The celestial being would be filming intimate scenes with Li Shijing, including bed scenes and a real kiss. It was well known that in the past, merely revealing a shoulder had propelled the celestial being to trending status. She had a principle of conservatism in her roles, a standard Lu Xiaoli had always insisted upon. Now, she was set to offer her true first kiss on screen. How explosive that would be. This revelation sent her fans into a frenzy, as the celestial being had cultivated an image of purity and aloofness, and her diehard followers would not tolerate such perceived humiliation. Yet, who could have guessed that this was a strong request from Lu Tiankai herself? She seemed eager to embrace the opportunity. Nevertheless, even if that were the case, it was likely that her devoted fans would remain skeptical. In a striking revelation, Lu Tianxian is poised to engage in provocative scenes with Li Shijing. It is astonishing to witness the fervent and suggestive headlines that have emerged. Li Shijing finds himself in a comical yet perplexing predicament. It is no wonder that fans are either weeping inconsolably or contemplating drastic measures. Were I a fan of Lu Tianxian, I too would likely tremble with indignation. The online comment section reflects a polarized sentiment, as Li Shijing possesses a substantial fanbase as well. Initially, both factions delighted in the enchanting pairing of these ethereal beings. However, the atmosphere has turned confrontational. Why, dear Tianxian, must you engage in such acts? I shall take action against that vile scoundrel. This cannot be true. It is impossible. Our Tianxian would never consent to such a display. Li Shijing, exploiting his position as director, is tormenting our Tianxian. I shall confront him tomorrow. Is it any wonder he plays the male lead? What a beast. Utter nonsense. The outcome is uncertain. Indeed, our Shijing is undeniably handsome. Lu Yifei is clearly taking advantage. I still prefer her with Reba. Can't she see the behind-the-scenes footage? She has been monopolizing our brother. I eagerly anticipate the release, whether it be the film or the behind-the-scenes footage. Oh, Tianxian kissing. That sounds utterly tantalizing. I am already prepared with tissues. Beyond the usual spectators, there are those who stoke the flames of discord. The extreme comments from both sides have erupted into an all-out verbal skirmish, with insults being exchanged profusely. Each side has extended polite, yet scathing regards to the other's friends and family, especially the female relatives, as they prepare for an intense escalation. Chapter 73. The mother-daughter quarrel. Sister Lu, though reluctant to empathize, couldn't help but acknowledge the sentiments. After all, who among the vast male populace would and oppose wish to catch a glimpse of the celestial beauty in a revealing light? Even a mere kiss could allow one to indulge in their fantasies. Yet, it was poor Li Shijing who bore the brunt of it all. The social media landscape had been completely overrun by the fans of the celestial beauty, who vehemently accused Li Shijing of premeditated schemes, exploiting his role as a director for personal gain while persecuting Lu Tianxian. Naturally, it was and amp, oppos, just Li Shijing and amp, oppos, s various social media accounts that were inundated with rumors. The promotional accounts of the drama troupe were also bombarded with an avalanche of comments, both supportive and derogatory. However, this incident was, in fact, a calculated move by the publicity department designed to elevate the profile of the production Dream of Hwalu. The outcome was indeed gratifying, as the buzz quickly propelled the show onto trending charts. Li Shijing, of course, had no objections. The heightened attention would surely translate into impressive viewership ratings. After all, isn't the entertainment industry all about sensationalism? Without hype, where would the fervor arise? Amidst the ongoing online uproar, Lu Tianxian's world remained equally tumultuous. The crux of the matter was that Lu Yifei was poised to step into the limelight, embroiled in a fierce dispute with Lu Xiaoli. Historically, Lu Tianxian had adopted a tranquil demeanor, allowing Lu Xiaoli to handle all affairs related to her career. She had never been one to chase after publicity stunts for attention. However, this time, her uncharacteristic eagerness to engage raised suspicions in Lu Xiaoli's mind. Her daughter seemed to be experiencing a youthful infatuation, likely enamored with Li Shijing. How could she possibly contravene her mother's wishes for a few fleeting moments on screen? Lu Xiaoli simply could not accept the notion of her daughter engaging in a lip lock with Li Shijing, even if it were merely for the sake of acting. After all, it was crucial to maintain her public persona as a pure and innocent figure, preserving her unblemished image before her fans. Such a portrayal could have dire repercussions on her popularity. Privately, he was her uncle by marriage. How could she dare to kiss him? With a stern countenance, Lu Xiaoli meticulously analyzed the ramifications of this public and private dilemma. The very reason Lu Tianxian, despite her prolonged absence from the entertainment scene, could still command a vast following and remain a top-tier celebrity was her air of mystery, free from scandal, devoid of romantic linkages with male co-stars. If this delicate balance were to be disrupted, what distinguished her from other female artists? Moreover, given Li Shijing's status as Lu Xiaoli's godbrother, there were unspoken reasons that forbade Lu Tianxian from engaging in any passionate scenes with him. Mother, ISN, and Oppos. It essential to break through boundaries? I and Amp, Oppos, V maintained this image since I debuted at 15. It and Amp, Oppos. It's been over a decade, surely, people must be weary of it by now. I desire to transform. To be a genuine person, not merely a celestial being. And as for this godbrother nonsense, there is no blood relation. I refuse to accept that. I want to portray authenticity without a stand-in, Lu Tianxian argued fervently. No, Lu Xiaoli retorted. Li Shijing, what is happening? Are you really set to film a kissing scene with Qianqian? Wasn't it agreed upon that a stand-in would be used? After a fruitless exchange, Lu Xiaoli returned to her room, seething with anger as she dialed Li Shijing's number to interrogate him. Lu Xiaoli's assertions held merit. Prior to filming, it had been explicitly stipulated that intimate scenes would employ a stand-in. This was her non-negotiable condition for joining any production. Yet, no crew had ever rejected her demands. Given Lu Tianxian and Oppos' undeniable allure. What? I only just learned of this situation. The publicity department acted without my knowledge. I'm being wronged here, Li Shijing lamented. Then rectify it swiftly. Lu Xiaoli insisted, swallowing her frustration. Is it true that Qianqian will be filming a kissing scene with you, my little uncle? She pressed anxiously, emphasizing their relationship. At that moment, Li Shijing recognized Lu Xiaoli's genuine anger. Otherwise, she would not have addressed him so formally. After all, during their viewing of Dream of Hualu, she had referred to him affectionately as Oppos, good little brother, Oppos. This strategic maneuvering was not misplaced. If a stand-in were not employed, Qianqian would likely face backlash from netizens, accused of deliberately courting controversy for attention, something detrimental for her recent return to the industry, making her vulnerable to public criticism from figures like Chen Jifeng or Wang Zhonglei. Are you intentionally stirring trouble? Lu Xiaoli fumed. Yet she understood that Li Shijing and Oppos' concerns were valid. The situation was indeed precarious, with Chen Jifeng lurking ominously. What shall we do? She inquired, her brow furrowed with worry. I don't know, Li Shijing replied, suppressing a laugh, relishing in provoking Lu Xiaoli and Oppos' sensitive side. Then come over to my house, Lu Xiaoli said, her tone softening. What for? Li Shijing asked, intrigued. Rehearsal. Lu Xiaoli snapped, yet her decisiveness was palpable. If evasion was futile, they would confront the issue head-on. Mother, who are you conversing with? At that moment, Lu Yifei entered, realizing her earlier impulsiveness. Sometimes, it was indeed vital to engage in open dialogue. Lu Xiaoli had just concluded her call with Li Shijing when she expressed her frustration. What? Lu Yifei and Oppos' heart was filled with trepidation. She vaguely surmised what her mother had said, likely protesting against Li Shijing. It was possible that such circumstances would render her unable to kiss him, necessitating the use of a stand-in. I'll have him come to our home to rehearse tomorrow and Oppos' kissing scene, Lu Xiaoli said with exasperation. At this point, what else can we do? We're already on this young rascal's ship. We cannot allow such trivial matters to be exploited by Chen Jifeng, jeopardizing everyone's interests. Ultimately, neither of us would reap any benefits. For now, cooperation was the only viable option. A kissing scene? Rehearsal? You agreed? Lu Tianxian's eyes widened in delight, nearly taking flight with joy. She could scarcely believe her ears. Hadn't her mother just vehemently opposed this very matter? How could her stance shift so swiftly? What are you so happy about? Lu Xiaoli glared at Lu Yifei, her tone sharp. I'm not. Lu Yifei stammered, clearly flustered, and immediately suppressed her elation, feigning seriousness. I must warn you, he is a notorious scoundrel, a rogue. You cannot let him ruin you. Moreover, he is your uncle. Lu Xiaoli cautioned. After all, Li Shijing had a notorious reputation with countless romantic entanglements. Yangmi, Zhang Tianai, by Lu. Furthermore, having engaged in profound conversations with him, Lu Xiaoli recognized his suave demeanor and unparalleled practical skills. He was undoubtedly a seasoned player, given her daughter Qianqian and Apos' exceptional qualities. It shouldn't be too arduous to find someone devoted to her, a true gem among men. This was not akin to reaching for the moon. Lu Xiaoli and Apos' life could be fraught with difficulties and ruin, but her daughter must not share the same fate. Such empathy was absolutely unacceptable. Chapter 74. The thrill before sisterly mother. I assure you, I have not. What are you saying? I merely wish to surpass my own limits and enhance my acting skills. I cannot rely solely on the ethereal persona of a fairy for sustenance. Just look at Mimi. She now exudes a queenly aura, Lu Yifei explained weakly. Deep down, she was aware of her growing affection for Li Shijing. She had engaged in intimate scenes merely to create opportunities for closeness. Very well, just take care of yourself. The absence of feelings now does not guarantee their permanence. Although your godfather and Apos' affairs are temporarily resolved, it does not imply that he is superior to your actual father. All men are fundamentally the same, Lu Xiaoli stated earnestly. On that day, Chen Jingfei's insinuation of wanting to play cards with Lu Yifei and him left her feeling quite disgusted, nearly leading to a confrontation. Initially, Lu Xiaoli held a fairly positive impression of Chen Jingfei. Yet, perhaps due to her divorce, her sense of security in men was utterly non-existent. She harbored a belief that no good man existed in this world. In contrast, her views on the script with Li Shijing stemmed from a pure desire to communicate. However, if Li Shijing expressed interest in playing cards, it would certainly provoke her aversion. All right, I understand. Lu Yifei could only nod in a perfunctory manner. Having finally secured her mother and Apos' consent, she had no intention of arguing with Lu Xiaoli, acquiescing to whatever was proposed. You may rehearse, but I must oversee it, Lu Xiaoli said through gritted teeth, filled with frustration. Given the current circumstances, she felt compelled to be directly involved. Otherwise, if things went awry, it would be her daughter who ultimately suffered. Thus, she had to maintain control over the situation. What? You expect me to kiss Li Shijing in front of you? Lu Yifei was taken aback. Even with her mother present, it felt exceedingly embarrassing. After all, this was a kiss, not some trivial matter. The filming tomorrow would also involve numerous onlookers. Indeed, Lu Xiaoli sighed. During filming, there would be even more people present, regardless of any attempts to clear the set. The director, the cameraman, the lighting crew, everyone would still be there. Soon, Li Shijing arrived at Lu Tianshan and Apos' residence, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward between the mother and daughter. Ah, you're here. Lu Xiaoli nodded and gestured for him to sit. As their eyes met, an uncomfortable silence ensued, particularly for Lu Yifei, while Li Shijing remained indifferent. I will watch your performance, he said, breaking the tension. Lu Xiaoli then urged, kiss Lu Yifei in front of me. Li Shijing felt a rush of exhilaration. This seemed far more thrilling than any clandestine affair. After all, he was not merely a suitor but was under the watchful gaze of her mother. Time is of the essence, let us proceed, Lu Xiaoli prompted. Are we skipping foreplay and going straight to the climax? Li Shijing inquired. Lu Xiaoli was taken aback by his bluntness, for she had intended to elaborate on the lead-up for an hour in order to fully convey the essence of the script. You rascal, Lu Xiaoli exclaimed, her temper flaring. Lu Yifei and Apos' cheeks flushed crimson. Although she was inexperienced, she was not oblivious to the concept of foreplay. She was no child. Yet, confronted with Li Shijing's innocent demeanor, she found it hard to chastise him, even questioning if perhaps she was misinterpreting the situation. Yifei, why is your face so red? Li Shijing feigned curiosity, deliberately provoking her. Lu Xiaoli's frustration was palpable, her composure wavering, yet she maintained an alluring presence. Lu Xiaoli was at a loss for words, grappling with the feeling of being ensnared by this young man, as if he were manipulating her emotions. While she found a strange pleasure in this dynamic, it was not something she wished to experience in front of her daughter. Is it possible he is not acting? Lu Xiaoli mused, her irritation evident as she scrutinized Li Shijing for inconsistencies. Unfortunately, his talent, a reward from the system, eluded her detection. Your mouth is crooked, and your eyes are askew. Are you perhaps showing signs of a stroke? Li Shijing jested. Enough banter. Let us commence, Lu Xiaoli replied, exasperated. Very well, let us begin. I shall dive right in, Li Shijing affirmed, prompting Lu Xiaoli to spiral into further confusion. Every exchange between them was laden with innuendo, and despite her experience, she felt as if she were in uncharted waters. Lu Yifei, however, understood more than she let on but was too shy to admit it. Come on, Lu Yifei finally declared, immediately regretting her choice of words. It sounded far too suggestive. What should I say instead? Shall we go? All right, then you come, Li Shijing replied. And Lu Yifei clenched her fists, realizing the absurdity of the moment. Each word they exchanged seemed to be laced with double meanings. Yet, there was an undeniable truth in his portrayal of Gu Qianfan standing before her. Lu Yifei, portraying Zhao Pan and Apos, gazes deeply at him. In fact, Li Shijing excels in emotional scenes, particularly those involving eye contact. After all, he possesses an aura so profound that even dogs seem captivated by him. There is a prevailing notion that the rising stars of the domestic entertainment industry lack acting skills and a sense of atmosphere. Thus, the performances of Li Shijing and Lu Yifei in this instance hold particular significance. This is no longer merely a simple kissing scene. It necessitates an intricate understanding of the nuances of emotion conveyed through their eyes. Lu Xiaoli is well aware of this. Therefore, this kiss must be executed with utmost dedication. Lu Jie, could you please help me get into character? Otherwise, I can't seem to find my rhythm, Li Shijing jested, observing Lu Xiaoli's chest rising and falling. He felt even more amused, reminiscent of the playful antics of a mischievous child. However, Lu Xiaoli had to comply, prompting her to call out, action. Upon their first contact, Lu Tianstin and Apos' face flushed crimson, her breaths quickening, as if she were floating on air, akin to walking on cotton. So, this is the sensation of filming a kissing scene? How exhilarating! Li Shijing, too, experienced an unfamiliar thrill, primarily because Lu Xiaoli was watching them perform the kiss. Tranqian, just as Lu Yifei was lost in the moment. Lu Xiaoli quickly called for a halt, preventing Lu Tianxian from crossing any boundaries. Mom. Lu Tianxian snapped back to reality at Lu Xiaoli's sudden interruption, bewildered about her previous actions. She had almost lost herself in the moment. Yet, this was genuine emotion, an uncontrollable impulse. How could it be helped when Li Shijing's enchanting presence and charm could mesmerize countless young women? With such close proximity and the nature of the scene, which girl would not feel something? After all, Lu Tianstin is a person with emotions and desires, not a true celestial being. Lu Xiaoli then shot an exasperated glance at Li Shijing, who appeared helpless. It's not as if I'm the one enchanting your daughter. I'm merely fulfilling my role. A kissing scene is just that, a kissing scene. I didn't initiate anything. Your daughter was the one who leaned in. Lu Xiaoli suddenly realized that having Li Shijing rehearse the kissing scene was indeed a wise choice. Otherwise, jumping straight into filming would have left Lu Tianstin in an embarrassing predicament. Subsequently, Li Shijing began to rehearse the kissing scene repeatedly with Lu Tianstin in front of Lu Xiaoli, continuing until the late hours of the night. Qian, you should head back to sleep now. I have some matters to discuss with your uncle, Lu Xiaoli said, feeling parched from watching. Naturally, she intended to go over the script with Li Shijing. Li Shijing, too, had certain matters to discuss with Lu Xiaoli. He needed to arrange for someone to film behind-the-scenes footage the next day and to release snippets of the kissing scene online to generate greater buzz. Lu Yifei, having expended considerable energy, felt drowsy, mistakenly believing her mother was discussing work with her uncle. Thus, she obediently chose to retire for the night. Lu Xiaoli then invited Li Shijing to her room for an in-depth discussion of Dream of Hua Lu, seeking a comprehensive understanding. Chapter 75. Ratings dominate the charts. Lu Tianxian falls in love the following day. Lu Xiaoli descended the stairs with a weary expression, her complexion devoid of vitality. Lu Yifei was already prepared and had even prepared breakfast, eagerly anticipating the kiss scene scheduled for today. However, Lu Xiaoli and Apos' condition was evidently subpar, with a slight limp. Lu Xiaoli nodded in response. Mother, what is the matter? Lu Yifei inquired with concern. Was and amp, Apos, everything fine last night? It and amp, Apos, nothing at all. I simply had a little mishap and fell. Lu Xiaoli waved her hand dismissively. That troublesome individual was rather heavy-handed during our script discussions last night. It was as if they were ruthlessly dissecting the plot. They delved right into the very essence of the storyline. Lu Xiaoli was deeply moved by the background of Zhao Pan'er in Meng Hualu, weeping profusely on several occasions, even fainting from the emotional intensity. How touching. So very touching. Oh, is that so? Will you still attend the set? Lu Yifei asked. You cheeky one, I know what you and amp, Apos, rethinking. You would rather I not go, Lu Xiaoli retorted, exasperated. If she were absent, Lu Yifei would likely indulge in a day of reckless abandon. Not at all, Lu Yifei replied, her expression betraying her guilt. Lu Xiaoli sighed. You will never comprehend a mother's intentions. What is going on? What are you all even doing? In Wang Zhonglei's office, he was seething with anger. The previous incident involving Lu Yan had made him feel that his authority was being challenged. After all, Lu Yin was someone he had tacitly permitted to be blacklisted. If he could not control such a second or third-tier actress, how would he navigate the entertainment industry in the future? These capitalists, aside from their robust financial backing, placed immense value on power. If one could wield the influence to ruin an artist with a mere word, then they would truly be a kingpin. That would instill fear and ensure that the artists under their thumb would obey. However, Li Shijing not only employed Lu Yin but also publicly announced it, which was a direct affront to him. Consequently, Wang Zhonglei dispatched his subordinates to smear Meng Hualu and Lu Yifei, while concocting other gossip to suppress the show's momentum and publicity. Yet, to his astonishment, after months of strenuous effort and having achieved some initial success, Li Shijing and Lu Yifei's kiss scenes unexpectedly turned the tide against him. The anticipation surrounding and amp, oppos, Meng Hualu and amp, oppos, soared, flooding the trending topics with discussions about their kiss scenes. The drama had not yet aired, yet millions were fervently awaiting its release. Naturally, comments ranged from criticisms of Li Shijing to lamentations for Lu Tianxian, as well as those who simply reveled in the drama. Such a perfect match. It feels like only Li Shijing deserves Lu Tianxian. This kiss scene is so realistic, it truly does not seem like a stunt double. Why does Lu Yifei look so utterly blissful? I love it. The more kisses, the better. What do you mean by deserving? Our Shijing is a wealthy and handsome tycoon. It is Lu Yifei who is lucky to be with him. It seems Lu Tianxian is utterly smitten, absolutely enchanted. I bet Lu Tianxian's heart is overflowing. This is the first time I've seen Lu Tianxian so genuinely enjoy herself. Aside from monitoring the show's popularity, Li Shijing was also awaiting rumors regarding his relationship with Lu Tianxian. Although there were hints of speculation, public interest had not fully converged on their potential connection. Of course, he was not in a rush. Li Shijing understood that haste makes waste. Once the drama aired and viewers witnessed their undeniable chemistry and harmonious rapport, the narrative of them as a real-life couple would naturally unfold. Before long, Meng Hualu completed filming amidst much anticipation, and Li Shijing hurriedly undertook the final edits. During these editing sessions, he often secluded himself at home, diligently focusing on the task at hand. Naturally, there were visits from female stars bringing warmth, such as Naza and Lu Yin, who were the second and third female leads, respectively. It was only natural for them to check in on the progress. However, a balance between work and leisure was essential. And during his free time, he practiced equestrian skills with Naza on a grassland ranch and explored various new techniques with Lu Yin. Due to the sustained enthusiasm, a fierce competition erupted over which television network would secure the premiere rights. Leaders from various networks had approached Li Shijing to negotiate the broadcasting rights, fully aware that this drama had the potential to be both lucrative and boost their ratings significantly. Ultimately, the show was acquired by Kyoto Television. Li Shijing deliberated extensively, realizing the necessity of establishing connections with the personnel at Kyoto Television for future endeavors. Their offer was quite reasonable, culminating in a deal of 30 million. For Li Shijing, this was hardly an issue, as he had numerous sponsors lined up. With 3 major advertisements, he would receive a staggering 150 million in return. Given that the total investment was just over 300 million, he had already recouped more than half of it. Meanwhile, Zhangzhe and Amp, Oppo's company had also invested 60 million for the online broadcasting rights, allowing them to air the drama immediately after its television debut, essentially the very next day. Seems the response is quite favorable, Li Shijing noted. At his villa, Lu Xiaoli frequented Li Shijing's residence almost every night under the pretense of discussing statistical data, particularly regarding television ratings. Indeed, one can only discern through Li Shijing. Sister Lu, your reaction is quite remarkable, Li Shijing remarked with a smile. You are truly mischievous. Lu Xiaoli responded, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, after days of relentless toil sifting through statistics, she had long since exhausted her strength. Moreover, at that moment, she was still immersed in the storyline. She understood that Li Shijing was being deliberately provocative, relishing the opportunity to discuss the plot while watching Dream of Splendor. Yet, each time her daughter appeared on screen, an inexplicable mixture of shame and exhilaration surged within her. She felt as if they were dissecting the most captivating segments of the narrative in front of her daughter. What do you mean I'm pregnant? Li Shijing said, inadvertently quickening his pace of reviewing the script. You know what you're doing. It's rather inappropriate. It feels as though we are discussing this in front of Qianqian. Lu Xiaoli felt tears welling up once more. These past few months spent working on the script with Li Shijing had been the most tearful of her life. She had never before experienced such emotional outpourings. But why does your gaze narrow so sharply whenever Qianqian appears? I can sense your desire to simply shut your eyes. Li Shijing continued softly, each word seemingly piercing the depths of Lu Xiaoli and Apos' soul. Just then, Lu Tianxin and Apos' call came through, startling Lu Xiaoli. Chan, she hurriedly answered the phone, pleading with Li Shijing to cease his script perusal. Mom, are you with Li Shijing again? Lu Yifei inquired. Yes, Lu Xiaoli replied, striving to maintain her composure. What is happening? I want to come over, Lu Tianxin asked. Currently, we are still ranked first in viewership on Kyoto satellite TV, Li Shijing said. The data coming in shows it's still rising. Mom will be home soon. You take care at home. Lu Xiaoli gritted her teeth in response. Since the show began airing, it had maintained a crushing dominance. Not only leading in viewership on Kyoto satellite TV, but also outpacing all other historical dramas of the same period. The accolades were overwhelmingly positive, marking a splendid return for Lu Tianxin. Indeed, historical dramas were Lu Tianxin's comfort zone, and the two had mutually uplifted one another. All right. I'll wait for you at home, Lu Tianxin reluctantly acquiesced. After hanging up, Lu Xiaoli felt her cheeks warm. Li Shijing was always up to mischief behind her back, nearly exposing her. Sister Lu, why do you seem so tense? Whether you see Chan or hear her voice, your pupils constrict and you wish to close your eyes. Li Shijing teased, having discovered this amusing quirk. At that moment, Dream of Splendor was at its most thrilling juncture, with Zhao Pan'er facing a grave crisis. Please. Don't say another word. Lu Xiaoli fervently shook her head, her wavy hair flying about. As the plot unfolded with dramatic twists and turns, she found herself weeping uncontrollably once again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the entry dropped by Lu Xiaoli, Silver Tongue, Golden Entry possessing an exceptionally deft ability to argue, as if the tongue were a spring. Capable of reversing truth and falsehood, delivering piercing words that strike at the essence of a person and Apos' soul. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a trending rumor, Lu Yifei's gaze glimmers, Li Shijing's passionate kiss scene. The two have undoubtedly fallen into the depths of true love. Ding. The rumor has come true. Chapter 76, obtaining Lu Tianxin's entry, Lu Xiaoli's call indeed. The vast imagination of netizens did not disappoint Li Shijing. They ultimately concocted a narrative linking Lu Tianxin with his own romantic rumors. Though Lu Tianxin had previously acted in numerous romantic roles, none had evoked a strong sense of chemistry. For instance, her performances alongside actors in The Demigods and Semi-Devils, The Return of the Condor Heroes, and Chinese Paladin failed to instill a profound sense of immersion. Consequently, these were merely scattered rumors, primarily stemming from her lack of genuine emotional involvement, which resulted in an inherent sense of detachment. After filming, they simply lost all contact. However, this time, the situation was markedly different with Li Shijing. One could sense that Lu Tianxin's emotions were heartfelt and sincere, with every frame seemingly infused with deep affection. Shijing. I'm leaving, Lu Xiaoli said after brushing her teeth and tidying her clothes, signaling her farewell. All right, take care. I won't see you off, Li Shijing nodded. His thoughts entirely consumed by Lu Tianxin. He pondered how these rumors would manifest. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly after Lu Xiaoli departed, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Li Shijing assumed Lu Xiaoli had forgotten something. Chan. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Lu Tianxin standing before him. Lu Yifei shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, exuding a hint of bashfulness. She herself was uncertain why she missed Li Shijing so much, leading her to sneak out. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoli had just left. Come in, Li Shijing promptly invited Lu Tianxin inside. Did my mom leave? Lu Yifei surveyed the living room, relieved to find no trace of her mother. After all, she had come over clandestinely. Just left, Li Shijing replied. Oh, Lu Yifei felt a rush of joy, then happily settled onto the sofa. Little did she know that the very spot she occupied had been soaked with her mother's tears moments earlier. Chan. What brings you here so late? Li Shijing asked deliberately. I came to talk to you. And please don't call me Chan, Lu Yifei blurted out. Her motivations unclear. She had prepared any excuse, but hearing Li Shijing call her by that name made her puff out her cheeks in protest. All right, Chan. Li Shijing teased, continuing to call her by the name. You're so annoying, Li Shijing. Only elders can call me that, Lu Tianxin huffed. Am I not your elder? Li Shijing chuckled, though he refrained from mentioning that during intense script discussions with Lu Xiaoli, he often found himself in the role of an elder. No, I don't want you to be my elder. Lu Tianxin's cheeks flushed with shyness, and unspoken words lingered in the air. At this moment, Li Shijing was no fool. He rose and slowly took a seat beside Lu Tianxin, their distance reduced to mere inches. The faint scent of jasmine mingled with an alluring fragrance enveloped him, a unique aroma that was unmistakably Lu Tianxin's. He often caught whiffs of it while filming. Ah, What would you like me to call you then? Chan? Li Shijing continued to provoke her playfully. In childhood, teasing girls often followed such tactics. The more one uttered what they disliked, the more they became intrigued. Girls maintain an innate sense of distance towards boys they do not favor. If one encroaches upon their personal space, they instinctively retreat. Lu Tianxin had little scandal due to her ever-present vigilance, maintaining a safe distance from male co-stars off-screen. Yet, in Li Shijing's presence, she unconsciously leaned in closer, yearning to bridge the gap. I don't want you to be my elder. I want. Lu Yifei clenched her fists tightly. Finally gathering her courage, she turned and pressed against him. Li Shijing had intended to tease her further, but was taken aback by Lu Tianxin's sudden boldness as she leaned in for a tender kiss. On set, with Lu Xiaoli constantly supervising, Lu Tianxin had never experienced the bliss of kissing. It is essential to delve beyond the surface during a kiss, to uncover its deeper essence and bonds to resonate between their souls. In this moment, free from Lu Xiaoli's constraints, Lu Tianxin finally grasped the true meaning of a profound kiss. The world around them seemed to fade, and the air itself stilled, leaving only the rapid thumping of their hearts and the exhilarating rush of blood coursing through their veins. However, Li Shijing had not brushed his teeth, while Lu Xiaoli had. Thankfully, during their script discussions, he had refrained from employing his silver tongue to charm her. After their passionate kiss, Lu Tianxin and Apos, as fair cheeks, akin to snow and delicate as cream, flushed a deep crimson, as if they could drip with water. Every time we finish filming a kissing scene, I feel so troubled. Lu Tianxin gazed at Li Shijing with longing, finally articulating what had been difficult for her to express. Though she had not experienced much at 20-something, she was no stranger to emotions. What troubles you? Li Shijing, hearing her candid confession, continued to playfully tease Lu Tianxin, without uttering a word. A sense of discomfort enveloped her. Yet, moments prior, the sensation had intensified. Lu Tianxin lowered her head, biting her lip, uncertain as to why she could articulate such mortifying lines. Of course, she was oblivious to the fact that her mother had once uttered even more scandalous and ambiguous phrases in front of Li Shijing. The resemblance between mother and daughter was indeed remarkable. Li Shijing couldn't and Apos, help but sigh inwardly. The Lu mother and daughter duo were famously aloof, exuding an icy demeanor that seemed impervious to men. To his astonishment, however, their demeanor shifted dramatically in his presence. He had witnessed Lu Xiaoli's theatrical displays of despair and fainting, a performance that could evoke cries to the heavens. Now, confronted with Lu Tianxin, he felt an inexplicable urge. Would he dare to test the waters once more? As Lu Tianxin bowed her head, her brow furrowed in shyness, Li Shijing couldn't and Apos, resist gently lifting her chin with his finger. Li Shijing, take me. Lu Tianxin and Apos' eyes gleamed with fervor as she spoke with resolute conviction. Li Shijing, understanding the moment, wasted no time. He swept Lu Tianxin into a princess carry, her lithe figure a featherweight in his arms. She had inherited nearly all of Lu Xiaoli's attributes, a slender waist, a curvaceous form, and an exquisite silhouette that epitomized the golden ratio. At that juncture, an alert chimed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a term dropped by Lu Yifei. The message continued. National Treasure Director, golden term, a level equivalent to the best directors in the country, proficient in orchestrating and coordinating the entire production. Another alert followed. Detected identical term for the host. The term merged, resulting in Director Godfather, an internationally renowned director, adept in all cinematic styles, capable of integrating them seamlessly. With the acquisition of Lu Tianxin and Apos' term, Li Shijing and Apos' directing prowess surged to new heights. He understood the importance of reciprocity, gazing at Lu Tianxin and Apos' delicate lips. He decided to lean down and impart to her the most potent techniques of dialogue delivery, such as the art of eloquence. At that moment, the television showcased Menghua Lu, and Lu Tianxin found herself entranced by an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. Li Shijing suddenly developed an affinity for this feeling, while one part of his mind was captivated by her performance. Another was deeply engrossed in script discussions, fueling his creative drive. Just then, Lu Xiaoli called, having returned home only to find her daughter missing. Worry crept into Lu Tianxin, her pupils narrowing in anxiety. The similarities between mother and daughter were uncanny. Li Shijing mused on how the mere sight of each other's calls could induce such trepidation, suggesting a profound lack of audacity in both. Meanwhile, he found himself preoccupied with brotherly duties as a groomsman, aware that updates might become sporadic. Chapter 77. The Dream of Huaji reaches overseas, a new script, a single thought across the mountains. Lu Yifei answered the phone with a hint of trepidation, calling out, Chan. Where have you been? On the other end, Lu Xiaoli's anxious voice resonated. Although Lu Tianxian had reached adulthood, Lu Xiaoli still regarded her as a child, insisting that she report her whereabouts for any endeavor. Lu Tianxian had naturally developed a habit of adhering to such constraints. At this moment, Li Shijing also discerned Lu Tianxian and Appo's distress. His pupils dilated in alarm, presumably startled. I'm just visiting Mimi, she reassured her mother. Don't treat me like a child. Listening to the conversation between Lu Yifei and her mother, Li Shijing surmised that Lu Xiaoli was likely worried about her precious daughter falling prey to unscrupulous men. After all, Lu Tianxian's beauty was undeniable. However, it was impossible to guard against every threat. Who could predict that at this very moment, Lu Tianxian had already succumbed to temptation? Indeed, she was no longer a child. Nonetheless, Lu Xiaoli and Appo's behavior seemed rather unkind, as she permitted herself to peruse the script while forbidding her daughter from doing the same. Meanwhile, Li Shijing unexpectedly began to sift through the script, deliberately making rustling noises. The suddenness of this act left Lu Yifei at a loss for how to intervene, leading her to feign a few pinches at Li Shijing and shoot him exasperated glances. I understand. Yes, the signal is poor. All right, Mom, I'm hanging up now. Only after Lu Yifei ended the call did Li Shijing cease his page turning, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Frustrated, Lu Yifei playfully struck him several times. Had she not had an excuse, claiming the connection was bad, it would have been mortifying if her mother had realized they were discussing the script. After all, Lu Xiaoli was also familiar with script writing. However, this incident inadvertently brought the two closer, leading them to continue their discussion about the script. Are you heading home? They concluded their discourse well into the night. Naturally, Lu Tianxian had to return home. Although she had informed Lu Xiaoli that she was visiting Young Mi, an overnight stay was out of the question. Can I come to see you anytime? Lu Yifei asked, clearing her throat, feeling slightly unwell. Of course. But it's best to call beforehand, Li Shijing replied. Disappointment flickered in Lu Yifei's eyes as she grasped the implication that there would be other women around. Yet, Li Shijing was merely looking out for her. It would be awkward if she unexpectedly encountered someone else, especially if Lu Jie were present. I will gradually explain everything to you, he said gently, brushing her hair aside. Indeed, many matters required heartfelt communication to foster understanding, as activities such as script reading or playing cards were not easily embraced, unlike the seamless camaraderie shared by Naza and Jinchen. Understood, Lu Yifei huffed, wrinkling her nose. All right, let us go over the script one last time before you leave. Li Shijing leaned in, teasing her. Ouch, that hurts. Lu Yifei bit her lip, casting a lingering glance at him. All right, no more teasing. I'll take you home, he chuckled, fully aware of how to treat her delicately. With a tender kiss, Lu Yifei reluctantly rose. I want to take this with me, she declared, promptly gathering the sheets and placing them in a large bag. In the days that followed, the success of Dream of Huaji Sword, consistently ranking as the top historical drama, it was evident to all that Lu Tianxian's acting prowess had significantly improved in this production. Chapter 78. Encountering Cheng Xiao on the flight to Goryeo. Rumored by malicious gossip, is director Li Shijing truly here? It is indeed you. On the flight to Goryeo, although Li Shijing wore sunglasses, his strikingly handsome visage was unmistakable. To quote Stephen Chow, it's futile. A man as exceptional as you cannot conceal himself, no matter where he is. Fortunately, being in the less crowded business class spared him from a throng of curious onlookers. Upon glancing around, Li Shijing recognized the girl Cheng Xiao. Like Bai Lu, she was also heading to Goryeo to pursue her dreams of fame in a group. However, she was slightly more accomplished than Bai Lu, having been chosen immediately upon arrival to debut with the group. This success was undoubtedly attributed to her flawless figure, extraordinary dance skills, and exquisitely sculpted features. Cheng Xiao, akin to Naza, possessed an innate allure, a natural beauty that intensified with a touch of makeup. Yet, unlike Naza, Cheng Xiao exuded a distinct air of heroism. Moreover, Cheng Xiao had a nickname, Nai Xiao. As previously mentioned, while one's name could be mundane and unremarkable, a nickname invariably reflects one's true essence. For instance, Yang Mi S to Mi and Tang Yen S by Hu. Similarly, Cheng Xiao, despite her youth, bore the immense pressure of the industry, embodying the essence of youthful beauty and voluptuousness. In the presence of others, she rivaled the likes of Demimi. Fortunately, Lu Yin was also present, preventing Cheng Xiao from overshadowing the entire scene. It's me. Hello. Li Shijing promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Director Li, may I request a photo together? I am an ardent admirer of your dramas, having followed your work from Si Tung to Ming Hua Lu. I truly adore every piece you create. In this parallel world, Cheng Xiao had gained considerable fame in Goryeo, often maintaining a cold yet stunning demeanor, occasionally revealing a fierce spirit. Upon seeing Li Shijing, Cheng Xiao instantly transformed her previous attitude, becoming a soft and adorable fan, her speech turning tender and sweet. Bai Lu, a frequent follower of Korean entertainment, recognized Cheng Xiao, leaving her momentarily speechless in disbelief. Is this really Cheng Xiao? The same one with an imposing presence and piercing gaze? Li Shijing, of course, would not decline the invitation for a photo, especially from a beautiful girl. Cheng Xiao eagerly posed for several snapshots. Initially, Bai Lu envied Cheng Xiao, given their shared aspirations of breaking into the Goryeo entertainment scene, with Cheng Xiao achieving success while she had not. However, in retrospect, Bai Lu realized she was indeed luckier. Her boss was Li Shijing. Observing Cheng Xiao's humble demeanor, it was evident she idolized him immensely. Furthermore, Li Shijing had become a prominent figure in the Goryeo entertainment industry, and as his confidant, Bai Lu felt she too would rise in status alongside him. Director Li, may I request one more thing? I would like to add you as a contact, Cheng Xiao asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. It was a rare moment for her to humbly seek a friendship, a departure from the usual scenario where others sought her out. Certainly, Li Shijing nodded. Cheng Xiao, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly contain her joy. She had anticipated that the illustrious director Li would be so approachable, leaving her pleasantly astonished. Cheng Xiao contemplated asking to swap seats with Bai Lu, who was seated next to Li Shijing, but ultimately refrained. As the flight prepared for takeoff and she received notice from the flight attendant, she reluctantly returned to her seat. Cheng Xiao, unexpectedly encountering Director Li on the plane. He is so approachable that I mustered the courage to capture a photo together. Cheng Xiao could hardly suppress her inner delight and excitement. Without waiting for the plane to land, she immediately posted several pictures with Li Shijing on her social media, her words brimming with admiration. Embodying the essence of a devoted fan, Cheng Xiao maintained accounts on both sides of the ocean. Within minutes of posting, her post attracted a flurry of comments. I'm so envious. Director Li looks so handsome in person. At which airport did you land? Ah, can I please request an autograph? I absolutely adore Director Li. Beautiful sister, you resemble a star. Wow, how lucky. Which flight were you on? Recently, I've been watching Meng Hua Lu, utterly captivated by Director Li's Guqian fan. I heard Meng Hua Lu has become a sensation abroad, making waves in Goryeo. Does that mean she is alongside Lu Tianxian? Cheng Xiao was already quite famous in Goryeo, but her recognition in the domestic entertainment sphere was limited. She had not anticipated a sudden influx of tens of thousands of followers on her domestic social media. Several individuals familiar with Korean entertainment quickly informed others about Cheng Xiao, stating she is also a member of a girl group. Goryeo fans incessantly inquired about the flight details, eager to witness Li Shijing's charisma in person. Captivated by his physique and looks, boss, you are indeed remarkable now. You will surely shine wherever you go, and soon everyone in the world will know you. Bai Lu remarked to Li Shijing with a playful smile, her eyes filled with admiration. Her admiration stemmed from the depths of her heart. The prowess of her boss was not merely superficial. The depths of his capabilities were profound and unspeakable. If only she could experience it firsthand. The sensation of being gazed at by a small tiger tooth on the airplane was quite peculiar. You certainly know how to flatter, don't you? Very well. I shall reward you tonight. Li Shijing and Appo's eyes sparkled with amusement. How annoying. Bai Lu, upon hearing this, instantly felt her cheeks flush. Although there was a flutter in her heart, being called out in such a manner still evoked a girlish shyness within her. Li Shijing was particularly fond of Bai Lu and Appo's innocent and bashful demeanor, especially when she playfully teased him with her small tiger tooth. It was simply exhilarating. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a trending scandalous rumor. Cheng Xiao deliberately orchestrates a chance encounter, intending to seduce Li Shijing. Ding. The rumor comes to fruition. On the other hand, details about Cheng Xiao and Appo's identity began to circulate. Everyone immediately began searching for information. The results were astounding. Such a fiery figure, with captivating eyes and enchanting dance moves. Particularly impressive was Cheng Xiao's signature move, a 220-degree split. Her effortlessly flexible legs were remarkable, akin to the immense pressure she bore. After all, even the likes of Reba and Lu Shishir could only manage a 180-degree split, which was already commendable. Who would have thought that Cheng Xiao surpassed them all, able to transition from a stable position to an impressive display of flexibility? Consequently, the online discourse gradually shifted. Many speculated that Cheng Xiao's actions were indeed deliberate. It was presumed that someone from Korea had leaked Li Shijing's itinerary, prompting Cheng Xiao to feign a chance encounter in order to seize the opportunity to connect with him. It was likely that a company seeking overseas rights had sent her. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Li Shijing was utterly oblivious to the fact that he could somehow be linked to Cheng Xiao. What on earth was happening? He was bewildered. Was it merely a photograph? What could she have done with their picture? Surely no one had manipulated it. Naturally, the first thought that crossed Li Shijing's mind was that someone had edited the image. After all, they had only just met Cheng Xiao. How could an ordinary snapshot give rise to such scandalous rumors? He promptly opened his phone to investigate. Goodness, so that was how it was. Li Shijing quickly grasped the situation. It seemed everyone was well-versed in conspiracy theories and intricate plots. They believed Cheng Xiao was sent by a certain Korean agency to seduce him. The sole flaw of Director Li was his penchant for women. A fact well known among the online community. Li Shijing could only sigh in exasperation at their uncanny insights. Just then, as he opened the door, Cheng Xiao, who had been waiting outside, squeezed him before he could step out. Without giving him a chance, she locked the restroom door behind her. What do you intend to do? Li Shijing asked, feigning ignorance. However, upon observing Cheng Xiao's dreamy eyes and flushed cheeks, along with the recent scandalous whispers, he could easily predict what was to unfold next. Chapter 79. The competition among major agencies for copyrights. Gifted Yuna Director Li. I mean no offense, but Shuden and Amp. Oppos. Till you learn some Korean while you and Amp. Oppos. Riangoryo. It wouldn't be wise to venture into unfamiliar territory without mastering the local language, Cheng Xiao remarked, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. I would be delighted to assist you in learning Korean. Learning Korean? That sounds splendid, Li Shijing mused, suddenly reminded of Chen Qingchuan from the show. He was indeed a dedicated individual who pursued foreign languages with great enthusiasm. You're absolutely right. It's better to be prepared. Shall we begin here? He inquired. The airplane lavatory was cramped. Even the one in business class offered little room. The environment was hardly conducive to effective learning. Yes, let us stay here. There are too many people outside, making it inconvenient, Cheng Xiao replied, instructing him to crouch down as the first lesson in Korean. Mastering the language required a nimble tongue, a skill Li Shijing possessed, thanks to his gift for eloquence. Cheng Xiao proved equally proficient, teaching Korean with remarkable flair. Eager to expand his vocabulary, Li Shijing asked, how do you say and amp? Oppos, grizzly bear and amp. Oppos, in Korean. His thirst for knowledge was palpable. Cheng Xiao quickly translated, revealing her own impressive knowledge, comparable to that of Liu Yan. With this newfound skill, she would be able to play Kaiwenji in the game Honor of Kings. Notification, congratulations. The host has acquired Cheng Xiao's vocabulary drop, mastery of world languages, multicolored vocabulary, complete command of various languages, enabling seamless communication and writing without obstacles. A rare and exceptional talent akin to a human translation machine. As the airplane encountered turbulent air currents, it jolted violently. Fortunately, the captain's swift maneuvers propelled the aircraft through the turbulent layers. The lavatory was equipped with safety handrails, which Cheng Xiao grasped tightly while continuing to teach Korean. Are you all right? Li Shijing inquired, noticing that Cheng Xiao, having exerted herself significantly, was nearly losing her balance. He instinctively supported her. I'm fine. I'll step out first, she said, wiping her mouth. The strong turbulence had nearly caused her to twist her leg, but she felt a sense of satisfaction, having successfully taught her idol some Korean. After the plane smoothly landed at Incheon Airport, several hours of intense travel came to an end. Director Li, farewell, Cheng Xiao expressed, hoping to continue imparting the intricacies of the Korean language, though the limited space had prevented her from showcasing her full capabilities. Why do you seem so familiar with each other after just meeting? Louis Fei, standing nearby, asked with a hint of jealousy. Oh, she taught me some Korean. So we've gotten acquainted, Li Shijing explained. Louis Fei was unaware of the heartfelt exchange that had transpired mid-air. Soon, staff from Goryeo arrived to escort Li Shijing and Louis Fei through a special security passage. Upon exiting the airport, a promotional projection for Dream Hualu prominently displayed images of Li Shijing and Louis Fei in period costumes, indicating the drama and oppos as popularity in Goryeo. As they emerged, they were met by a throng of reporters armed with cameras, eager to interview them. Bailu had intended to translate, but she quickly realized that Li Shijing was now fluent in multiple languages, his Korean surpassing her own. What just happened? Bailu was taken aback by Li Shijing's eloquent responses. When did the boss learn Korean? Why didn't he mention it before? Liu Yifei and her mother, along with Naza and Liu Yin, were utterly taken aback, marveling at Li Shijing's proficiency in Korean. What other talents did he possess that remained undisclosed? In the following days, Li Shijing and Lu Weifei were inundated with media interviews and events in Goryeo, leaving them quite busy. Yet, the more demanding task was accompanying the women to various activities. For instance, Lu Yan was unable to sleep without Li Shijing's assistance in the game Honor of Kings. Naza clamored to learn Korean as an excuse, and Li Shijing generously obliged, keen to prevent her from feeling embarrassed. Surely, there won't be any more mispronunciations like poor ha? He teased. Lu Jie and the Celestial Beauty needed to discuss the script separately, as it was not convenient to meet as a group. Bai Lu occasionally suffered from a toothache. Seeking relief. Thankfully, Li Shijing had various resources at his disposal to handle the situation with ease. However, after their airborne Korean lesson, Cheng Xiao had gone silent. Mr. Li, we at KBS are quite earnest about wanting to adapt and amp, Oppos, Dream Hualu, and amp, Oppos. Please grant us this opportunity, a voice echoed from within the room. The vice president of KBS Entertainment Company spoke with utmost sincerity. Initially, this visit was intended not only for promotion but also to negotiate the rights for the remake of Dream of Hua. Given the series' immense acclaim, it was only natural that the Korean side would wish to produce their own version. Furthermore, companies such as MBC3, SBS3, and JYP have all approached and engaged in discussions regarding this matter. Currently, the rights for the remake have reached an approximate valuation of 200 million. The competition remains fierce. However, for an entertainment industry as highly developed as Korea's, this sum is far from daunting, and profits are expected to be swiftly recouped. In terms of the commercial sustainability of film and television, Korea and Japan excel significantly, far surpassing the domestic entertainment industry's focus on profit extraction and fan economy. Establishments like cafes and barbershops often transform into trendy hotspots. Thus, after accounting for all expenses, there is little doubt they will turn a substantial profit. Chairman Park, I find myself at a difficult crossroads, Li Shijing confessed, feeling somewhat beleaguered. After all, nearly every economic entity associated with the film and television sector in Korea was engaged in amicable discussions on this matter. It seems he has become quite the coveted figure, poised to reap the benefits. The final bidding by the Korean entities, along with any ensuing disputes, would remain their internal affairs. Li Shijing's singular focus was to profit. Upon realizing this, Chairman Park, with utmost humility, expressed, Mr. Li, we at KBS would never offer less than any other company's bid. Today, he had also brought a gift for Mr. Li, urging him to kindly accept it. It was no surprise to Li Shijing that the various entertainment companies had also presented numerous local specialties. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Chairman Park promptly went to open it. Come in, he called. A tall, stunning beauty entered, her large, captivating eyes drawing attention. She wore a figure-hugging sweater dress that showcased her long, fair legs. Li Shijing immediately recognized her as Yuna, the visual representative of Girls' Generation. To be designated as the visual in a group filled with such beauty attests to her exceptional allure. In terms of appearance, figure, and poise, she was indeed of the highest caliber. However, Yuna had not yet officially debuted. She had only recently passed the auditions and was a trainee at the company. Nonetheless, many discerning mentors had already taken notice of her potential, prompting the decision to send her to charm Li Shijing. Mr. Li, this is your gift. I shall take my leave now, Chairman Park remarked, flashing a meaningful smile at Li Shijing, clearly implying that he should enjoy the moment. With a subtle gesture towards Yuna, he promptly exited. Naturally, Yuna dared not resist. In Korea, conglomerates wield immense power, and all entertainment companies are merely small fragments of their extensive business operations. It was commonplace for girl group members to attend to important guests, a mere trifling matter. Thank you, she expressed gratefully. Chapter 80. Lin Yune listened all night. Completely honest greetings, Mr. Li. I am Lin Yune, your gift. Lin Yune fluttered her large eyes, gazing at Li Shijing with a mixture of timidity and shyness. The meaning of gift was abundantly clear. Unfortunately, Lin Yune found herself ensnared by an edict from the corporate magnates. It was a command that she was bound to fulfill. Failing to do so would lead to dire consequences for her. Thus, she reluctantly uttered these awkward words. Ultimately, Lin Yune remained an innocent girl, unacquainted with the complexities of life. Being offered in such a manner instilled within her a palpable fear of what was to come. A gift? Then I must unbox it. Li Shijing observed Lin Yune with a playful expression. Lin Yune and Oppos' entire face quickly flushed, turning a deep crimson from her neck to her cheeks, and she helplessly nodded. What does unwrapping a gift mean? She understood it all too well. Mischievous. In her heart, Lin Yune silently mused. A wave of grievance gradually welled up within her. Although the outcome of stepping into the Korean entertainment industry was invariably the same, inevitably subjected to the whims of the chaebols. The impending reality still brought a pang of sorrow. It turned out that Li Shijing was akin to the malevolent capital here, a beast in disguise. What? Do you refuse to accept it? Li Shijing gazed at Lin Yuner, her eyes flickering with evident defiance. He then grasped her delicate face and inquired, "No more questions, Mr. Li. Please proceed." Lin Yuner gracefully removed her black knee-high boots and obediently reclined upon the bed, prepared to be unwrapped as a cherished gift. What a little beauty. How shall I unveil you? Mused Li Shijing, as his hand glided toward the strap of her dress. Lin Yun and Appos, her tightly shut her eyes, her lovely lashes quivering slightly. Tears welling up in her eyes. Although Li Shijing was undeniably handsome and talented, quality she admired, she did not wish for her precious innocence to be taken in such a manner. Yet, she felt utterly powerless, devoid of the right to refuse. All right, let us return. Li Shijing observed the brink of tears in Lin Yun and Appos, her eyes, and resolved to cease his teasing. For him, a forcibly plucked fruit was never sweet, after all. There were many other enticing fruits readily available. Although Lin Yuner possessed striking beauty, he wondered if any of his own women could be deemed inferior. Why engage in such sordid activities? What? No longer? Originally entangled in confusion and anguish, Lin Yuna and Appos' eyes, resembling exquisite Cassilon gems, widened instantaneously upon hearing Li Shijing and Appos' invitation for her to return. She had long since prepared herself for this moment, yet upon receiving his request, a whirlwind of joy and anxiety ensued, intertwined with skepticism and bewilderment. What does this mean? Is it a reflection of her perceived inadequacies? Does he find her unappealing? Lin Yunei expresses a commendable confidence in her sweet beauty. It seems implausible that any man would reject her once she has laid herself bare. Such is the nature of women, particularly those endowed with striking beauty. Throughout her life, she has been surrounded by admirers. When confronted with rejection, especially when it comes from someone she has approached, a surge of confusion and competitive spirit inevitably arises. Well, you may leave, Li Shijing stated decisively, rising from the bed with unwavering resolve. This left Lin Yunei in a state of urgency. Should she fail to resolve the situation, the repercussions awaiting her upon her return would not merely be a scolding. Rather, she could potentially face the sanctions of a multiplayer game, along with a plethora of subsequent twisted scenarios. The thought alone is terrifying. Merely speaking of it sends chills down her spine. Mr. Li, I implore you, do not proceed this way, Lin Yunei pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation, leaving Li Shijing utterly bewildered. What on earth? This phrase is something I would say when I dismantle you. Now, I let you go, and you are still unwilling? What does it mean to say, do not act this way? Please translate. Mr. Li, I must fulfill my duty. Please, dismantle me. Lin Yunei, with tears glistening in her eyes, rubbed her hands together and rose to kneel on the bed, gazing pitifully at Li Shijing. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resonated upon the door of Li Shijing. Naturally, it was someone come to offer warmth. Li Shijing, indifferent to Lin Yunei, opened the door to reveal Naza. My lord, I have arrived. As Naza flashed a charming smile, she promptly entered the room. However, to her surprise, she found someone else inside. At that moment, Lin Yuna, with tearful eyes resembling a pear blossom, stared blankly at Naza. Naturally, she recognized her. Although Naza only held the position of the third female lead in Dream Hualu, her striking beauty left a profound impression on Lin Yuna, rivaling even Lu Tianstian. Undoubtedly, Lin Yuna herself possessed a captivating allure. Observing the intimate and ambiguous demeanor of Naza, Lin Yuna quickly surmised that this enchanting figure might be the director Li Shijing and Appos' partner, or perhaps a secret lover. After all, Li Shijing had yet to publicly acknowledge a girlfriend, and here she was, presented as a gift to him. Was this not an inadvertent revelation? Had I arrived at an inopportune moment? Upon encountering Lin Yuner, Naza felt a twinge of awkwardness. She naturally assumed that Lin Yuner was yet another romantic interest of Li Shijing. However, Naza had long since grown accustomed to Li Shijing and Appos' flirtatious nature. After all, as a frequent player of mahjong, she was no stranger to the dynamics of a four-player table. Such trivial matters were hardly of concern to her. At this moment, should she be invited to join in a game of dodiju, she would readily agree. The only uncertainty lay in whether Lin Yuner would be inclined to accept the invitation. Chapter 81. Yuner returns home. Lu Shishir pays a visit in the ensuing days. Li Shijing and Lu Tianstian continued to receive invitations from various major entertainment companies in South Korea, attending fan meetings that were invariably packed to capacity. A veritable sea of enthusiastic supporters. The fervor with which fans adored the two was nothing short of fervent madness, as they clamored for autographs and showered them with affection. The viewership ratings for Dream of Splendor soared, establishing it as the premier historical drama from Hwagwa in Korea. Mr. Lee, we look forward to your next visit. Was the warm farewell extended to him? Ultimately, the Shijing secured a copyright agreement with KBS, fetching a remarkable sum of 200 million, which granted them the rights to produce a Korean adaptation. While this news was undoubtedly disheartening for rival companies, they nonetheless gathered to bid him farewell, recognizing the potential for future collaborations. Chairman Park even dispatched a private company aircraft to respectfully escort Lee Shijing and his entourage to their flight. As Mr. Lee settled into his seat, Lin Yunei made her exuberant entrance. Yunei? Lee Shijing was naturally somewhat perplexed. How could Lin Yunei still be on the plane? Mr. Lee, Lin Yunei and Appo's face exhibited a hint of embarrassment. After a series of explanations, Lee Shijing discovered that her company had entrusted Lin Yunei to him. It seemed that they believed their alluring scheme had succeeded. Otherwise, why would they have even brought the transfer contract along? For the next decade, Lin Yunei would belong to Lee Shijing. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to accept this arrangement. According to Lin Yunei's lament, if Lee Shijing refused to accept this gift, it was likely that she would not have an easy time upon her return. However, this time she had a script to write and could not spare time to tend to Lin Yunei. Thus, Lee Shijing temporarily entrusted Lin Yunei to Bai Lu, who was proficient in Korean, facilitating their communication. He had to hurry and finalize a thought across the mountain. Lu, sure. As soon as Lee Shijing arrived at his doorstep, he was met with an astonishing sight. Lu Sure was unexpectedly standing at his front door. What on earth? How did she come to know this address? Upon reflection, it must have been Yang Mi who informed Lu Sure. Lee Shijing and Lu Sure are not particularly well acquainted, having only exchanged a few calls, all concerning the script. Indeed, it is I. Would you kindly allow me to step inside? Surely. One cannot expect me to linger at the door indefinitely. Such treatment is hardly befitting of a host. Lu Sure beamed with a radiant smile, her lovely almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly, revealing her charming dimples. With her hands playfully clasped behind her back, she inquired, today, I have opted for a makeup look that is almost akin to a natural visage. She donned a flowing blue dress that exuded an air of pure sweetness and innocence. Well then, please do come in, she graciously invited. Since Lu Sure had extended such an invitation, Lee Shijing had no choice but to welcome her inside. Indeed, it was the address that Mimi had conveyed to me. Upon entering, Lu Sure wasted no time and spoke directly. Now I understand. No wonder. Lee Shijing nodded in acknowledgement. How was the trip to Goryeo? Lu Sure subsequently inquired about Lee Shijing and Appo's journey to Goryeo. The domestic entertainment industry naturally reported extensively on the matter, as it is indeed a source of national pride and cultural export. However, Lu Sure's focus was not on that aspect, but rather on when Lee Shijing would return to the homeland. Thus, upon learning of his return, she began to wait by her doorstep. It was quite acceptable, I suppose. Lee Shijing nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, I came to ask about the progress of the script. Lu Sure gazed at Lee Shijing with a glimmer in her eyes, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Feeling somewhat bashful, she spoke, aware that her acquaintance with Lee was rather limited. After all, he had just disembarked from a flight and was undoubtedly busy. I understand you and Appo's. We still writing? Lee Shijing replied. Yes, I've hit a bit of a bottleneck, so I'm feeling quite anxious. Lu Sure bit her lip, her words faltering. In truth, after her roles in Scarlet Heart and Chinese Paladin 3, Lu Sure had struggled to find noteworthy characters. The other productions from Tangren, though acclaimed, failed to achieve commercial success. Like Lu Tianxian, she had ventured into films, aspiring to become a prominent actress, yet met with disappointment. In the Brotherhood of Blade series, she was overshadowed by the supporting character Xingile. However, none of the four little flowers could mock one another, as each had faced setbacks in the film industry, with none emerging triumphantly. Recently, her former agency, Tangren, had shifted its focus onto the newcomer Naza, leaving Lu Sure feeling sidelined. Even Tang Yin could only secure the role of a secondary character in Shin Yuan Sword. Returning to Tangren offered little promise of better opportunities, as she had become acutely aware of her declining popularity, and the current trajectory suggested a continued downturn. Lu Tianxian, who had recently skyrocketed in fame thanks to Dream of Hua, had become her guiding light. Who could rescue her? Only the presently Shijing remains. This drama features a considerable amount of martial arts choreography, which, in fact, suits you quite well. Lee Shijing then intentionally piqued Lu Sure's curiosity. Although Lu Sure appears delicate, her background in ballet has endowed her with a physique that is not only supple but also agile. Consequently, Her combat movements and the legendary swordsman are remarkably adept and captivating. Furthermore, having debuted under the title of the esteemed Louis Fei, she has often been compared to her. While it is true that Louis Fei and Apos' films have frequently faltered at the box office, her portrayal and movements in Mulan remain commendable. Hence, Lu Shishir yearns for recognition and praise, particularly in an entertainment industry where martial arts sequences are increasingly lackluster, often resorting to slow motion, special effects, or stunt doubles. She believed that with her diligence and solid foundation, she could achieve brilliance once more. If you could agree to one thing, I might consider hastening the completion of A Thought Across the Mountains. Li Shijing observed the despondent, yet hopeful Lu Shishir and then spoke. A request? What request? You. Cannot be. Lu Shishir's eyes sparkled at the mention of a request from Li Shijing, her expression shifting from a faint blush to one of nervousness. After all, there had long been rumors regarding Li Shijing's romantic escapades within the entertainment industry. Each actress associated with him inevitably paid a hefty price. The infamous Wang Jin from Gang Island was a prime example, elevating one star while ensuring another was kept in the limelight. However, in Huagua, monogamy was the norm. Though many unethical individuals indeed strayed or engaged in extramarital affairs, Lu Shishir, apart from her humble beginnings, possessed all the attributes of a top-tier candidate: wealth, physique, family background, and charm. Thus, how could she ever become part of someone else's harem? Li Shijing was undeniably handsome. The moment Lu Shishir laid eyes on him, she felt a spark of attraction, akin to the allure she felt for Yangmi. Having navigated the upper echelons of resources, Lu Shishir had encountered numerous striking men, such as Hu Gu, Hu Jianhua, and Lin Gingxi. Yet, Li Shijing and Apos' appeal was indeed strikingly exceptional. However, admiration aside, if the conditions he proposed involved compromising herself for a script, Lu Shishir would not hesitate to slap him twice and walk away. Could it be? Have I misinterpreted? Seeing Lu Shishir regard him with suspicion, Li Shijing realized her thoughts had strayed. While he did have a reputation for being somewhat flirtatious, he was, to his core, a gentleman. Even when Lin Yunei had shown interest, he had remained respectful. What exactly are the conditions? Lu Shishir inquired seriously. I wish to sign you and bring you into my company, Li Shijing replied with a smile, somewhat bemused. Lu Shishir was surprised that his proposition was as simple as joining his company. The hand she had raised in anticipation immediately lowered in caution. It seemed she had misjudged him. Nevertheless, her previous demeanor likely revealed her suspicions, leading to an expression of embarrassment on her face. Ah, so it was merely about signing with your company? Lu Shishir realized, feeling somewhat foolish. After all, was she not the one who had thought him purely? It was indeed a case of underestimating his intentions. Now that she found herself without a company, signing with him seemed quite reasonable. Chapter 82. For the sake of a thought, Lu Shishir is maligned very well, I agree. How long do you need to write A Thought Across the Mountains? Lu Shishir inquired with a sense of urgency. Currently, her primary concern revolved around the completion timeline of this script, as she yearned to enter the production group, go online, and achieve a meteoric rise to fame. After all, with the return of Lu Tianxin, the comparisons between her and the little Louis Fei have been rampant online. She was in dire need of proving herself, ideally to astonish the entertainment industry. About half a month, Li Shijing responded. He had originally intended to start writing diligently while in Korea, but alas, he was distracted by the numerous women accompanying him and the myriad of events and meetings he attended daily. When would he have the time? That is indeed quite swift. But is there a possibility to expedite the process? Lu Shishir pressed. Many scripts require years of refinement. Yet he could potentially craft her long-desired A Thought Across the Mountains in just half a month. That would be remarkable. Other screenwriters might be suspected of producing shoddy work devoid of logic, but with Li Shijing, she had faith in his esteemed reputation. I will do my utmost. Li Shijing nodded. All right, then I'm counting on you. Lu Shishir expressed her gratitude, as she truly needed this. What are you doing? Li Shijing observed as Lu Shishir stood up, rolled up her sleeves, and made her way to the kitchen. Familiarizing myself with the environment. Lu Shishir replied with a sweet smile. Familiarizing with what environment? Li Shijing asked, intrigued. Since I haven't had any good roles lately and am free. You need half a month, right? I'll take care of your meals and daily needs during this time. This way, you can focus solely on writing the script at home, Lu Shishir explained. Li Shijing was taken aback. Lu Shishir was willing to transform into his personal caretaker for the sake of the script? She had seen films and novels where scriptwriters were pampered in such a manner. It seemed this was not uncommon in the entertainment industry, though typically reserved for renowned screenwriters. Wait, you're going to take care of my daily needs for half a month? Li Shijing was utterly astonished. You want to stay here for half a month? Stop joking. I have people coming over frequently. I merely meant to assist with your meals and daily needs. Who said anything about living together? Lu Shishir was incensed by Li Shijing's words, her almond-shaped eyes widening in disbelief. You're such a rogue. Ah, I misunderstood. My apologies, Li Shijing sighed in relief. You're not willing? I wouldn't be either, Lu Shishir thought to herself. However, she pondered the implications of having someone look after her daily needs while being able to return home. At that moment, Lu Shishir's heart was filled with mixed feelings. After all, with Li Shijing's numerous romantic entanglements, she felt the need to remain vigilant. Empty. Lu Shishir glanced into the refrigerator, finding it stocked only with beverages and frozen food, devoid of any fresh vegetables. Didn't you just return from Korea? Li Shijing remarked. All right, focus on your writing. I'll go buy some groceries. By the way, what do you like to eat? I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky, Lu Shishir replied. Okay. Just wait for me. I'll take care of dinner, she said before stepping out wearing a mask and a cap. Ah, the market feels like a maze, she mused, feeling somewhat lost as she arrived at the vegetable market. Having never cooked before, she was accustomed to being catered to by her manager and close friend, Shijing. Now, she faced a daunting task and lacked any direction in selecting ingredients. Consequently, Lu Shishir ended up making a haphazard purchase, even resorting to watching cooking videos to learn on the spot. Green onions, ginger, garlic, she exclaimed. Suddenly, a loud sizzle erupted. Lu Shishir let out a shriek that startled Li Shijing. What on earth? He exclaimed, rushing to assess the situation. Oh no, this is terrifying. Lu Shishir trembled, inadvertently flinging the spatula onto the cutting board. She promptly buried herself against Li Shijing's sturdy chest, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Seriously? Are you trying to blow up my kitchen? Li Shijing muttered, bewildered by the charred mess. No, it splattered on its own, Lu Shishir replied, looking woeful. Li Shijing quickly turned off the heat. You don't know how to cook? You should have said something earlier. You can't just throw wet green onions, ginger, and garlic into a hot pan. That's a recipe for disaster. Are you hurt? He asked, a mix of awkwardness and concern in his voice. He had assumed Lu Shishir was a capable little chef, but now he felt fortunate that his kitchen had not been obliterated. Did that happen? She asked, bewildered. I once believed that heating a pan simply meant making it extremely hot. Would water cause the oil to splatter? Lu Shishir bit her lip, her expression innocent. And then she resembled a child who had committed a misdeed, looking up with a pitiful gaze. Just then, Li Shijing looked down at her, their eyes meeting. It was only then that Lu Shishir realized she had been clinging to his dog in fear. How mortifying. Lu Shishir suddenly panicked. And although she immediately released her grip and took a few steps back, her face was flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Her heart raced. That waist was quite sturdy. If it moved. Why was I thinking like this? Lu Shishir felt a bit speechless with herself. All right. You go rest on the sofa. It's getting chaotic here. I'll handle it, Li Shijing said calmly. It appeared that Lu Shishir had no culinary skills at all, so he would have to take matters into his own hands. After all, he possessed the title of a culinary god. Huh? You can cook? Lu Shishir asked incredulously, glancing at the empty fridge, assuming Li Shijing was just like her, utterly inept in the kitchen. A little, just a little, Li Shijing replied helplessly. Lu Shishir was utterly unconvinced, so she remained standing by, observing intently. Oh my goodness! Upon witnessing Li Shijing's knife skills as he sliced the potatoes, Lu Shishir was left speechless. This? So impressive. The sound of the knife against the cutting board was faint, yet he effortlessly produced a plate of evenly sliced potato strips. Then, Li Shijing continued with his work. Half an hour later, gazing at the 4 dishes and a soup on the table, Lu Shishir was utterly astounded. A man who cooks earnestly is truly captivating. Just a few moments ago. Chapter 83. Intoxicated by Lu Shishir, I shall return tonight. One may inquire where the paparazzi favorably observe. Naturally, it is the residence of the most prominent figure in contemporary entertainment, Li Shijing. The renowned star Lu Shishir has been seen multiple times entering and exiting Li Shijing's abode, captured clearly by the ever-watchful paparazzi. Furthermore, she was spotted at the market purchasing groceries, which undeniably substantiates the rumors of their clandestine meetings. I cannot believe Lu Shishir is actually Li Shijing and Appo's girlfriend. What an apt use of and Appo's, also, and Appo's isn and Appo's, she romantically involved with that fellow, Long Lichi. How could it be possible for her to be enamored with that elderly man? Such absurdity, it is utterly unfounded. Yet, it does seem to complement Li Shijing and Appo's charm rather well. The meal has been prepared, suggesting that the two may have been entangled in a clandestine affair for quite some time. Ultimately, who is truly Li Shijing's official girlfriend? Li Shijing himself could not have anticipated that Lu Shishir merely came to prompt him about a script. In the span of just one day, rumors of scandal had already begun to circulate. However, Lu Shishir has already returned home. Knock, knock, knock. Coming, coming. Li Shijing promptly rose to open the door, revealing Lu Shishir, who had arrived at the unearthly hour of 3 in the morning. Initially, after washing the dishes, Lu Shishir intended to leave. Yet, in light of the unfounded rumors, she felt an inexplicable compulsion to return. Is it really so late that neither of them has yet succumbed to slumber? Lu Shishir inquired with deliberate curiosity, isn't this simply to hasten the completion of the script? Li Shijing replied, after all, the system offers various rewards. Indeed, Li Shijing possessed exceptional physical fitness, requiring merely a few hours of sleep each day, allowing ample time for script writing. That does sound quite arduous, Lu Shishir remarked sweetly, acknowledging that Li Shijing was indeed working for her benefit. Didn't he mention it was rather urgent? Li Shijing feigned helplessness. Isn't it true that screenwriters and directors typically adhere to a late rising and retiring schedule? Aren't we quite in sync? Lu Shishir teased. Naturally, an actor's biological clock is also quite erratic, with late-night work being commonplace. You're quite aware of this, Li Shijing conceded, unable to refute her point. As Lu Shishir was indeed correct. Are you hungry? Shall we grab a bite? Lu Shishir gently swayed the fragrant plastic bag, raising an eyebrow. There's no need to look. It contains late-night snacks and wine. Speaking of which, isn't it true that celebrities are all about maintaining their figures? Li Shijing was also curious. Naturally, he had no concerns. Bolstered by the support of the system and Appo's entries. Regardless of what he consumed, his physique resembled that of a mermaid and Appo's line, boasting an inherently lean constitution that many envied, haha. Lu Shishir declared with pride, casually opening a can of beer for Li Shijing and handing it over. He accepted it with ease. Lu Shishir then effortlessly picked up the script and began to read. As they sipped their drinks, the two naturally delved into a discussion about the script of A Thought Across the Mountains. To emphasize that she was more than just a pretty face, Lu Shishir began to showcase her skills with difficult moves like the splits, proving that she was indeed a capable female star. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the entry dropped by Lu Shishir. Ding. King of Props, Golden Entry allows the familiar crafting and manipulation of various high-difficulty props required by the production team. The following day, Li Shijing was roused from his slumber, his mind still enveloped in a haze. He had dreamed of an engaging discussion with Lu Shishir, delving into the intricate details of A Thought Beyond the Mountains, including various aspects of martial arts. Li Shijing, being a professional, adeptly employed terms such as the divine 4 dragons lifting the cauldron and the invincible wind and fire wheel. Lu Shishir was shrieking in excitement, utterly captivated. The fatigue of daydreaming weighed heavily upon her. Ultimately, it appeared that Lu Shishir had lost interest and merely yearned for rest, her gaze imbued with a sense of melancholy. However, when Li Shijing turned to glance aside, he too was taken aback. Goodness, Lu Shishir? The piercing scream just now truly emanated from Lu Shishir. However, at this moment, Lu Shishir appeared disheveled, her eyes brimming with a lethal intensity. Li Shijing could hardly fathom it. What had transpired last night? He then rubbed his eyes vigorously. It was indeed not an illusion. What should he do now? Perhaps recreate the scene? However, Li Shijing gradually began to recall the events. Lu Shishir had surprisingly brought along some white liquor yesterday, leading to an exuberant revelry between the two. Ultimately, Lu Shishir insisted on having Li Shijing participate in a performance, even compelling him to craft props on the spot. Now, not only had love blossomed, but it had also deepened profoundly. Lu Shishir was left with an aching heart, nearly overwhelmed by her emotions. After Lu Shishir, wrapped in her blanket, finished screaming, she furrowed her brows slightly, as an intense wave of pain began to wash over her. This prompted her to realize that she could not afford to shout so vigorously, for it would result in considerable discomfort. Li Shijing, feeling somewhat bewildered, thought that it was he who ought to feel aggrieved. After all, it was she who had brought the liquor. Was it not true that last night, it was she who insisted on dragging him into a drinking session with Baijio, followed by discussing the script? Moreover, she was the one who initiated the kiss. Li Shijing sensed that something was amiss. It felt as though there was a premeditated scheme at play. Who, in their right mind, would bring Baiju for a late-night snack? Furthermore, Lu Shishir had already consumed quite a bit of beer beforehand. in a situation involving a solitary man and woman. It was well known what might transpire when intoxication took hold. He realized that it was he who ought to be screaming and crying. Indeed, as Li Shijing had observed, Lu Shishir had directly pounced on him, completely dominating the encounter. How could a man of your stature not be able to resist, given my frail appearance? How could I possibly compel you? Lu Shishir retorted, what you said is indeed reasonable. However, I must say, you have completely intoxicated me. Li Shijing was left speechless. I drank as much as you did, so it's all right. Lu Shishir raised her voice again, her tone tinged with hoarseness. A deep pain surged within her. Naturally, Lu Shishir had no choice but to comply, subsequently lowering her volume once more. You are such a scoundrel, she lamented, tears streaming down her face, as she covered herself and dashed into the restroom. Soon, the sound of rushing water echoed through the air. Li Shijing was left speechless and somewhat helpless. He certainly did not intend for things to escalate this way. Indeed, alcohol often leads to unforeseen troubles, and now he had been branded as a lecherous villain. Huang Yao merely suggested they were clandestinely meeting, yet the implications of such a rendezvous were profound. Before long, Lu Shishir emerged once again, hastily gathering her scattered garments. At that moment, Li Shijing found himself at a loss for words, engulfed in embarrassment. He realized that no amount of explanation would suffice, as she had already cast him as the villain in her narrative. I will return tonight, she playfully declared, glancing back over her shoulder before darting away like a startled rabbit. It dawned on Li Shijing then, a realization that struck him as he slapped his forehead. Indeed, if she truly wished to avoid this predicament, her reaction upon waking would not have been as it had been. He felt utterly bemused. Having been completely outwitted by Lu Shishir, who could claim that her acting skills were lacking? The way she had portrayed a virtuous maiden upon awakening was worthy of an Oscar. Just yesterday, Lu Shishir had claimed she would not stay here, yet it appeared she had reneged on that promise. Chapter 84. Lu Shishir feels unfeeling. Aunt Xiaoli pays a visit after savoring the sweet taste of urging for scripts. Lu Shishir naturally visited frequently under the guise of supervision. In reality, she had become somewhat addicted. However, the progress on Li Shijing's side would not lag behind. It was impossible to lose focus on work. With 20 hours dedicated to labor and 4 hours for rest, the script for A Thought Across Mountains was soon completed. Once the news was announced, it caused a stir in the entertainment industry. Although rumors of Lu Shishir and Li Shijing's affair had circulated prior, leading many to speculate that Lu Shishir sought his assistance for a successful comeback, no one anticipated Li Shijing's swift response in declaring the project was set to commence. With Lu Shishir as the lead actress, there was no need for extensive promotion, as Lu Shishir's return and the prestigious Li Shijing's involvement were enough to generate significant buzz. The project was naturally compared to Lu Tianxian's Dream of Hualu. Lu Shishir's fans were elated. After the box office poison Jing Tian and the long-quiet Lu Tianxian, everything seemed to come alive again. How could Lu Shishir not rise? It was only a matter of time. Nonetheless, some remained skeptical of Lu Shishir's prospects, given that her success was intertwined with period dramas, raising questions about the viability of A Thought Across Mountains. In this alternate universe, the original male lead was the internet celebrity Lu Yuning, who had yet to achieve fame here. Moreover, his acting skills were mediocre, making him an ill fit for Lu Shishir. Hence, Li Shijing invited Hu Gu to take on the leading role. Upon receiving the invitation, Hu Gu promptly accepted. As being recognized by Li Shijing was an honor for any actor. The role of the second female lead, the little princess, was bestowed upon Zhao Lucy, whose youthful appearance and baby face made her perfectly suited for such a whimsical character. Li Shijing was determined to fulfill his promise to Xiao Bailu. Swiftly, amidst discussions and doubts, A Thought Across Mountains commenced filming. Lu Shishir, your combat movements are lacking. They appear too soft. Do you think this is a game? Lu Shishir, your lightness and movement must be graceful. Why do your legs seem so weak? Lu Shishir, your gaze needs to convey more decisiveness. Aside from comedy, Li Shijing was known for being a tyrant on set, maintaining strict standards for quality. Although Lu Shishir had previously starred in martial arts period dramas like A Branch of Plum, most of her performances were merely for aesthetics, lacking substance. In contrast, Li Shijing and Appos' requirements were stringent. The moves had to be both visually appealing and possess a sense of weight. Several stunts left Lu Shishir bruised and frustrated, feeling as if she was at the mercy of his relentless expectations. Goodness, he is truly ruthless. Is this the same person who was so amiable before filming began? During the shooting, in order to help the actresses concentrate and conserve their energy, Li Shijing forbade them from seeking him out. Otherwise, Late-night discussions could leave them exhausted and unable to perform, even in non-action scenes. Consequently, Lu Shishir was dismissed several times, leaving her feeling indignant during the day and brooding at night. Once the filming is over, I won't seek him out either. Heartless, utterly heartless. During breaks, Lu Shishir stomped her feet in frustration, lamenting the lack of decency in people. Yet, she could only mutter her grievances softly. Shishir, don't be upset. Yes, just like that, Yang Mi comforted her. Both Tang Yan and Yang Mi came to visit the set. Compared to Li Shijing and Appo's fiery temperament, Yang Mi understood him well. But I think his anger is quite handsome, Tang Yan gushed, starry-eyed. Here, take my place, Lu Shishir retorted with a hint of annoyance. That and Appo's, the dream, Tang Yan exclaimed, clearly eager to play the role of a peacemaker. Meanwhile, at the Tangren headquarters, Wang Zhonglei, embittered since his last defeat, sought revenge after his failure with Dream of Wallow. He approached Tangren to incite discord between Li Shijing and the company. It was well known that Lu Shishir had once been the queen of Tangren before leaving for the film industry. Had it not been for Li Shijing, she might have returned to her former home. Wang, we have no grievances with Director Li. Why create conflict? Kayanua replied. Though she was acutely aware that without Li Shijing, Lu Shishir would likely have rejoined Tangren. This would undoubtedly bolster the company, given Lu Shishir's stature. Her return to television immediately trended on social media, and it was Tangren who had once elevated her career. Now, it seemed Li Shijing was reaping the benefits. Mr. Kai, this kid has no regard for rules. Not only Lu Shishir, but even my friend Qin Jinfeng's goddaughter, Lu Yifei, has been taken by him. He shows no respect. Wang Zhonglei fumed. Lu Yifei's signing with Li Shijing's company had indeed caused quite a stir. Let me think it over, Wang Zhonglei concluded. Kainan was reluctant to offend Li Shijing, and naturally, he also dared not cross Wang Zhonglei. After all, the current state of Tangren is rather dismal. The last collaboration, Wuxin Master, at least managed to redeem some reputation for Tangren. Although they lost Jinshin, Han Dongjun and Chen Yao have already made a name for themselves. Kainan still hoped to rely on Li Shijing in the future, making it impossible for him to join forces with Wang Zhonglei to resist Li Shijing. All right, President Kai. Please consider. Wang Zhonglei, seeing Kainan's lack of a firm stance, decided to hold off for the moment and prepare to discuss strategies to oppose Li Shijing with other major companies. After 4 months of arduous filming and an investment of 500 million, Ini and Guanshan finally wrapped up, and major satellite television stations began to scramble for broadcasting rights. After all, Mengwalu had been personally hailed as a blockbuster by Longtai upon its airing, enjoying unparalleled glory and receiving the highest official recognition. Which satellite station do you plan to air this drama on? That night, at Li Shijing's residence, Aunt Xiaoli, clad in a form-fitting purple battle dress, made another visit. Given the remarkable success of Mengwalu, which not only topped domestic viewership ratings for costume dramas, but also made significant inroads into the overseas market, she aimed to seize the moment and encourage Li Shijing to produce another script to boost their momentum. However, the most formidable competitor was undoubtedly the upcoming Ini Guanshan, which was generating buzz comparable to that of Mengwalu and was also crafted by Li Shijing, ensuring its quality would be exceptional. Are you particularly concerned about this matter? Li Shijing scrutinized Lu Xiaoli, fully aware of her thoughts. I'm merely showing concern for your career, Lu Xiaoli replied. Although her daughter could remain unambitious and ethereal like a celestial being, she herself could not afford such luxury. After all, Lu Shishir had already been rumored to be romantically linked with Li Shijing. If resources were to shift, what would become of Lu Tiankai? Unbeknownst to her, Lu Tiankai had long surpassed Lu Shishir, having taken on the role of cousin. Thus, she felt compelled to inquire about the situation, especially regarding the sponsors. She could not allow Lu Shishir to secure more advertising resources than her own daughter. The competition among several satellite stations was fierce, but at present, I am considering Longtai and Moda TV, Li Shijing remarked, feeling somewhat troubled. The bidding for broadcasting rights remained intensely competitive, with several major stations pulling out all the stops. Mango TV, Blue TV, Longtai, and Moda TV were all vying for primetime slots. Longtai possessed unique advantages, as various approvals would still require the endorsement of figures from the capital. However, this time, the director of Moda TV had personally visited, which left Li Shijing feeling quite indecisive. Chapter 85. The battle between Magic City and Dragon TV. For Blossom Zo, which channel will you choose? Lu Xiaoli continued to inquire, her subtle intentions easily discerned by Li Shijing. This time, Dream of Splendor was not merely a sensational success. Its premiere on Dragon TV signified an official endorsement of the drama, reflecting a matter of prestige and image. Not every show earns the privilege of airing on Dragon TV. Should Lu Shishir and Appos, S.A. Thought Across the Mountains also debut there, it would elevate her standing to that of a celestial being. Thus, she hoped for Li Shijing to opt for Magic City TV. However, Li Shijing had far more considerations. Each year, numerous dramas emerged from several companies in Magic City. His recent rise had incited envy among these firms, leading to covert maneuvers from Wang Zhonglei. If they united with the officials of Magic City against him, it could prove troublesome. Magic City, after all, required a semblance of respect. Are you suggesting I place it on Magic City TV? Li Shijing raised Lu Xiaoli and Appos' chin with a smile. Lu Xiaoli, once unbothered about her attire, had become more deliberate about her appearance since becoming acquainted with Li Shijing. Take, for instance, the striking purple form-fitting dress she wore today, a garment she would have never donned before. Yet now, for her daughter's sake, she aimed to please and present herself with grace, aware that her age could not compete with the youthful allure of younger women. What other dramas are upcoming? I believe Qianqian could seize the moment. Lu Xiaoli gazed at Li Shijing with a flirtatious expression, conveying a sense of trust that both she and her daughter were placing in him. With Dream of Splendor achieving remarkable success, Lu Xiaoli wished for Li Shijing to continue supporting Lu Tianxian, ensuring her position remained secure. After all, during her absence, Demimi had outshone all her contemporaries. Though Lu Tianxian was not yet at risk of obsolescence, vigilance was essential, especially with a surge of stunning actresses eager to make their mark. There are indeed prospects. Yet I must take a breather. Li Shijing rubbed his temples. Even with the advantages provided by the system, he needed a moment to recuperate. I understand you are weary. Lu Xiaoli promptly moved closer to massage Li Shijing and Appos' shoulders. Why are you dressed so alluringly today? As her gaze fell upon his hands brushing against her shapely legs, he could not resist the urge to pat them. Though he wished to describe her attire as provocative, he refrained, fearing it might deter her from wearing it again. There and Appos' nothing wrong with casual attire, Lu Xiaoli responded with a hint of shyness. Auntie, you are marvelous, he remarked, appreciating her elegance. She instinctively recognized how to respond to his admiration. Auntie Lu, Li Shijing and Appos' intense gaze prompted her to lower her head. For the sake of my daughter, it is only right to submit. Director Li, you must ensure that A Thought Across the Mountains premieres on Magic City TV. I have reserved prime time for you. The rivalry between Magic City TV and Dragon TV had escalated, both channels fiercely competing for the broadcast rights, with purchase prices hovering around 50 million. However, the limitations of funding meant they were both committed to advertising support and subsequent policies, complicating matters for Li Shijing. Yet, with Tang Yan's persistent visits to the company, Li Shijing contemplated a solution that would leave neither party offended. Shintai, I have a proposal. Let A Thought Across the Mountains premiere on Dragon TV, and I will subsequently produce a series depicting the historical evolution of Magic City. What do you think? He referred to Blossoms, a series that had garnered immense popularity in Blue Star, reviving Tang Yin and Appos' career and restoring her status as a top-tier star in her various leading roles. Aside from the striking character of Zixuan, she often presented a Navi persona, regardless of the genre. Specifically filming about Magic City? Shintai pondered briefly. Could we not have both premieres on Magic City TV? Shintai, you are placing me in a difficult position, Li Shijing assured him of the production's quality. He remained intent on securing the premiere for Dragon TV to lay a solid foundation for his future ventures into film. You must not deceive me. How soon can you commence filming? I will come personally to oversee it. Shintai, wary of Li Shijing's intentions, felt the need to keep a close watch. Who could have imagined that a mere few dramas could incite such fervent competition among regional directors? Rest assured, Shintai, I will complete the script within 10 days and finalize the cast, ready to begin filming within 15 days, Li Shijing promised. Very well. I shall be there on the day of filming, Shintai conceded, reluctant to engage in a fierce contest with Dragon TV over a single drama. Presently, Li Shijing had the opportunity to specifically create a series reflecting the changes in Magic City. There is undoubtedly no reason for it to be broadcasted on other networks. This drama, Blossoms, was meticulously crafted by the discerning and exacting Wang Mojing over a span of 3 years. It is claimed that each frame is akin to that of a film. Upon its release, it indeed lived up to his assertions. Showcasing a stunning visual aesthetic that exudes a unique beauty, Wang Mojing stands out among directors in the Hong Kong circle, possessing a distinctive atmospheric style that is exceptionally singular. Intriguingly, his filmmaking process often lacks a conventional script. Everything exists solely in his mind. Consequently, many actors finish their scenes without a clear understanding of their roles, which understandably slows the filming process. After all, His imaginative concepts must materialize for the production to proceed. At times, a single shot may take half a year to perfect. Li Shijing, however, does not share this leisurely approach. He prioritizes efficiency and insists that a script must be written, aiming to condense the timeline to approximately 6 months. Fortunately, he is well versed in directing, screenwriting, lighting, aesthetics, cinematography, props, and more, making him a versatile maestro. Thus, completing Blossoms within 6 months was entirely feasible. Once all matters were settled, the usual arrangements persisted. The streaming rights were still granted to Zhang Zhe of the Penguin Network. Soon enough, A Thought Across the Mountains finally premiered amidst great anticipation. The audience was abuzz with admiration. What an impressive performance. Absolutely stunning. The lead is strikingly beautiful. This drama is decisively captivating. Hu Ji's ancient costume look is incredibly heroic. The lead's combat skills are remarkably professional. Indeed, once the drama aired, it was met with unanimous acclaim. Lu Shishir and Appo's acting and action sequences received overwhelming praise, particularly for her resolute and composed demeanor. Viewers finally felt they were witnessing an intelligently crafted historical drama. The female lead is not indecisive or meandering, but rather displays a commendable decisiveness. Moreover, with Hu Gu replacing Lu Yu, the male lead, and Appo's previous shortcomings were entirely eradicated. The drama and Appo's success surpassed that of its counterpart in Blue Star, achieving explosive viewership ratings upon its premiere. Lu Shishir finally broke the spell of acclaim without sales. Yet, she found herself somewhat disheartened. At home, a cloud of gloom hung over her, stemming from Li Shijing's tyrannical behavior on set, which had strained their relationship. After filming, Lu Shishir deliberately refrained from contacting him, while Li Shijing, surrounded by numerous obligations, had not even considered reaching out to her. Chapter 86. Lu Shishir visits. Little broken Koei weeps. Knock, knock, knock. Early in the morning, Li Shijing was roused from his slumber by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Rubbing his eyes, he felt somewhat perplexed, unsure of who it could be. He soon rose to answer the door. Shishir? Upon opening the door, Li Shijing was taken aback. After all, Lu Shishir had been thoroughly chastised by him on set, leading him to believe she would ignore him for some time. Yet here she was, just over half a month later. It was hard to imagine that someone as stunning as Lu Shishir, who had skyrocketed to fame, would have endured any significant grievances. Directors and co-stars alike treated her with utmost reverence, and there was no shortage of admirers vying for her attention, queuing up from Paris to Kyoto. Yes, it's me. What is the matter? Lu Shishir replied calmly. I thought. Come in, please. Li Shijing gestured for her to enter. Lu Shishir was indeed quite tenacious. They had not seen each other in a while. Li Shijing had initially thought it might be Tang Yin, who had been frequently visiting him at the company or his home, much like Lu Shishir, to urge him to complete his writing. Wow, you really are quite lazy. This place looks like a pigsty. Upon entering, Lu Shishir immediately began to criticize the state of his living space. After all, she had spent a considerable amount of time here, once taking on the role of the lady of the house, ensuring it was clean and orderly. Although Li Shijing and Appo's meals were not prepared by her, at least they were not takeout. However, after Lu Shishir left, Li Shijing had reverted to a more relaxed lifestyle, only occasionally cooking when in good spirits. I simply don't have the time. You weren't here. Li Shijing shrugged. You're just being sarcastic. Hearing his words, Lu Shishir felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, her cheeks flushing. To her ears, his remark carried an ambiguous undertone, as though he wished for her to stay long-term and assume the role of the mistress of the house. They had shared many intimate moments, and despite the half-month silence, Li Shijing's playful teasing brought back memories of the past. I'm not being sarcastic at all. Ever since you left, I've had no one to cook for me, Li Shijing chuckled. I don't believe you, Lu Shishir pouted. Given Li Shijing's numerous romantic rumors and his apparent ease with women, she found it hard to believe he was devoid of a girlfriend. Yet, in truth, Lu Shishir had misjudged him. He indeed had no formal girlfriend, only platonic friendships with various women. Here, have breakfast. Lu Shishir then handed him the breakfast she had prepared. She was well aware that, given Li Shijing's character, he had likely skipped breakfast at this hour. How considerate of you, Shishir. After receiving the meal, Li Shijing went to brush his teeth and wash his face. When he returned, Lu Shishir had already begun tidying up, gathering discarded tissues, dirty clothes, and packaging, which evoked a touch of gratitude in Li Shijing. Take Tang Yin, for instance. Although she and Lu Shishir were close friends, their personalities were starkly different. Tang Yin was fiery and carefree, often coming over to chat, but she never tidied up, and her meals were always takeout. Her living space was often in disarray. Lu Shishir, in contrast, was remarkably considerate. If one were to marry, it would surely be someone like Lu Shishir, Li Shijing mused. After finishing his steamed buns and soy milk, Li Shijing noticed that Lu Shishir had nearly completed her tidying. By the way, why did you come to find me so early? What is the matter? He asked curiously. What? Can't I come to see you without a reason? Lu Shishir replied, pouting. That's not it. Are you genuinely upset? Since she was here. Li Shijing could not help but inquire further. At the filming location, I had to raise my voice a bit. After all, if I were to be overly gentle, the actors might take advantage of me, failing to achieve the level of performance I required. Take Stephen Chow, for example. Despite being a comedic genius, he was quite the tyrant on set. His films often featured minor characters who left a lasting impression, a testament to the saying that strict teachers produce outstanding students. No, not at all, Lu Shishir replied with a slight huff, brushing back her hair. Her demeanor and actions clearly indicated she was not being truthful. Li Shijing recognized this immediately. Indeed, I may have spoken a little loudly to you on set, but it was for your own good, he offered. Resorting to the familiar excuse, Lu Shishir felt a wave of grievance wash over her, her eyes reddening as she turned her head away. Look. Now everything is fine, right? No one has said anything negative about your performance, Li Shijing reassured her, moving closer to offer comfort. However, Lu Shishir began to tremble more violently, tears streaming down her cheeks in a display of distress. What is going on? Li Shijing was bewildered. He had apologized. Yet she seemed even more upset. Lu Shishir, known for her cheerful disposition, was not one to cry easily. You're insufferable. She wiped her tears and playfully punched Li Shijing's chest, albeit gently, the impact more akin to a tickle than a strike. All right. Go ahead and hit me. Li Shijing naturally understood. However, it appeared that Lu Shishir was genuinely aggrieved. Coupled with her already shattered demeanor, she seemed even more pitiful at that moment. With a soft sob, Lu Shishir threw herself into Li Shijing's embrace. Her tears flowed without any apparent reason. Even if Li Shijing was justified, that would render him wrong. Not just he, but the entire world seemed mistaken at this moment. After all, Lu Shishir's ethereal coldness and fragility were unmistakable. She undeniably embodied the archetype of one capable of both offense and defense. When her face bore a serious expression, it exuded an air of resolute chill. Yet when her vulnerability surfaced, it invoked an irresistible urge to protect her. One could not help but feel a profound desire to shield her from harm. After all, the little broken Kuei from Xian San had captured the hearts of many. During Long Kuei's second sword offering, she had evoked tears from the audience, leaving countless viewers heartbroken. No, I was wrong. Please don't cry. Li Shijing hastily apologized while wiping away Lu Shishir's tears. When it came to comforting a girl, an apology was the safest route, and seeing Lu Shishir's tear-streaked face only reinforced that notion. What did you do wrong? Lu Shishir sniffled, murmuring amidst her grievances, inadvertently blowing a bubble of snot. The previously tense atmosphere could no longer be sustained. Lu Shishir herself began to laugh, albeit with a mix of indignation and shyness. Embarrassment mingled with amusement was inevitable. It was indeed quite damaging to her image in front of someone she cherished. With her cheeks flushed and caught between laughter and tears, Lu Shishir quickly lowered her head, hastily wiping away the bubble. Haha. Li Shijing could not help but be amused by Lu Shishir's comical display, bursting into laughter. No laughing, Lu Shishir exclaimed, playfully striking him with her small fists, though the force was slightly more than a tickle. Li Shijing sensed that her playful hits were a manifestation of affection. Shishir, he said gently, taking hold of her fists as he gazed at her with tender eyes. Lu Shishir instantly fell silent, feeling the intensity of Li Shijing's burning gaze. She bit her lip and lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Yet, the blush on her cheeks spoke volumes. In truth, Lu Shishir was well aware of Li Shijing and Appo's sincere intentions. After all, the ratings for Yinyan Guanshan were currently trailing closely behind Menghua Silu. During this period, she ranked second among trending searches among female celebrities, just behind Lu Tianxian. All of this was undoubtedly attributed to Li Shijing and Appo's efforts. Chapter 87. Yang Mi and Appo's desire for connection. Lu Shishir and Appo's unconventionality. Lu Shishir pressed her lips together, lowering her gaze, unable to meet the eyes of others. However, the blush on her cheeks spoke volumes, surpassing all else. Shishir, allow me to make amends for you, if you will. It has been quite a while since we last engaged meaningfully with the script. Li Shijing inquired softly. What compensation? You scoundrel. May I inquire why, after the filming concluded? You have never reached out to me? Lu Shishir uttered with a light huff. However, once those words escaped her lips, tears began to glisten in her eyes. And her delicate, translucent lashes fluttered softly. She gazed intently at Li Shijing, fully aware that her confession signified her complete defeat. Unlike Naza and others who exuded fervor and boldness, Lu Shishir embodied a certain timidity in matters of the heart. She was, in truth, of a more passive disposition, cherishing the sensation of being pursued. A confession of affection? She had never contemplated such feelings before. However, when it came to Li Shijing, she could no longer contain herself. Longing was a tormenting experience. Ever since the conclusion of their film, Lu Shishir had merely been putting on a brave face. In truth, she yearned for the opportunity to spend more time with Li Shijing, to share the fleeting moments of each day. The past half-month spent at his residence had been the pinnacle of her existence. Nevertheless, it was over now. She felt liberated at last, having fully expressed her sentiments. How should one articulate it? At that moment, Lu Shishir and Apos' heart was in turmoil, racing uncontrollably, akin to a fawn in a state of panic. Li Shijing did not respond. However, he conveyed his ultimate answer through his actions. Lu should first familiarize himself with the nuances of a romantic scene. To speak candidly, after Lu Shishir's revelation, Li Shijing became acutely aware of the profound bond that had developed between them during their time together. Consequently, they embraced and shared a passionate kiss. After a considerable moment, their lips parted, and at that very instant, Li Shijing's phone rang. It was unexpectedly a call from Yongmi. Darling, what are you up to? Yongmi was blissfully unaware of Lu Shishir and Apos' presence nearby. She directly referred to Li Shijing as husband, leaving him in a rather awkward predicament. Amidst his busyness, Li Shijing could only respond calmly. Lu Shishir, on the other hand, wore a peculiar expression. Husband? Mimi actually calls him and Apos, husband and Apos. At this moment, she felt as though her mind had momentarily ceased to function, leaving her uncertain of what to do next. I have heard that you are set to begin filming a new drama? Is it once again centered around the tales of the enchanting metropolis? Yongmi promptly inquired. Although Li Shijing had not officially commenced filming, numerous rumors had already circulated. Presently, Li Shijing is practically the model worker of the entertainment industry, taking on one project after another and always featuring top-tier stars. Following Lu Tianxian and Lu Shishir, he has now engaged Tang Yan as well. Naturally, Yongmi played a pivotal role in facilitating this connection. Thus, she is broadly aware of the content Li Shijing intends to shoot. Indeed, Li Shijing remarked. Is it possible to include someone else? Yongmi then tentatively asked. Who? Li Shijing inquired. Currently, only the male lead, Hu Go, and the female lead, Tang Yan, have been confirmed, while the remaining cast is yet to be finalized. However, once Li Shijing extends an invitation, it is likely that any star from the entertainment industry would be eager to participate. Even if they have prior commitments, they would find a way to accommodate the schedule. Xian and Yongmi remarked. Li Shijing was taken aback by Yongmi's unexpected endorsement of Xian. It truly is a case of a hungry child receiving milk. No wonder she is affectionately known as Mimi. In the Blue Star Project, one of the three female leads is indeed Xian. Yet, wasn't there a rumor circulating that you and Xian were not on good terms? Li Shijing inquired curiously. Ba Yongmi, as a model worker, has participated in various forms of entertainment including films, television dramas, variety shows, and advertisements. She embraces any opportunity that proves lucrative. After all, the pressure of the betting agreement looms over her incessantly. At one point, she starred in a film titled The Sword of Spring, which has 2 installments. Yongmi and Lu Shishir portrayed a pair of sisters. To be frank, the production was commendable, both in terms of storyline and fight choreography. Unfortunately, it garnered acclaim without commercial success, resulting in lackluster box office returns. Moreover, the presence of the 2 leading ladies was rather subdued, lacking remarkable highlights. Yongmi, as one of the protagonists, was overshadowed by the supporting character Xian, who outshone her entirely, akin to being pressed down and rubbed into the ground. At that time, the fervor was exceedingly high, and Yongmi faced ridicule as a consequence. Meanwhile, Xian, having severed Zhang Zhun and Apos' blade with her own, was bestowed with the title of the most gallant martial arts actress in the domestic entertainment industry. Some even exaggeratedly claimed that she had shattered the martial arts dreams of all female celebrities. Li Shijing was taken aback that Yongmi would recommend someone who had become a subject of mockery. Is she truly so magnanimous? Nonsense. Am I truly such a miserly individual? Yang Mi nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. As a person of exceptional intelligence and emotional acumen, she seldom made enemies within the entertainment industry, surrounded instead by a circle of friends. Furthermore, Exai and Gillet posed no real threat to her. They simply operated on different tiers. Even if Exai experienced a fleeting surge in popularity, it was inevitable that she could not surpass Yang Mi herself. Not small, quite substantial, Li Shijing remarked humorously. Upon hearing this, Lu Shishir could not help but glance down at herself, feeling a twinge of insecurity. After all, when it came to breadth of character, she recognized a disparity between herself and Yang Mi. She considered herself rather ordinary, although certainly better than the rather flat Tang Yin. Well, will you allow me to insert myself? Yang Mi playfully inquired. Whether to insert or not, why not come over tomorrow for a personal discussion? Li Shijing replied. How about tonight instead? Yang Mi suggested, feeling an inexplicable urgency regarding Exai and Gillet and Apos' situation. I have some matters to attend to tonight. I'm writing a script. There is no time to discuss trivial matters. Li Shijing gently squeezed Lu Shishir's soft little hand and remarked. It seems that we will have to confront the beauties of Xianjin 3 in the future. A round of mahjong would be a perfect way to strengthen our bonds. Much like Naza and Jinchen do. Inviting them for a game is as effortless as returning home. Cut it out. Don't think I don't know. It must be some vixen at play, he continued, noting Yang Mi's cleverness. Do you think she would overlook such a flimsy excuse? However, Lu Shishir felt quite embarrassed. Mimi, please Don and Apos, scold me. I and Apos, and the vixen here. All right then, we and Apos. LL talk more tomorrow, Li Shijing concluded, ending the call. The following day, after a night of heartfelt confessions with Lu Shishir, she was naturally content. As she stepped out, leaning against the wall, her movements were unsteady. Her good friend and manager, Yi Qing, quickly rushed to support her. Yi Qing and Lu Shishir had known each other since their time on Bu Bu Jing Xian, where Yi Qing portrayed Yutan. However, after her career in acting stagnated, she chose to become Lu Shishir and Apos' manager and personal assistant, caring for her and accompanying her. Occasionally, she would even have small roles in Lu Shishir's various productions, such as in Xiu Chundao. This arrangement suited them well, allowing them to remain inseparable and keeping Yi Qing informed of Lu Shishir's little secrets. Recently, Lu Shishir had been frequently distracted, often lost in thought. Upon discovering Lu Shishir's unrequited feelings, Yi Qing had been eager to counsel her. With your beauty and talent, attracting a man should be a piece of cake. Why settle for this pure love nonsense? Yi Qing mused, unable to comprehend Lu Shishir's predicament. Have you resolved your worries? Yi Qing rolled her eyes, shaking her head in bewilderment. Come, let me help you. Lu Shishir grimaced, but Kuden and Apos' helped, feeling elated inside. Now she could focus on her work without being preoccupied with trivial matters. Yi Qing chuckled softly, relieved to see Lu Shishir inspired by love, hoping it would help her concentrate. All right, Lu Shishir teased, sticking out her tongue. Of course I know. Yi Qing responded with another playful eye roll. You and Apos, re the best. Qing and Apos, her. Once they were in the car, Lu Shishir leaned closer. Was it really just a few casual words from you that won him over? She inquired. Well, sort of. Lu Shishir pondered, unsure. She had merely shed some tears and ambiguously expressed her feelings. In the end, she decided to let things unfold naturally. That said, don't go overboard. Given your current circumstances, it's unwise to disclose any romantic entanglements, Yi Qing advised, reminding her that although Lu Shishir was regaining fame with Yinyan Guanshan, it was crucial to maintain discretion regarding her love life to avoid losing fans. I never intended to go public with it, and besides, we haven't defined anything yet, Lu Shishir replied. What do you mean? Lu Shishir. Are you out of your mind? Yi Qing exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Lu Shishir was quite the traditional girl. Well, neither of us has made any declarations. Let us wait a few days, and I'll handle it with care, Lu Shishir assured. Chapter 88. Yang Mi introduces Qin Lan, kneeling to apologize the next day. At the appointed time, Li Shijing arrived at Jiaxing, naturally to meet with Exai and Gillet. However, upon entering Yang Mi and Apos' office, he found it utterly vacant. Just as Li Shijing was pondering this mystery, a pair of delicate, fair hands encircled his neck from behind. Reacting instinctively, Li Shijing swiftly turned around and grasped Yang Mi's throat with one hand, pushing her away. His long arm extended beyond Yang Mi's reach, rendering her unable to apply any effective hold. Let go of me, she gasped, though Li Shijing's grip was not overly tight, enough to evoke a slight sense of suffocation. Yang Mi frantically struck at his arm, attempting to pry his fingers apart, but her strength paled in comparison to that of a man with defined abs. I thought you were someone else, launching a surprise attack from behind. I must apologize, Boss Yang, Li Shijing remarked with a charming smile before releasing her. His extensive training in martial arts had ingrained within him a reflex to counter any threat. How could you be so ruthless? I merely wanted to play. Yongmi coughed, but for some inexplicable reason, the sensation of being choked stirred a peculiar euphoria within her. Was she perhaps a bit of a masochist? The thought caused her to hesitate. Did you not say you enjoyed it when I was ruthless? Li Shijing teased. Get lost. Yongmi retorted, rolling her eyes. Though she had indeed voiced such sentiments before. It surprised Li Shijing that the usually decisive and assertive Yongmi would engage in such juvenile games of intrigue. Where is everyone? Li Shijing inquired curiously. Did you not mention Xinjile was coming? I believe she miscalculated the time. She should arrive in about an hour. Along with Tang Tang, Yongmi admitted, slightly embarrassed. After all, she was recommending an actress to Li Shijing and wanted Tang Yin to join as well. Hoping to facilitate a swift acquaintance between Tang Yin and Xinjile. Is that so? Li Shijing discerned the deception in Yongmi's words. Her heart raced under his penetrating gaze, and combined with the intimate position they found themselves in, an unexpected sensation washed over her. Her features, sculpted and sharp, along with the shifting emotions in his eyes, captivated her, causing her thoughts to cloud with confusion. Why does he seem even more handsome now? She mused, feeling an irresistible allure. What do you intend to do? Yongmi asked timidly, her voice trembling ever so slightly. She was unsure of herself, Despite their previous intimate exchanges, the proximity of his teasing gaze stirred her heart like that of a young maiden experiencing her first blush of desire. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Arriving an hour early for my sake, he murmured, his nose nearly brushing against hers, laced with a playful tone. His words ignited a surge of hormones within her, quickening her breath and reddening her cheeks. A wave of discomfort swept over her, as if myriad ants were dancing within. Be careful, Yang Jia. If you fall, my heart will ache, Li Shijing said with a mischievous grin, catching her soft waist to prevent her from collapsing. Let go of me. This is the office. If someone walks in, it will be disastrous. Yongmi protested, her alluring eyes flashing with a mix of indignation and allure. This office has seen script readings before. Last time, we almost got caught by Heba. You intentionally made me come early, didn't you? Li Shijing had taken on the role of a devilish figure while Yongmi appeared as an innocent lamb. Indeed, Yongmi had planned to arrive early. Knowing they hadn't seen each other for some time, Li Shijing had been preoccupied, leaving Yongmi equally busy. Yet, the current intimate positioning left her feeling both nervous and exhilarated. Are you not going to review the new script? Otherwise, we might run out of time. I read scripts rather slowly, he inquired with a playful tone. Let me go? I truly miscalculated the time. Yongmi feigned an attempt to break free, yet her body felt weak, as if their playful struggle was merely a flirtation. Li Shijing, however, was unperturbed. This teasing vixen was long overdue for a lesson. You may protest now, but soon you will find it irresistible. He then proceeded to unleash his skills. Yongmi had not anticipated his boldness. Despite her protests, he disregarded her warnings. Would he not take it too far? Yet, as passion ignited within, her emotions reached a pinnacle of tension and exhilaration. Please. If someone walks in, it would be disastrous, she implored, her tone a mix of urgency and embarrassment. We and Oppos, rediscussing serious matters here. Another guest will arrive shortly. Tang Tang mentioned you needed 3 female leads. I have a good friend, Qin Lan, who is also eager to meet you. Yongmi, with a feeble demeanor and an almost pleading tone, found herself in dire need of Li Shijing and Oppos as support. However, she was equally apprehensive about being discovered. Qin Lan was undoubtedly aware of this. Her experiences mirrored those of Lan Xing. In this parallel world, she too had transitioned from a leading actress to a secondary one. Yongmi understood that it was inappropriate for someone to monopolize a role, yet she wished to extend a helping hand to Qin Lan, who currently lacked significant roles. Moreover, Qin Lan was a close confidant of Xinjile. Thus, when Xinjile came to discuss scripts, they decided to come together. Is this how one seeks help? Kneel. Li Shijing commanded abruptly. While this was indeed an unsuitable environment for script discussions, he was filled with a sudden ire. Yongmi dared not defy him. Fear gripped her heart, terrified of Li Shijing's potential outburst. If she were to kneel and bow her head, it could swiftly resolve their issues, allowing her personal discomfort to be temporarily set aside. Without hesitation, she knelt and began to bow in apology. As she observed the delicate Yongmi sincerely bowing to him, Li Shijing and Oppos' pride swelled further. Youngmi? Quite impressive, RN and Amp. Oppos. To you? Who permitted you to meddle in roles? He mused, almost choked by the situation. Youngmi struggled to find her voice. Li Shijing, simultaneously soothing her apologies as one would a pet, reveled in the highest form of ceremonial bowing. Each bow was so profound that it seemed to reach the very depths of her forehead. Yet, Youngmi dared not resist. She complied with his demands for greater speed and force in her bows, her head being pressed down in submission. Indeed, an apology must be sincere. Just as Youngmi felt the moment of bowing reaching a critical juncture, her emotions threatening to erupt, a commotion suddenly erupted from outside the door. It was clear that someone was approaching. Fortunately, at that pivotal moment, Li Shijing chose to forgive Youngmi relieved. She quickly covered her mouth and dashed out of the office, leaving Tang Yin, Qin Lan, and Xian Jile, who were just about to enter, perplexed. Youngmi could not afford the luxury of greeting them, as the circumstances rendered conversation impractical. Is she unwell? Tang Yin inquired, noticing Li Shijing seated on the sofa. Nothing serious. She just needed to step out, Li Shijing replied, his expression unchanged. Let us continue our discussion, he said, turning his attention to the three women. Each had adorned themselves exquisitely for their meeting with Li Shijing. Tang Yin radiated sweetness, Xian Jile exuded a spirited elegance, and Qin Lan carried an alluring charm. Chapter 89. Qin Lan portrays Lingzi, Electric Music Dola introduces Huang Yao directly. Tang Yin and Li Shijing are undoubtedly old acquaintances, hence they exchanged playful greetings. Xian Jile and Qin Lan, however, appeared somewhat reserved, as they were not well acquainted. After all, Li Shijing is currently an unparalleled rising director in the entertainment industry, renowned for his extraordinary talent in cultivating stars. Both Xian Jile and Qin Lan aspired to capture his attention. Allow me to elaborate on the type of film I intend to create, Li Shijing said, directing his gaze at Xian Jile. Certainly, Director Li, Xian Jile nodded, immediately attentive. The narrative of the film is quite straightforward. It primarily unfolds in the bustling metropolis of the 1990s, a time ripe with opportunities and hope. The protagonist, Abeo, rises to prominence in the business world, propelled by the winds of reform and his own industrious efforts, becoming a well-known figure along Huanghe Road. The ordinary Abeo transforms into the esteemed general manager Bao, thanks to the unwavering support of his mentor and the fashionable restaurant owner, Lingzi. Alongside Miss Wang from the Foreign Trade Building, as a mysterious woman named Li Li suddenly appears on Huanghe Road, a chic restaurant is set to stir the entire street, throwing general manager Bao and Amp, Oppo's once promising career into turmoil and subjecting his relationships to unprecedented trials. Tang Yin has already secured the role of Miss Wang, while Xian Jile originally portrayed Li Li in Blue Star. Her presence now serves as an audition for the same character. Director, I firmly believe that I am capable of embodying the role of Li Li. Please grant me this opportunity, Xian Jile asserted with conviction after briefly absorbing the plot. At that moment, Youngmi returned from brushing her teeth. How did your conversation go? It was quite well. Where did you rush off to? Tang Yin inquired, noticing Youngmi's flustered demeanor. Oh, nothing. I accidentally drank some expired milk. It was foul and rancid, so I had to rush to the restroom, Youngmi lied nonchalantly. However, she took the opportunity to cast several disdainful glances at Li Shijing, thinking to herself, this scoundrel, always feeding me dubious beauty tips. Claiming that protein can rejuvenate the skin. Who knows if there and Amp, Oppos, is any truth to that. Mijia, next time do watch the expiration dates. Drinking expired milk can easily lead to poisoning. Chapter 90. The electrifying Dora Qin Lan, a fractured vocal range what seems to be the issue? Although Li Shijing had mentally prepared himself, hearing Qin Lan's voice, raspy yet tinged with seriousness, made it hard for him to suppress a laugh. Ultimately, he managed to contain it. Director Li, you're mocking me. Qin Lan expressed with a hint of grievance. She had been burning the midnight oil, striving to understand how Lingzi should portray her character. Being dubbed the electrifying Dora, she found the title amusing herself. Wait, I just recalled something funny. Please, continue. Li Shijing waved his hand, quickly regaining his composure. How about I change into a costume and perform for you? Qin Lan suggested. Lingzi was the owner of the Tokyo Night Cabaret. While she had no dancing scenes, she felt it was essential to embody the essence of such a character. After all, Qin Lan had primarily acted in romance dramas and had never portrayed such a role before. She wanted to demonstrate to Li Shijing whether she could meet his expectations. All right. Li Shijing nodded. Qin Lan promptly stood up to change her attire. Soon enough, she re-emerged wearing a short, fringed white dress, sheer stockings, and a pair of blue-purple high heels. Li Shijing felt a rush of blood at the sight. Wow, you look like an enchanting, sophisticated older sister. This is simply captivating. And those legs, they are quite the sight. Why are you staring at me like that? Lan noticed the intensity of his gaze and felt a wave of happiness. After all, what woman doesn't wish to attract a man's attention? Especially one as handsome as him? This outfit suits you beautifully, Li Shijing complimented candidly. Really? You think it looks good? Hearing his praise, Lan joyfully twirled around, eager for him to admire her from every angle. The hem of her dress floated gently, exuding a unique fragrance. Li Shijing swallowed hard. All right, let us begin the audition. Lan smiled mischievously, winking playfully. Okay. She then gracefully began to dance the Shanghai bun style. Not bad, but that leg-clasping move could use a bit more allure. Li Shijing gestured. The same action performed by different actors naturally exudes different energy, akin to Stephen Chow's classic slap to a blind man, humorous yet an everyday occurrence. Such nuances are difficult to articulate. With the support of his system, Li Shijing was well-versed in dance. Let me try again. Is this what you mean? Lan adjusted her stance, mimicking the iconic leg clasp of Marilyn Monroe. What's wrong? Am I not doing it well? She inquired, noticing Li Shijing's silence. No. You're doing it splendidly. You resemble Marilyn Monroe, he praised. Huh. Director Li, you're quite the charmer, making me sound so lovely. Lan giggled, her every smile radiating a mature charm. Lan, I believe a beauty like you is indeed well-suited for artistic films. Li Shijing continued his compliments. All right, Director Li. Enough flattery, or I might become too proud. Let me continue. Lan felt a touch bashful from his praise, yet her heart was elated. Is this leg clasp all right? She attempted the movement once more. Very good. Indeed, Li Shijing's attention was entirely captivated by her exquisite legs. One could say, with such legs, any pose would be commendable, as they were perfectly rounded and soft. Let me perform another dance for you, Lan teased, with a flick of her wrist. She dimmed the lights, creating an enchanting ambience. This accentuated her stunning figure, and Li Shijing found himself appreciating dance as a delightful form of entertainment. Yet, he wondered what this worldly woman would choose to perform. After casting a playful smile at Li Shijing, Lan turned her back to him, cultivating an air of mystery. At that moment, Li Shijing understood why emperors of yore would indulge in revelry, neglecting state affairs. If he were an emperor, encountering a consort like Lan would likely keep him from leaving the palace for days. Then, she began to sway gently, her waist undulating like a water snake. And her occasional glances back, accompanied by a charming smile, illustrated the essence of allure. After an exquisite performance, Lan proposed, Director, since you're such a good dancer, let us have a duet. Naturally, Li Shijing was familiar with the social dances of old Shanghai. Thus, they began to dance together. As the dance concluded, they shared a classic ballroom finale. Lan leaned back, while Li Shijing supported her with one hand and lifted her leg with the other, their eyes locked. The atmosphere thick with unspoken connection. After a pause, Lan playfully remarked, Young man, your kissing skills are quite impressive. She bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with mischief. After forging a bond of pure friendship, Li Shijing and Apos, address transformed from the respectful Director Li to the more informal little brother. Little brother? Who do you look down upon? Li Shijing snorted lightly, questioning if his sculpted abs were merely for show. Moreover, his brother Cohen was no small figure either. Are you planning to keep carrying me like this? Lan retorted with a hint of annoyance. Oh, I almost forgot, Li Shijing replied with an awkward smile, swiftly scooping Lan into a princess carry. Hey, little brother, what are you doing? Lan asked, her face radiant with amusement. Their playful exchange had already sparked some subtle feelings within her. Despite knowing his intentions, she feigned a bit of fear, relishing in the teasing. This was the advantage of being a mature woman. She knew how to flirt and make it clear that she was no longer a mere little brother. Not a little brother? Really? Now I and Apos am quite intrigued. Let me share a secret. I know what you did in Mimi and Apos' office that day. Also, I saw everything when she was teasing you under the table, Lan said, tilting her head with a mischievous smile. It dawned on her that when Yangmi had rushed out in a panic that day, she had already formed a rough idea of the situation. She had also noticed the sultry leg teasing from Yangmi, which only added to the intrigue. Are you threatening me? Li Shijing asked with a chuckle. Based on your performance, little brother, I assume you would and Apos. Do you want your affair with Mimi to be exposed? Would you? Lan leaned closer, her words dripping with charm. I will definitely make a good impression, Sister Lan. Li Shijing replied, promptly carrying Lan to his room and tossing her onto the soft bed. How rude of you. But I quite like it, Lan exclaimed as she swiftly turned, adopting a languorous pose fit for a concubine. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the entry dropped by Qin Lan. Heavenly voice, golden entry mastery of various singing skills and a melodious voice. Beep. Duplicate entry detected. Beep. Entry synthesis in progress. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading the entry. I am a singing god, rainbow entry possessing world-class vocal skills and an unparalleled voice that captivates hearts. The following day, filming for Blooming Flowers officially commenced. Qin Lan appeared utterly exhausted, wishing she could lean against a wall to remain upright. She regretted her words from the previous day, grateful that she had no scenes to perform. Whenever anyone attempted to speak with her, she could only wave them off and gesture towards her throat, transforming into a mute version of herself due to the excessive shouting of lines the night before, leaving her vocal cords feeling completely shattered. Thank you. Please support me wholeheartedly, she thought. Chapter 91. Zhang Tian and Appos. AI accepts the web series segment. Yangmi calls to remind of the grueling 3-month shoot. Naturally, this has driven the entire crew to madness. Although Li Shijing may not be as whimsical as Wang Mojing, who does not provide scripts to actors and shoots wherever inspiration strikes, his demands for each shot are equally stringent. He insists on achieving 100% artistic standard, which tests the comprehensive abilities of the actors. Consequently, some shots require hundreds of retakes to meet Li Shijing and Appos' expectations. Even Hugo, known for his high-quality productions, finds this quite taxing, as he has never encountered a script with such high demands. Despite his commendable acting skills, he too must endure repeated retakes. However, he remains composed, obediently following the dictates of the tyrant on set. In contrast, apart from the seasoned actor Old Master Yu, Tang Yin experiences fewer retakes. Although Tang Yin's character, Miss Wang, is not the typical naive role, it still aligns somewhat with her own persona, quirky and carefree. Thus, she finds it relatively easy to portray. On the other hand, Xian Zhile and Qin Lan endure considerable hardship, particularly Xian Zhile, whose performance requires precision down to the nuance of each frame and Appos' gaze. As a result, Li Shijing frequently halts the shoot. He has come to truly appreciate the prowess of Wang Mojing, realizing that he is essentially replicating his work with various enhancements from the system, which is exhausting. For ordinary actors, this is indeed a challenging experience. It seems that Hugo and Xian Zhile are on the verge of madness. As for whether they curse him behind his back, Li Shijing remains indifferent. As for Qin Lan, he doesn't even afford her an opportunity. How could she possibly transform into an electronic Dora during the shoot? Boss, are you truly preparing to entrust me with the entire web series segment? After a spirited exchange, Zhang Tian AI, wrapped in a white towel, gazes at Li Shijing in disbelief. Yes, indeed. What? Do you doubt your capabilities? Li Shijing teases, playfully pinching Zhang Tian and Appos' AI and Appos' nose. After all, she has been diligently by his side for quite some time, and he has not offered her suitable roles. Thus, he wishes for her to take charge of the web series segment. With Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy in the mix, they will start with web series. After all, each production only requires a few million in investment, yielding tens of millions in return, with readily available distribution channels and advertisements. Moreover, Zhangzhi can provide assistance, so there are no significant issues. Once Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy have matured, they can gradually undertake higher quality productions, blossoming into rising stars. Here, this is the script. From now on, you shall be the director. Just follow the approach I used previously. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. With that, Li Shijing hands Zhang Tian AI the script, which includes Lihua Junxiao, the series that propelled Bai Lu to fame, featuring a girl disguised as a boy, and The Legend of Chun Qianqian, the show that introduced Zhao Lucy to the public, depicting the whimsical growth of a young girl. The storylines are relatively simplistic and easy to film, making them suitable for Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy. Well, I shall give it a try. If I encounter any uncertainties, I will come to you, Zhang Tian AI responds, accepting the task with enthusiasm. After all, transforming into a web series director feels like a glamorous metamorphosis. At that moment, Li Shijing and Appos' phone rings. Noticing it and Appos' Yangmi calling, he answers promptly. Recently, she has been busy traveling and preparing for new projects, so their communication has been sparse. What's up, Director Yang? He greets. You've been quite low-key lately, Director Li, haven't been in touch. Are you at some Vixen's place tonight? Yangmi remarks with sarcasm. Not at all. I and Appos am just buried in filming, utterly exhausted, Li Shijing replies, raising an eyebrow. However, Zhang Tian and Appos AI protests silently with her eyes, as Yangmi's mention of a vixen refers to her. But at this moment, she has no time to argue. By the way, has there been any movement from Wang Zhonglei? Are you aware? Yangmi inquires, her concern apparent. Being partially immersed in the capital, she is well informed about the industry compared to Li Shijing, who feels isolated. What, are they planning to blacklist me? Li Shijing responds nonchalantly, acknowledging Zhang Tianai's rapid improvement in her lines, almost making him want to express his astonishment. Not at all. With Director Chen backing you, how could they possibly blacklist you? Yangmi expresses her envy. Currently, Li Shijing enjoys an exceptional support system. Since its promotion began, Floral Blossoms has been shrouded in mystery. With extensive promotional efforts from the Shanghai TV station, coupled with the cast, the show has become the most anticipated drama among viewers. What tricks do you think they could pull? Li Shijing queries. Since they cannot suppress his positively endorsed drama, what does Wang Zhonglei intend to do? Surely, wouldn't he try to outdo him with sheer talent, would he? Yet, he indeed guessed correctly. Wang Zhonglei has joined forces with LeTV to produce a period drama starring Hu Jianhua and Zhou Sun, likely aiming to compete directly with Floral Blossoms. Yangmi reveals. Hu Jianhua? Zhou Sun? Li Shijing furrows his brow slightly. Nature is not defined by the two of them, but rather by this very moment. I wish to convey a sense of positive energy to Zhang Tianhai. Hu Jianhua can be regarded as an actor of the same caliber as Hu Ge. Early in his career, he starred in idol dramas in Taiwan, earning the title of one of the four beauties of Tianya. Later, he joined Tangren and portrayed Su Chaqing in Stin San, which helped him establish his foothold in the domestic entertainment industry. Subsequently, he collaborated with Lu Shishir and Tang Yin among others, achieving popularity and influence that naturally rivals Hu Ge. As for Zhou Sun, she is undeniably a heavyweight actress. After several high-quality television dramas garnered widespread acclaim, she was swiftly elevated by capital forces into the entertainment sphere. With her vibrant persona and exceptional acting skills, she has firmly established herself as a leading figure in the industry, on par with the likes of Bing Bing. The trio of Tang Yin, Qin Lan, and Xian Zhile, when bundled together, pales in comparison to her singular prowess. Currently, she is signed with Huai and holds shares in the company. Indeed, it should be a period drama centered around palace intrigue, titled Rui's Royal Love in the Palace, as Yangmi mentioned. In fact, information is readily available online. However, primarily, Li Shijing has been exceedingly busy focusing on the filming of Fan Hua, thus remaining largely unconcerned with the outside world. In the realm of Blue Star, LeTV is most renowned for Empresses in the Palace, which is said to sustain the company for a lifetime. Its influence and viewership ratings set remarkable records at the time. Even after the unfortunate departure of boss Jia, LeTV did not resort to layoffs or salary cuts, thriving instead on the annual broadcasting rights fees from Empresses in the Palace. Viewers jokingly assert that as long as boss Jia remains absent, LeTV can continue to flourish for decades, relying on this series. The situation in this parallel world is quite similar. Empresses in the Palace belongs to LeTV. Hence, Wang Zhonglei extended an invitation to LeTV to jointly produce a palace drama. Merely leveraging the association with Empresses in the Palace could serve as free advertising. Moreover, Li Shijing's repeated refusals have long frustrated boss Jia and Gan Wei. Since Wang Zhonglei wishes to challenge Li Shijing, they naturally intend to lend their support. What a farcical spectacle! Upon hearing that Wang Zhonglei and LeTV plan to collaborate on Rui and Apos' Royal Love, Li Shijing could hardly contain his laughter. This project is viewed as a significant setback for Hu Jianhua and Zhou Sun in Blue Star. Hu Jianhua plays a scoundrel emperor, mockingly dubbed Jia Zhalong. And following the airing of this drama, he was swiftly ousted from the ranks of handsome men, losing a plethora of fans in the process. One can only imagine the despair he felt upon accepting this role. Meanwhile, Zhou Sun faced ridicule from netizens for tarnishing her reputation. Initially, her acting was well regarded, especially in the film industry, but after participating in this drama, audiences criticized her performance as woefully inadequate. Despite the fact that both Empresses in the Palace and Rui and Apos' Royal Love share the same author, boast equally lavish casts and production teams, and revolve around similar themes, Rui's Royal Love experienced a severe downfall. Fortunately, Xian Zhile is currently involved in the Fan Hua production. Otherwise, in Blue Star, she would have faced public embarrassment alongside them. Chapter 92 Qin Lan indulged in a grand feast for 3 days and nights, while the production of Blossoms was set to commence. With a long sigh, Qin Lan felt the weight of yet another grueling 3 months of filming. The completion of Blossoms was finally at hand, and naturally, Qin Lan endured the most excruciating experience among all the lead actors. After all, she had to contend with the relentless demands of the tyrannical director, Shijing, who constantly insisted on perfection in every shot, while also suppressing her own wandering thoughts. The magnetic allure of Shijing, akin to that of a majestic eagle, only deepened her infatuation. Feeling relaxed, Shijing was busy editing the footage, and Qin Lan, like a sinuous water snake, wrapped herself around him from behind. Resting her chin on his shoulder, a look of utter satisfaction and languor on her face. With her eyes closed, she nodded joyfully, her smile radiating warmth and brightness. Reminiscent of a spring day. Having spent 3 continuous days by Shijing and Apos' side, he had prepared an array of nourishing dishes for her, truly allowing her to relish every bite. Your body is remarkably resilient, Qin Lan Kuden and Apos' helped but exclaim. At the film set, Shijing worked tirelessly for over 16 hours a day, while the lead actor struggled to keep pace with such intensity. Yet, Shijing appeared unfazed, persevering through half a year of relentless work. Now he was engaged in editing day and night. Qin Lan felt that whenever she was awake, Shijing was there to entertain her, cooking delectable dishes, and when she fell asleep, he would dive into his editing work. After another lengthy slumber, she had rested for an entire half-day, primarily due to the previous evening and Apos' extravagant meal. ISN and Apos', to your resilience apparent? Shijing chuckled. Absolutely unbeatable. Qin Lan replied, her tone low. Are you hungry again? Shijing inquired, raising an eyebrow. Not hungry, not hungry. If I eat any more, I might burst. Qin Lan exclaimed, startled. Initially, she found Shijing's sumptuous stir-fried dishes delightful, but after indulging excessively, her stomach felt entirely full, leaving her reluctant to eat more. Did you not say you would keep me at the stove? Who boasted about feasting for 7 days and nights? Shijing teased, cupping her delicate chin. Wrong. If this continues, I'll end up sounding like a distorted voice. Qin Lan pleaded for mercy. When one is hungry, they often overestimate their capacity for food. At this point, Qin Lan was acutely aware of her limits and had no desire to become a caricature of herself. 3 days of intense indulgence had already strained her vocal cords, and she could hardly withstand another week of such excess. Then I shall provide you with more. Shijing provocatively stated. I fear I may become dehydrated at this rate, Qin Lan confessed in a panic. She had come to deeply appreciate Shijing's exceptional culinary skills frying, sought ing, and more. He excelled in every technique. Rest assured, this time the abalone will be thoroughly prepared. Shijing was determined to extract every ounce of flavor, ensuring that Qin Lan, who had endured the rigors of filming, would be well fed. Just as Qin Lan was consumed by anxiety, Shijing's phone rang. It was Zhangzhe calling. Director Li, per your instructions, the promotional materials for Blossoms have been disseminated across our platform. Zhangzhe reported. With 20 days remaining until the premiere, the promotional campaign was already in full swing. The behind-the-scenes footage of Blossoms was nothing short of stunning, filled with exquisite visuals and an artistic atmosphere that captivated viewers. A mere glimpse was enough to entice audiences, promising a worthwhile viewing experience. With the unique tones of Hugo and the expressive eyes of Xing Gile generating considerable anticipation among netizens. Indeed, the promotional efforts lived up to the prolonged wait of over 6 months. This time, the platform secured exclusive online streaming rights. Although they would have to wait for the television broadcast to conclude before airing, the previous success of Dream Hualu had already proven lucrative for them. Moreover, the current collaboration with Wang Zhonglei and Aichi indicated a fierce competitive spirit. Similarly, Rui's Royal Love in the Palace would premiere on Longtai Television, with Aichi holding the first online streaming rights. This set the stage for a fierce rivalry between the two platforms, with LaTV also investing but not securing the first streaming rights due to its comparatively smaller user base. Therefore, a showdown with Aichi was inevitable. And Aichi was more than willing to engage, especially since Shijing had previously collaborated with them, pulling a significant number of users over to their side and transforming the once fledgling platform into a formidable contender. Thank you for your hard work, Zhangzhe. Shijing expressed his gratitude. Not at all, directly, Zhangzhe responded with a sheepish smile, aware that his position was largely due to his association with Shijing. Observing their serious exchange, Qin Lan and Apos' curiosity was piqued. After all, Shijing often turned on the kitchen vent to prepare meals while chatting with her, Xing Gile and Yangmi, and she felt compelled to interrupt him. The sudden roar of the exhaust fan startled Shijing, who had been engrossed in conversation with Zhangzhe. Well, just a moment ago, you said you weren't eating, and now you've taken the initiative to cook. Qin Lan and Apos' eyes sparkled with mischief. Clearly enjoying her playful interruption, Li Shijing cast a glance that seemed to promise a taste of the grand feast awaiting. Lan was well aware of the repercussions of mischief. Seizing the opportunity while Li Shijing was still engrossed in discussion with Zhang, she hastened her efforts, aiming to complete the meal before the call ended, lest she fall victim to Li Shijing and Appo's culinary experiments. By the way, Director Li, will those 2 web dramas be released after the excitement surrounding Blooming Flowers has subsided? Zhang inquired. During the filming of Appo's Blooming Flowers and Appo's Flame Military Academy and Appo's Appo's, the rumored Qin and Appo's were also under the remote guidance of Li Shijing, executed under the nominal leadership of Zhang Tianhai, achieving results through a dual-pronged approach. However, with the intense competition between Blooming Flowers' Royal Love and the Palace, Zhang naturally felt that launching the web dramas at such a time would be rather inappropriate. It was akin to celestial beings clashing, with mere mortals suffering the consequences. The current fervor surrounding both dramas was remarkably concentrated, leaving little room for attention towards web dramas. After all, the promotional efforts for and Appo's, Rui and Appo's, Royal Love in the Palace and Appo's were formidable, with Li Shijing boasting an investment of 600 million for a meticulously crafted production, while Wang Zhonglei deliberately claimed a budget of 700 million. In addition to the exorbitant salary of young Master Zhou, they asserted that their production surpassed Empresses in the Palace in terms of authenticity and opulence. Li Shijing was well aware that this drama was likely destined for failure, and it seemed Wang Zhonglei and Le TV would face dire consequences. The salaries for Hu Jianhua and Zhou Sun were indeed substantial, considering the psychological toll they had endured. Zhou Sun had weathered numerous storms since her debut, possessing a robust ability to withstand criticism, while the seasoned Hu Jianhua was said to have a rather fragile heart, reportedly shedding tears in response to negative reviews. This experience might haunt him as a nightmarish endeavor for the rest of his life. Well, let us wait for and Appo's, Blooming Flowers and Appo's to air. In fact, these 2 web dramas would suffice, Li Shijing remarked with ease. Director Li, that seems a bit exaggerated, Zhang responded, incredulous. He naturally believed Li Shijing was somewhat underestimating the competition. Although Li Shijing, along with Hu Gu and Tang Yan, represented a formidable and reputable team known for their conscientious and high-quality productions, the opposing side was not to be dismissed lightly. Can web dramas truly overshadow them? Are you boasting? Just wait and see, Li Shijing replied, his words layered with meaning. Meanwhile, Lan continued to stir vigorously, striving to finish the meal before the call concluded, while Li Shijing wore a look that suggested he would not allow her to succeed easily. Fine, Zhang laughed, though he acknowledged that it did sound a tad absurd. However, Li Shijing had a knack for transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. All right, let us await the launch, Mr. Zhang. There's one more thing. I've recorded a song for Blooming Flowers, which should also be featured on your Penguin Music platform. Li Shijing continued, noting that, including the theme song and Appo's, Blooming Flowers and Appo's, had contributed over 50 well-loved tracks. In this parallel world, compared to Blue Star, some songs existed while others did not. For those that were absent, Li Shijing personally penned the lyrics and composed the music, seeking out suitable vocalists for the performances. As for himself, he possessed a voice and singing prowess worthy of a deity. Thus he also personally performed a piece titled Stealing Hearts. Chapter 93, Rewarding Jing Tian. Appreciating the exquisite Rui's royal love in the palace in the office of Li Shijing, the diligent Jing Tian, clad in a power suit and safety helmet, perched confidently on Li Shijing and Appo's lap, seeking acknowledgement for her hard work. To prepare for the filming of Blossoms, it was essential to recreate the old scenes of Magic City along Huanghe Road. Thus, Jing Tian tirelessly devoted herself, transforming into a dedicated overseer to ensure that all elements required by Li Shijing were perfectly restored according to the design specifications. Rest assured, I have recorded your contributions in my book of merits, Li Shijing assured her, gently massaging her delicate hand. Spare me. There are countless women lying in your merit book. Who do I even count as? Jing Tian retorted with a playful roll of her eyes. Indeed, the number of women with whom Li Shijing shared an ambiguous relationship was bewildering. Yang Mi, Lu Shishir, Lu Tianxian. The list was endless. If Blossoms were to become a sensational hit, the true champions would likely be Tang Yin, Qin Lan, and other leading ladies. Who would recognize the quiet efforts of someone who painstakingly worked to restore the filming locations? Fear not. This drama will not only gain popularity but will also spur a series of related successes. Soon enough, Your talents as a remarkable overseer will be acknowledged far and wide. There may come a day when everyone will seek your expertise in recreating various filming sites, Li Shijing proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Indeed, following the success of Blossoms, its costumes, restaurants, and musical interludes would spark fervent discussions. Even the term Yishu would trend on social media. Yet, Jing Tian Kuden and Oppos to shake the feeling that Li Shijing was merely painting an optimistic picture. However, she found herself quite enamored with the prospect, seemingly ready to congratulate the team on yet another entry into the realm of blockbuster television dramas. The ambition to create a hit series is a lifelong dream for every director and actor. Yet, producing a blockbuster is no simple feat. It requires sustained engagement on social media and stringent expectations for viewership and profitability. In recent years, many so-called blockbuster dramas have been exaggerated in their acclaim, failing to achieve genuine success. True masterpieces like Tangren's Chinese Paladin, Scarlet Heart, and Le TV's Empresses in the Palace, along with recent hits like Eternal Love and Ancient Sword, have set the bar high. Even A Thought Across the Mountain can only be considered a half-step towards a blockbuster, at best a popular drama. To date, Li Shijing's only notable success has been Dreams of Splendor. The Day After Tomorrow marks the simultaneous release of Blossoms and Rui's Royal Love in the Palace. In the past fortnight, both sides have been in a fierce competition. Yet neither of the main characters has made a move. Li Shijing and Wang Zhonglei have remained relatively quiet. Initially, it was a battle of promotional tactics between Tencent and iQIYI, showcasing all possible advertising avenues. In the last few days, it has transformed into a showdown between Magic City Satellite Television and Longtai Satellite Television, both vigorously preparing for the launch. The reputations of Zhou Sun, Hu Jianhua, and the original production team of Empresses in the Palace are not to be underestimated, resulting in a nearly equal contest with Blossoms. The simultaneous airing during prime time hints at the intensity of the forthcoming competition. However, Li Shijing predicted that within 3 days, the victor would emerge. Subsequently, it was time for Li Shijing and Jing Tian to discuss the project in detail. Jing Tian had a wealth of intricate plans she wished to share with Li Shijing, along with many challenges faced during the project that needed to be voiced. For such a grand undertaking, a solid foundation is paramount. Thus, the piling machines require particular attention. Each visit to the construction site, Jing Tian found herself fascinated by the workers and Oppos' fervent labor. Meanwhile, in Zhou Sun and Oppos' villa, the first episode of Rui's Royal Love in the Palace was about to air. Although Zhou Sun appeared outwardly composed, she was secretly brimming with anticipation for the rave reviews that would follow the episode's premiere. When her promotional photos were released, the accolades had been overwhelming, praising her commanding presence. Thus, during this promotional period, Zhou Sun felt an undeniable sense of pride, believing her transition from the film industry had been worthwhile. At the same time, Li Shijing lay in bed beside the indulgent Qin Lan, but rather than watching Blossoms, he chose to view Rui and Oppos' Royal Love in the Palace, eager to appreciate Zhou Sun's exquisite performance. "Isn't it strange that you're watching their drama instead of our Blossoms?" Qin Lan remarked with a puzzled expression. "Wouldn't and Oppos, it be better to watch a skit?" Li Shijing chuckled. "A skit?" Qin Lan queried, slightly confused. As the theme song played, an avalanche of devoted fans of Zhou Sun began to share their excitement. "Ah, Zhou Sun. I came solely for her. I've been eagerly waiting for over 2 months. Anything from Zhou Sun is bound to be exceptional. Zhou Sun is stunning. I adore her. I hope it's captivating. I'm a fan of the original work. Guaranteed to be beautiful, brother." Sure enough, as the theme music resonated, a deluge of fervent fans began to share their enthusiasm. However, it was too early to discern the full picture. Initial impressions were merely superficial, consisting of makeup and styling, including Hu Jianhua and other supporting actresses, all receiving positive responses. After all, Rui's Royal Love in the Palace had indeed invested considerable effort into its production design, resulting in a lavish presentation. Li Shijing understood that it was essential to let the anticipation build. These weren't mindless fans. After the first episode, he anticipated criticisms would soon arise. While Zhou Sun and Hu Jianhua and Oppos' fans might sustain their enthusiasm for a few episodes, Li Shijing was keen to observe the unfolding drama. Indeed, halfway through the episode, the discontent began to surface. Originally enthusiastic fans started expressing dissatisfaction. However, it was merely the release of some unfavorable comments on social media. "The costumes and makeup are commendable, but the plot is utterly fragmented. What on earth? It's so unappealing. I might as well switch to Blossoms. Forget it. What is there to anticipate? It's painfully glaring. What has happened to Zhou Sun and Apos S acting? Zhou Sun, seeing these newly surfaced posts, felt a pang of sorrow and anxiety. We are not currency. It is impossible to please everyone. No rush, take it slow, she reassured her assistant, although deep down, she was not at all anxious. After all, her reputation and past illustrious achievements spoke volumes. Having lowered herself to the realm of television dramas, failure seemed implausible. This was confidence. Nevertheless, while Zhou Sun spoke with such poise, inwardly she felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, some netizens had begun to criticize her acting as exaggerated, yet before her assistant. She intentionally maintained the calm demeanor of a composed Zhou Gongzi. Little did Li Shijing know that Zhou Sun and Hu Jianhua would soon be pushed to their limits. The online comments about their painstakingly crafted work would surely cause turmoil within them. Yet, the ensuing critiques were likely to reveal to both the true meaning of acerbic tongues. Is this the storyline? It's painfully glaring. Zhou Sun's expressions are always peculiar. Why does Hu Jianhua suddenly seem so aged? Is this what a leading ladies' drama looks like? I'm dying of laughter. Zhou Sun's acting is beyond words. Wang Zhenglei, is this what you call an exceptional historical drama? Following the release of the third episode, a deluge of negative reviews ensued. Zhou Sun could no longer contain her fury. Even with her assistant present, she began to voice her frustrations. Simultaneously, Hu Jianhua felt tears welling up, as many comments were quite harsh. An old-timer filming such a drama? The flower boy has transformed into a greasy old man. What a severe case of expressionlessness. Unfollowing, this is unbearable. I'm in stitches. What are they even performing? Time to go home and wash up. It's painfully glaring. I need to wash my eyes. I and Amp, Apos, LL head to bed now, said Lin Xinru in the living room. Hu Jianhua, suppressing his anger, feigned calmness as he bid her good night. Both the old-timer and Lin Xinru had their own rooms, yet when the mood struck, they could still share a bed. For not everyone possessed the boundless energy of Li Shijing. However, that night, Lin Xinru understood that sharing a bed with the old-timer was not advisable. All right, dear. She softly nodded, having some understanding of him. How could he remain unfazed by such vulgar comments? It was implausible. The old-timer was merely putting on a facade of composure. Yet, she did not dare to expose him. Once Hu Jianhua returned to his room, he completely unleashed his pent-up emotions. Wah! Hu Jianhua broke down in tears. Chapter 94. The interests of the plump Bingbing. Li Shijing's expectations for Rui's royal love in the palace were indeed overestimated. The show faced a barrage of criticism on its very first day, and by the second day, it had garnered such backlash that it trended on social media. Only in the initial 20 minutes did it stand a chance against Blossoms, after which viewers abandoned it en masse, leaving it thoroughly overshadowed. In a secluded beach in America, a woman with an imposing presence, curvaceous figure, and breathtaking beauty gazed at the trending topics from the domestic entertainment industry, her expression one of disbelief. This woman was none other than the plump Bingbing. Due to certain circumstances, she had been sacrificed by Hui several years prior, leading to her soft banishment from the screens of the domestic entertainment realm. However, during this time, Bingbing had been plotting her return to the country, preparing to reignite her career. Though acting was no longer an option, establishing her own company seemed feasible. On the other hand, Tang Yin, harboring dissatisfaction with Huai's promotion of Naza, had discreetly reached out to Bingbing through mutual acquaintances. Bingbing was quite pleased with Tang Yin, and they quickly struck a deal to formalize her signing with Bingbing's studio upon her return to the country. Bingbing assured her that all available resources would be dedicated to elevating Tang Yin back to the pinnacle of stardom. However, over 6 months ago, Tang Yin informed Bingbing of her lead role in a drama titled Blossoms, penned by the genius director and screenwriter Li Shijing. Being an avid follower of the domestic entertainment scene, Bingbing was familiar with Li Shijing and Apos' reputation. Nevertheless, no matter how formidable Li Shijing was, he was still merely a director of a few web series and television dramas. The most acclaimed among them, Dreams of Hua, was merely a stepping stone during her peak. In years past, the 4 leading actresses, including the duo of Bingbing, had dominated the international stage, leaving younger talents like Liu Tianxian far behind in comparison. Additionally, Zhou Sun was another of the 4 leading actresses, and they shared a cordial relationship as members of Huai. Bingbing had always been in a competitive rivalry with another actress, Slim Bingbing. Perhaps it was destiny that both bore the name Bingbing, leading the industry to establish a narrative of conflict between them. Ultimately, Bingbing found herself at a disadvantage, as Huai and several other investors stepped in to shield her from disaster. It was during the ensuing conflict with Huai that Bingbing began to take notice of Li Shijing. Huai, renowned for its deep roots and strength, was undeniably a top-tier company, boasting a plethora of talented artists such as Huang Xiaoming and Zhou Sun, both of whom had claimed the titles of Best Actor and Actress. Li Shijing and Appos' challenge to Hawaii was a significant shock to the domestic television industry, prompting major companies to take notice. After all, the powerhouses of drama production were primarily concentrated in the Shanghai circle, with only 6 or 7 companies holding sway. Li Shijing and Appos' audacity to confront Hawaii was commendable, although Bing had previously been formidable. Her unique circumstances compelled her to seek a reliable partner to swiftly penetrate the market and claim her share of the pie. Aside from her promotional prowess, she lacked substantial foundational support. What manner of person is this Li Shijing? Bing murmured to herself as she surveyed the trending topics. Initially, for someone of her stature who had taken the international route, Li Shijing seemed inconsequential. After all, she had scarcely heard of him, and inquiries among her acquaintances revealed him to be merely a rising director lacking significant backing at best, comparable to the likes of Guo Xiaoxi and Yu Zhen. In this circle, only a few renowned figures stood out. Yet, in recent days, Bing experienced an awakening as news broke that Li Shijing had indeed triumphed over Hawaii, particularly with the drama starring Zhou Sun. This revelation was utterly unexpected for her, and now Li Shijing had firmly entered her line of sight. Rest assured, Sister Bing, I can facilitate the connection upon your return, Tang Yin promptly replied to Bing and Appos' inquiry. Although she feigned simplicity, her internal thoughts had begun to waver, contemplating a contract with Li Shijing rather than aligning herself with Bing. Tang Yin was, after all, a super fan of aesthetics over the past half-year. She had been thoroughly enchanted by Li Shijing's charisma. The thought of not seeing him daily left her feeling unsettled. Please arrange for a meeting in the coming days. I will devise a plan. Once I return to the country, I wish to discuss matters with him. Bing expressed her impatience. She was eager to visit Li Shijing personally and establish a collaborative relationship. This left Tang Yin feeling anxious. If Bing returned, her chances of signing with Li Shijing would undoubtedly diminish. Despite Bing and Appos' collaboration with Li Shijing, Tang Yin longed for the same connection that Lu Tianxin and others had with him. Your dance lessons seemed to extend longer and longer. I felt like I might collapse, she remarked within the confines of Li Shijing's villa, as Cheng Xiao frequently sought his company to fill her void. Cheng Xiao had been visiting Li Shijing quite regularly, making the journey from Korea once a week. After all, the last high-altitude impartation of knowledge left an indelible impression on her. Thus, regardless of the tempests and thunderous upheavals, she remained resolute. Indeed, Cheng Xiao and Appos' dance foundation was astonishing to all. The 220-degree split was truly remarkable. For the average person, not only is it impossible to maintain such a pose, but even to achieve it would be beyond their reach. However, Cheng Xiao is now capable of holding it for over 10 minutes, subjecting herself to the ruthless strikes of Li Shijing. This, of course, can be attributed to the versatile Li Shijing, who has elevated her dance skills to an entirely new realm. The presence of an ambitious man is crucial to a woman and Appos' success, and Li Shijing is that man behind Cheng Xiao. Isn't it better the longer it lasts? Li Shijing remarked, gently stroking Cheng Xiao's silky hair. Indeed, Cheng Xiao replied playfully, congratulations on your drama's tremendous success. She looked up proudly, her chest puffing out involuntarily, making her earlier modesty all the more pronounced. As Li Shijing's woman, she naturally felt a profound joy within. Are you interested in returning home? I could help you gain prominence, Li Shijing inquired. Although Cheng Xiao was faring well in Korea, she ultimately wished to return to her homeland, preferably under his banner. Cheng Xiao had participated in a few dramas, but her acting was rather mediocre, failing to leave a significant impression. Moreover, she had no intention of pursuing that avenue further. Even if she returned home, she intended to focus primarily on variety shows, especially those related to dance. Li Shijing nodded. But I fear I may not be good enough, Cheng Xiao confessed timidly, apprehensive about disappointing him. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. What are you afraid of? I'm here for you, Li Shijing reassured her with a smile. I'll follow your lead, Cheng Xiao said, nuzzling against his chest, having no objections as long as he took care of the arrangements. For the upcoming drama, Li Shijing planned to produce The Journey of Flower, with Zhao Liying remaining in the lead role. In this parallel universe, due to a disruption in the timeline, this drama had never been produced, and Zhao Liying was merely a budding actress, largely unknown in the entertainment industry. Inviting her to star in the drama would undoubtedly be a significant honor for her. As for Cheng Xiao, aside from her slightly unconventional physique, she was renowned as Nai Xiao and affectionately dubbed the human Barbie by netizens. Her beauty was unquestionable, making her an ideal fit for the role of Tang Bao. In Blue Star, Tang Bao's popularity was also quite high. I wish to be elevated by you. Cheng Xiao licked her lips, clearly eager to be celebrated tonight. Chapter 95. Blossoms overwhelm and oppose. Rui and oppose. S. Royal love in the palace and oppose. As Rui and oppose. S. Royal love in the palace faced relentless criticism and plummeting viewership. Blossoms emerged like a thunderous explosion, creating ripples throughout the film and television industry. Within a mere few weeks, it swiftly became the focal point of national discourse, maintaining its fervent popularity. The acclaim garnered by Blossoms was nothing short of extraordinary. In terms of ratings, its performance was nothing less than remarkable. Following its airing on Magic City Satellite TV and Penguin Video, viewership soared, peaking at 2.6 on Magic City Satellite TV, establishing a commanding presence in the fiercely competitive television market. On Penguin Video, its internal popularity metrics also skyrocketed, firmly placing it at the forefront of trending topics, thereby entering the coveted ranks of blockbuster productions. These figures evidently indicate that it captivated a vast audience eager to watch online. In terms of trending topics, Blossoms galloped ahead, with related hashtags frequently gracing various social media hot searches, amassing hundreds of trending discussions. The series consistently topped the charts, with discussions revolving around plot developments, character relationships, and meticulous details of costumes and props, igniting fervent debates among netizens. Viewers passionately shared their viewing experiences and narrative insights across multiple platforms, creating a powerful ripple effect. For instance, the emotional entanglements of Hu Ji's character, Bao, along with his ups and downs in the business realm, became popular topics of discussion, as audiences expressed diverse opinions while immersing themselves in the enchanting world Blossoms crafted. Similarly, as Li Shijing had predicted, the authentic depiction of Huanghe Road quickly ascended the trending charts. Once an ordinary street, Huanghe Road experienced a meteoric rise in the 1990s, becoming one of Shanghai's most vibrant culinary and commercial streets, bustling with a variety of restaurants ranging from upscale dining establishments to budget eateries. Each night, Huanghe Road sparkled with lights, bustling with traffic and lively chatter, brimming with vitality and energy. It witnessed countless dreams and struggles, symbolizing the economic prosperity of Shanghai during that era. This faithful reproduction of Huanghe Road in the series undoubtedly added a vibrant stroke to the narrative, propelling it back into the limelight. However, this time, it was not merely the actors garnering attention, but rather the portrayal of a female construction worker. Of course, beyond the brilliance of Li Shijing as both director and screenwriter, the actors in the series truly shone. Hu Gu, portraying the protagonist Bao, radiated a unique and captivating charm akin to a dazzling star. Bao, hailing from humble beginnings, evolves from an inconspicuous individual into a prominent business mogul on Huanghe Road. Hu Gu and Apos, as performance once again attests to his exceptional acting prowess. The three leading actresses also showcased remarkable talent, eliciting widespread admiration. Qin Lan and Apos, as portrayal of Lingzi, revealed a multifaceted character, embodying both resilience and wisdom. Her every appearance exuded a distinctive aura. Whether engaging in light-hearted banter with guests or devising strategies for Bao, her presence infused the narrative with vibrancy and dynamism. For instance, when Bao encountered challenges in his career, Lingzi often provided unexpected solutions, leaving a profound impression on the audience with her insight and decisiveness. Consequently, Qin Lan experienced a resurgence in popularity, stepping out of the shadows of a fading star. Tang Yan's portrayal of Miss Wang presented a straightforward and tenacious character, breaking away from previous roles characterized by naivety. Dedicated and passionate about her career, she tirelessly supported Bao, exerting every effort to fulfill orders. Her feelings for Bao were genuine and fervent, as she boldly expressed her emotions. Despite facing romantic setbacks, she chose to embrace independence by launching her own venture, symbolizing strength and courage. Tang Yan's performance validated her acting skills, expanding her repertoire and enhancing her popularity. Xi Angelay's character Li Li embodied an artistic spirit, making her the most successful among the three leads. As the owner of Shijing Garden, she exuded mystery and allure, possessing sharp business acumen and decisive capabilities. Establishing her foothold in the Huanghe Road business district, Li Li appeared strong and aloof, yet harbored a softer side deep within. Her reserved approach to romance added depth to her character, enriching her portrayal. Moreover, Li Shijing and Apos' meticulous attention to costume and prop design left a lasting impression. The characters and Apos' attire seamlessly reflected their identities and historical contexts. Xi Angelay and Oppo's costumes featured high-quality fabrics and styles that exuded sophistication and confidence. As the matriarch of Night Tokyo, Lan donned various outfits that showcased her astuteness, from professional suits to elegant kipayos, each ensemble perfectly complementing her multifaceted persona. Tang Yin and Oppo's early wardrobe consisted of vibrant yet conservative professional attire, reflecting her initial naivety in the workplace. As her character evolved, her fashion choices transitioned to more stylish and assertive ensembles, embodying her independence and confidence. The props in the series were also meticulously curated, from vintage telephones and typewriters to retro watches and lighters, alongside an array of periodicals and newspapers. Each artifact bore the marks of time, transporting viewers back to an era rich with stories. For instance, the mobile phone held by Hugo is not merely a symbol of his identity, but also a representation of the communication tools of that era, evoking memories of the time when such devices were all the rage. The various license plates featured in the drama are meticulously crafted in accordance with the regulations of the period, showcasing an attention to detail that is commendable. These carefully constructed settings and props not only provide the actors with a genuine environment for their performances, but also allow the audience to immerse themselves in the unique charm of old Shanghai, as if they were transported to an era brimming with opportunities and challenges. Moreover, the musical composition in Blossoms is nothing short of exceptional, acting as an invisible thread that intricately weaves the narrative together, compellingly engaging the audience and Oppo's emotions and enveloping them in the allure of old Shanghai. The series has thoughtfully curated a plethora of classic old songs, which harmoniously complement the unfolding storyline, perfectly enhancing the various atmospheres presented. On the bustling nights of Huanghe Road, the vibrant disco music ignites the fervor of the entire street in an instant. The flickering lights and lively rhythms intertwine, allowing the audience to feel as though they are part of a dynamic and passionate era, experiencing the splendor and vivacity of Huanghe Road. Music plays a pivotal role in propelling the narrative forward. In crucial moments, sudden shifts in the music can subtly indicate plot twists. For instance, when Hugo faces a significant business crisis, the sudden onset of tense and rapid music accelerates the audience's heartbeat, allowing them to acutely sense the immense pressure Baozong is under. Conversely, when the storyline takes a positive turn, the music transforms into an uplifting and exhilarating tune, prompting the audience to cheer for Baozong's success. Furthermore, the music within the drama profoundly reveals the inner worlds of the characters. For example, when Tang Yin wanders alone after experiencing setbacks, the melody played is imbued with confusion and resilience, vividly illustrating her struggle and indomitable spirit in the face of adversity. These classic old songs resonate deeply with the ambience of old Shanghai, encapsulating the memories and emotions of that era, becoming an indispensable part of its charm. When familiar melodies resonate, the audience is transported through time, returning to a storied age. Shijing and Oppo's rendition of Stealing Hearts has even topped the charts on the Penguin Music platform. Chapter 96. The flourishing blossoms drive diverse industries. Loneliness gradually invades my heart. The long nights grow increasingly desolate, and the memories become ever more solitary. Regret slowly erodes my spirit. I dare not inquire what has altered your gaze. Wearied of love, detached from feelings for me, is the tender entanglement merely a fleeting ambience? Who stealthily stole my heart, unable to distinguish between night and dawn? Who has clandestinely taken my heart? Soon, the various songs from Flourishing Blossoms began to circulate wildly across the internet. Of course, beyond the music, other aspects also surge with fervor. As Li Shijing noted, the commercial sector has revealed immense value, capturing considerable attention. This drama serves as a potent engine, infusing the growth of multiple industries with vigorous momentum. With the popularity of Flourishing Blossoms, the frequently featured Huanghe Road and Jiapu Road, renowned food streets within the show, instantly transformed into coveted hotspots for social media enthusiasts. The film city on Huanghe Road, crafted by Jing Tian, swiftly filled with businesses. Tourists flocked in droves, eager to experience the vibrant atmosphere portrayed in the drama. The dining industry on Huanghe Road experienced an unprecedented boom, with numerous restaurants brimming with patrons and revenues soaring. Many establishments capitalized on the show's success by introducing themed dishes and special sets, such as the popular rib rice and rice cakes, attracting a multitude of eager diners. Major food delivery platforms reaped the rewards as searches for rib rice and rice cakes skyrocketed, leading to a frenzy of takeaway orders. The rib rice even trended on social media. In addition to culinary delights, merchandise featured in the drama sparked a purchasing frenzy in the market. The suit worn by Hugo became a darling of the fashion world, inciting a wave of consumer enthusiasm. A tailor shop in Ningbo, capable of customizing suits akin to Hugo and Amp. Appos S was inundated with calls, with orders pouring in like snowflakes, resulting in an exceptionally thriving business. The same suite at the Peace Hotel commanded a staggering price of 16,800 yuan per night. Despite its hefty cost, certain dates were completely booked out, as many wished to indulge in the lavish experience portrayed in the drama. Li Shijing also authorized the adaptation of the television series into a novel. Once published, Flourishing Blossoms flew off the shelves, with the publisher's associates inundated with orders even before the books reached the warehouse, creating a scene reminiscent of the ancient saying, "The paper of Luoyang is precious." Moreover, Flourishing Blossoms has stimulated the tourism industry in the magical city, inciting a wave of tourism as many visitors, inspired by the show and Amp. Appos S settings, embarked on journeys to experience the city and Amp. Appos S unique charm firsthand. The local authorities have duly acknowledged Li Shijing and Amp. Appos S contributions. You asked me to find Zhao Liang, and I have succeeded. Bai Lu, with her sparkling, lively eyes, reported back. Li Shijing, naturally, is preparing for the next drama as Flourishing Blossoms continues to gain popularity. The script for Flowerbone is already over halfway complete, and its commercial potential surpasses that of Flourishing Blossoms. In the Blue Star realm, it stands as one of the blockbuster clubs. Very well. Bring her over in a few days. I have a role for her, Li Shijing remarked, gently pinching Bai Lu's smooth, youthful cheek. Boss, does she possess any special qualities? Bai Lu inquired curiously. At present, Zhao Liang is merely a minor supporting actress, appearing rather ordinary and a tad rustic. Bai Lu and Appos S curiosity was piqued about why Li Shijing sought such an actress, considering Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy instead. I have my own reasons for seeking Zhao Liang, Li Shijing replied cryptically. Currently, she remains undiscovered, and few hold her in high regard. It should be noted that in the Blue Star realm, Zhao Liang stands on par with the four little flower sisters. In due time, she will undoubtedly rival the likes of Demimi and Lu Tianstan, with Lu Shishir and Tang Yin no longer being competitors. Moreover, Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy, as budding talents, possess acting prowess that slightly exceeds that of the four little flower sisters, making them top-tier rising stars with expansive opportunities in the industry. Of course, the early Zhao Liang also followed a sweet and adorable path. Oh, Bai Lu nodded, naturally trusting Li Shijing's discerning eye. At that moment, her gaze began to drift, enchanted. After all, just moments ago, Li Shijing had been engaging her in conversation while rewarding Bai Lu for her accomplishment in locating Zhao Liang. Bai Lu's mind was a tumultuous sea of emotions. Her little tiger teeth began to show signs of excitement. Li Shijing was determined to nurture this little star. In no time, the warmth from the little tiger teeth radiated outward. Boss, when will our drama be released? Bai Lu, feeling her nerves tingling from the excitement, began to steer the conversation towards the matter at hand. It had been some time since she finished filming Fire Academy, and she was eager for it to air. Of course, there's also Zhao Lucy's web drama. We'll wait until the hype surrounding Flourishing Blossoms has subsided a bit. Li Shijing replied. Currently, the entire internet is abuzz with Amp. Appos, Flourishing Blossoms and Amp. Appos, related trending topics and discussions. If we were to premiere both web dramas simultaneously, it would likely impact their performances significantly. Bai Lu nodded in agreement. Indeed, she hadn't considered that aspect thoroughly. Knock, knock, knock. 2 hours later, Bai Lu and Amp. Appos S distinctive small tiger teeth had naturally been appreciated and maintained by Li Shijing. A knock echoed at the office door, prompting Bai Lu to promptly open it. Entering was Naza, one of the prominent beauties of Blue Star. It was impossible for Naza to earn her reputation without merit, in comparison to Bai Lu, who was merely a significantly more attractive version of an ordinary girl. Naza's elegance and beauty were immediately highlighted. Standing at a striking height of 172 meters, she was indeed a standout in the entertainment industry. With a slender waist, long legs, and a captivating figure, she was particularly enchanting. Her facial features were pronounced and three-dimensional, exuding a strong exotic charm. Indeed, throughout history, emperors had been keen on conquering the western regions not merely for a handful of raisins. However, Li Shijing had a fondness for raisins, especially those from the hot climates, which were delightful. Naza's unique variety offered a different flavor altogether. Enjoying her food was a source of joy. Boss, I'll step out first, Bai Lu thought to herself as she stood beside Naza, feeling utterly inferior and overshadowed. How could such breathtaking beauty exist in this world? Particularly those long legs, tightly wrapped in denim, seemed to extend beyond the bounds of fate itself. Li Shijing nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Lu and Amp. Appos limp caught Naza and Apos' attention immediately. She quickly discerned the situation. The familiar scent lingered in the office. "Here's the script," she stated. Upon taking her seat, Li Shijing promptly handed her the script, which featured a villainous supporting character from the Journey of Flowers named Inai Mantian. Inai Mantian had devoted her early years to the study of celestial arts with the aspiration of becoming the fourth disciple of the esteemed Bai Ziahua, the leader of the four great immortal sects. However, due to her unscrupulous methods of competition, she ultimately fell to Hua Qiangu. Subsequently, she unjustly blamed her defeat on Hua Qiangu, who continued to regard her as a dear friend. After employing increasingly despicable tactics against Hua Qiangu, seeking her demise, their friendship deteriorated into enmity. Thus, Inai Mantian became ensnared in a quagmire of her own making, resulting in the tragic demise of her master, father, and the grievous harm inflicted upon those around her. One fateful day, in an attempt to prevent Hua Qiangu from escaping her confinement, she killed Qiangu and Apos' beloved pet, Tang Bao, leading to the death of her master, Luo Shi, and indirectly causing her junior sister, Qi Shui, to descend into madness, thereby cementing an implacable grudge with Qiangu. Inai Mantian was undeniably one of the most detestable female villains in the Journey of Flowers, leaving a lasting impression. Li Shijing naturally wished to capitalize on the popularity of the Journey of Flowers to elevate Naza's career. After all, during their last encounter on the boat, they had all been good companions. Qinyou had already risen to fame through her role as Yuqilua, and Jin Xin was also doing well. Naza was surely poised for success, despite her acting skills being somewhat lacking. However, she possessed the quintessential face of a cunning antagonist, making her quite suitable for the role of Inai Mantian. Chapter 97. Nai Xiao introduces Li Jian. Tang Yin introduces Pang Bingbing. Despite the fact that Blossoms has concluded airing for a month, its popularity shows no signs of waning. Various discussions surrounding the series continue to trend, particularly the poignant ending that lingers in the minds of many. Consequently, the timing for the release of Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy and Apos' web dramas is not yet ideal. Moreover, Blossoms boasts an impressive Dubon rating of 8.3, a testament to its quality on a highly reputable platform. Such a high score is rare among recent domestic dramas. In comparison, the concurrently released Rui and Apos' Royal Love in the Palace languishes with a rating in the low fours. Currently, Blossoms has achieved a profit of 600 to 700 million, while Rui's has suffered significant losses. This has resulted in a noticeable decline in user engagement for iQIYI, with many users migrating to Tencent. As night falls, Nai Xiao prepares to hone her acting skills once more. The character Tang Bao presents numerous challenges that require her to seek guidance from Li Shijing, particularly regarding Tang Bao and Apos' splits. After making considerable strides in her acting abilities, Nai Xiao finds herself utterly exhausted. "Husband, could you assist me with something?" Nai Xiao inquired. "What kind of assistance?" Li Shijing asked with curiosity. "I would like you to introduce someone to me," Nai Xiao replied. "Who might that be?" Li Shijing continued to inquire. "My former friend, Li Jian," Nai Xiao stated. "Ah, Li Jian?" Li Shijing expressed surprise. "Yes, she greatly admires you," Nai Xiao said earnestly, her face glowing with admiration. In this parallel universe, Li Ji and Apos' has yet to officially debut, akin to Lin Yun and Apos', both being trainees striving to break through and form a group. However, had it not been for Li Shijing's emergence, they might have continued their endeavors in obscurity. Upon learning that Nai Xiao knew Li Shijing, Li Jian promptly requested an introduction. Nai Xiao and Li Jian had met during their trainee days and maintained a good relationship, even after Nai Xiao was selected for training. They frequently kept in touch. To summarize, Li Shijing and Lu Yifei's Dream of Hua has garnered tremendous acclaim in Korea, reaching a level of fame that is universally recognized. Although Korea has produced its own version, it pales in comparison to the enchanting combination of Li Shijing and Lu Tianxin. Koreans still regard the Chinese version as superior. You may not realize it, but your popularity in Korea is skyrocketing. You are a national idol, Nai Xiao declared proudly, as if she were the one responsible for the series and Apos' success. Many Koreans have become devoted fans of Lu Tianxin and Li Shijing. However, neither Lu Tianxin nor Li Shijing has created accounts on foreign platforms, leaving them unaware of their standing in Korea. With Nai Zhao's revelation, Li Shijing finally grasped the situation, especially with the rampant influence of Korean pop culture over the years. As a saying goes, Chinese pop culture is the most formidable. Li Shijing has certainly made strides in this regard, as evidenced by the fact that Chinese dramas are now being remade in Korea. So, what is it that she desires? Li Shijing asked. She wishes to develop her career here in China and hopes you will support her. She is a clever, delightful, and spirited girl, Naishao explained. The standards for forming groups in Korea are exceedingly stringent, with only 5 or 6 trainees selected from hundreds, while the rest must wait for years for their opportunity. Training itself requires several arduous years. Naishao conveyed the situation to Li Ji and Amp, Oppos, who expressed her eagerness to follow Naishao and Li Shijing. In Blue Star, Li Ji and Amp, Oppos, is a versatile queen in Korea, excelling in singing, dancing, and acting in both dramas and films. Although she has yet to officially debut, her potential is undeniably promising. Look, here are some of her photos, Naishao said, promptly displaying images of Li Jian for Li Shijing to see. Li Shijing was already familiar with Li Ji and Oppos, appearance but feigned interest as he glanced at the images. She is indeed quite beautiful. How would you like me to promote her? Should it be akin to how I elevated your status? Li Shijing teased with a mischievous grin. How rude. Naishao initially misunderstood Li Shijing and Amp, Oppos' intentions, thinking he was serious about promoting her, but quickly realized his playful demeanor. You better not get any ideas. I'm enough for her. She is just a pure and innocent girl, Naishao warned, puffing her cheeks and shaking her fist in jest. What are the conditions? Li Shijing asked next. Just have Li Ji and Oppos, come over. As for games like cards and mahjong, we can gradually introduce those as we become more familiar. Similar to how Naza, Qinyao, and Jinchen play together now, seamlessly understanding each other's cues. Li Shijing contemplated matchmaking Naza and Reba to see which Western beauty excels in horsemanship. There are no specific conditions. They are aware that the treatment here is excellent. Just a simple C-sign would suffice, Naishao replied. In the realm of domestic entertainment, a C-sign offers better conditions than those in Korea, where the industry can be quite ruthless, leaving many stars unable to afford housing. Very well, let us invite her over. However, I cannot guarantee that I will make her a star, even if you are the one introducing her. She must be absolutely obedient, Li Shijing concluded. Li Shijing firmly asserted. One must adhere to the principle of clear distinctions. Words should not be spoken too slowly. He acknowledged. Understood. I shall inform her immediately. Naishao chuckled, adding, however, if she comes over, there will be no turning back for her. After all, returning to Goryeo for further development would be quite challenging. In this parallel world, Li Shijing found himself quite fond of Li Ji and Amp, Oppos, and, to his surprise, she had come to work for him. With the addition of Yenba Lin Yunei, promoting them seemed to pose no significant challenge. For instance, Lin Yunei could easily take on the role of Xiahou Qingyi from the martial god Zhao Zilong, undoubtedly garnering some attention in the domestic entertainment industry. Li Jian exhibited remarkable versatility, adept in both singing and acting. You are truly wonderful, Naishao cooed, playfully leaning against Li Shijing's chest. Then perhaps a reward is in order? Li Shijing replied with a grin. Naturally. The reward he spoke of was reminiscent of the incident that had left Naishao unable to sit comfortably for several days. Yet, as with all things, familiarity breeds comfort. Just as Naishao was half-heartedly yielding to Li Shijing and Amp, Oppos' advances, his phone rang. Upon checking, Li Shijing saw it was the sweet and innocent Tang Yin calling. He promptly answered. Given that recent discussions surrounding Blossoms had primarily focused on the plot, there had been no scandal involving Xing Lei and Tang Yin, aside from Qinlan and Amp, Oppos' recent misfortune. However, Li Shijing felt no rush, believing that it was only a matter of time before something would arise. If one project failed, there would surely be another, and he was confident in his ability to navigate the situation. Directorly, Tang Yin chimed sweetly. Do you have some free time in the coming days? I would like to introduce you to someone who has admired you for quite a while. Li Shijing raised an eyebrow, intrigued by yet another introduction and flattered by the notion of admiration. He found it amusing how similar this was to what Naishao had mentioned earlier. At that moment, Naishao was engrossed in learning how Lu Yin played Kai Wenji. Who is this person? Li Shijing inquired curiously. Ping Bing Bing, Tang Yin responded. Ping Bing Bing? Li Shijing was taken aback, realizing that the person Tang Yin was introducing was none other than the illustrious queen of the entertainment industry, one of the famed four Dan from years past. Surprising, isn't it? Tang Yin asked. Indeed, Li Shijing mused, initially expecting to meet some lesser-known star. If Tang Yin was making the introduction, he was certainly interested in her looks as well. It was unexpected that it would be Peng Bingbing. Rather than prolonging the conversation, let and Amp, Oppos' arrange a time to meet. And I will provide you with more details, Tang Yin suggested. All right, Li Shijing readily agreed. To be honest, He was quite intrigued by the alluring Ping Bing Bing and looked forward to their meeting. Chapter 98. Tang Yin supports Li Shijing. Reactions from various female celebrities with the splendid conclusion of Blossoms. Li Shijing has achieved both fame and fortune, basking in the glory of his success. He has emerged as one of the most formidable directors in the industry. In recent years, it has been rare to witness such a seamless blend of artistic and commercial elements in a television drama while still reaping substantial profits. The performances and images of the three leading ladies, Tang Yin, Qin Lan, and Xian Zhilei, remain fervently debated, as fans ardently argue over who possesses the finest acting skills. Nevertheless, Tang Yan's substantial fan base, having once been a top-tier star and one of the four flower actresses of the domestic entertainment scene, undoubtedly overshadows Qin Lan and Xian Zhilei in terms of support. That said, it must be acknowledged that Xian Zhilei and Appo's highbrow and composed demeanor aligns perfectly with the artistic essence of the drama. However, while internal disputes continue, the competition for the Fatian Award has swiftly united all fans of Blossoms. This year has proven to be a remarkable one for exceptional television series. Undeniably, this is largely attributed to Li Shijing's prowess. Currently, the most nominated and acclaimed works include Yang Mi's Ancient Sword Legend, Lu Tianxian's Dream of Hua, Lu Shishir's A Thought of Mountains and Rivers, Tang Yan's Blossoms, Song Jia's Young Marshal, and Yang Yin's Fantasy City. Out of the 8 or 9 eligible dramas, remarkably, 3 were directed and scripted by Li Shijing himself. Without his involvement, it seems Yang Mi would have faced little competition. To everyone and Appo's surprise, the 4 flower actresses find themselves in direct competition once again. Yang Mi has proven to be a perennial favorite, initially contending with Lu Shishir, then with Tang Yin. Lu Tianxian, having gained fame early on, exited the television scene at a relatively young age. This time, the competition is indeed thrilling and fierce. Netizens, ever eager for the spectacle, promptly voiced a myriad of comments, further exacerbating the tensions. The returning Lu Tianxian, the rejuvenated Lu Shishir, the undying Yang Mi, and the artistic Tang Yin, all are vying for the spotlight. Who will ultimately prevail? Needless to say, this year and Appo's Fatian Award for Best Actress will undoubtedly go to our Mimi. Haha, with Lu Shishir and Appo's stunning performance, she is certainly the one. How amusing. In terms of acting skills, Tang Yin shines the brightest. Do you even understand the selection process? In addition to the Best Actress category, the Best Director Award has also sparked vigorous discussions. The television industry boasts many seasoned directors, yet among the new generation, few possess the talent and popularity of Guo Xiaoxi, Yu Zheng, and Li Shijing. Guo Xiaoxi is a remarkable talent, adept as both a writer and director, while Yu Zheng is renowned for his ability to elevate any project. However, Li Shijing encapsulates the strengths of all emerging directors, boasting exceptional talent and striking looks that outshine all directors and male stars in the industry. Tang Yin boldly declared, "If this year's Best Director Award is not given to Director Li, it would be a scandal. I wholeheartedly support Li." Her unwavering endorsement for Li Shijing has propelled both their names to the forefront of entertainment news, igniting widespread attention. Given the current sensitive nature of the situation, likes have soared past 30 million, with comments reaching 7 to 8 million and shares exceeding 1 million. This certainly stirs public discourse. Yang Mi, having risen to fame through Yu Zheng's Palace Lockhart Jade, finds herself unable to participate in the Best Director competition, despite her inner support for Li Shijing. Meanwhile, the composed Lu Tianxian, the understated Lu Shishir, and the sophisticated Qin Lan have never contemplated a direct show of support. Tang Yan's fervent backing of Li Shijing has led to a whirlwind of trending topics surrounding both of them. The origin of Tang Yan's nickname, T, has become a subject of endless amusement and speculation among netizens. Allegedly, it was a moniker bestowed by her close friends, a playful reference to her fondness for unique candies. Despite this, Li Shijing remains unaware of her more sensational nickname, White Tiger, which he must discover for himself. Rumor has it that the trio from Chinese Paladin 3 occasionally indulges in playful antics together. At this moment, in Yang Mi's office, she gazes at her phone, observing the incessant trending topics about Tang Yin, her brow furrowing in concern. The intensity of her thoughts causes her chest to rise and fall dramatically, while her fitted shirt, which offers a relaxed fit, threatens to burst at the seams. Preferring to go barefoot in the office to relieve the discomfort of high heels, her long, shapely legs are on full display, even the slight arch of her petite feet exuding an alluring charm. Alas, no one is there to appreciate it. If her inner thoughts were to be revealed, her own rumors would inevitably be substantiated. "Master, I say, what of it?" Though Tang Tang appears cheerful and carefree, she exhibits remarkable decisiveness and strategic thinking when it comes to her endeavors. I believe her actions this time are deliberate, akin to a bundled sales strategy. Upon seeing the news, Yiqing hurriedly made her way to Lu Shishir. Despite Lu Shishir and Tang Yin being close friends, Yiqing, as the manager, must prioritize Lu Shishir and Oppo's best interests. Lu Shishir has recently experienced a surge in her career, and this year's Best Actress award is of utmost importance. Compared to Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian, Lu Shishir and Tang Yin are in greater need of this recognition. After all, Lu Tianxian has already achieved great success in the past few years, while Yang Mi is currently enjoying a peak in her career. Lu Shishir, having noticed the trending topics, is utterly perplexed. Given her understanding of Tang Yin, she cannot fathom why Tang Yin, who does not seem particularly scheming, would act so recklessly without considering the implications for public figures. Tang Yin, disregarding all else, has posted 11 supportive Weibo messages for Li Shijing within just 3 days. It is becoming increasingly difficult to trend, and could it be that she and Li Shijing are involved? Lu Shishir is similarly engulfed in doubts akin to those of Yang Mi. This situation is far from simple. In Lu Tianxian and Oppo's villa, Lu Xiaoli observes that the trending topics are predominantly about Tang Yin, and she furrows her brow. Lu Xiaoli is quite displeased with Tang Yin and Oppo's overt support. First and foremost, she feels envious. Has Tang Yin also become involved with Li Shijing? Additionally, she is concerned for her daughter. This year marks her daughter's return, and the fervent discussions online regarding the Best Actress award are intense. Securing this accolade would undeniably serve as a testament to her daughter's capabilities. Thus, Lu Xiaoli feels compelled to strive for it. Frankly speaking, while Lu Shishir and Yang Mi's performances have been commendable, they do not quite reach the level of legendary status. From a thematic perspective, it seems that only Lu Tianxian and Oppo's Xiao Pan and Oppo's, and Tang Yin and Oppo's Miss Wang stand a chance of contending. As Tang Yin breaks conventions and openly supports Li Shijing, it naturally inspires other actresses, such as Xian Zhile and Qin Lan, who have benefited from this situation, to consider similar actions. Should they also take to Weibo to express their gratitude towards Director Li? Subsequently, behind-the-scenes footage from Blossoms showcasing Li Shijing coaching Tang Yin's acting skills surfaces, revealing considerable physical contact between them. This undoubtedly complicates matters for Tang Yin, as even the slightest touch from Li Shijing sends her into a flurry of emotions, making it evident that he is quite taken with her. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have obtained a trending rumor. Tang Yin, nicknamed Tang Tang, is known for frequently enjoying popping candy while playing explosive games with Li Shijing. Ding. The rumor comes to fruition. On the set of The Journey of Flower, Li Shijing has quietly commenced filming. However, a rumor unexpectedly surfaces, prompting a system notification. This production has indeed been rather low-key, primarily due to Zhao Liying being a relatively unknown newcomer. Even with the involvement of the renowned director Li Shijing, it has failed to garner significant attention. In fact, the villain portrayed by Naza has attracted more interest than Zhao Liying. Brothers. Chapter 99. Fan Xiaobang becomes a dry sister. A harmonious collaboration at the headquarters of Huari, there stood a woman of voluptuous figure, with cascading waves of hair, a slender waist, and long legs, graced with an unparalleled beauty. With a smile upon her face, she bore a striking resemblance to Diliriba. This woman was none other than the once revered Fan Xiaobang. However, due to certain circumstances, she had become a pawn in the power struggles of influential figures, rendering her unable to appear in public. Consequently, she established her own studio, yet remained active on the international scene. Fan Xiaobang had secretly returned to her homeland, primarily to meet the prodigious director Li Shijing and discuss potential collaborations. Xiaojia, are you not angry? Tang Yin inquired, surprised. She had staunchly supported Li Shijing and was embroiled in a whirlwind of sensational news. Tang Yin assumed Fan Xiaobang would be upset, considering the significant impact it could have on her newly rekindled stardom. After all, she had amassed a considerable fan base, and entanglements with a director could easily lead to a loss of followers. Fan Xiaobang had invested considerable effort in Tang Yin and Oppo's career, contributing to several of her breakthrough dramas. Hence, it was no wonder that many artists had their social media accounts managed by their companies. The likes of Tang Yin, with her impulsive tendencies, could often create substantial repercussions. It and Oppo's merely a trifling matter. I have weathered far greater storms. What is this to me? If you wish to pursue it, then go ahead. Rest assured, if anything arises, I shall bear the brunt of it. Fan Xiaobang replied with a serene smile. To her, Tang Yin and Apos. S predicament was trivial. In light of her own tumultuous journey, what Tang Yin faced paled in comparison. Thank you, Bingbingjie. They will be here shortly, Tang Yin exclaimed with delight. Relieved that Fan Xiaopeng had not barred her from engaging with Li Shijing, which could have jeopardized her career in the cutthroat entertainment industry where interest reigned supreme. Fan Xiaopeng's support for Tang Yin's association with Li Shijing took her by surprise. Little did Tang Yin know that Fan Xiaopeng was well aware of her concerns and had anticipated that if she delayed her return any longer, Tang Yin would likely sign with Li Shijing and Apos' studio. My apologies for being late. I was caught up in shooting, Li Shijing said as he arrived at Fan Xiaopeng's office as scheduled. Upon seeing him, Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly losing her composure. Had Fan Xiaopeng not been present, she might have succumbed to her impulses. Li Shijing, with his captivating charm, was simply irresistible. No worries, I understand how busy you are. I and Apos, VE heard of your illustrious reputation from afar, Fan Xiaopeng replied with a nod, exuding queenly grace in her loose-fitting white suit and high heels. In comparison, the likes of Demimi paled beside her. Please, continue your conversation, Tang Yin interjected, having fulfilled her purpose of connecting the two. She recognized that this was a discussion between two titans, and her presence would be unwelcome. I shall be straightforward. You are a perceptive individual, and I wish to collaborate with you, Fan Xiaopeng stated directly after Li Shijing took his seat. Collaboration? In what capacity? Li Shijing inquired, already aware of Fan Xiaopeng and Apos' intentions. Nevertheless, he was keen to hear the terms to ascertain its benefits for himself. With your talent and my connections, penetrating the international market would be a breeze. What do you think? Fan Xiaopeng queried with a smile. Although she faced constraints domestically, her extensive network and experiences abroad had fortified her resources. Rest assured, funding will not be an issue. I assume you do not intend to remain confined to television dramas? We could venture into film. Let us test the waters with a project. Should we incur losses, I will bear them. If we profit, we shall split it evenly. That is my sincerity, Fan Xiaopeng asserted earnestly. Such a generous offer is beyond what I can accept, Li Shijing responded, waving his hand. In truth, he was not lacking in finances. A film's investment typically only amounted to several hundred million. He had initially planned to produce a few hit dramas before transitioning into film. However, Fan Xiaopeng and Apos' attitude piqued his interest in collaboration, especially given her international connections. I have expressed my genuine desire to work with you. Please share an account. I have a sister whom I believe would suit a role. Here, take a look at this photograph, Fan Xiaopeng said as she presented an image to Li Shijing. Upon examining the photograph, Li Shijing exclaimed, Chen Duling? The academic goddess. Even before her debut, Chen Duling had garnered a degree of fame as a top student and campus beauty from a prestigious university, akin to Zhao Lucy and Apos' trajectory. Though Zhao Lucy embodied a more rebellious spirit, Isn and Apos, she pure and charming? Fan Xiaopeng inquired with a smile. Chen Duling exuded an aura of a goddess, pristine and ethereal, reminiscent of first love. Her innocent demeanor and slightly shy disposition fostered a sense of approachability, evoking a gentle fragility akin to Lu Shishir and Qin Yao, presenting an image of sweet innocence. Indeed, she possesses an air of innocence. Li Shijing nodded in agreement. However, if someone like Chen Duling, the quintessential school belle, were to fall into his hands, he would relish the contrast. This is also one of the trump cards that allows for collaboration with you. I have quite a few younger sisters in my circle, Fan Xiaopeng remarked with evident satisfaction. Although she herself has been marginalized from the domestic entertainment scene, her reputation, resources, and wealth remain substantial. During her time abroad, she has diligently sought out suitable candidates from the domestic landscape, subsequently investing in them and bringing them under her wing. Much like Tang Yin, Fan Xiaopeng and Apos' intentions were unmistakably clear. As long as Li Shijing agreed to collaborate, she would continually provide him with her accumulated talents. Initially, Li Shijing and Apos' willingness to collaborate was a mere 50-50, but now his interest has surged to a full 100%. After all, these female stars possess the potential to generate trending topics. Moreover, Li Shijing is eager to elevate the profile of the illustrious Pang Bingbing herself. Pleasure in collaboration, Sister Fan. Li Shijing nodded. To make Chen Duling a star is simple. A single film, and Apos, left ear, and Apos, will suffice. By the way, I have many younger sisters, but no younger brothers. Would you be interested? Fan Xiaopeng inquired with a beaming smile, her gaze fixed on Li Shijing. Indeed, having such a formidable and illustrious sister is certainly advantageous for me. Li Shijing blurted out. A god sister, no less than intriguing enigma. Tang Yang, please escort my younger brother, she instructed. Following their discussion of collaboration, Fan Xiaoping promptly summoned Tang Yin from outside. She could not linger for long as her schedule was rather packed, and a helicopter awaited her for a business meeting in Kyoto. Wait, a god sister? Have you already become an elder sister so soon? Tang Yin exclaimed in astonishment. It had only been a little over half an hour, and they seemed to have connected instantaneously. How do you plan to collaborate with Bingbing? She inquired as they walked towards the underground parking garage. Her curiosity piqued. As someone signed under Li Shijing, she was keen to know. She wishes to invest in films alongside me, Li Shijing replied. Let us discuss it at my place. I have a keen interest in cinema, Tang Yin invited. Though her flirtatious demeanor suggested that their conversation might venture beyond mere film discussions. Have you tried popping candy? Li Shijing admitted to being quite intrigued by it, and thus decided to give it a try. He nodded in agreement and followed her to Tang Yin's residence. Chapter 100. Tang Yin's jaw was dislocated, and Fan Xiaoping secretly hoarded popping candy. Tang Yin, did you send my godbrother home? At that moment, Li Shijing had just arrived at Tang Yin and Amp Oppo's residence when Fan Xiaoping called her. Bingbing, do you have eyes on the back of your head? Tang Yin replied, slightly embarrassed. How did Fan Xiaoping know that she had deceived Li Shijing into coming home? I know everything. If I hadn't come back, you would have been the one to cling to him, and I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold you back, Fan Xiaoping retorted. Tang Yin was indeed a girl without any ill intentions, but she could be quite fervent. Upon seeing a handsome man, she would fall head over heels. Don't say I didn't warn you. This year's Feitian Award is crucial, and its significance is exceptionally high. Liu Yifei is your strongest competitor. I can help you navigate through, but you must put in the effort yourself. If you could create another hit drama, that would secure your position, Fan Xiaoping advised. She was keenly observing the competition for the Best Actress award at the Feitian, as the 4 young flower actresses and several emerging talents were vying for the title. If Tang Yin could win, it would naturally symbolize her strength. Fan Xiaoping thought simply, why not let Li Shijing help Tang Yin produce another blockbuster? However, at that moment, Tang Yin was not in the mood to discuss the award and Oppo's significance. She only wished to showcase her prowess with the popping candy. I understand, Bibing, Tang Yin nodded. But from now on, we're family. My godbrother and I will move forward together, so you'll just have to capture his heart. When necessary, you know what to do. Sister, won't teach you anymore? Fan Xiaoping laughed before hanging up, leaving the two alone. Though Tang Yin agreed verbally, her intent in inviting Li Shijing over was solely to demonstrate her skills. Fan Xiaoping would soon witness the truth. Though she speaks sweetly, her actions may not be as reliable. What did Bibing say? After the call, Li Shijing inquired curiously. She told me to perform well and strive for another hit drama. Today, I have a performance technique I and Amp Oppo's VE studied for a long time, and I promise you and Amp Oppo's LL be satisfied. Directorly, you must appreciate it. Tang Yin grinned. Naturally, Li Shijing was more than willing, and there was no awkwardness as they began discussing acting techniques. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a dropped entry from Tang Yin. Swift hands, golden entry, extraordinary hand speed that creates an almost illusory explosive force, ideal for typing and other tasks, enhancing efficiency by several folds. With this entry, writing scripts would be a breeze. For someone like Li Shijing, who loved his work, his keyboard would surely be sizzling in no time. The next day, at Tang Yan's villa, Fan Xiaoping arrived early, eager to see if Tang Yin had secured the script. After all, she had a private helicopter, making travel effortless. She genuinely cared for Tang Yin, who was currently the most formidable among her prot-gs in terms of both strength and reputation. Upon seeing Tang Yan's dislocated jaw, Fan Xiaoping was at a loss for words. Young people these days, is it really that shocking to receive a script that your jaw dislocates? It seemed that Li Shijing and Oppo's script must be exceptionally grand and compelling. This thought made Fan Xiaoping involuntarily trace her fingers across her own smooth, delicate legs. On ordinary days, when she felt the urge to act, she would gather some props and then, well, help herself quite fervently. But that was all in vain. To be honest, she envied Tang Yin greatly for being able to engage in what she loved and delve deeply into script discussions with Li Shijing. How delightful it must be. However, seeing Tang Yan's current awkward state with her mouth agape made it difficult to fathom the depth of Li Shijing's writing skills. It was simply unimaginable that it could leave Tang Yin so astounded. Thus, aside from feeling restless and slightly amused, Fan Xiaoping couldn't and Amp Oppo's help but chuckle. Bingbing, you told me to capture his heart, and now you're laughing at me. Tang Yin furrowed her brow, feeling a bit wronged. It was indeed inconvenient. Even speaking required caution, fearing that saliva might escape at any moment. Tang Yin was also a celebrity who valued her image. After all, she was a stunning beauty. And drooling would be quite embarrassing. It's not what you think, she quickly added, noticing Fan Xiaopeng's gaze on her mouth. Fan Xiaopeng, curious, asked, "How did your jaw get dislocated?" "It is somewhat related, isn't it? Didn't you say you wanted to capture Li Shijing's heart?" "Well, I had someone buy triple energy popping candy from Sakura country," Tang Yin replied, her words trailing off as she struggled to continue. However, it was definitely not due to overindulgence. It was because upon hearing this, Fan Xiaopeng began to understand. It was a sudden assault of feelings that caught Tang Yin off guard, resulting in the unfortunate dislocation. Ah. So that was how it happened. This popping candy indeed possesses a certain charm. Puff. Is there any of this candy left? I must taste it. I wonder how much energy it truly contains. A gleam of excitement danced in Fan Xiaopeng's eyes as she inquired. In the cupboard, why not give it a try? Tang Yin gestured towards a small cabinet dedicated to storing various delightful treasures. Though their relationship was that of a boss and her leading subordinate, they shared a bond as close as sisters. Thus, even the intimate details of her interactions with Li Shijing were not off limits for Fan Xiaopeng. However, it was evident that today, Fan Xiaopeng's curiosity was particularly piqued, and the secret cabinet was naturally open to her. The cabinet housed a plethora of items, but the assortment of popping candy was most abundant. Astonishingly, there was even a chili-flavored variant. How unique, Fan Xiaopeng mused. It truly showcases a level of craftsmanship. Indeed, it and Oppos, as produced in Sakura country. Not only does it possess triple the explosive energy, but it also features a delightful duality of colors, half red, half blue. The red provides a warm sensation, while the blue bestows a refreshing chill. Is this truly intended for consumption? The designs from Sakura country always seem to defy their original purpose. Seizing the opportunity while Tang Yin was distracted, Fan Xiaopeng discreetly pocketed a packet. This will definitely come in handy later. Returning to the sofa with an air of nonchalance, she offered her encouragement. You're doing splendidly. Maintain this momentum and strive to produce another blockbuster. Fan Xiaopeng understood that Tang Yin and Oppos, as personality resembled that of a child, requiring gentle coaxing. Compliments were undoubtedly the best approach. Fan Xiaopeng held deep admiration for Tang Yin and Oppos, as relentless efforts to seize leverage over Li Shijing. After all, Li Shijing was currently the focal point of the entertainment industry. With countless individuals eager to bind this genius director and screenwriter to their own agendas, yet none had succeeded. The recent suppression of Wang Zhonglei had failed even with the involvement of young Master Zhou, allowing Li Shijing to triumphantly emerge from the fray and reclaim his status with the production blossoms. The overseas market had begun to take notice, and if he continued to deliver remarkable works, it seemed inevitable that Li Shijing would transcend the boundaries of domestic entertainment. Thus, it was crucial to hold tightly to this opportunity. What's wrong with your posture? Fan Xiaopeng then observed that Tang Yin and Oppos' sitting position appeared somewhat peculiar, with one half pressed against the sofa while the other was slightly elevated. I fell, Tang Yin fibbed. What a fortunate fall, such an ideal position. Fan Xiaopeng teased. Sister Bing Bing, you're mocking me again, Tang Yin replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. It seemed she had been caught. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, she felt an unusual stir within her. How had she become such a ravenous woman when discussing Li Shijing? By the way, what project is he currently filming? Fan Xiaopeng finally shifted her focus from teasing to serious inquiries. Oh, he is working on a television series titled Huaqian Gu, Tang Yin responded. Chapter 101. Zhang Baikan seeks an audience. Xing Zhile unleashes scandal. Time passed, and with it, the arduous filming of Huaqian Gu had reached a significant milestone after 2 months of relentless effort. Zhao Liying, a paragon of talent and diligence, excelled in her inaugural role as the leading lady. Alongside the meticulous guidance of Li Shijing, it was her innate understanding and willingness to toil that truly shone through. During the initial phases of shooting, Zhao Liying required minimal direction, as she naturally embodied the sweet and endearing character. The subsequent darker transformations only necessitated a gentle nudge in the right direction. It is worth noting that in the realm of Blue Star, Zhao Liying's role in Shan Shan Comes to Eat has also established her as a prominent figure in the industry. The memorable line from Zhang Han, "The fish pond is now under my management," had everyone in stitches. In that series, Zhao Liying portrayed Shan Shan, a character akin to the innocent and naive Tang Yin. However, Zhao Liying's versatility is remarkable. In this parallel universe, Li Shijing intends to bypass the melodramatic Klitsch S and steer Zhao Liying towards a path focused on genuine talent and idol status. In return for Li Shijing and Amp, Oppo's S nurturing, Zhao Liying would gladly devote herself entirely, for his current standing in the entertainment industry is nothing short of divine. Anyone under his guidance is destined for success. Yet, Zhao Liying is acutely aware that fortune cannot shine upon her alone, having already secured the role of the leading lady. The prospect of becoming Li Shijing's partner would render her achievements indistinguishable from mere opportunism. Moreover, her current status is akin to that of a mere supporting role, rendering her unworthy of engaging in romantic discourse with director Li. Consequently, Zhao Liying must enshroud her affections deep within her heart. Na Zhao's character, and I Mantian. And Nai Xiao and Amp, Oppo's S Tang Bao are certainly not the original incarnations from Blue Star. However, under the meticulous guidance of Li Shijing, the performances of the two ladies are undoubtedly on par with those from Blue Star. After all, Li Shijing possesses an array of accolades that effortlessly elevate his status to that of an award-winning actor. Even the most novice of performers can glean insights from his mastery. Besides, the two actresses are far from simple-minded, though Na Zha and Oppo's S acting skills may leave something to be desired. Her strikingly fierce beauty renders her portrayal of a scheming femme fatale almost effortless. As for Nai Xiao, she is at the blossoming age of adulthood, embodying the essence of a youthful beauty akin to a real-life Barbie. Once adorned, her adorably naive image perfectly encapsulates the essence of Tang Bao. The male lead remains Hui Jianhua, who, following his collaboration with Wang Zhonglei on Rui and Oppo's S royal love in the palace, nearly succumbed to despondency. His hard-earned reputation had been tarnished, and he faced relentless criticism. Upon hearing that Li Shijing was commencing a new project, his management team fervently pursued the opportunity, nearly resorting to kneeling, before finally securing the role of Bai Ziwa. However, the remuneration was significantly diminished, amounting to a mere 5 million. A stark contrast to his previous stature as a handsome leading man in historical dramas, often compared to Hu Gu and Lu Shishir, who commanded tens of millions for their roles. In the realm of production, Bailu's Fire Academy 4 is slated to premiere on the Zero Penguin platform the day after tomorrow. Although Li Shijing is wholly dedicated to television series, he has not forsaken the lucrative realm of web dramas. Currently, Zhang Tianhai is in complete charge, requiring only the script from Li Shijing. The web drama sector is already thriving, and at present, Li Shijing reigns supreme, leaving no reason not to cultivate this venture further. This will undoubtedly yield continuous profits, gradually elevating Bailu and Zhao Lucy into the limelight, allowing them to transition into the television and film industries. The fervor surrounding Blossoms has somewhat diminished, making it an opportune moment to explore web dramas. Li Shijing nodded in agreement, indicating that once Fire Academy concludes, the spotlight would shift to Zhao Lucy's rumored Chen Qianqian. Boss, Zhang has inquired whether we could arrange theme songs for their signed artists, specifically for the web dramas, came the subsequent question. Certainly, Li Shijing replied with a nod. Presently, he is not only adept at scriptwriting and directing, but can effortlessly compose songs that have the potential to catapult individuals to fame. For instance, Lu Tianxian's theme song for Wuxin, the monster killer, has now become her signature piece, remembered and sung by many. Shall I select a few tracks from the library? Zhang Tian and Amp, Oppo's AI inquired. In order to facilitate matters, Li Shijing composed numerous lyrics and melodies, subsequently placing them in the company and Amp, Oppo's S music library. This arrangement allows Zhang Tian and Oppo's AI the liberty to select at her discretion. Such trivialities, you may decide for yourself, Li Shijing replied. Zhang Tian and Oppo's AI, however, was quite dedicated and sought no recompense. Of course, as she would put it, one must eat well to work well. At present, her sole desire was to be well fed. For Li Shijing, this was merely a minor concern. Ensuring that these female stars were well nourished was a trifling matter. However, boss, the female singer remarked, if you have the time, she would like to meet you in person. Zhang Tian and Amp, Oppo's AI said, meet me? What for? Li Shijing inquired with curiosity, expressing that she must hold a considerable admiration for you. Zhang Tianhai chuckled softly in response. However, in the current entertainment industry, the number of individuals who admire Li Shijing has significantly increased. If each one were to seek a meeting, one would be overwhelmed with appointments. Therefore, typically, Zhang Tianhai would naturally decline requests from those minor actors and singers. Presently, Zhang Tianhai not only serves as the complete authority over web dramas, but is also regarded as one of Li Shijing and Oppo's closest aides. Thus, Cultivating a good relationship with Zhang Tianhai is essential for the possibility of meeting Li Shijing. Is she somewhat famous? Li Shijing inquired. He was well aware that Zhang Tianhai would not casually recommend anyone. The champion of last year's good music competition, Zhang Baiken, Zhang Tianhai replied. Naturally, Li Shijing recognized Zhang Baiken. In this parallel world, Zhang Baiken was quite similar to her counterpart on Blue Star. She participated in good music and rose to fame overnight. Possessing talent, beauty, and a solid background, she quickly established herself amidst a gap in the new generation of female singers. Furthermore, she signed a contract with Penguin, thereby securing a strong backing. It must be said that good music, as a talent show, had a commendable start, although there were some behind-the-scenes manipulations. The contestants and Oppo's abilities were still notable. Winning the championship in the earlier seasons held significant value. However, as time progressed, the show began to decline, with only a few, like Shanichuan, maintaining their quality. Zhang Baiken would be worth meeting, Li Shijing nodded. The theme song Yin Luan from Flower Bones would be perfect for her to perform. This song had also become a sensation on Blue Star, and it was one of Zhang Baiken's signature pieces. Future collaborations would allow various drama theme songs to be entrusted to her. All right, boss, I'll arrange for her to come to the set tomorrow, Zhang Tianhai said cheerfully. Their good relationship was evident. Otherwise, she wouldn't have recommended Li Shijing to meet her. Sounds good, Li Shijing agreed. Beep, congratulations, host. You have gained a trending topic. 3 women compete for favor. Xi and Jile and Qin Lan promote each other. Beep. The rumor has come true. Since Tang Yin publicly supported Li Shijing, various female celebrities associated with him have also stepped forward to show their support. They all praised Li Shijing's dedication and professionalism, flooding the media with an abundance of gossip that left everyone overwhelmed. However, due to the sustained popularity of Flower, Tang Yin, Xi and Jile, and Qin Lan remained hot topics. In the drama, they competed for the role played by Hugo, but outside of it, Hugo was no longer appealing. Xi and Jile was the most guided among them. Qin Lan and Xi and Jile, being good friends, led to rumors suggesting that they were teaming up to push Tang Yin out. After all, among the 3 women in Flower, only one could win the Best Actress award. With Qin Lan and Xi and Jile being such close friends, it seemed reasonable for them to join forces against Tang Yin. Mutual promotion? What did that entail? Li Shijing couldn't and Oppos help but admire the vast imagination of netizens nowadays. However, he was intrigued and wanted to observe how the good friends Qin Lan and Xi and Jile would navigate their mutual support. Please share some data or comments. Thank you. Chapter 102. Arranging for Qin Lan and Xi and Jile to participate in flower season. Qin Lan caught cheating within Li Shijing and Amp. Oppos office. Xi and Jile expressed her discontent. Recently, discussions regarding the 3 leading ladies of Blossoms and their acting prowess had been incessant. However, due to Tang Yan's overwhelming fan base, the other 2 actresses had been nearly overshadowed. Xi and Jile found herself at the bottom of the hierarchy, as she had never truly attained stardom and had the fewest fans. Qin Lan, on the other hand, possessed a modest foundation in her career. When it came to popularity, Tang Yan's character, Miss Wang, was undeniably favored. And Xi and Jile begrudgingly acknowledged this, recognizing the character's somewhat naive charm. Yet, in terms of acting skills, how could one compare her and Qin Lan to Tang Yin? This was evidently quite unjust. No, if we are to speak of acting, Jile is far superior to me. She possesses a certain grace and an artistic flair. Qin Lan humbly waved her hand. She genuinely harbored no ambitions to vie for the Best Actress award at the Feitian Awards. Once upon a time, she had been quite popular, having starred in productions like My Fair Princess and A Dream of Red Mansions. Emerging as a young star during her time alongside the likes of Lu Tianxian and the Bing sisters, her ability to carve out a niche for herself was commendable. Qin Lan hailed from a once affluent lineage, though her family and Oppos' fortunes had since dwindled. With a positive mindset, she now sought to diligently work alongside Li Shijing. Following a path of true artistry, she was content to take on roles when available and let Li Shijing decide when there were none, embracing a philosophy of non-competition. This matter is not within my jurisdiction, Li Shijing replied with a resigned smile. Could he truly determine the Best Actress award? Ultimately, it was the prerogative of the event and Oppos' organizers. Even if he wished to intervene, how could he favor any particular woman among those he had shared confidences with? It was an impossible position, akin to choosing between one's own flesh. You are being biased, Xi and Jile retorted defiantly. How am I being biased? Li Shijing questioned, puzzled. Tang Yin is no longer merely an actress, she is rapidly becoming a variety show darling. Moreover, Your frequent interactions with her only serve to convey that you hold her in high regard. What chance do we have left? How can we compete? Xian Jile rolled her eyes dramatically, her alluring lips pouting in frustration. Though both Qin Lan and Xian Jile sported shoulder-length hair and shared a sisterly image, Qin Lan exuded an air of intellect and grace, a refined lady, while Xian Jile embodied the fiery spirit of the characters she often portrayed, wild and untamed. A captivating blend of arrogance and allure, a unique quality seldom found in the entertainment industry. Currently, Tang Yin and Li Shijing maintained a rather active interaction on social media, leading many to mistakenly believe he was favoring her. With the immense success of Blossoms, Tang Yin had become a sought-after figure in the realm of variety shows. Various programs from Mango TV and Zhujiang TV were clamoring for her participation. Over the past few months, she had appeared on at least 7 or 8 shows, almost exhausting the roster of popular variety programs. Consequently, her popularity surged, aided by her endearing novette that brought an unexpected charm to the shows. When it came to variety show appeal, she and Yang Mi undoubtedly outshone Lu Tianxian and Lu Shishir, with Yang Mi's humor and high emotional intelligence complementing Tang Yin's delightful unpredictability. As for Xian Jile, she found herself largely overlooked, as few were inclined to invite someone as seemingly poised as she to participate in variety shows. The notion of interaction was a misunderstanding directed at Li Shijing. Whenever Tang Yin posted something, she would Li Shijing, and his polite responses were merely courteous. All right, perhaps I should arrange a variety show for both of you. Li Shijing chuckled. It was indeed time to provide Qin Lan and Xian Jile with some opportunities, considering both had signed on with him. Participating in a variety show could yield benefits, though it was generally frowned upon for stars to appear too frequently on such programs, risking their image and mystique. Much like Huang Xiaochu, who struggled to evoke a sense of immersion in dramatic roles after his appearances, it was still advantageous to occasionally showcase oneself. What variety show? Xian Jile inquired with curiosity. How about Flower Season? Li Shijing responded. It is a program from Mango TV, akin to and Oppos, Blue Star, and Oppos, which has garnered considerable popularity and positive feedback. Both you and Qin Lan have previously participated in the show. This arrangement is merely a proactive measure by me. With both Mango TV and Zhujiang TV vying for my dramas, they have been quite eager to please, as Li Shijing currently held valuable resources for blockbuster dramas. Arranging for the two actresses to join a variety show was a straightforward endeavor. Flower Season? That sounds quite delightful, a chance to travel and explore, Xian Jile mused. However, if we partake in a variety show, engage in interaction, and you must respond actively, Xian Jile remarked with a light huff. After all, no matter what variety show Tang Yin participates in, she always mentions Li Shijing or tags him. It seems they are merely awaiting the official announcement. However, it is clear that Li Shijing would never consent to such a declaration, otherwise, chaos would ensue. It is likely that the entertainment industry would not merely experience tremors but descend into utter turmoil. Li Shijing found himself somewhat amused and exasperated by Xian Jile's comments. Sister Jile, our interactions are merely a result of work arrangements. Yet Xian Jile paid no heed, and after another huff, she suddenly leaned closer to Li Shijing, whispering sweetly, Shijing, does Tang Qian speak in such a charmingly soft manner? Naturally, Xian Jile could not mimic Tang Yin and Oppos' coy voice, but she certainly attempted to adopt a similar tone. It is worth noting that Xian Jile typically exuded a rather indifferent demeanor. Seeing her like this, Qin Lan couldn't help but chuckle. All right, you needn't tease me further, Li Shijing said, feeling quite helpless towards Xian Jile. How about you join us for a game? If we win, you shall grant us more opportunities in the future. Xian Jile then blinked her eyes playfully. A game? What could 3 of us possibly play? Li Shijing nodded, intrigued. Thus, Xian Jile called over Qin Lan, and the 3 began a spirited game of Do Di Zhu, indeed engaging in the actual card game. After several rounds, it was evident that Li Shijing was losing consistently. However, he noticed that Xian Jile and Qin Lan exchanged glances throughout the game. Regardless of whether he played as the landlord or a farmer, he could never triumph against their covert collaboration. Suddenly, Xian Jile felt a sharp pain in her stomach. I need to use the restroom, she declared, hurrying away. I did not mean for her to make things difficult for you. I understand that it is challenging to maintain balance, Qin Lan said with understanding once Xian Jile had departed. Indeed, Sister Qin Lan is the best. She knows to care for her younger brother, Li Shijing said, wrapping his arm around Qin Lan and Oppos' curvaceous waist. It would not be good if Jile walks in and sees this. Qin Lan and Amp, Appo's face flushed crimson at the thought. She wished to keep her relationship with Li Shijing under wraps, particularly from Xian Jile. However, Li Shijing leaned in mysteriously and whispered, Sister Qin Lan, I am aware that you two are secretly collaborating. Shall we exchange cards as well? I can see that Jile is in discomfort and may take a while to return. Exchange cards? Qin Lan hesitated but ultimately succumbed to temptation, nodding in reluctant agreement. Consequently, the two commenced their thrilling act of card swapping. It must be said that engaging in covert exchanges during Do Di Zhu was indeed exhilarating. Unbeknownst to them, Xian Jile had forgotten her phone and returned to the office. Upon witnessing the scene, she was initially taken aback before bursting into laughter. Haha, so you two have been plotting behind my back. Caught off guard. Qin Lan felt the weight of embarrassment wash over her. Ah, she exclaimed, utterly unprepared for Xian Jile's swift return. The atmosphere turned palpably awkward as they were unable to concoct any excuses. Qin Lan stammered, lowering her gaze. At a loss for words. The shame of being caught cheating was overwhelming. Li Shijing, however, remained remarkably composed. What of it? It is merely a game of cheating. If possible, I could even play in front of Xian Jile. It is merely that Qin Lan lacks the courage to do so. It was worth noting that the last time, Naza had also been caught red-handed by Jin Shin and Chan Yao. Chapter 103. Threatened by Xian Jile to play cards. Qin Lan, exhilarated, conceded, all right, since you and Amp, Appo's discovered it, I shall no longer feign innocence. You are absolutely correct. I, along with Sister Lan, have been caught red-handed, cheating at cards. Li Shijing draped his arm around Qin Lan and Appo's shoulders. An amused expression gracing his face as he regarded Xian Jile. Cheating is cheating, after all. The last incident with Qin Lan and that electronic music fiasco was quite the scandal. Surely, no one could be oblivious to it. At that moment, Qin Lan, overcome with embarrassment, buried her face deep into Li Shijing and Appo's embrace. Xian Jile, however, observed intently, seemingly unfazed by Qin Lan and Appo's desire to disappear into the ground. Yet, it must be said, witnessing such an unguarded display of affection between Qin Lan and Li Shijing was a novel experience for her. Although she and Qin Lan were good friends, they lacked the candidness exhibited by the likes of Tang Yin, Yang Mi, and Lu Shishir, who often shared their innermost thoughts so openly. Xian Jile, on the other hand, had a somewhat tomboyish demeanor. Gulp. Upon spotting the powerful card that Qin Lan had just swiped, Xian Jile could not suppress a gulp of trepidation. This was indeed the trump card, the strongest in the deck. Fortuitously, she had been forewarned. Otherwise, had she entered the game unprepared, defeat would have been inevitable. In an astonishing twist, her stomach discomfort had miraculously vanished at the sight of the trump card. Could this card possess curative properties? Is it captivating, Sister Jile? Li Shijing inquired with a smile. Naturally, Xian Jile did not wish to appear as though she had never encountered such a scenario before, thus she responded with a cold smirk. Do not think that by admitting it, you can escape unscathed. This constitutes cheating, and if you wish to avoid public exposure, you must acquiesce to my demands. At that moment, Xian Jile's demeanor bore a hint of darkness, as if she were prepared to declare, this secret shall be mine for a lifetime. Li Shijing raised an eyebrow. You truly have the audacity to make such exorbitant demands. Why should we comply? It is a matter of life and death. Qin Lan lifted her gaze, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Shijing, perhaps we should just let it go. If this were to be exposed, it would spell disaster for us. However, Jile, we are good friends, and Shijing has always treated us well. Surely, you do not intend to leverage this incident to extort resources from him? Qin Lan and Appo's brow furrowed as she posed her question. She found herself caught in a dilemma. Fearing that Xian Jile might indeed use the cheating incident to coerce Li Shijing into providing her with favors. I could never be that sort of person. Resources should be earned through one and Appo's own merit. My current standing is. Before she could finish, Xian Jile abruptly smacked Qin Lan and Appo's resilient Dairy Re. The sound echoed, and the impact caused Qin Lan's form to tremble. Let me join in the game. Otherwise, it will truly be a case of mutual destruction. Xian Jile declared with a devilish glint in her eyes, fixating on the trump card, held tightly by Qin Lan. What do you mean, join in? Qin Lan was taken aback. While she typically did not mind who Li Shijing played cards with, she felt a pang of discontent at the thought of him collaborating with Xian Jile in her presence. Indeed, let us play together, Xian Jile insisted. Her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the trump card and the hidden king of hearts in Qin Lan and Appo's grasp. Jile, you are being unreasonable. Qinlan thought desperately about fleeing, feeling as though all her secrets had been laid bare before Exine Jile. I find Sister Jile's proposal quite appealing. Li Shijing nodded, exchanging a knowing glance with Exine Jile, and a sense of conspiratorial camaraderie enveloped them. Qinlan widened her eyes in disbelief. Shijing, how can you be like this? This is unacceptable. Li Shijing shrugged nonchalantly. Sister Lan, more players mean more fun. Little Lan, the situation leaves you with little choice. Exine Jile, reveling in her mischief, grinned wickedly. Indeed, Sister Lan. You would not want me to reveal our little secret, would you? Do not touch my cards. Qinlan protested vehemently, determined to keep the hidden King of Hearts from Exine Jile and Appo's prying eyes, for that would only serve to confirm her guilt. Shijing, hurry. Exine Jile advanced, seizing control of Qinlan. The delicate Qinlan, performing a dramatic act, was no match for the formidable Exine Jile, whose strength surpassed that of the average actress. Sister Jile, you are quite wicked, Li Shijing remarked, surprised by her ruthlessness. Yet, he relished the thrill of the card-snatching escapade. Indeed, the feeling is mutual. Exine Jile replied with a smirk. After all, they had been caught cheating behind her back, and now it was time for them to face the music. This was their punishment. How unfair. You two are ganging up on me. Qinlan lamented, taken aback by Exine Jile's betrayal. If the two of them worked in tandem as farmers, continually thwarting her attempts to claim the landlord and Appo's advantage, she would be utterly defeated. They offered her no chance to play her role as a farmer. She, the landlord, felt akin to a mere spectator, stripped of any means to retaliate. Their seamless collaboration left her with no hope of winning. Sister Lan, will you surrender? Li Shijing inquired playfully. In such circumstances, it was wiser to join forces than to continue in vain, lest she be left with nothing but tattered garments. Qinlan bit her lip, reluctantly acknowledging that there was no alternative at this moment. Well, you little Exine Jile, a vengeful thought suddenly sparked within her. Since she wished to play cards, let the games begin. She could also join forces with Li Shijing to become farmers, united in their quest to vanquish Exine Jile, the landlord. All right. But it must be according to my rules. Qinlan finally acquiesced. Exine Jile released her grip and sprang up in excitement. The trio settled back down to commence the card game. Initially, Qinlan felt somewhat restrained, but as the game progressed, the atmosphere gradually grew more animated. Exine Jile was thoroughly enjoying herself, and her involvement unexpectedly infused the game with a myriad of possibilities. Observing Qinlan's slowly relaxing demeanor, Li Shijing leaned in and whispered, Sister Lan, isn't this rather delightful? Qinlan shot him a glance, yet her lips betrayed a faint smile. After several rounds, Exine Jile exclaimed her exhilaration, realizing just how enjoyable card games could be. If I had known it was this fun, I would have joined you sooner. Qinlan huffed in response today. You have the upper hand. At that moment, the previously tense and awkward atmosphere among the three dissipated, replaced by a distinct sense of harmony and joy. What's going on with the boss? As the appointed meeting time approached, it became apparent that Li Shijing had not only turned off his phone but was also late. Zhang Tianhai, who had invited Zhang Biqing to the set, felt rather awkward. Biqing, how about I take you to the company? The boss might be too busy and simply forgot about today. Zhang Tianhai suggested apologetically. All right. Zhang Biqing nodded, displaying no signs of displeasure. The prospect of meeting the legendary multi-talented Li Shijing filled her with excitement and anticipation. The two then hurriedly made their way to the company. Zhang Tianhai's guess was indeed correct. At that moment, Li Shijing was genuinely busy, yet he was reveling in it. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the dropped entry from Exine Jile. Master of Magic, Golden Entry possesses extraordinary magical skills, capable of utilizing props or techniques to transform the impossible into the possible, creating astonishing effects, an optimal tool for wooing others. It and Appo's, as time to write beautifully. Thank you to all the supportive brothers. May everyone prosper this year. Chapter 104. The game of cards discovered as Zhang Biqing contemplated whether her sudden approach might disturb Director Li. A flicker of hesitation crossed her mind, revealing a tinge of complexity on her face. After all, Li Shijing had long been her idol on the musical journey she fervently pursued. She initially intended to suggest to Zhang Tianhai that perhaps they could meet another time, as her idol might be preoccupied with other significant matters at that moment. Yet, the fervent anticipation of encountering her idol made it difficult for her to suppress her desire to proceed. Li Shijing was nothing short of a prodigious talent. The brilliance he exhibited in the realm of music was merely a fraction of his manifold capabilities. Nevertheless, for Zhang Biqing, who was also a professional in the industry, The heights Li Shijing had achieved in songwriting and composition were pinnacles she could scarcely hope to attain in her lifetime. Perhaps the boss is simply busy. Maybe caught up with the script, Zhang Tianhai remarked with a smile. Once you arrive, he should recall you. He might just have too many responsibilities on his plate and may have forgotten. Indeed, Li Shijing was often inundated with tasks, balancing multiple commitments with remarkable difficulty. He was truly an extraordinary and admirable man. With the vast array of fields Director Li is involved in, he must work for long hours, right? Zhang Biqing inquired with curiosity. Yes, indeed, quite long hours, Zhang Tianhai replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she brushed her hair back, biting her lip. When we discuss the web drama scripts, it can last up to several hours a day. It's no small feat to keep up with my boss's efficiency. Zhang Biqing admired Zhang Tianhai and Apos' fortunate position, being able to assist Li Shijing with the web drama. She envied her for encountering such a remarkable mentor, who had not only risen to fame but was also gradually entering the capital circle, a feat that took considerable effort. Actually, you could do it too. The boss is currently in need of a music-savvy assistant. When he has free time, he composes numerous songs and leaves them in the repertoire for me to choose from. But I don't really understand music, so it feels wasted, Zhang Tianhai said. Could I? Really? Tianhai, would you introduce me? I would be more than willing. Zhang Biqing exclaimed, her excitement palpable, nearly wanting to embrace Zhang Tianhai's leg. Could she truly become one of Li Shijing's assistants? If given the chance, she would gladly serve as a personal assistant, dedicated to supporting him in every possible way, even if it meant doing menial tasks. All right, Biqing, Don and Apos, get too excited. Once the opportunity arises, I will certainly recommend you. It ultimately depends on whether the boss needs someone, Zhang Tianhai reassured her. However, if it all works out, you must teach me how to sing. That is a must. Zhang Biqing promptly agreed, her heart racing with anticipation. Meanwhile, as Qin gazed at the unconscious Xingli sprawled on the sofa, she was taken aback. Was it really necessary to faint simply because she did not draw a winning hand? Was it that daunting to take the role of the dealer? Fearing the loss of all her money? It's all right. She'll be fine in a moment, Li Shijing said, checking Xingli's breathing before waving his hand dismissively. He had encountered such scenarios several times before, with others like Yang Mi and Lu Shishir fainting from the sheer excitement of not drawing good cards. After seeing the cards just now, it was too overwhelming. All the blood rushed to her brain, causing a temporary lack of oxygen, he explained scientifically. Indeed, the cards Li Shijing had drawn were exceptional. Given Xingli and Apos' position as the dealer, it was entirely understandable for her to faint. He had drawn 2 jokers and 4 twos. Of course, Qinlan's cooperation was impressive as well, with 4 aces and 4 kings, doubling and redoubling the stakes. Xingli suffered a devastating loss. It was no wonder she fainted. Who among the dealers would dare to face several consecutive bomb cards? It appeared that Qin was retaliating for the earlier rounds where Xingli had bombed her. Yet, Qin admired Xingli and Apos' unyielding spirit. She never surrendered. Without uttering a word, Xingli accepted her fate. Qin reflected on the unpredictability of fortune. Just moments ago, Xingli had been lively, urging the game. Yet she was now the first to succumb. How could they proceed? Let us continue, Li Shijing said, glancing at Qin. Despite Xingli's fainting spell, they could still determine the winner. There was no way they would abandon their efforts. Of course, Qin replied, her spirit somewhat deflated. What are you saying? We are still moving forward? I have already lost quite a bit today. Are you planning to win all my savings? What? Qin murmured, reluctantly picking up her cards once more. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Boss. It was Zhang Tianhai's voice. Oh. I completely forgot about the matter at hand, Li Shijing exclaimed, tapping his forehead. He had originally arranged everything. In the afternoon, I went to the film set to meet Zhang Biqing. I became so engrossed in the card game that I lost all sense of time. My phone was on silent. And indeed, I found several missed calls from Zhang Tianhai. Soon after, Li Shijing hurried to open the door. Qin frantically tidied up in response. Come in, Li Shijing promptly said as he opened the door. Zhang Tianhai and Zhang Biqing entered, startled to see Xingli sprawled on the sofa. What is going on? Qin, sitting nearby, felt quite awkward. After Li Shijing briefly explained the situation, both Zhang Tianhai and Zhang Biqing nodded in understanding. Did the card game really knock you out? Such a scenario was indeed hard to fathom. However, Zhang Tianhai naturally sensed the underlying clues. An all-too-familiar scent permeated the air. Moreover, Qin appeared somewhat listless, clearly overworked. The meditation earlier, And although Xian was unconscious, a smile still lingered on her face, piecing it all together. The astute Zhang Tianhai was well aware of the implications. Qin Lan, this is Zhang Biqing. Zhang Tianhai politely introduced her to the elder. Zhang Biqing gazed at Li Shijing with a mix of nervousness and admiration, momentarily at a loss for words. Boss, this is Biqing. You forgot to. Zhang Tianhai chuckled as she introduced Zhang Biqing to Li Shijing before getting to the main topic. I apologize. There has been so much to handle that I completely forgot. However, I have already completed the song. Li Shijing then retrieved the lyrics and melody of Year Ring from his drawer. Zhang Biqing eagerly accepted it with both hands and excitedly perused the lyrics. Circles outlined fingerprints, imprinted on my lips, reminiscing the bittersweet traces of our kisses. Is it the roots? The flourishing of spring and autumn obscures the dusk. In the cold night, I am left alone. Until dawn, the world's most poisonous hatred is the fate of being destined yet divided. Alas, you have never cared for me. Zhang Biqing initially took her time to appreciate the lyrics, while Zhang Tianhai couldn't help but lean closer. They were both immediately captivated by the poignant and melancholic words. A person waits for someone they can never reach, longing for one who does not belong to her, and this song expresses a love that cannot be attained. It conveys the bittersweet reminiscence of past affections, encapsulating themes of loneliness and yearning. This is an intensely sorrowful love song. Its meaning reflecting the passage of time as my thoughts of you deepen, yet our destinies are misaligned. I can only continue to wait in solitude. Accompanied by the passage of the years. To sing a song well, one must first immerse themselves in the emotion. Although Zhang Biqing had never watched The Journey of Flower, she could fully grasp the subtle pain conveyed through the lyrics. Having read the lyrics, she was already deeply moved. Following the melody, Zhang Biqing began to sing. Chapter 105, Zhang Tianhai's thoughtful arrangement. Ah, what a melodious voice. The singing is absolutely exquisite. Zhang Biqing's uniquely rich nasal singing style immediately garnered praise from Qin Lan and Zhang Tianhai, who were present. However, Zhang Biqing was acutely aware that, in comparison to the versatile genius before her, she still had considerable room for improvement in her vocal skills and overall singing ability. Moreover, the popularity of a song is predominantly determined by its lyrics and composition, far outweighing the significance of the performer. Thus, if this song were to achieve great success, it would be attributed to the talents of this multifaceted prodigy, rather than her own contributions. No. It is entirely the merit of Director Li for crafting the lyrics and music. Whoever sings this song would undoubtedly sound delightful, Zhang Biqing modestly remarked. It is quite commendable. This song serves as the theme for my new television drama. You should coordinate with Tianhai. The company has a professional recording studio. Once you've completed the production, simply pass it along to Tianhai. I wish to release it as the theme song, Li Shijing instructed. Now that Li Shijing's company had firmly established itself, it possessed an array of equipment for film and music production, all under comprehensive service. Many filming locations were also nearing completion under Jing's supervision, leading to the emergence of a grand film city. Li Shijing was thoroughly pleased with Zhang Tianhai and Appo's performance. Thank you, Director Li. Thank you. Zhang Biqing expressed her gratitude immediately. She had not anticipated such smooth progress. Although she was the champion of the voice, she did not expect to be invited to sing the theme song for Li Shijing's television series. It is worth noting that many theme songs or insert songs for dramas often feature well-known veteran singers. Music is undeniably a crucial element in a television series, often enhancing the portrayal of numerous plot points and elevating scenes to another level, much like the Shijing series. Moreover, the significance of the theme song cannot be overstated. This was Zhang Biqing's first time carrying such a substantial responsibility, especially considering that Li Shijing's works were renowned blockbusters. Naturally, she felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Initially, she had merely wished to sing some web drama songs, but now she realized the potential for even more exceptional songs in her future. I have high hopes for you, Li Shijing encouraged. Currently, the realm of domestic entertainment lacked female singers who possessed both beauty and talent, making Zhang Biqing the ideal candidate to represent the company while showcasing her capabilities. However, in the parallel world of Blue Star, it was unfathomable that she had fallen for a mage and ended up having a child. Fortunately, in this parallel universe, Zhang Biqing had only just debuted through the voice. She could guide her in harnessing the resonance of her chest voice, allowing her most exquisite tones to flourish, ensuring she would not be overshadowed by the mage. Director Li, I must admit I am still only beginning to grasp the intricacies of music. If given the chance, I hope to receive your guidance, Zhang Biqing said. Her eyes filled with anticipation. This statement was indeed somewhat humble. While Zhang Baiken might lag behind Li Shijing, she had studied abroad in Korea and sought guidance from numerous master-level figures in the domestic entertainment scene, coupled with her innate vocal talent. She was undoubtedly a singer of considerable skill and professionalism. Her primary objective, of course, was to receive advice on her chest resonance and beautiful high notes. Ideally through personalized coaching. Boss, I have a suggestion. Why not sign Baiken to the company to oversee the music sector? After all, she is a professional. It feels rather wasteful for me to handle your repertoire, Zhang Tianhai promptly proposed. Zhang Baiken anxiously bit her lip as she looked toward Li Shijing, her heart brimming with hope that he would agree. Li Shijing assessed Zhang Baiken and nodded slightly. Indeed, the company was in need of an assistant in the music department. As for Zhang Baiken and Appo's contract, that was a minor detail. Zhang would surely accommodate this request. A penalty fee to Penguin would suffice. Really? Thank you, Director Li. I will certainly work hard. Zhang Baiken felt a wave of happiness wash over her, almost overwhelming her with emotion. At that moment, Xian Jilei slowly regained consciousness. Noticing the presence of two additional individuals in the room, feeling a bit disoriented. What happened? Weren't we just playing cards? She wondered. Fortunately, Qinlan had already tidied up. Jilei, you're awake. Your mental fortitude leaves much to be desired. Did you not say you were ready for a fierce battle? Why did you faint when you saw the cards that Shijing and I had? Surely you weren't feigning it? Qinlan teased, recalling Jilei's earlier embarrassment from losing. Who could possibly pretend to faint? It was genuine. Xian Jilei retorted, her face flushed with shame. Had Zhang Tianhai and Zhang Baiken not been present, she would have confidently declared, believe it or not, I now have the energy to fight again. Come on, I'll be the dealer and take you both down. She rolled up her sleeves, her competitive spirit ignited, for that was simply her indomitable nature. Zhang Tianhai saw through it all and smiled knowingly. Oh, just awakened and already so defiant? Qinlan chuckled. Li Shijing also noted that Xian Jilei was back to her spirited self. Truly, a heroine in every sense. However, since the trio had already played cards in the future, we can always arrange to meet again. There is ample time ahead. I trust that neither of the two ladies will harbor any ill feelings. All right, Jilei, let us depart. We should not interrupt Shijing and her brother as they discuss their serious work. Qinlan noticed that Xian Jilei had awakened, indicating that they should refrain from disturbing others during their professional conversations. Oh, very well, Xian Jilei replied, rising to her feet, although she felt somewhat disappointed. She understood that serious work takes precedence. How about we indulge in an escape room adventure? I have heard of a newly opened one that is exceedingly terrifying. Qinlan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sure, as long as it doesn't turn out like last time when you led me astray, Xian Jilei retorted, recalling the previous game where Qinlan had deceived her. However, it appeared that this time she was once again the one to lose. The two exchanged playful banter as they made their way outside. Despite being older, they shared a youthful spirit, relishing in exhilarating and unconventional games. Qinlan and Xian Jilei were both eager participants. Furthermore, Qinlan and Youngmi were close friends, and it would be delightful to invite them for a game of cards sometime. Li Shijing pondered this notion, as it seemed Qinlan would not decline the invitation. Especially if it involved Youngmi. Gradually, they could expand their gatherings to include mahjong, gobang, and checkers, creating a more intricate and entertaining atmosphere filled with lively company. Boss. Tomorrow marks the premiere of and Amp, Appo's Fire Academy, and Amp, Appo's. Shall we visit Xiaolu and Amp, Appo's house to keep her company? It is her first time as the leading actress, and she seems a bit anxious. Often mentioning her little toothache, Zhang Tianhai suggested, glancing at Li Shijing, her gaze revealing a hint of intrigue. She had already formulated a plan. Having surmised the connection between Qinlan and Xian Jilei, it appeared that the boss had a fondness for card games. Instead of proceeding as such, she thought it best to include Bai Lu in the gathering, as their relationship was quite amicable. After all, she had been at the helm of their two web dramas. Thus, she resolved to cater to the boss and Amp, Appo's preferences by prioritizing Bai Lu and Amp, Appo's involvement. Very well, Li Shijing nodded. Has Bai Lu and Amp, Appo's little tooth begun to loosen again? It seems my professional dental skills may be required. He was quite pleased with Zhang Tianhai's arrangement. It seemed she was gradually evolving from her previous carefree and spirited demeanor to one imbued with a touch of maturity and charm. So, tomorrow then, boss, do not forget. Zhang Tianhai playfully winked. All right, I must make my way to the film set now, Li Shijing remarked, noticing the time was getting late. He needed to head over to the Journey of Flower, after the entertainment. He could not afford to neglect his work commitments, and Appos, the journey of Flower and Appos, needed to be completed within the month and swiftly launched thereafter. Understood, boss. I will familiarize Bai Chun with the environment and transition the work responsibilities, Zhang Tian AI affirmed. From now on, the music library would be entrusted to Zhang Bai Chun. Please provide me with some data. I am truly grateful. Chapter 106. The roommate, Giant Rabbit Tian Shiwei, and Li Shijing arrived at the door. Xiao Lu, what are you doing? Isn't your play about to be broadcast soon? Why are you still caught up in this ceremony? In the residence of Bai Lu. Zhao Lucy expressed her curiosity with a question. At that moment, Bai Lu was tinkering with something, having even lit an aromatic incense. Goodness, this must be quite expensive. Zhao Lucy remarked as she approached, her eyes widening as she examined it closely. She had never seen Bai Lu indulge in such luxuries before, and she recognized the brand, which was known for its extravagant pricing. Although both of them had recently begun filming and had earned a considerable amount of compensation, such lavishness seemed rather excessive. Something seems amiss. Your attire today. Zhao Lucy blinked her eyes, her face a mask of suspicion as she scrutinized Bai Lu from head to toe. It was only at this moment that she suddenly realized how vastly different Bai Lu's appearance was today compared to her usual self. Bai Lu had completely transformed her typically simple and casual style. It is worth noting that Bai Lu generally shunned embellishments, especially when at home. In contemporary times, she exudes an extraordinary charm and an alluring sensuality. The meticulously styled hair, once a simple ponytail, has vanished, replaced by cascading, gently waved locks that flow like a waterfall over her shoulders. With every subtle movement, it seems to tease the heartstrings. Further down, her attire is nothing short of captivating. A fitted black dress accentuates her graceful curves perfectly, while the lace trim at the neckline adds an air of mystery and allure. Moreover, the eye-catching peep-toe high heels are adorned with sparkling rhinestones, and the exposed toes are painted with a strikingly vivid shade of red nail polish. Red nail polish? The more she observed, the more intense the peculiar sensation within Zhao Lucy became. Something was amiss, truly amiss. The usual Bai Mengyan is certainly not like this. Is she truly preparing to attend an award ceremony? Oh dear, boss, today you mentioned your arrival. So I have taken the liberty to adorn myself and embellish the living room just a touch. Bai Lu, while adjusting the position of the incense, joyfully exclaimed, What? The boss is coming? Upon hearing that Li Shijing was coming, Zhao Lucy was utterly taken aback. Although she had signed with Li Shijing's agency, she had only encountered him on 2 occasions and had not seen him since. Most of her filming was conducted alongside Zhang Tianai. She indeed yearned to meet Li Shijing. Yet he seemed perpetually occupied. After all, following Blossoms, he was immediately engrossed in the journey of Flower. How could he possibly find the time? Moreover, there were numerous female stars whose performances required his guidance. Why did you not mention this sooner? Zhao Lucy was on the verge of tears from anxiety. Today, she adorned herself in a manner that was utterly unpretentious, with a bare face and a casual ponytail secured with a simple hair tie. She wore a short-sleeved top, shorts, and flip-flops. Oh heavens, this is quite detrimental to one's image if the beloved boss happens to witness it. What are you all discussing? At that moment, the bathroom door slowly creaked open, releasing a wave of warm steam. Following this, another roommate, Tian Shiwei, emerged, resembling a water lily freshly sprung from the depths. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, still glistening with droplets from her recent shower. In her hand, she held a soft, dry towel, gently caressing her strands with delicate, graceful movements. The warmth of the hot water and the enveloping steam had rendered her cheeks a rosy hue, akin to a ripe apple, radiating an enchanting glow. Her flawless skin seemed so dewy, it beckoned one to reach out and touch it. As Tian Shiwei stepped out, the gaze of the 2 others naturally fell upon her voluptuous and curvaceous figure. Known affectionately as Jade Rabbit, her nickname was preceded by the term Giant. At such a young age, she stood shoulder to shoulder with renowned beauties like Demimi and Lu Yan. Her sweet appearance, complete with charming dimples when she smiled and her penchant for twin ponytails, evoked the sensation of a cartoonish, youthful beauty manifesting in reality. The ordinary matching short-sleeved t-shirts worn by the 4 roommates took on an extraordinary allure when adorned by her figure. The fabric clung tightly to her curves, seemingly struggling to contain her ample form, creating an illusion that it might burst at any moment. Such a strikingly sensual physique would undoubtedly draw attention wherever she went, leaving Bai Lu in the shadows of envy and even eliciting admiration from the relatively attractive Zhao Lucy, who, though affectionately nicknamed Meat Silk, could not quite compare to Tian Shiwei. Thus, every time Tian Shiwei finished her bath, She effortlessly captivated everyone and Apos' attention. Occasionally, Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy would chat about the arrival of guests, with Bai Lu teasingly asking, "Are you done with your shower? I shall also take a shower." However, today, Zhao Lucy finds herself too occupied to launch an attack on Tian Shiwei. She must hasten to beautify herself. Typically, a girl requires at least an hour and a half to properly prepare, considering the time taken for bathing, drying hair, and the intricacies of makeup. Yet, Zhao Lucy must complete all of this within half an hour. She is determined to leave a splendid impression on her idol. My goodness, what on earth is she doing? Has she lost her mind? Tian Shiwei merely felt a gust of wind as Zhao Lucy swiftly darted into the restroom. Bai Lu, Zhao Lucy, Tian Shiwei, and Zhu Jingyi are cohabiting roommates. After all, they were once unknown artists, struggling to make a name for themselves, and thus, they lived in modesty. Each harbored dreams, forcing them to band together in this endeavor. Bai Lu, Zhao Lucy, and Tian Shiwei were merely supporting characters, while Zhu Jingyi had signed with a company as a trainee for a girl group. At last, Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy have managed to rise above their circumstances. Having aligned themselves with Li Shijing, they naturally sought the opportunity to assist their two other roommates. Just then, the doorbell rang. Bai Lu's heart raced with anxiety, and after taking a deep breath, she slowly approached the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by the charmingly handsome face of Li Shijing, accompanied by the equally well-groomed Zhang Tianai. "Hello, Miss Bai Lu. It is a privilege to be invited to witness the premiere of your web series," Li Shijing smiled, presenting a bouquet of flowers as a gesture of early celebration. Bai Lu accepted the flowers, feeling as though she might float away, stammering, "Come in, quickly." "Who?" "Ah." Upon seeing Li Shijing, Tian Shiwei felt herself on the verge of frenzy. She had just begun to inquire but was cut off by a melodious scream of excitement. It was indeed Li Shijing, the immensely popular multi-talented star of the entertainment industry. She had longed to meet him. Bai Lu considered finding an opportune moment to introduce them. "Hello, Director Li, please excuse me for a moment." Tian Shiwei immediately bowed deeply, her movement slightly unsteady, before dashing back to her room like a gust of wind. She needed to compose herself. This is my roommate, Tian Shiwei, or Xiao Tian," Bai Lu said, feeling a bit awkward as she had been quite flustered today, leaving her no time for proper introductions. Li Shijing was indeed familiar with Tian Shiwei. She was a rising star, gaining fame alongside Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy. It was surprising to learn that she was roommates with Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy. Upon entering the room, Li Shijing caught a whiff of a unique fragrance, smiling as he remarked, "This scent is quite special, perfectly complementing your style today. Xiao Lu, you look beautiful." Zhang Tianai immediately took Bai Lu and Apos' hand, blinking in admiration. "Sister Tianai, stop teasing me. You are far more beautiful." Bai Lu shyly lowered her head, thinking that her careful preparation had not been in vain. As long as the boss appreciated it, that was enough for her. With a knowing smile, Zhang Tianai acknowledged that it was she who had encouraged Bai Lu to prepare thoroughly for the day. Chapter 107. Zhang Tianai invites Bai Lu. Li Shijing revels in a shared slumber. Why does it suddenly feel a bit chilly? Zhang Tianai involuntarily shrank her neck, murmuring to herself, "Is it cold?" Upon hearing this, Bai Lu promptly responded, "Then I shall fetch a blanket from my room." With that, she hastily rose and made her way toward her quarters. Little did Bai Lu realize that this entire scenario had been meticulously orchestrated by Zhang Tianai. It turned out that certain conditions were necessary for the forthcoming gathering. The deliberate feigning of coldness and sending Bai Lu to retrieve a blanket constituted a crucial element of her scheme. After all, once the blanket was in hand, she could devise a way for the esteemed Li Shijing to seize the opportunity amidst the unfolding chaos. It is worth noting that the astute Zhang Tianai possessed a profound understanding of her boss, Li Shijing's temperament. Shortly thereafter, Bai Lu returned with a soft blanket, presenting it to Zhang Tianai. "Thank you," she expressed. Zhang Tianai chuckled as she accepted the blanket and then turned to Bai Lu, saying, "Why don't you cover yourself a little too, Xiao Lu?" "Oh, very well, that sounds good," Bai Lu replied with a gentle nod, not thinking much of it. Since Li Shijing was seated between the two of them, when Zhang Tianai invited Bai Lu to share the blanket, it naturally encompassed Li Shijing as well. Thus, beneath the blanket, a concealed space emerged, invisible to all. At that moment, Li Shijing broke the silence with a teasing remark, "I wonder, are you two feeling cold because of a little nervousness?" "Haha, there's no need to be tense." Evidently, he remained oblivious to Zhang Tiantian's intricate emotional arrangements, mistakenly believing that the director, Zhang Tianxi, and the lead actor, Bai Lu, were simply experiencing nerves. However, there was no cause for anxiety. Zhang Tian smiled faintly before responding, expressing her unwavering confidence in Li Shijing's script. Moreover, Bai Lu's performance was commendable. At that moment, the meticulously adorned Zhao Lucy and Tian Shiwei emerged from their respective rooms. Zhao Lucy's cascading hair, reminiscent of a waterfall, exuded a natural and enchanting volume, gently brushing against her fair shoulders, enveloping her in a veil of dreamlike allure. She had exchanged her short-sleeved attire for a stunning, off-the-shoulder sapphire blue gown, the opulent hue akin to gemstones in the depths of the ocean, radiating a mysterious and noble luminescence. The dress and Appo's tailored cut elegantly accentuated her graceful curves, enhancing her statuesque figure. Her exquisite high-heeled shoes, with slender and towering heels, resembled delicate brushstrokes, adding an extra touch of confidence and charm to her presence. In contrast, Tian Shiwei opted for straight, lustrous black hair that cascaded down like smooth satin to her waist. When this inky mane fluttered in the breeze, it resembled a beautiful poem gracefully flowing through the air. She donned a fitted strapless gown, pure white as freshly fallen snow, that hugged her alluring silhouette, accentuating her delicate waist and elongated legs perfectly. The gown's pristine whiteness harmonized beautifully with her refreshing and ethereal aura, captivating all who beheld her. Though both women embodied different types of sweetness, they understood a fundamental truth. In the presence of men, cuteness pales in comparison to sensuality. Oh my goodness! This truly took Bai Lu by surprise. Just look at the two of you. Are you planning to attend a fashion show tonight? How can one adorn themselves with a refinement that surpasses her own exquisite elegance? Although the dashing and charismatic boss is present, is it truly necessary to display such overt admiration? Moreover, upon witnessing this scene, Bai Lu could not help but feel a twinge of inferiority welling up within her. Among the four women, she was undoubtedly the youngest. Particularly, Tian Shiwei stood out so remarkably that it was almost astonishing. You too. Bai Lu opened her mouth, intending to say something, but suddenly paused. She could see the corners of her lips twitching slightly. She had originally thought to invite them to snuggle beneath the warm blanket together, allowing everyone to share warmth. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the blanket seemed to have limited length. If both of them squeezed in, it might become rather cramped. Fortunately, the sofa was quite spacious. Although 5 people sitting closely together might be slightly crowded, if they huddled tightly, they should still be able to accommodate everyone. Just then, Tian Shiwei gracefully glided to the left and elegantly took a seat, while Zhao Lucy, with a lively step, approached the right and gently settled down. With their addition, the once spacious area now felt somewhat constricted. The further compression of space naturally forced Bai Lu and Zhang Tianai to sit closely beside Li Shijing, who found himself suddenly enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere, flanked by 2 stunningly beautiful women. This sensation, undeniably, brought him a certain unexpected pleasure. The experience of watching a television drama together was simply exquisite. On either side, there are beautiful women accompanying them, and everyone is as intimate as if sharing a great blanket. The only flaw is that this blanket is somewhat short. How delightful it would be if one could possess a supersized blanket long enough to comfortably accommodate 30 individuals. At that moment, everyone would be comfortably wrapped in warm blankets, fully savoring this cozy and delightful time. With this thought, Li Shijing's lips curled into a subtle smile, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Customization. It must be tailored. After all, money was no object for him. Finally, the fiery military academy began to play on the projector. Wow, Xiaolu, you are truly impressive. Tian Shiwei immediately praised, turning to Bai Lu with a smile. Bai Lu was just about to respond. Suddenly, Bai Lu felt that Li Shijing had begun to make subtle movements toward her, startling her to the point that her brows momentarily quivered. Xiaolu, what's wrong? Tian Shiwei, sensing something amiss, immediately inquired with concern. And nothing, Bai Lu responded, forcing herself to appear composed. Zhao Lucy remained engrossed in the barrage of comments, oblivious to the unfolding drama due to her angle of view. The astute orchestrator, Zhang Tianai, awaited Li Shijing's next move, feigning ignorance regarding the situation, whether it involved her or Bai Lu. However, with Tian Shiwei still nearby, Bai Lu felt both exhilarated and anxious. If Tian Shiwei were to notice, it would be utterly embarrassing. Xiao Tian, how has your studies been lately? Bai Lu attempted to feign concern for Tian Shiwei and Appo's academic endeavors. Tian Shiwei was a student at the Shanghai Academy of Art, currently in her internship phase, frequently taking on supporting roles in various productions and nearing graduation. Huh? Tian Shiwei and Appo's lips twitched slightly. Why had the topic of studies come up so abruptly? Although she was academically gifted, she disliked discussing her studies, especially since she was now in university and pursuing her acting career. Moreover, Shijing was right there beside her, making her feel like a child. She certainly did not want to be perceived as one. She was a grown woman. Everything is fine, Tian Shiwei replied with a hint of resignation. Oh. Have you started dating? Bai Lu suppressed the tremor in her voice and continued to ask trivial questions that came to mind. She had initially intended to firmly grasp Li Shijing's mischievous hand, but feared that a sudden movement would draw Tian Shiwei's attention. Thus, she dared not act, instead using her arm to shield her actions, which inadvertently facilitated Li Shijing's mischief, allowing him to proceed with ease and confidence. No, I'm still single, Tian Shiwei laughed, casting a shy glance at Li Shijing, clearly directing her words toward him. Single from birth? That means you're pure and untainted, Li Shijing mused inwardly. Experienced individuals possess their own advantages, just as the inexperienced have theirs. Ultimately, it is my duty to help all of you gain experience. Xiao Lu, why is your face turning red? Tian Shiwei asked, puzzled. After chatting with Bai Lu for a while, she suddenly noticed that Bai Lu and Appo's complexion had grown flushed, and she was intermittently biting her lip or clenching her teeth, as if grappling with something quite uncomfortable, especially when the screen displayed a particularly intense scene. Bai Lu would tremble slightly. Was it the stress of seeing herself act? In nothing, Bai Lu could only choose to endure. If you have any favorite actresses, feel free to leave a comment. If there are any scenes that you and Appo's do you like to see revisited, do let me know. We can add some plot lines. Given the large audience, it's challenging to cater to everyone equally. I can only select a few that align with my aesthetic preferences for more prominent appearances. Chapter 108. Caution against rheumatoid arthritis. Zhang Tian and Appo's AI, in the presence of Zhao Lucy, floated the notion, are you feeling unwell? Li Shijing wore a concerned expression, yet a glimmer of cunning understanding danced in his eyes. He was all too aware of Bai Lu and Appo's current predicament. Upon hearing Li Shijing and Appo's inquiry, Bai Lu and Appo's face instantly flushed crimson, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at her insides. She had never anticipated that her condition would be so glaringly evident to everyone. However, she could not afford to appear vulnerable. At that moment, Zhang Tian and Appo's AI, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected, Boss, I think you should be cautious about your diet lately and pay more attention, lest you fall prey to rheumatoid arthritis. This statement detonated like a bombshell, creating ripples in the already awkward atmosphere. Bai Lu's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she felt a burning heat radiate from her cheeks. Even her ears began to warm. At that instant, she wished fervently for a crevice in the earth to hide from the prying eyes of those around her. Meanwhile, a thought nagged at her. Had Sister Tian and Appo's AI seen through everything? What was she to do? In contrast, Li Shijing remained composed, unaffected by Zhang Tian and Appo's AI and Appo's remark. Instead, a faint smirk graced his lips, as if he relished the unfolding scene. After all, since Zhang Tian and Appo's AI was privy to the underlying truth, he could now maneuver with greater ease. Rheumatoid arthritis? ISN and Appo's that a condition one might develop due to excessively damp environments? Zhao Lucy queried, her expression one of innocent bewilderment, struggling to grasp the abrupt shift in conversation. Just moments ago, they had been discussing something entirely different, and now the topic had veered towards arthritis. Zhang Tian AI, with a charming smile, gently elaborated, indeed, our boss has a penchant for filming in particularly humid locales, and each time he selects a different damp location. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lucy's eyes widened in earnest concern as she earnestly cautioned, oh dear, boss, you must be exceedingly careful. Several of my neighbors have suffered from this ailment. When it flares up, the pain is unbearable, making even normal walking a Herculean task. Zhao Lucy's sincere concern was palpable. Yet she remained blissfully unaware of the deeper implications within Zhang Tian AI's words. Acknowledging her well-meaning warning, Li Shijing nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Lucy. I will certainly be more vigilant. However, at that moment, Li Shijing and Appo's subtle actions did not cease. Rather, they became increasingly deft and rapid. Amusingly, Zhang Tian AI found herself ensnared in his antics as well, a minor retribution for her pointed remarks. Naturally, she offered no resistance. Instead, she relished the playful exchange. With a hand pressed to her forehead, she bit down on her teeth, emitting a soft giggle. Tian and Appo's AI? Zhao Lucy noticed Zhang Tian and Appo's AI and Appo's peculiar behavior, and a wave of concern washed over her. She approached, her voice gentle. Tian and Appo's AI. What and amp? Oppos. S wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Tian and Oppos. AI and Oppos. S lips quivered as if she wished to speak but hesitated. After a moment, she took a deep breath and replied, I and Oppos. Am fine, Lucy. It's just that I saw so many wonderful reviews about Xiao Lu online, and I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Her gaze returned to the screen, where an array of glowing comments about Bai Lu flashed before her eyes. Bai Lu and Amp. Oppos. As short hair is stunning. So beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. What an entertaining shoot. I adore Bai Lu's performance. So charming, utterly captivating. With such exquisite features, she dares to sport such a short hairstyle. I am utterly enchanted by Bai Lu. Truly a testament to Director Li and Amp. Oppos. S discerning eye. These comments illuminated Zhang Tian and Amp. Oppos. AI and Amp. Oppos. S previously clouded heart like rays of sunshine. Indeed, the show had only aired a single episode yet had garnered an overwhelming tide of acclaim. Although Bai Lu had previously played minor roles under Li Shijing and Oppos' direction, she had only garnered a modicum of popularity. However, in this parallel universe, with the new drama and Oppos' success, Bai Lu had quickly risen to prominence, captivating the audience with her remarkable talent and unique charm. In Blue Star, while Flame Military Academy was among Bai Lu's notable works, the lackluster promotional efforts and her limited appeal had left something to be desired. Yet, in this parallel realm, the narrative was different. Although Zhang Tian AI played a pivotal role, she was merely the executive director. The names of the producer and screenwriter still bore Li Shijing. This was not due to a lack of recognition for Zhang Tian and Oppos' AI, but rather because Li Shijing's name carried more weight and influence. Moreover, Zhang Tian AI was unconcerned with such matters. Thus, in this alternate reality, as the drama premiered, its popularity rivaled that of The King's Woman and The Untamed. It appeared that when the series concluded, Bai Lu would ascend to the ranks of leading actors in web dramas, much like Zhang Tian AI. Excited? Next time, remember to buy some heart-calming medicine. Li Shijing interjected, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. I find myself particularly exhilarated when I am with you, dear boss, Don and Oppos. You agree, Xiao Lu? Zhang Tianhai cast a glance. Oh. Bai Lu and Amp. Oppos. S mind went completely blank. The embarrassment of being discovered left her incapable of contemplating anything. She had no thoughts regarding the content and comments currently being aired. Her only concern was that Zhang Tianhai seemed to have noticed her. What should she do? Tianhai, it appears you have a weakness for handsome men, Zhao Lucy chuckled, covering her mouth. Is that so? Tianhai, do you truly have a weakness for handsome men? Due to Li Shijing's sudden provocation, Zhang Tianhai felt a deeper connection to this sentiment as her infatuation with handsome men intensified. Tianhai, what is wrong? Are you infatuated with handsome men? Is your heart racing again? Zhao Lucy hurriedly supported the nearly unstable Zhang Tianhai, inquiring. From now on, I must refrain from wearing skirts. Skirts are not suitable for provoking the boss. If I must wear one and sit beside him, I must ensure he does not sit next to me. These were Zhang Tianhai's 3 conclusions. During a mere 1.5 episodes of Flame Military Academy, Zhang Tianhai felt her mind had gone completely blank. Now, her body felt utterly weak, but thankfully Zhao Lucy was there to support her. Nevertheless, it must be said that the boss and Oppos' talent was indeed remarkable, capable of making Flame Military Academy so explosive. As the executive director, she felt as though she were floating in midair in front of Zhao Lucy. I must be sure to carry some heart-soothing pills with me in the future. This is indeed quite uncomfortable, Li Shijing deliberately reminded her with faint kindness. Thank you. Please wipe your hands. You've worked hard. Zhang Tianhai remarked, the boss isn't sweating at all. Zhao Lucy curiously pointed out. It's easy to break a sweat. Li Shijing awkwardly replied as he took the tissue. Be careful of rheumatoid arthritis. Zhang Tianhai retorted, feeling as though she had encountered a formidable adversary, with no means to counter him. Haha, thank you, I will be cautious, Li Shijing replied sarcastically. However, leaning on Bai Lu and Oppos' hand seemed not to warrant the need for wiping away sweat just yet. It appeared she needed to muster more energy. Xiao Lu, why are you not excited? Look at those comments. Li Shijing gazed at Bai Lu, akin to a devil eyeing a little lamb, and then asked with a hint of insinuation. Bai Lu found herself at a loss for words. She truly wished to feel excited, but lacked the boldness of Zhang Tianhai. She feared that if she became too enthusiastic due to the praises from numerous netizens, she might lose control and scream in delight. Wouldn't Zhao Lucy and Tian Shiwei notice her? Wishing the esteemed one great fortune this year. To all viewers, if there is anything you need for a return appearance, please leave a message. The interaction is quite abundant. Haha. I request full subscriptions and data support. Chapter 109. The Arrival of Tian Shimei, and by Lu. Time flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the first 3 episodes of Fire Academy have been aired consecutively, leaving the audience immersed in the thrilling and captivating storyline, yearning for more. I must take a quick shower. The tension of the atmosphere has made me break into a sweat, Bai Lu exclaimed, rising hastily from her seat and rushing towards the bathroom. As she stepped into the bathroom and closed the door, the gripping plot continued to replay in her mind. Though the tale of Fire Academy had reached a temporary conclusion, the impact and emotions it evoked remained indelibly etched in the hearts of every viewer. When the closing theme of the final episode played, Bai Lu's heart, which had been suspended in anticipation, finally found its peace. She closed her eyes, savoring the tranquility and relaxation of the moment as the water cascaded down. However, for the vast online community, their anticipation for the show and Appo's subsequent developments was not confined to this moment. It surged like relentless waves, reaching an unprecedented crescendo. Enthusiastic discussions regarding the plot and Appo's trajectory, character fates, and their ideal endings erupted across various social media platforms, flooding the digital realm with the fervor generated by Fire Academy. There's no need to be so anxious, Zhao Lucy remarked with a puzzled expression, glancing towards the bathroom, struggling to comprehend Bai Lu and Appo's nervousness. Wasn't Appo's everything fine just a moment ago? Just moments before. Bai Lu had sat there trembling slightly, her fists clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her breathing seemed to quicken, adding to the peculiarity of the situation. How strange, Tian Shimei observed, curling her lip. It seems that little Lu is genuinely nervous. She appears even more anxious than someone preparing for a significant exam. She gestured toward Bai Lu, who was now partially uncovered by the blanket. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the spot where Bai Lu had been sitting was soaked with sweat, leaving a visible mark that spoke volumes of her inner turmoil and anxiety. Boss. Let and Appo's have a proper discussion in little Lu and Appo's room. Didn't and Appo's you mention having an exceptional script you wanted to share with her in detail? Zhang Tianai said as she cast her gaze towards the sweat-soaked sofa, her brows furrowing slightly. She then mischievously blinked her bright eyes and added, look at what you and Appo's done. Dear boss, you and Appo's frightened our lovely little Bai Lu to the point of sweating profusely. With that, she covered her mouth, letting out a light laugh that echoed like a tinkling bell. Li Shijing indeed had a script to share with Bai Lu. He nodded, and the two made their way to Bai Lu and Appo's bedroom, awaiting her later participation in the discussion. Once inside the room, Zhang Tianai eagerly began. Little Lu and Appo's potential is truly remarkable. Wooden and Appo's. Do you agree? Her bright eyes sparkled with admiration, as if she could already see a new star rising. Zhang Tianai possessed an astute judgment regarding the potential of actors. Throughout her interactions with Bai Lu, she had keenly sensed the immense energy and infinite possibilities contained within the young actress. This young lady has tremendous versatility, she mused. Li Shijing, too, was acutely aware of the significance of versatility in an actor's development. From Bai Lu's expressive eyes, nuanced emotional portrayals, and unique understanding of her roles, Zhang Tianai recognized the rarity of such talent in young actors. Moreover, she was astonished to find that despite being a newcomer, Bai Lu exhibited a maturity and professionalism far beyond her peers. Reflecting on this, Zhang Tianai couldn't help but feel a pang of inadequacy. She realized that if it weren't for Li Shijing crafting a role specifically for her, she might still be waiting for her breakthrough. Yet, in the presence of a gifted and promising newcomer like Bai Lu, she felt a sense of humility. Perhaps it was this continuous emergence of exceptional talent that kept the film and television industry vibrant and alive. Indeed, little Lu and Appo's script will be organized and delivered to you shortly. As for Lucy and Appo's project, if all goes well, it will likely premiere in about half a month. Li Shijing methodically organized their work. Zhang Tianai, still riding the wave of excitement from earlier, was quick to follow suit. Though it was Bai Lu and Appo's room, she was more than willing to cooperate. After all, the day's objective was precisely this. Bai Lu had likely already caught on, and the next steps would be a mere flow of momentum. It is important to note that the series Fire Academy, in which Bai Lu starred, was anticipated to conclude in approximately half a month. Once it aired, it would undoubtedly spark a wave of enthusiasm. Alas, it remained merely a web series. which typically generates a fleeting fervor compared to the enduring popularity of shows broadcast on major television networks. With Zhao Lucy's participation in the rumored Chin Tranqian set to follow soon after, a competitive dynamic would emerge between the two productions, allowing them to complement one another and amp Oppos' viewership in a mutually beneficial manner. This principle is, indeed, quite straightforward. Without competitors, how could there be so many topics for discussion? In the present day, for Bailu, who is on the rise, she desperately needs a rival of equal stature, and Zhao Lucy is undoubtedly the most fitting candidate. Indeed. During their time on Blue Star, both Bailu and Zhao Lucy commanded a substantial following of loyal fans. Their fans often engaged in heated debates over various issues, refusing to yield to one another, resulting in an all-out clash. Surprisingly, the fiercer the disputes became, the greater the influx of attention. It seems that everyone enjoys such lively commotion. Of course, for Bailu, there are many more high-quality scripts awaiting her interpretation, far superior in production quality and narrative scale compared to her previous works, such as Zhou Rugyu. Boss, you see, that little Tian is quite impressive. Zhang Tianhai remarked. Tian Shiwei's appearance is indeed enchanting, with delicate features resembling a painting, skin as fair as snow, and a smile that can warm one's heart. And that figure. Oh, it is simply breathtaking. Curves in all the right places, she embodies the essence of a natural beauty. As Zhang Tianhai spoke, she subtly cast flirtatious glances at Li Shijing, wearing an ambiguous smile. Upon hearing Zhang Tianhai's praises for Tian Shiwei, Li Shijing felt a stir within him. He instinctively glanced at Zhang Tianhai and realized that, unbeknownst to him, she had gradually become even more captivating. She was already alluring, but now she exuded an added maturity. Furthermore, Zhang Tianhai demonstrated a remarkable understanding of his thoughts, making him feel thoroughly content. Indeed, Tian Shiwei possesses boundless potential. Reflecting on Zhang Tianhai's words, Li Shijing suddenly sensed an underlying message. Could it be that she intends to assist him in embarking on a blissful life filled with companionship? Contemplating this, an indescribable excitement welled up within him. All right, I'll arrange the script for little Tian. However, let us first discuss the script for Kuan-Zi-Ju. Just then, a soft creak signaled the door being gently pushed open. Bailu's petite figure slowly entered. Yet, upon raising her eyes to the room, she was taken aback. Zhang Tianhai and Li Shijing were huddled together, fervently discussing the script in hand, their focused expression seemingly isolating them from the outside world. This scene was so intimate that it caused Bailu to blush and her heart to race. Oh dear, I seem to have arrived at an inopportune moment. She murmured to herself, her voice barely audible, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Although Bailu was well aware of the closeness between Zhang Tianhai and Li Shijing, the overt display of affection made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, regardless of familiarity, such public displays of intimacy might be deemed inappropriate. However, before Bailu could turn to leave, Zhang Tianhai, who had been engrossed in the script, suddenly looked up, her gaze landing directly on Bailu at the door. A smile blossomed on her lips, warm and inviting, as she gently beckoned. No, you have arrived just in time. Xiaolu, come and sit. Upon hearing Zhang Tianhai's invitation, Bailu was momentarily taken aback, but then, as if receiving encouragement, she nodded eagerly. In truth, Zhang Tianhai had planned this gathering well in advance. She chose Bailu and Amp, Oppos, as home as the venue primarily to discuss ideas for a new script. If it were merely a casual gathering, any location would suffice. There was no need to select this particular place. Oh, Bailu obediently nodded, gently closing the door behind her. At that moment, her heart brimmed with curiosity and a hint of anticipation. She wondered what unique and splendid new script might emerge from their trio and Oppos' collaboration. As this thought crossed her mind, Bailu and Oppos' eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 110, Zhao Lucy is accused of spreading false rumors. Bailu interrupts the spell. Indeed, after the highly anticipated series Flame Military Academy concluded successfully, an astonishing event unfolded. Bailu and Amp, Oppos' popularity skyrocketed like a rocket, reaching an unprecedented peak in an instant. Her name swiftly echoed through every street and alley, and her fanbase burgeoned exponentially. Before long, she successfully ascended to the ranks of top-tier actresses in the web series realm, standing shoulder to shoulder with the already renowned Zhang Tianhai. In an instant, the media and Oppos' spotlight converged upon these 8 newly minted popular idols. Reports about her abound, depicting her remarkable rise from humble beginnings. Wherever she goes, she incites waves of cheers and applause. People are effusive in their praise for her acting skills and are deeply enamored with the characters she portrays. Lu has undeniably ascended to become one of the most sought-after stars of the moment, brimming with limitless potential. Following closely, the much-anticipated drama starring Zhao Lucy. The Legend of Chen Chanqian has also made a dazzling debut. Indeed, just as Li Shijing had anticipated, this drama created an immense sensation upon its release. The character Chen Chanqian, endearing and exuberantly humorous, has left a profound impression on the audience, coupled with a plot replete with laughter and wit. The series has swiftly ascended to prominence across the internet at a breathtaking pace. It is noteworthy that the fervor surrounding Lai Hua Junsha had yet to wane, with audiences still fervently engaged in discussions. At this juncture, the legend of Chen Chanqian emerged like a brilliant star piercing the night sky, instantly capturing the attention of countless viewers. Thus, these two distinctly styled yet uniquely charming web dramas have serendipitously intertwined, weaving a vibrant tapestry of television that immerses the audience, leaving them enchanted and yearning for more. As for the subsequent events, they mirror situations previously witnessed on Blue Star. The fans of celebrities Lu and Zhao Lucy have surprisingly begun to engage in hostilities with one another. Both individuals are artists under the management of Li Shijing and are both leading actresses in online dramas. Consequently, the competition in this realm is quite intense. Moreover, it is astonishing to note that among those embroiled in this conflict, there are many students, including a considerable number of young elementary school children. Thus, a plethora of peculiar and abstract discourses and debates have emerged across the digital landscape. As a result, within a brief span, a multitude of onlookers initially drawn by mere curiosity have found themselves irresistibly drawn into this chaotic fray. Fortunately, Zhang Tianai gained recognition early on and has gradually distanced herself from the acting profession, now wholeheartedly dedicating herself to the realm of directing to cultivate her career. Hence, this recent uproar has not ensnared her. Instead, she is merely regarded as the pioneering star of the internet drama phenomenon. The title of the most popular female lead in web series, however, has become a coveted prize for the fans of Lu and Zhao Lucy. Nevertheless, despite the fervent disputes among fans, such contention does not in the slightest affect the profound friendship shared between the two actresses. On the contrary, they continue to reside together and frequently share snapshots of their camaraderie on social media. In these photographs, they beam with radiant smiles and exhibit an affectionate demeanor. As Li Shijing once remarked, even the most casually produced web series from this duo can overshadow so-called grand productions like Rui's Royal Love in the Palace. This occurrence has indeed served as a resounding rebuttal to Wang Zhonglei. Moreover, Li Shijing has successfully elevated two prominent female leads in web dramas, promising prospects for their transition to the silver screen. Oh, Lu is truly adorable. Hee, how can Lucy not be cute? Lucy is not only charming but also mischievous. She is stunningly beautiful. Lu is quite unattractive, especially her teeth. Zhao Lucy is both short and dark. Lu is flat-chested. Hee, yet their company's handsome boss, Li Shijing, is quite fond of Lu. Our Lu has already struck up a relationship with Li Shijing. Li Shijing clearly looks down on Lu, as he is evidently infatuated with Lucy. Lu and Li Shijing have been in a relationship for 3 years, while Lucy and Li Shijing have been together for 5 years. Lu dares to confront Li Shijing, while Lucy is bold enough to approach him without reservations. Lu is unafraid to turn her back on Li Shijing, whereas Zhao Lucy is willing to offer him 2 paths. The audacious comparisons made by the elementary school fans instantly ignited a frenzy across the internet, far surpassing the wild comparisons of the Tang dynasty's poetic era, leaving one both amused and exasperated. One party firmly asserts that the charming and dashing CEO, Li Shijing, harbors a deep affection for Lu, while the other side resolutely counters that the boss favors Zhao Lucy slightly more. Thus ensues a lively exchange, teeming with fervor. Some youths fervently proclaim the prowess of their idols. For instance, Lu dares to take medication in pursuit of a romance with Li Shijing. In contrast, Lucy displays such courage that she claims to win Li Shijing's heart without any aid. Lu is bold enough to turn her back on Li Shijing in a display of petulance, while Zhao Lucy brazenly presents him with 2 choices, even leading some to boast that Lu could offer 3 options to Li Shijing. This series of astonishing declarations is utterly preposterous, surpassing even my audacious brother and Apos' outrageous claims. I am utterly astonished by the boundless imagination and audacity displayed by these young individuals, who have managed to concoct such outrageous tales. Perhaps for them, this kind of debate merely serves as a means of expressing their admiration for their idols. Yet, to outsiders, it elicits a mixture of amusement and irritation. Even Zhao Lucy and Lu themselves felt a sense of embarrassment upon witnessing it. Lu admitted that she lacks the courage to discuss scripts with her boss while turning her back. Although Zhao Lucy intended to offer Li Shijing an opportunity to select a path, She unfortunately could not find him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a trending rumor. Li Shijing fiercely discusses the script with Bai Lu, interrupted by Zhao Lucy. At this moment, Li Shijing was seated with Bai Lu and Zhang Tianhai, passionately engaged in a discussion about their new script. Just then, the system's notification chimed. This rumor was quite outrageous. Li Shijing couldn't help but mutter to himself, though a subtle smile crept onto his lips, revealing a hint of excitement. It filled him with a sense of challenge and amusement. For someone as creative and adventurous as he, unexpected situations ignited a fervor and inspiration deep within him. Indeed, the boundless imagination of countless netizens was truly astonishing. They consistently conjured up unique and ingenious ideas, infusing the originally mundane story with numerous intriguing elements. Since their last collaboration, the trio had established a regular schedule for their gatherings. Almost every week, Bai Lu would enthusiastically extend a heartfelt invitation to Li Shijing and Zhang Tianhai. And how could they possibly decline such a vibrant invitation? Thus, every week, they convened to share their thoughts and brainstorm, striving to create the perfect script. On this stormy night, the three reunited, delving into the most poignant aspects of their script. Each person was wholly engrossed in listening to one another and Oppo's ideas, at times reflecting quietly and at others engaging in spirited debates, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. However, just as they were immersed in the narrative, suddenly, the door to Bai Lu's room creaked open without warning. Was the door not locked? Upon seeing Zhao Lucy, Bai Lu was taken aback, and Zhang Tianhai was momentarily stunned. Only Li Shijing was well prepared. After all, the system had already given a hint. He knew Zhao Lucy was coming to interrupt. Bai Lu and Oppo's pupils constricted in fear. Given the confidentiality of their gathering, they were currently discussing the protagonist's thrilling encounters in the secret realm, which Zhao Lucy had now witnessed entirely. She distinctly remembered locking the door. I and Oppo's am scared of the thunder. Zhao Lucy shyly murmured. Come here, Lucy, Zhang Tianhai responded quickly, inviting her in. Since the secret was out, they might as well welcome Zhao Lucy to join them. Observing her reaction, it seemed she did not find their gathering ridiculous. Rather, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Li Shijing nodded towards Zhao Lucy, and Bai Lu felt that since Zhao Lucy was a newcomer, it was best to initiate a welcoming ceremony, with the esteemed Li Shijing officiating. Chapter 111. Zhao Lucy's dropped keywords. Tian Shiwei eavesdrops on the quartet's secrets. What exactly are they up to? At this moment, Tian Shiwei, who had been quietly watching a television drama in her room, could not help but hear a series of peculiar sounds emanating from the adjacent Bai Lu and Oppo's room. At times, the sounds resembled quiet sobbing, while at other moments, they echoed with loud shouts. Occasionally, there were bursts of laughter like the tinkling of silver bells, followed by a cacophony that resembled the raucous cries of a pig slaughtered during the New Year celebrations. Tian Shiwei, feeling utterly fatigued from her day of playing a minor role on set, had returned to her room early for rest, oblivious to the commotion occurring outside. She mused that perhaps Zhao Lucy had gone to Bai Lu's room for some playful revelry, as the four of them shared a close bond, frequently visiting each other's rooms for no particular reason. However, the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. In Bai Lu's room, it was not merely Zhao Lucy who was present. The entire trio had transformed into a quartet, all gathered to discuss a new script. Regrettably, Tian Shiwei remained unaware of this chaotic scenario, mistakenly believing that Zhao Lucy was simply seeking Bai Lu's company as usual. Fortunately, her and Bai Lu and Oppo's rooms were not immediately adjacent, separated by Zhao Lucy and Oppo's, which softened the sound she could hear. This spatial arrangement allowed Bai Lu to act without restraint, overestimating the soundproofing of her room. At this moment, Tian Shiwei and Oppo's phone screen displayed the rumored Qian, where the charming and delightful Zhao Lucy was brilliantly embodying her character with her unique comedic flair. Tian Shiwei found herself laughing heartily at the amusing scenes. Alas, the unscrupulous media was truly despicable. They thrived on fabricating scandals and creating conflicts to garner attention. Recently, rumors had circulated that Zhao Lucy intended to usurp Bai Lu's acting resources, an utterly baseless claim that was both laughable and lamentable. After all, they were inseparable sisters. Bai Lu, please stop recommending me so fervently. I am truly at my wit and Oppo's end. Bai Lu, I am utterly exasperated with you. Zhao Lucy pleaded, her frustration evident as she stomped her feet in exasperation. Yet, at this moment, Tian Shiwei was gravely misinterpreting the reality of the situation. Their friendship was not as invulnerable as it seemed. faced with formidable adversaries that could indeed betray one another. Just moments ago, Zhao Lucy had successfully intercepted resources that rightfully belonged to Bai Lu. This was no trivial matter, but rather a project worth billions. Due to Zhao Lucy's unexpected intrusion, all resources that had been intended for Bai Lu were now being funneled directly to Zhao Lucy. Thus, the girl who had never before played the lead in a drama suddenly found herself thrust into the limelight, becoming an overnight sensation. It was a jarring transition for Zhao Lucy, who had never held such a significant role before. Typically, one would expect a gradual ascent through minor roles to build popularity and experience before stepping into a leading position, perhaps by observing seasoned actors like Zhang Tianhai or receiving guidance from Bai Lu. However, this opportunity arrived without warning, leaving her unprepared as an avalanche of resources descended upon her. But who could she blame? Bai Lu and Zhang Tianhai were simply too reckless. They seemed blissfully unaware of the consequences their actions would unleash. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the keyword dropped by Zhao Lucy. Miraculous recovery, golden keyword for exemplary medical skills, possessing a powerful theoretical and practical understanding of both Eastern and Western medicine. A melodious notification suddenly resonated within Li Shijing's mind, and a look of delight spread across his face. The keyword he had obtained was indeed miraculous recovery. Whether employing traditional Chinese medicine techniques or the exquisite art of acupuncture, the skills bestowed by this keyword would enable one to effortlessly rescue patients from the depths of suffering, restoring them to health. Furthermore, the bearer of this keyword possessed the capability to concoct various unique potions, such as beauty elixirs and revitalizing tonics. For Li Shijing, this was an exceptional boon, especially if he were to encounter a fainting actress in need of timely assistance. Meanwhile, Tian Shiwei furrowed her brows, muttering to herself, "I cannot simply ignore this. I must find out what is happening." She seemed to faintly hear a chilling scream, one that resonated with despair and agony, sending shivers down her spine. Her unease intensified, and she could not bear to stand idly by while such distress unfolded. Without hesitation, she quickened her pace towards the source of the sound, eager to uncover the truth. Though Tian Shiwei had never taken on the pivotal role of a leading lady, she was well versed in the intricacies of various idol dramas. Whether it be the romantic and heartwarming Japanese dramas, the intricately woven narratives and finely depicted characters of Korean series, or the diverse styles and extensive themes of American television shows, they have all been subtly absorbed into her consciousness. The sweetly poignant or intricately twisted tales of love transmitted through the screen enveloped her, allowing her to savor the unique allure and expressions of affection across different cultural landscapes. These vibrant viewing experiences not only broadened her horizons but also amassed invaluable experiences and inspiration for her potential future endeavors in the performing arts. Thus, it can be said that Tian Shiwei is a girl of striking contrasts, harboring her own little passions. Cautiously, she tiptoed like a delicate cat, inching closer to the door of Bai Lu's room. Pressing her ear gently against the door, she endeavored to capture the sounds emanating from within. The voice of Bai Lu resonated with fervor, passionately delivering lines steeped in righteousness. Upon hearing this, Tian Shiwei could not help but chuckle inwardly, pondering how Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy seemed to be escalating their antics. However, judging by the tone, it appeared they had been playfully sparring for quite some time, as Bai Lu was nearly out of breath. Yet, in the midst of their frolic, he remained diligent, reciting his lines. Just as Tian Shiwei prepared to turn away, she was startled to hear another familiar voice. There were indeed others present. It soon became clear to her that it was the conversation of Li Shijing and Zhang Tianhai. This revelation left Tian Shiwei utterly astonished. She had never anticipated such a gathering in this room, especially since they seemed to be deliberating something significant. Her curiosity was piqued, prompting her to eavesdrop further, eager to uncover the nature of their discourse. Thus, she pressed her ear firmly against the door, fearful of missing a single word. Upon listening intently, Tian Shiwei and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. She had comprehended the situation within the room entirely, as the snippets of dialogue revealed the script being discussed. Wasn't this the kind of romantic scenario one could only witness in cinematic masterpieces? They were actually enacting it. The thrill of it all was overwhelming. However, unable to resist, she continued to listen with a mix of criticism, disdain, and insatiable curiosity. At last, she stumbled upon a colossal secret. Bai Lu, Zhao Lucy, and Zhang Tianhai were entangled in an unexpected revelation. For a moment, disbelief washed over her, her mind blanked. Yet, as the four continued their conversation, vivid images began to form in her mind, particularly the expressive grimaces of Bai Lu and the adorably puffed cheeks of Zhao Lucy. Chapter 112. Shijing returns. Tian Shimei's toy-discovered breakfast is ready, my darlings. A melodious and joyous call shattered the tranquility of the morning, akin to a lively little bird singing on a branch. With this exclamation, time quietly slipped into a new day. At this moment, warm sunlight poured gently into the room through the window, resembling strands of golden silk. However, in stark contrast to this bright sunlight was the chaotic scene in Bailu's room, which appeared as if it had endured a devastating calamity. Clothes and papers were scattered across the floor, and the table was cluttered with various odds and ends, creating utter disarray. The events of the previous night seemed vividly fresh in memory. Zhao Lucy lay quietly in bed, a trace of lingering drool at the corner of her mouth, reminiscent of the remnants of a sweet dream. Her delicate, fair leg was casually draped over by Lu and Appo's slender waist, resembling a sinuous little serpent. This scene exuded both playful charm and a hint of ambiguity. The one calling for breakfast was none other than Shijing. However, to her surprise, the room was eerily silent, with no one responding to her enthusiastic call. In fact, Shijing had not returned to this warm home for several months, having been occupied with a highly publicized talent show akin to an idol training program. The format of this show bore resemblance to the practices in South Korea, where all contestants' daily activities, including meals and training, were centralized within company-arranged facilities. This talent show was of considerable scale, with every 100 girls grouped together, totaling over a dozen groups. These aspiring girls were to undergo round after round of brutal eliminations. Only those who ultimately stood out would have the opportunity to grace the true audition stage, engaging in more fierce competition to form a group and fulfill their dreams of stardom. What's going on? Is everyone still asleep? Shijing furrowed her brow, murmuring softly. Logically, upon hearing her voice, the three girls should have already bounced out of their rooms, embracing her in exuberance. Yet, the silence persisted, with no signs of anyone rising. Shijing shook her head in resignation, muttering to herself, "Why is everyone sleeping like little piglets?" With that, she gracefully made her way toward Zhao Lucy's room. Gently pushing the door open, she was greeted by a neatly made bed. The room was empty. Zhao Lucy was nowhere to be found. Shijing scratched her head in confusion, suspecting that she had likely stayed over in Bailu and Appo's or Tian Shimei and Appo's room. She then turned and headed toward Tian Shimei and Appo's room. As she cautiously opened Tian Shimei and Appo's door, she found her sprawled on the bed, gripping a flashlight tightly, though it appeared to be devoid of any light. Clearly out of batteries, it could be inferred that Tian Shimei had been burning the midnight oil, engrossed in script observation. What had spurred such a fervent dedication in her? Shijing pondered. Glancing at the phone beside her, she noticed it was playing a touching romantic Japanese drama. Fortunately, Tian Shimei had plugged in her headphones, so no sound escaped. I saw nothing. Shijing quickly shut Tian Shimei and Appo's door. Thankfully, Tian Shimei remained oblivious to her presence. Shijing quietly departed, her mind still lingering on the sight of Tian Shimei and Appo's diligent efforts. Next, she ventured into Bailu and Appo's room. However, the image of Tian Shimei and Appo's industriousness continued to flicker in her mind. Tian Shimei truly was hardworking, yet it seemed rather taxing on the batteries. Oh my! What transpired here last night? The moment Shijing stepped into Bailu's room, her eyes widened, and her mouth fell open in disbelief. Almost capable of holding a chicken egg, she could scarcely believe the sight before her. The room appeared to have been ravaged by a storm and utter chaos. Typically, Bailu kept her space immaculate, yet now it resembled a scene of significant destruction. What on earth? Shijing mumbled to herself as she cautiously advanced, careful not to step on the random debris strewn across the floor. Indeed, Zhao Lucy was in Bailu's room. But what surprised her even more was that they were both not in pajamas. Zhao Lucy was entangled around Bailu like an octopus, her arms wrapped around Bailu's neck, her legs draped around his waist. Bailu seemed to be in a deep slumber, entirely unresponsive to Zhao Lucy and Appo's intimate gestures. Witnessing this scene, Shijing felt an unusual sensation swell within her. She could hardly comprehend the situation unfolding before her. She suppressed the urge to scream. What on earth are you two doing? One might think you're engaged in a romantic affair. However, reason prevailed, and she managed to stifle the impending outburst. Shijing stood at the edge of the bed, observing the two still lost in slumber, and eventually could not hold back any longer. A sly smile crept onto her lips as she stretched out her hands, pinching their noses, one for each. Both stirred slightly, emitting faint murmurs, their brows furrowing as they struggled in their dreams. Gradually, they opened their eyes, filled with confusion and drowsiness. Yet, their voices seemed hoarse and low, perhaps due to the fervent excitement of the previous night. Little Ju. Upon recognizing Shijing, the two individuals instantly regained their senses, their previously dazed eyes widening in astonishment. Zhao Lucy promptly sat up from the bed and, with enthusiasm, pulled Shijing onto the bed. Don't make a fuss. Ahaha. The room erupted into a lively commotion. Little Ju, you have no idea how much we missed you. Indeed, they echoed. After a brief bout of playful banter, Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy's eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. Over the past 3 months, Shijing's phone had been confiscated by the company, allowing her only half an hour each day to connect with the outside world. Consequently, her conversations with the two girls were limited. The sudden appearance of Shijing naturally stirred excitement in Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy. All right, you both need to tidy up this room, Shijing remarked playfully. Lucy, is it you who made Xiao Lu's room such a mess? The two exchanged a glance, their faces instantly flushed with embarrassment. Their expressions were peculiar. Having transitioned from a trio to a quartet in their little group the previous night, how could things not be chaotic? Okay, we'll clean up in a bit. Bai Lu nodded earnestly. Thankfully, Zhang Tianhai seemed to have already tidied up to some extent. The more important scripts were not in the room. Otherwise, if Shijing were to see them, it would certainly be awkward. Well then, let us go have breakfast. I bought your favorite dishes. Shijing called out to the two. After an exhausting night spent poring over scripts, she had depleted a considerable amount of energy. Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy felt their hunger pangs intensify. I'll go wake up Xiao Tian, Zhao Lucy said as she stepped outside. Noticing that Tian Shimei had yet to rise, she hurriedly prepared to call her for breakfast. Wait. I and Appos. I'll do it. Shijing swiftly positioned herself in front of Zhao Lucy. After all, she had seen something she should not have. At this moment, it was likely that Tian Shimei was still asleep. If Zhao Lucy were to discover her reading late into the night with that powerful flashlight, it would be quite mortifying for Tian Shimei. Oh, fine. Then you go, Zhao Lucy responded, though she felt a twinge of confusion at Shijing's eagerness and peculiar demeanor. Surely, Shijing must want to surprise Tian Shimei, she speculated quietly. All right, you go ahead, Zhao Lucy acquiesced, hastily making her way towards breakfast. Shijing then breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to knock on the door, waking Tian Shimei gently while allowing her some time to prepare and hide anything inappropriate before revealing it to everyone. Chapter 113, Lu Xiaoli's Invitation. Shiji. Come and taste these dishes. They are all your favorites. Lu Xiaoli beamed with joy as she beckoned Li Shiji, her eyes brimming with affection and concern. As she spoke, she arranged an array of delectable dishes on the dining table. Among the sumptuous offerings, one dish stood out remarkably, the enticingly fragrant and nutritionally rich double-headed abalone. This exquisite delicacy undoubtedly became the centerpiece of the feast, and for Li Shiji, it was a cherished delight. Each time he beheld the succulent abalone and inhaled its unique aroma, it felt as though the entire world faded away, leaving only this mouth-watering dish before him. Lu Xiaoli's preparation of the double-headed abalone was nothing short of extraordinary, its texture perfectly sticky, yet overflowing with rich juices. Shiji, you must be exhausted from your recent filming. You need to replenish your strength, she said, placing a generous portion of fish into his bowl. The filming of and Amp, Appos, Huaqiangu and Amp, Appos, has wrapped up. After a round of editing, it has passed the review process swiftly, and it is set to air on Mango TV in 3 days. The network holds the series in high regard, investing significantly in its promotion. However, due to Zhao Liying being a relatively unknown actress without any notable roles prior, she was not invited to and Amp, Appos, Happy Camp, and Amp, Appos, typically for highly valued shows. The cast would appear on the program for a promotional boost before airing. Nevertheless, Li Shiji speculated that within 6 or 7 days of broadcasting, Zhao Liying's charming and sweet persona would undoubtedly win the hearts of countless netizens. Zhao Shagu is no ordinary character. The series has gained immense popularity on Blue Star, even surpassing Yang Mi's 3 Lives, 3 Worlds. The revenue from streaming alone has reached an astonishing 20 billion. Of course, in this parallel world, Zhao Liying lacked any foundational work. Fortunately, Li Shiji was a living testament to quality. His directorial and writing prowess assured the series' success even before its premiere. Thank you, Lu Jie, for your hard work in the kitchen today. Li Shiji smiled gratefully at Lu Xiaoli. He understood that being invited to dine at her home was not merely for a meal. However, he felt a genuine anticipation for the double-headed abalone. After all, its allure far surpassed his previous experiences on the yacht with NASA and the newly formed 4-person research group. Lu Xiaoli, adorned in an elegant cheongsam, exuded the grace of a mature woman. It was evident she had made a special effort to dress up. Uncharacteristically, she wore a pearl necklace that accentuated her graceful neck, her every movement radiating an aura of nobility and elegance. The presence of a refined and charming matron was palpable. Beside her, Lu Tianxian resembled a fresh and pure lily. Dressed in a white dress, her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, her face adorned with a subtle, innocent makeup, and her eyes sparkled like clear waters. The mother-daughter duo had evidently put in considerable effort to present their finest selves on this special evening. Shiji, what are your plans moving forward? Lu Xiaoli inquired with eager anticipation. I am still in the planning stages, contemplating what genre to explore next, Li Shiji responded. He was aware that Hua Qiangu had successfully concluded filming. The competition for the Best Actress award at the Feiqian Awards was exceptionally fierce. Although his daughter Lu Tianxian had consistently surpassed Tang Yin in television ratings and popularity, it was undeniable that the production quality of Fan Hua was unparalleled, standing out magnificently. This left Lu Xiaoli in a state of anxious uncertainty, fearing that the flowers symbolizing honor might ultimately fall into Tang Yin's hands. Moreover, the naive and sweet Tang Yin had a long-standing rivalry with Lu Tianxian. In her words, what celestial beings? Every girl has her flaws, it's all nonsense. Stars are just people, they should be down-to-earth and cheerful. Yet, those familiar with Lu Tianxian knew that she did not relish being referred to as a celestial being. Though she appeared aloof, she was quite lively and playful in private, even possessing a hint of a rebellious streak. Lu Xiaoli's thoughts were straightforward. The most reliable course of action was undoubtedly to beseech Li Shiji to create a tailor-made drama for Lu Tianxian. With Li Shiji's talent and her daughter's determination, it was bound to be another hit. If this wish were to come true, Tang Yin would likely find it exceedingly difficult to surpass them. After all, in just a few months, the Feiqian Awards ceremony would take place, providing ample time to produce and release a new series. Lu Xiaoli understood Li Shiji's character well. According to his typical style and temperament, Tang Yin had probably already been secured as his next project. Perhaps, even the other two protagonists among the three leading ladies in Flourishing Flowers are not immune to the clutches of Li Shijing. However, she is far too preoccupied with her own concerns, fixated solely on how to persuade Li Shijing to bestow a greater measure of affection upon her precious daughter. This matter is of utmost urgency for her, a pressing concern that cannot be delayed. Yet, the response she receives is merely a vague statement that preparations are still underway. For whom are these preparations intended? Li Shijing is well aware. Having discerned Lu Xiaoli's hesitant demeanor and the tangled emotions within her, her desire to speak candidly yet held back by reservations. Lu Xiaoli's expressions have often manifested before him in various contexts, revealing the depths of her character. What Lu Xiaoli fears is that her eager display of interest and benefits may lead Li Shijing to suspect her of being a woman driven by greed and impatience. Yet, in truth, as the saying goes, the hearts of parents everywhere are filled with compassion. Lu Xiaoli and Apos' every action is solely motivated by the desire for her daughter to secure a brighter future. As for Lu Tianxian and Apos' upcoming arrangements, Li Shijing has already devised a meticulous plan in his mind. For instance, in Where the Wind Blows, Su Hongdo is portrayed as a fresh, resilient, and independent woman, earning widespread acclaim upon its release. Similarly, Huang Yimei in The Story of Roses exemplifies a strong and determined female lead. Notably, The Story of Roses boasts a plot rife with twists and turns, delving into themes that spark fervent discussion, rivaling that of Flourishing Flowers. This narrative intricately weaves the emotional entanglements of a girl with 4 different suitors, a premise that undoubtedly challenges conventional perceptions and invites intense debate. The question of which suitor is most suitable for Huang Yimei ignited heated arguments back in Blue Star. Just as Li Shijing concluded his thoughts, he suddenly sensed an unusual sensation emanating from beneath the table. It felt as though something was gently brushing against his calf. The secretive caress intensified, and with his keen perception, Li Shijing quickly identified the peculiarity. Initially, he pondered whether it was the allure of the widow's ceiling or the playful antics of the innocent little celestial being, but it was neither. The subtle distinction was immediately apparent to him. Clearly, the entity grazing against his left leg differed from that on his right. Lu Xiaoli had donned a pair of thick, dark stockings tonight, and the velvety texture in contact with his skin was unmistakably different from the bare foot of Lu Tianxian on the other side. Such a stark contrast was impossible to misinterpret. Dawn and Apos, team is the excitement. The full subscription and data celebration are gearing up for a sprint. Chapter 104. Aunt Lu's efforts for a role. The atmosphere at the dining table was serene and calm, contrasting sharply with the fervent energy beneath it. The three individuals harbored their own thoughts. Shijing and Qian had already enjoyed a period of rest, and now they were in good spirits. Especially with the positive reception of Dream of Hualu. Lu Xiaoli finally mustered the courage to tentatively inquire about it. The viewership numbers for Dream of Hualu were astonishing, a testament to the success of Fengyi Temple, which had profited immensely and received accolades from Longtai as a high-quality blockbuster. Its offline appeal was equally remarkable, with numerous bubble tea shops and renowned fashion brands collaborating to launch various co-branded products. This, of course, allowed Lu Tianxin and her mother to bask in the glow of their success, proving that Lu Tianxin remained the enchanting goddess capable of captivating the television industry at any moment. After Lu Xiaoli spoke, she boldly initiated a new round of flirtation with Li Shijing beneath the table. Her silky stockings caressed her delicate feet, moving like a playful serpent, gently brushing against Li Shijing's leg, sending waves of tingling sensations through him. As Lu Xiaoli grew bolder, her advances began to escalate. However, despite her daring provocations, she was wary of Lu Tianxin discovering her actions, prompting her to be exceedingly cautious, each movement deliberate and light. Occasionally, she would cast a flirtatious glance, only to quickly revert to an expression of innocence, evoking the image of a widow at her late husband's memorial, stealing glances with a sense of forbidden allure. As for Li Shijing, though he appeared calm and unperturbed on the surface, his heart was tumultuous within. Faced with Lu Xiaoli and Apos, as enticing advances, he struggled to maintain an exterior of composure. Yet, deep down, he found a peculiar enjoyment in the exhilarating sensations unfolding beneath the table, an experience that transcended simple arithmetic, akin to an extraordinary enhancement derived from breaking free of traditional constraints. Lu Xiaoli's mesmerizing eyes sparkled with allure, occasionally stealing glances at Li Shijing with a gaze brimming with unspoken affection. Having endured the trials of life, she had mastered the art of ensnaring a man's heart. In contrast, Lu Tianxin remained much more circumspect, daring only to tease the skin just above Li Shijing's ankle with her delicate toes, careful not to venture further. Internally, she burned with fervor, yet outwardly maintained an appearance of collected calm, especially when her innocent facade clashed with her inner passion. This seemingly contradictory, yet harmoniously integrated allure undeniably added a unique and enticing vibrancy to the scene. Indeed, Qian had rested long enough and should be considered for new endeavors. Li Shijing nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoli felt emboldened and invigorated, viewing it as a special form of gratitude. However, Lu Tianxin was less than pleased. She disdained being referred to as Qian by Li Shijing and shot him a disapproving glance, playfully pinching the flesh of his leg with her toes, applying just enough pressure to elicit a slight sting. So, will there be a new script for Qian? Lu Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she eagerly inquired, her expression reflecting the anticipation of discovering a hidden treasure within the new script. Yes, we are set to film a particularly intriguing modern drama. Li Shijing replied with a subtle smirk, casting a knowing glance at Lu Tianxin, deliberately elongating his words. It seems tailor-made for our Qian. With that, he threw her a meaningful look. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianxin's fair complexion flushed with a delicate hue. Fully aware of Li Shijing's underlying intentions behind calling her Qian, a teasing remark, she scrunched her petite nose in mock annoyance, akin to a petulant bunny, and, while Lu Xiaoli was distracted, she discreetly bared her teeth in a playful manner. Simultaneously, she increased the pressure of her toes against Li Shijing's calf, silently protesting. You think you're the only one who can tease? Li Shijing was not one to be easily subdued. He smirked mischievously and feigned resignation, leaning back in his chair as if he were simply resting. Just when Lu Tianxin believed he had surrendered, his hand, like a nimble serpent, stealthily reached down and grasped her delicate foot. Ah! Lu Tianxin nearly gasped but quickly covered her mouth. Li Shijing gently lifted her heel, entirely asserting control over her foot. Embarrassed and indignant, Lu Tianxin wished to wriggle free but feared drawing Lu Xiaoli and Apos' attention. Yet, Li Shijing tightened his grip and deliberately teased her foot, eliciting giggles that she struggled to suppress. This left Lu Tianxin in a state of helpless amusement, signaling with her eyes a plea for mercy. Though this was not her first time conceding. Yes, the new script's concept is nearly complete. How about we discuss it further later? Li Shijing and Apos' words carried a double meaning, his gaze radiating a tantalizing warmth that seemed to melt Lu Xiaoli. Yes, let and Apos' talk after we finish eating, Lu Xiaoli readily agreed. With that, Li Shijing released Lu Tianxin's delicate foot, the playful dynamics of the table continuing to unfold. However, the thrill of such playful antics is quite delightful, stealing glances at Lu Xiaoli while indulging in a clandestine affair. After dinner, Lu Xiaoli naturally invited Li Shijing to the study for an in-depth discussion. Su Hongdo, grappling with the recent loss of her close friend, found herself in a slump in both life and work, and decided to retreat to the tranquil Yufeng courtyard in Dali's Yunmiao village for rest and reflection. There, she encountered Xie, a local who had left a lucrative job to return home and pursue entrepreneurship, along with a group of peers who had come from big cities. Through their interactions, Xie recognized Su Hongdo and Appo's kindness and dedication, and extended an invitation for her to utilize her extensive experience in the hotel industry to enhance local employees and Appo's service awareness, thereby contributing to the development of Yunmiao Village and Appo's cultural tourism endeavors. This script is truly remarkable. After perusing the script, Lu Xiaoli Kuden and Appo's help but exclaim in admiration. Going to a Place with Wind not only weaves a romantic love story, but also paints a vivid and heartwarming picture of rural life. It strikes an intriguing balance between idol dramas and rural revitalization themes, catering to the healing romantic love that idol drama audiences crave while remaining grounded in the realities of local rural narratives, thus creating a unique genre of pastoral healing drama. This aligns perfectly with the promotion of positive energy. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, Lu Xiaoli keenly sensed the potential of this drama. It is likely to be established as a benchmark for women embodying a spirit of perseverance and positivity. The honors associated with this are undoubtedly unparalleled by any idol drama. Nowadays, many television dramas lack this kind of positive energy promotion. This is highly likely to be endorsed as a model by the authorities and subsequently supported. Indeed, Sister Lu, I have invested considerable thought for our Qianqian. Li Shijing nodded, acknowledging Su Hongdo's character, which he had pondered over for quite some time. Lu Xiaoli was well aware and had read the script. Next, it was time to reciprocate by guiding Su Hongdo, a representative of positive energy in the new era, and share insights on how to embody this character's essence. After all, earlier at the dining table, Lu Xiaoli had made a significant effort to set the atmosphere. The name Su Hongdo is quite fitting. Red bean. Just then, a system notification echoed, electrifying the air. Congratulations, host. You have received a trending topic. It is said that Aunt Lu organized a 3-person for Tianxian to secure a role. While Li Shijing and Lu Xiaoli deliberated whether Lu Xiaoli could also portray Hongdo, a thrilling notification resonated. Esteemed viewers, please hold on. A plea for monthly votes. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 115. The celestial being discovers the theft. Heart-wrenching silence envelopes all. The entire world seems to be immersed in an atmosphere of tranquil serenity. The moon is tightly shrouded by dense clouds, not allowing a single ray of light to escape. The cold, damp breath of the clouds quivers slightly with the wind, yet still refuses to permit the moon to cast any illumination. The dispersal of these clouds requires ample time. In the stillness of the night, Li Shijing and Lu Xiaoli engage in a vigorous and profound discussion regarding the script of To a Place of Wind. Their focus is on how to better portray the character of Su Hongdo. Lu Xiaoli relishes the opportunity to delve into the role of Su Hongdo. Despite the ephemeral nature of this theatrical experience, it is, nonetheless, more fulfilling than any previous role she has undertaken. Seated under the warm glow of the lights, they are surrounded by a thick script filled with annotations and revision notes. They occasionally bow their heads in contemplation and then raise their eyes to exchange thoughts, their gazes igniting sparks of wisdom. After an extensive discourse, many issues within the script finally reach a clear resolution. Particularly after Li Shijing elaborates on and guides Lu Xiaoli through various aspects of positive energy and acting, her previously stubborn and unconvinced notions begin to waver. Initially, Lu Xiaoli held unique insights regarding the portrayal of the protagonist Su Hongdo. She believed that the character could be represented through a myriad of methods, such as employing diverse body language or meticulously crafted dialogue. However, as Li Shijing elucidates his points and conducts an in-depth analysis of positive energy and performance, she gradually recognizes that some of her earlier thoughts may indeed be limited. Ultimately, as all viewpoints crystallize, Lu Xiaoli nods in agreement, thoroughly convinced. She deeply appreciates Li Shijing's profound expertise and unique perspective within the realm of performing arts. She understands that crafting a deeply resonant character necessitates a comprehensive consideration of various factors, as well as the transmission of uplifting energy to the audience. Lu Jie, it is indeed quite late. Look how the time has flown. We should really take a moment to rest. We have discussed for quite a while today. Li Shijing smiled at Lu Xiaoli and remarked, indeed, before we knew it, We have reached this hour. Lu Xiaoli responded. Well, you should head off now, Shijing. Although she harbored a desire to keep Li Shijing with her to continue their extensive discussion regarding the character of Su Hongdou, she recognized the necessity of attending to her health. It would be unwise to delve too deeply into the issues at hand in one sitting, as it could adversely affect her well-being. Li Shijing nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently departed from Lu Xiaoli and Apos' room. At this moment, Lu Xiaoli found herself alone in the room. She sat quietly on the sofa, reflecting on the recent exchange with Li Shijing concerning the script. After a prolonged dialogue, she had cultivated a clearer vision regarding character development and narrative progression. This clarity was undoubtedly attributed to Li Shijing's patient guidance and unique insights. As she pondered this, a satisfied smile graced Lu Xiaoli and Apos' face. Particularly, when discussing the character of Su Hongdou, Li Shijing and Apos' analysis was astoundingly profound, granting her a more nuanced understanding of this persona. Now, Su Hongdou seemed to have taken root deeply within Lu Xiaoli and Apos' mind, becoming the very essence of the script. At that moment, the weight that had long been burdening Lu Xiaoli finally lifted. She realized that, with Li Shijing and Apos' assistance, this script was destined to shine brightly. Thank you, Shijing. Lu Xiaoli murmured softly to herself. Tonight and Apos' discussion was truly delightful. I hope for many more opportunities like this in the future. With that, she rose, stretched languidly, and slowly made her way to the grand bed, ready to indulge in a restful slumber, replenishing her energy for the forthcoming explorations. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yifei began eavesdropping on the profound discussions between Lu Xiaoli and Li Shijing. Each punctuation mark pierced her heart like a dagger. Why? Why does mother choose to discuss the script with Li Shijing in secret, since it is she who will embody Su Hongdou? Should not the profound exploration of the character be conducted between herself and Li Shijing? Now, her mother is keeping secrets from her. Has she already made a definitive decision regarding her role? How should she confront Li Shijing in light of this? Given the circumstances, why was it not disclosed sooner? Is it not better to leave no room for oneself? Li Shijing gazed at the tear-streaked face of Lu Tianxian, whose complexion resembled that of a corpse. She found herself at a loss for words. Although she was uncertain when Lu Tianxian had begun to eavesdrop on their in-depth discussions regarding the script, one thing was certain: the matter had already come to light. Moreover, Lu Tianxian was at least aware of a significant portion of the truth. She had been outmaneuvered by her mother. The plot has become rather ambiguous. Why? Lu Tianxian and Apos' eyes were reddened, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. And in a fit of desperation, she cried out. At that moment, she truly loathed Li Shijing. She no longer desired this role. She would rather relinquish it to her mother. Yifei, please allow me to explain. I did not intend to conceal this from you. Li Shijing hastily grasped Lu Tianxian by the shoulders, striving to elucidate. I will not listen. I will not listen. Let go of me. Release me. Lu Tianxian struggled desperately, attempting to break free. Naturally, Li Shijing would not allow Lu Tianxian to escape. Should he truly let go, the enlightened Tianxian might, overwhelmed by the shock of the truth, commit some foolish act. Yiling, the heir, and the umbrella age. Qian. At this moment, Lu Xiaoli, who had already lain down, dashed out upon hearing the commotion outside. Witnessing the tangled entanglement between Li Shijing and Lu Tianxian, along with the tear-streaked countenance of Lu Tianxian, one could surmise her awareness of the clandestine discussions regarding the script with Li Shijing being unveiled. If you cherish it so dearly, then take it. You should have articulated this sooner. I've no desire for it. I renounce everything. Lu Tianxian bellowed furiously at Lu Xiaoli. Lu Xiaoli, acutely aware of her culpability, recognized the treachery and betrayal that had transpired. Yifei, you cannot side with your mother. Li Shijing attempted to soothe. And what am I? What do I represent? Lu Yifei retorted with a cold laugh. The notion of their private and profound deliberations on the script, coupled with Lu Xiaoli and Apos' premature acquisition of Su Hongdou and Apos' script, was a transgression Lu Tianxian felt she could never absolve. This was a matter of the lead role. Such affairs should remain untarnished, even by a mother. Qian. I am truly sorry. I was unaware. I had intended to inform you at a more opportune time. In that moment, Lu Xiaoli comprehended the situation entirely. It appeared that unbeknownst to her, her daughter had already engaged in extensive discussions with Li Shijing regarding the role of Su Hongdou. The sequence of events had become irrelevant. What mattered now was the ownership of the character. Surely, they could not allow a mere role to ignite a rift between mother and daughter. Lu Jia, I apologize. Li Shijing then turned to Lu Xiaoli, whose face had turned ashen, offering his regrets. Their previous relationship had been harmonious, marked by maternal kindness and filial piety. However, with his presence, the two had devolved into rivalry over a mere character, fracturing their bond. He felt himself to be the instigator of their discord. It is my fault. I have been overly greedy. I should have recognized that at my age. I am simply unworthy. Lu Xiaoli lamented with a bitter smile, chiding herself for her selfishness, driven by momentary desire rather than prioritizing her daughter's aspirations. I loathe you all. Lu Tianxian felt as if the sky had collapsed around her. She could scarcely accept the unfolding reality. In a moment of despair, she buried her face into Li Shijing and Apos' shoulder, wishing she could tear him apart. Li Shijing, understanding the gravity of the situation, did not push her away. He was acutely aware that the fault lay with him. He knew that a single role could only be portrayed by one individual. Even if multiple contenders sought the role, it was inappropriate to have a mother and daughter entangled in competition against one another. Though he had contemplated the implications, he ultimately recognized this was not a favorable scenario. This chapter has been a harrowing and mentally exhausting endeavor, and having completed it, the clock now reads 5 in the morning. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. Wishing everyone a joyous Lantern Festival. May this book continue to evolve and bring forth an abundance of positive energy. Chapter 116. Reconciliation and Acceptance. Qianqian. If you are harboring resentment, then unleash it upon your mother. Lu Xiaoli gazed at the furious and nearly unhinged Lu Tianxian before her, her heart heavy with pain and helplessness. Lu Tianxian, like a frenzied beast, was venting her ire onto Li Shijing's shoulders with wild abandon, a sight that was indeed heart-wrenching. Watching her beloved daughter in such torment, while also seeing her devoted younger brother Li Shijing silently enduring the onslaught, filled Lu Xiaoli with a tumult of emotions. Here lay her flesh and blood, and there stood a brother she knew intimately. How was she to choose between them? Yet in that moment, her foremost concern was for her daughter and Apos' emotional state. Fearing that this continued outburst might only exacerbate the situation, without hesitation, Lu Xiaoli rushed towards the two, striving to pull Lu Tianxian away and halt the torrent of anger directed at Li Shijing. However, Li Shijing interjected calmly, Lu Jie, let her be, allow her to vent. His voice, though soft, conveyed a resolute strength that brooked no disagreement. This was not the first time Lu Tianxian had lashed out at him, yet previously, her rage had been tinged with a semblance of shyness and gentleness, a far cry from the ferocity she exhibited now, as if she were intent on tearing a piece of flesh from him. Despite it all, Li Shijing chose to bear the brunt of her wrath in silence, fully aware that Lu Tianxian needed an outlet to release her pent-up emotions. He was willing to be the target of her pain. The chaotic scene persisted. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Tianxian finally relented, utterly drained of energy, as if she had just emerged from a life-and-death battle. Lu Xiaoli, too, was in no better condition, equally exhausted from her efforts to restrain Lu Tianxian. Her face was streaked with tears and sweat, the two mingling to form heart-wrenching trails upon her skin. In her desperate attempt to quell Lu Tianxian's frantic outburst, Lu Xiaoli had expended every ounce of her strength, leaving her feeling utterly hollow. It was no small feat to contend with Lu Tianxian's explosive rage, a force that was surprisingly formidable, given her seemingly gentle demeanor. Indeed, Lu Tianxian was among the most formidable of the rising stars in the entertainment industry, possessing both endurance and explosive power. Li Shijing was all too aware of this. As for Li Shijing, though he had not suffered the full extent of Lu Tianxian's ferocity, he bore the marks of her rage, deep bite marks from which blood seeped, staining his clothing crimson. He sighed, resigned to the fact that this minor injury was a small price to pay, considering the precious panda blood Lu Tianxian had shed for him in the past. Just then, having regained a measure of her composure, Lu Tianxian and Apos' gaze fell upon Li Shijing. Upon seeing the bloodstains blossoming on his shirt, a wave of profound regret washed over her. Despite Li Shijing's notorious reputation, he had inadvertently turned her harsh words into a painful reality that cut deep. Reflecting on her earlier loss of control, Lu Tianxian felt she had indeed crossed a line. Are you all right? Lu Tianxian rose and, with genuine concern, inquired of Li Shijing. Her beautiful eyes were filled with regret, chiding herself for not moderating her actions. She surmised that he must be in considerable pain. A bittersweet smile graced Li Shijing and Apos' lips as he replied, It's nothing. Even if you did manage to kill me, I would still consider it my fault. My pain is inconsequential. You've bitten me for so long. Your teeth must be hurting. He gazed deeply into Lu Tianxian and Apos', eyes. His expression imbued with sincerity, as if he were capable of penetrating the depths of her soul. Li Shijing possessed an enchanting charm that could render even the most mundane words profound. His gaze, rich with genuine emotion and regret, bore the weight of an unspoken desire to mend the rift between mother and daughter. This complex and captivating expression stirred something within Lu Tianxian, ensnaring her in an intoxicating haze. "Go away," Lu Tianxian playfully chided, her delicate fist lightly tapping Li Shijing and Apos' chest. Yet, unlike before, her touch was gentle, bordering more on flirtation than aggression. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Tianxian found herself oddly charmed by Li Shijing and Apos' melodramatic words, which somehow lacked the usual cloying sentimentality. Perhaps the degree of cheesiness and sweet nothings depended on the speaker and Apos' appearance. If they were handsome, such words were merely delightful. "Qianqian, please don't blame me any longer." "Nor Lu Jia, your mother," Li Shijing said, his expression laden with guilt and remorse. "All the faults lie with me." He then sighed deeply before explaining. "Your mother was initially resolute against this course of action, but my suggestion to try the red beans was entirely my own doing. She was led astray by my persuasion." With that, Li Shijing unhesitatingly grasped Lu Tianxian's delicate hand, holding it firmly. He then took full responsibility for the private discussions regarding the script that Lu Xiaoli had undertaken. At this moment, he embodied a figure of responsibility and formidable stature, inspiring admiration from both mother and daughter. Indeed, Li Shijing had always been a man of great integrity and strength, a fact well understood by both women. Chronologically speaking, it was Lu Xiaoli who first received the script, as Lu Tianxian, due to their familial ties, ought to refer to Lu Xiaoli as mother, yet in a professional context, she would call her senior. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoli's eyes welled up once more, tears blurring her vision. Today, she had lost count of how many times her emotions had overwhelmed her, resulting in tears streaming down her face. The earlier tears had barely dried when new ones cascaded down like a flood. She felt transformed from a resilient woman into a softer, more emotional being. It was truly a relentless torment. Hearing Li Shijing's words, Lu Xiaoli turned to her mother, who appeared on the brink of collapse, her face etched with weariness. Once upon a time, her mother had been a beautiful young woman. Though the passage of time had left little mark on her visage, the inner turmoil she had endured over the years was palpable. From a tender age, Lu Xiaoli had been raised by her mother following a divorce, the two of them relying on one another as they bravely navigated the entertainment industry, nearly falling victim to predatory figures. Lu Xiaoli, perceptive as ever, noticed Lu Tianxian regaining her composure and immediately grasped her hand. The mother and daughter embraced, leaning into Li Shijing's comforting presence, and once again wept openly. In that moment, all grudges and sorrows dissipated, laid to rest. After what felt like an eternity, the two women finally sensed their exhaustion, both mentally and physically. "Shijing, I am truly grateful to you." Lu Xiaoli slowly lifted her head, her gaze resolute and filled with gratitude as she looked at Li Shijing. Although this turmoil was a shared consequence of their actions, Li Shijing had unhesitatingly stepped forward, shouldering the entire burden alone. For this reason alone, he had earned the trust of both mother and daughter, who were now willing to place their artistic careers in the capable hands of such an exceptional leader. At that pivotal moment, Lu Xiaoli made a significant decision after careful contemplation. She would join her daughter Lu Tianxian and Li Shijing and Apos' team, forming a trio dedicated to their artistic pursuits. Furthermore, she hoped that Li Shijing would craft a captivating script tailored to the unique qualities and charms of both mother and daughter. Simultaneously, Lu Xiaoli resolved to courageously present herself to the public as a true actress, showcasing the acting prowess she had cultivated over the years.